Upon traversing into this new realm, I awakened the pivotal ability known as the Hand of Replication. Xin Yuan possesses the capacity to replicate the extraordinary abilities of others and enhance them. Yet by a stroke of misfortune, he has only managed to duplicate a low-tier power. To his astonishment, he encountered a young female examiner during the assessment, who astonishingly turned out to be a top-tier powerhouse with an SSS-level talent. SSS-level talent. Ice Age Replication successful. Attained the pinnacle, unable to evolve further. Consequently, from that moment forth, D-level talent Explore Replication successful. Evolved into S-level Voice of all things. C-level talent Presence Diminution Technique Replication successful. Evolved into A-level Stealth. An array of extraordinary abilities coalesced within him, and soon, a divine presence descended, wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm. Yet he found himself reaching out to touch the divine essence embodied in that godly fetus. The replication was set in motion. In an instant, the unique aura of divinity manifested upon him. Each step he took brought him closer to the heavens, the deity of the mortal realm. Hey. I merely possess a few more skills than the average person. Why do they all proclaim me a god? From this day forth, the heavens shall be your domain, and the mortal realm shall be mine. Chapter 1. The Online Chat Goddess at the Examination Venue. The examination commences. All candidates, please ascend the stage in an orderly fashion. With a resounding command from the examiner on stage, Xin Yuan's heart tightened as he sat in the audience. Observing the excited youths beside him, their eyes sparkling with ambition and dreams, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. This feels like a pure case of being thrust into the fray. Going up there would surely lead to embarrassment. Xin Yuan sat idly, fidgeting with his hands, muttering to himself. He had already been in this place for an entire week. During this time, he discovered that, overall, this world bore little difference from the one he had once known, save for the fact that a portion of the populace possessed superhuman abilities. The current assessment for superhumans resembled the Gaokao from his previous world, holding immense significance. Every transmigrator typically encounters a golden finger system, and he was no exception. However, Hand of Replication system. Upon physical contact, there exists a probability of replicating the talent abilities of other superhumans, with a degree of enhancement. It sounds impressive, evoking a sense of being a destined child. Yet, the dilemma arises. Impressive skills come with cooldowns, and this particular ability can only be utilized once a day with a notably low success rate. After a week in this realm, he had made daily attempts to bond with various individuals, striving to replicate their abilities, yet by today he had succeeded only once. This is the singular ability he has successfully replicated. Having undergone enhancement through Xin Yuan's own replication, its power has now reached a D grade. Specifically, he can simultaneously control 7 or 8 energy chains to fight on his behalf, creating quite a spectacle. Raising his gaze towards the assessment arena, he observed each candidate diligently showcasing their abilities to the examiners. Witnessing the colossal fireballs and the immense shadows of fantastical beasts, Xin Yuan felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. This examination venue seems rather extraordinary. Those who have arrived here possess extraordinary talents, each endowed with formidable and promising abilities. In comparison, Xin Yuan felt as though he had donned a garb of lowly merchandise amidst a lavish gathering of the elite. Damn it, what is this inexplicable sense of inferiority? Just as he was frowning in distress, the phone he had been clutching rang. Upon unlocking the screen, he found a message from a friend. Sour Milk Stick. How are things on your end? Is it about to start? Go for it. This individual is a friend he made during the past 7 days of playing online games. Sour Milk Stick is her username. Apparently a girl, and currently the sole contact in Xin Yuan's phone. After his transmigration, finding himself in an unfamiliar world with no one to converse with, Xin Yuan often chatted with his virtual acquaintance across the internet. After all, communicating through the internet feels relatively safer and alleviates some of the awkwardness for someone who is socially anxious. After a moment's contemplation, Xin Yuan replied, "Not much, it's about to begin. I feel like my supernatural ability is the weakest here. I'm basically doomed." A few seconds later, a reply came from her. "Sour Milk Stick. It's okay. Even though the energy chains are not of high rank, your ability is a mutation. isn't it? It's different from ordinary energy chains, and a discerning examiner will surely appreciate it. Following a series of comforting words, she added a rather amusing emoticon. She seems to be quite the quirky young girl. Mutations aren't of much use. The examiner will undoubtedly say it's merely energy chains. Even if there are some peculiar variations, the potential is still low, better off returning home to farm. With a sigh, Xin Yuan indulged in some self-deprecating humor. Sour milk stick, don't be disheartened, believe in yourself, perform well, and if the opportunity arises, I can find a way to assist you. Sour milk stick, I have things to attend to here, so I must take my leave. Glancing at the message that appeared again, Xin Yuan smiled and turned off his phone. Regardless of the outcome, he still needed to give it a try. After all, passing this assessment would grant him admission to a prestigious academy where all his expenses would be covered. Having transmigrated in body, he possessed little wealth. If he waited a year to retake the exam, he might find himself subsisting on nothing but the winds of the northwest. The sun hung high in the sky, radiating an oppressive heat. Candidates on the open grounds exuberantly displayed their youth. Yet beneath this blazing sun, one particular area stood out as distinctly incongruous. A vast pavilion stood under the scorching sun, exuding an air of bureaucratic opulence, reminiscent of a designated resting area for high-ranking officials. However, seated within it was not a throng of middle-aged leaders, but rather an extraordinarily youthful and beautiful woman. Her name is Junani, the highest authority overseeing this assessment, and the representative dispatched by the esteemed 8 great academies. In the expansive pavilion, she was the sole occupant. At this moment, she was engrossed in her phone, occasionally smiling, only for the expression to swiftly fade. After all, she must maintain her aloof persona, lest it shatter. To outsiders, she is perceived as an icy, haughty goddess, exuding an aura of coldness that renders her unapproachable, with abilities of the ice element. This dread she instills, while sparing her from many of life's inconveniences, also renders her existence profoundly solitary. In truth, her character is not nearly as reclusive or difficult to approach as it may appear. Thus, in her leisure time, she secretly indulges in gaming, a means to relax her mind. Her gaming teammates online do not know her true identity, allowing her a degree of freedom. However, one day, she encountered a remarkably peculiar person. He consistently uttered strange phrases, such as "doomed," "there's no way I could die this round," and "take off," which were abstract and baffling to Junani. Yet there was something undeniably intriguing about it all. Thus, by a twist of fate, she added him as a friend. During her free time, they played games together and chatted. The more they conversed, the more curious she became about him. His thoughts seemed to diverge from anyone she had ever met, encompassing knowledge that was foreign to her. Gradually, through their online interactions, she came to regard him as a confidant, sharing her thoughts from time to time, and he consistently provided unique insights. Regrettably, although he was also a superpowered individual, he appeared to possess rather poor talent, and it seemed unlikely he would pass this year's entrance examination. As this thought crossed her mind, Junani couldn't help but frown. Just then, a plump middle-aged man approached, cautiously addressing Junani. Hello, for this assessment, there are quite a few promising candidates. It has been stated that you would come to observe and select core candidates for direct admission. So do you think you should?" Upon noticing another's presence, Junani reverted to her typical icy demeanor, slightly raising her gaze to regard him. The middle-aged man perceived menace in her glance and hastily corrected himself. No need. Please continue resting, That's unnecessary," Junani interrupted. "Having lingered here for quite some time, it feels inappropriate. I will oversee the upcoming assessment." With that, she tucked away her phone, composed herself, and strode into the sunlight, silently contemplating. That fellow is about to take the entrance exam, and I must preside over it. I hope he encounters a considerate examiner. Sigh. Chapter 2. The offline encounter of social death with graceful steps. Junani strode forward, soon finding herself at the center of the stage. An imperceptible wave of energy emanated from her being, instantly enveloping the venue. A refreshing chill swept over everyone, alleviating the sweltering heat of summer. The once boisterous arena fell into an immediate calm, the sudden stillness prompting Xin to question whether there was something amiss with his hearing. All hands froze in unison, eyes drawn towards the center of the arena. Amidst the myriad gazes directed at her, Junani maintained a stoic expression, yet internally, she was aflame with excitement. In truth, she was a person of immense contrast between her inner self and outward demeanor, a dichotomy few could comprehend due to her stature and power. At this moment, her thoughts were racing. Making quite the impression, aren't I? If that fellow were to describe this, would he not call it showing off? I dare say my display was rather commendable, wouldn't you think? Her mind whirled with these reflections, yet her visage remained impassive. A calm and cool voice resonated from her lips, reverberating in the ears of all present. Greetings, everyone. I hail from the Eastern Academy, and am also a member of the War God Hall. My name is Junani, and I am the chief overseer of this examination venue. I will be responsible for all subsequent evaluations, and I shall recommend some exceptional talents to the Core 8 academies. Furthermore, I possess 5 reserved spots for direct admission. I hope everyone will perform admirably in the upcoming assessments, proceeding in an orderly fashion according to the prior numbering. Upon concluding her address, Junani stood resolutely at the center of the stage, awaiting the candidates for evaluation. The moment her words faded, the examination area erupted in a cacophony of excitement, far louder than before. Countless examinees surged towards the assessment platform, eager to showcase their abilities. This examination venue was one of several elite assessment zones. All individuals present were not mere students, but rather distinguished scholars in the realm of extraordinary powers. While they may not yet be familiar with the name Junani, they were acutely aware of the significance her identity conferred. The 8 Great Supernatural Academies. Such a title was irresistibly alluring. To be acknowledged by Junani would afford them the opportunity to test into the pinnacle of extraordinary educational institutions. Should they demonstrate sufficient talent, Junani had the power to grant them reserved admissions. The candidates, brimming with confidence, prepared to present themselves. All, except for one, Xin Yuan. The sole underperformer sat in a shadowed corner, bewildered as he gazed at Junani's poised silhouette, his mind fixated on a single thought. Doomed. Originally, there were 5 testing platforms. His gaze flitted among the 5 chief examiners, desperately seeking one who appeared amiable enough to allow him a chance to muddle through. But suddenly, a woman emerged, seemingly a high-ranking official, seizing control of the proceedings. Such a unique presence would undoubtedly be exceedingly rigorous and fastidious. How could his so-called energy chain possibly pass muster? It seemed an impossible task, as the radiant talents walked onto the stage one by one, each exuding fervor. They showcased their extraordinary abilities before Junani. Each candidate wore an eager expression, not only hoping for the coveted reserved spots, but also wishing to impress such an ethereal beauty. However, given Junani's superior aptitude and discerning eye, the abilities of these so-called prodigies were, at best, mediocre. She remained oblivious to their fervent gazes, diligently fulfilling her role. Finally, Xin Yuan, with a nonchalant stride reminiscent of a carefree swine, approached the testing platform, his demeanor exuding a sense of resignation. Having heard Junani's stringent evaluations of the previous candidates, he had resigned himself to merely going through the motions. Upon observing him approach, Junani furrowed her brow slightly. The previous candidates had all sought to leave a favorable impression, walking as if on a red carpet, heads held high. In stark contrast, the figure before her exuded a lackadaisical air, glancing about as if perusing a marketplace. Yet, she refrained from commenting, merely following protocol as she inquired, "Please introduce your abilities and their development status." Xin Yuan nodded, brimming with a false confidence as he replied, "Hello, leader. My ability is the energy chain, and it is currently undeveloped." Having already resigned himself to his fate, he had no intention of putting forth any effort. A casual dismissal would suffice. What? Junani was momentarily taken aback by his words. What was this energy chain? The talent level seemed rather low, and to declare one's lack of development with such pride? What audacity! Surely, this individual, despite his decent appearance, possessed no sense of shame. Strangely, it seemed he wielded the same power as that individual she had encountered online. As Junani contemplated this, Xin Yuan spoke up again. "My energy chain is a variant, capable of simultaneously controlling multiple strands with a relatively long attack range." As he demonstrated, 5 or 6 energy strands swirled around him. Junani, still mulling over her online acquaintance, instinctively replied, "Even with some unique variations, the potential of an energy chain is limited. You still wait." Junani suddenly jolted into realization. Her words echoed something she had heard before. Hadn't her online friend said the same thing? Moreover, that person's ability was also an energy chain, and their variant form mirrored this one. In an instant, Junani's mouth fell agape, her pupils dilating in shock as she gazed at the uniquely disheveled man before her. "No way. Could this be our first offline meeting? Wait, what is your name?" Junani asked, her curiosity piqued. Xin Yuan replied, perplexed, as he had intended to step away from the platform. Yet, he dutifully answered, Xin Yuan. Jun Ani exclaimed inwardly, damn. How useless. I never asked for a real name during our online chats. We only used usernames. Should she inquire about his username? Would that not seem too peculiar? What to do, what to do? Jun Ani fretted silently. Xin Yuan stood on the platform, utterly bewildered. This woman appeared unhinged. Her facial expressions shifting erratically as she scrutinized him up and down in silence. What was her intention? If he were to fail, a definitive answer would be appreciated. Standing there was humiliating. Unbeknownst to him, however, the entire assembly was equally perplexed. Why is the goddess so fixated on this underwhelming talent? What is happening? Please don't let anything go awry. Junani, System Error. Chapter 3, A Life of European and African Descent, SSS-level talent successfully copied. Cough, cough. Realizing she had momentarily lost her composure, Junani cleared her throat softly, regaining her previous serene demeanor. After much contemplation, he finally spoke. The abilities of mutants are indeed quite rare. For now, please take your position here, and we shall make a decision later. As he spoke, he elegantly gestured with his hand, indicating for Xin Yuan to move to a certain spot. There, two individuals were already standing. This arrangement, though seemingly straightforward, caused a palpable tension among everyone present, particularly the man and woman stationed there, whose brows knitted tightly in concern. They were the two individuals with the highest innate abilities from the previous tests. Although Junani had not explicitly stated it, many in attendance implicitly accepted that this was the designated area for candidates to be recommended for advancement. The crowd's gaze shifted toward Xin Yuan. Him? What right does he have? An E-level ability, even with a mutation, could never warrant a recommendation. This is nothing short of blatant favoritism. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Xin Yuan. Some filled with disdain, others with hostility, each reflecting a myriad of sentiments. Xin Yuan himself was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated a twist in fate that spared him from immediate elimination. A twist of fate, nonetheless, was a fortuitous development. Without further hesitation, he pondered briefly before tentatively extending his hand toward Junani, saying, "Thank you for this opportunity." Simultaneously, his replication ability activated. He had yet to use today's opportunity for replication, and given that Junani was likely a formidable figure, Xin Yuan decided to take a chance. Although the success rate was notoriously low, especially for higher-tier abilities, he thought, what if? However, this action left everyone utterly astonished. Junani stood frozen, staring at the outstretched hand, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. This person had audacious courage. Since her earliest memories, no stranger of the opposite sex had ever dared to approach her for conversation, let alone initiate physical contact. The assembly of academy leaders exchanged glances, contemplating whether they should intervene in Xin Yuan's indiscreet conduct. After all, while others may have been oblivious, they were acutely aware of Junani's esteemed status. Who was this brash newcomer, so heedlessly reckless? Meanwhile, the male students in the audience gaped at Xin Yuan on stage as if he were a deity. To brazenly execute what everyone else desired yet feared required an extraordinary amount of courage. Unbeknownst to all, Xin Yuan harbored no ulterior motives regarding advantage. He genuinely wished to attempt replicating an ability, so he felt no sense of wrongdoing in his actions, exhibiting an air of naturalness. What transpired next was yet another jaw-dropping moment. Junani, her head bowed and expression inscrutable, slowly lifted her arm and gently clasped Xin Yuan's hand. In that instant, it seemed as though Xin Yuan could hear the sound of countless hearts shattering around him. Yet, he had no time to ponder the opinions of those around him. For the familiar notification of replication failed did not echo in his mind as it typically did. Instead, a different, enchanting sound replaced it. Replication successful. Acquired SSS-level ability, Ice Age. Automatically enhancing ability. Ability level at maximum. Enhancement impossible. Attempting to break through limitations failed. A series of notifications rang in his mind. And after a brief moment of astonishment, a wave of ecstasy surged within him. Did it work? An ability of such high caliber. Could it be that I will finally experience the thrill of being a lucky dog? Moreover, this woman before him possessed an SSS-level talent. How fortuitous to encounter such a prodigy so easily. His luck was at its zenith. Surely, he wouldn't be cursed with misfortune for it. Raising his gaze, he beheld her stunning visage and exclaimed, "Incredible!" Junani, her hand firmly grasped by Xin Yuan, stood in a state of mental disarray, only regaining her senses upon hearing his words. Subtly withdrawing her hand, she nodded, her demeanor noticeably rigid. After all, she was equally flustered, unable to comprehend how her hand had instinctively reached out, her mind a blank slate. At this moment, her abilities had activated, the formidable ice attribute suppressing her state, preventing her from blushing. As they parted, Xin Yuan moved to the candidate area while Junani returned to her duties. However, it became evident that she was now somewhat preoccupied, her thoughts elsewhere. If she had previously harbored mere suspicions about Xin Yuan's identity, she now believed with near certainty. After all, the term incredible was one she had only heard from a certain online acquaintance, someone she had never met in person. Could it truly be him? What a remarkable coincidence to encounter him so unexpectedly. During their online exchanges, she had sensed his uniqueness and charm. Seeing him in person only confirmed her impressions. But had he recognized her? How was she to approach him? Should she even say anything? How would they interact? Junani was acutely aware of the stark contrast between her public persona and her online self during conversations with Xin Yuan. In that moment, she experienced a profound understanding of social anxiety. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of Xin Yuan, her demeanor markedly unsettled. Many present noticed her behavior. It was evident to those observant enough that there had been a subtly charged atmosphere between her and Xin Yuan. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. An E-level ability? It's already a struggle to gain admission to a prestigious academy at this level. How could one possibly merit a recommendation? They murmured. To be honest, what purpose does a mutant E-level ability serve? After assessing so many candidates today, how can someone with such a weak and lackluster ability deserve special consideration? A wave of discontent swept over the audience, their dissatisfaction palpable. Among those standing beside Xin Yuan, the individuals with the highest talents, this dissatisfaction was even more pronounced. They were all vying for the same coveted recommendation slots. Junani had made it clear that only 5 spots were available, and with Xin Yuan's presence, there were now 6. As time progressed, the other 5 candidates exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in unison, unable to suppress their thoughts directed at Xin Yuan. Chapter 4. The Contest for Recommendation Slots. Xin Yuan stood still, his head bowed, indifferent to the accusatory gazes surrounding him, as if lost in a world of his own. He was deeply immersed in the sensations of his newly acquired ability, Ice Age. The SSS-level power was overwhelmingly potent, even without any training or development. It felt far superior to any previous energy chains he had encountered. In that moment of successful replication, he sensed a newfound power coursing through him, as if he possessed the ability to control everything. No wonder the people of our homeland exhibit such behavior. The intoxicating allure of power can indeed be terrifying. Just as Xin Yuan lowered his head to savor the strength he had acquired, a voice interrupted his contemplation. Brother, what a remarkable skill. Shall we get acquainted? Looking up, he saw a tall man, clad in black with striking red hair, extending his hand towards him. In the previous assessment, this man had demonstrated the most destructive abilities and possessed the highest innate talent. Xin Yuan felt confident that regardless of how the final selections played out, he would surely secure a reserved spot for himself. Unlike others, he harbored no grievances against Xin Yuan. To him, high talent signified strength, while those with lesser gifts who resorted to backdoor dealings demonstrated influence. Either way, both were individuals worth befriending. After all, more connections mean more opportunities. In his mind, as long as one held utilitarian value, notions of fairness were irrelevant. The world itself is inherently unjust. Xin Yuan recognized the man before him. He had long coveted the abilities of this individual while seated in the audience. Prior to discovering Junani's unique powers, he had yearned to replicate this man's abilities. Over the course of the past 7 days, Xin Yuan had attempted various methods to emulate diverse superpowers, with only one approach seeming viable: to strike up a rapport and shake hands. Thus, upon seeing the outstretched hand, Xin Yuan responded instinctively with a brief handshake, uttering without thinking, "All right, that's it for today. We'll continue tomorrow." The red-haired man appeared bewildered, his expression shifting to confusion within seconds. What nonsensical words is this person uttering? What does he mean by today's quota? Is he perhaps a bit unhinged? After a moment of hesitation, the red-haired man awkwardly withdrew his hand, stepping back with a sheepish demeanor. Very well, this lad is certainly an enigma, even to me. Aside from the red-haired man, the other candidates for reserved spots were also observing Xin Yuan's actions. Upon witnessing the red-haired man's discomfiture, one girl furrowed her brow, her violet eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Her name was Xin Yuan, and unlike the red-haired man, she was the weakest among the 5, possessing a B-level ability while the others boasted A-level talents. She had been left behind due to a mutated ability. From the moment she laid eyes on Xin Yuan, her gaze brimmed with hostility, for she understood that if Xin Yuan were indeed granted a reserved spot, it would inevitably come at her expense. Having always been the favored child of destiny, she had never encountered such formidable challenges. Surrounded by admirers, she was all too familiar with backdoor dealings. The concept of fairness had always seemed somewhat unrealistic to her. However, her affluent background ensured that if anyone were to exploit such dealings, it ought to be her, with no one else daring to usurp her opportunities. Even this examination venue had been arranged in advance by her father, who had assured her that there were only about 4 candidates stronger than her, thus giving her a substantial chance of securing a reserved spot. After navigating various connections, she had been granted the opportunity to take the test here. But who could have anticipated the arrival of someone with connections even more formidable than her own, directly linked to the examiners? And to think, with such a seemingly inadequate ability, frustration mounted within her, her silver teeth clenched as she frantically devised countermeasures. Soon, the afternoon slipped away, and with the last candidate having completed their assessment, no others approached the selection area. Only the original 6 remained standing in the reserved zone. A throng of candidates prepared to exit, some jubilant while others glum. Meanwhile, Junani had already composed herself, stepping forward to address the 6. You all, however. Before she could finish, another voice interjected. Xin Yuan stepped forward, bowing to Junani, and declared loudly, Examiner, I have something to say regarding the reserved spots. Upon hearing this, all the candidates who had begun to leave abruptly halted, curiosity piqued as they turned to face the central platform. An instinct told them that something entertaining was about to unfold. Seeing the crowd's sudden interest, Xin Yuan felt she had no choice but to proceed. This was her goal, to seize the moment before anyone else departed, to silence the examiner in front of everyone, thus allowing her plan to come to fruition. Offending others was secondary. Obtaining a reserved opportunity was paramount. You mentioned earlier that there are 5 reserved spots available. Based on talent levels, it appears that among the 6 of us, only Xin Yuan and I possess the lowest abilities. Therefore, I believe that the final spot should be contested between us. To ensure fairness, I propose we engage in a duel to determine who shall claim the last reserved spot. Xin Yuan's voice was steady, her tone exceedingly polite. Yet the underlying implication of fairness clearly revealed her true intentions. As her words resonated, the young onlookers erupted with excitement, swiftly encircling the central platform. Their cheers and jeers filling the air, creating a raucous atmosphere that even the supervising teachers struggled to quell. Well said, beauty. Ultimately, the prowess of a superhuman rests upon practical combat. Let us see how well he fares. Smash him. Hey, are you brave enough to accept the challenge? Don't cower with your head down. If you can't face this, then just step aside. Listening to the cacophony below, Junani furrowed her brow, a wave of remorse washing over her. The misunderstanding born from her failure to clarify her intentions must have caused Xin Yuan significant distress. The myriad voices in the crowd were clearly directed at Xin Yuan, who had done nothing to deserve such scorn. The vitriol hurled at him was a mere misfortune. In that instant, Junani felt her face flush with heat, unable to meet Xin Yuan's gaze. Just as she pondered how to diffuse this chaotic situation, a languid voice broke through, leaving her momentarily stunned. I'm indifferent. Shall we fight now? Xin Yuan remarked nonchalantly, standing aside. Chapter 5. A-level dominance over B-level. The entire audience was taken aback. Having just gained such formidable powers, Xin Yuan himself remained uncertain of his true capabilities. Having been in this world for over a week, Xin Yuan had long since adjusted his mindset. As a superpowered individual, engaging in combat with others was an inevitable reality. Although he remained uncertain about the identity of the enemies faced by superpowered beings in this realm, he was mentally prepared for the challenges ahead. Fortunately, someone had stepped forward to spar with him, allowing him to quickly familiarize himself with his abilities, which was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Moreover, it was unthinkable for him to back down at this moment when a woman had boldly issued a challenge, especially with so many spectators watching. Upon uttering his words, the surrounding cacophony of noise momentarily quieted, as no one had anticipated that he would dare to speak in such a manner. In the next instant, uproarious laughter erupted from the crowd, albeit this time, the previous malice was considerably diminished. After all, they had come merely to see this privileged individual squirm, never expecting Xin Yuan to genuinely accept the challenge. All present were superpowered beings, acutely aware of the vast chasm separating E-level talents from B-level ones. To willingly step into the arena, fully aware of the likelihood of being overpowered, was in itself a demonstration of courage. Does he truly understand the disparity between E and B levels? Someone mused. And she's a top-tier B level at that. While avoiding battle may seem cowardly, being thoroughly trounced by a girl would be equally humiliating. Speculation buzzed about how long he could possibly endure. It's hard to say. Perhaps he possesses some hidden treasures. One remarked. Fear not, brother. Should you fall, we shall not mock you. Came the laughter from the crowd. Meanwhile, observing the scene, Junani finally lifted her gaze to meet Xin Yuan's face, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Are you certain? Do not overexert yourself, she cautioned. Xin Yuan nodded, affirming his seriousness. Upon hearing this, Junani sighed softly, refraining from further discouragement. She understood that in such a scenario, no explanation would suffice. To save face for a man at this juncture would be quite unseemly. She resolved that should the tide turn against Xin Yuan, she would intervene to assist him. Meanwhile, Xin had already positioned herself at the opposite end of the testing platform, wearing a relaxed expression with unmistakable delight in her eyes. To her scheme had already borne fruit, effectively securing a guaranteed spot through her efforts. In no time, the assessment platform transformed into a battleground for the two, each taking their stance and glancing toward Junani, who was temporarily acting as the referee. At that moment, Xin Yuan raised an eyebrow, seemingly struck by a thought, and addressed Junani in the center. If I cannot control the power of my abilities, I hope you can intervene promptly. Without hesitation, Junani nodded, affirming, certainly. The duel will be halted as needed, and I will be ready to protect you. On the opposite end, Xin was already primed for battle, assuring him, rest assured. Classmate Xin Yuan, we bear no grudges. I will exercise restraint in my strikes. Xin Yuan, taken aback by their words, chose not to clarify. His intention had been to convey that his newly acquired SSS-level abilities might be difficult to control, fearing unintended consequences. However, none, including Junani, interpreted his words correctly. They assumed it was a precautionary measure, a sign of his concern about sustaining serious injuries. Yet, no one mocked him. They understood the significant quality gap in abilities. Even in Junani's mind, she admired Xin Yuan's choice, recognizing that he had not succumbed to youthful arrogance. With no further explanations, he exhaled deeply as Junani called for the duel to commence, beginning to sense the tumultuous power surging within him. The Ice Age, befitting its SSS classification, bore a name of formidable grandeur. Though Xin Yuan had yet to master its application, he could distinctly feel the terrifying force capable of transforming the world into a frozen wasteland. Be cautious, Xin called out, as a pale purple phoenix apparition materialized behind her. Purple flames erupted around her, the intense heat distorting the very air. With a subtle motion of her arms, accompanied by the ethereal phoenix, she ascended into the air, a testament to her absolute peak B-level prowess. The mutated form of her ability transformed the flames of the phoenix into a purple hue, exuding an overwhelming sense of destruction. This was precisely why Xin had risen above her B-level peers. Such destructive capability warranted an A-level classification. Although a pure phoenix talent was currently non-existent, bearing such a title was inherently impressive. With cold purple light flickering in her gaze, Xin understood that hesitation could lead to unforeseen consequences. She needed to defeat Xin Yuan swiftly. Securing a spot at the prestigious Core 8 Academy would greatly benefit her future ambitions. She was determined to claim it. With a resounding cry of the phoenix, a fiery streak descended from the heavens. Xin Yuan, who had been attentive to the skies, barely managed to evade it, appearing quite strained. Junani, observing from the sidelines, clenched her fists tightly, intently scrutinizing the unfolding situation, her senses heightened and ready to intervene. In the next instant, Xin Yuan unleashed his ability, sending an energy chain soaring into the air, which effortlessly ensnared Yizilian's waist. This maneuver appeared as though she had been tethered, yet it effectively bound them together. Boss, how long do you think he can last in this fight? A chubby figure beside the red-haired man in the crowd queried. The red-haired man, his gaze fixed on the arena, remained impassive as he shrugged. How long? Given the disparity in levels, he will fall the moment he fails to evade, he remarked. The woman across from him is indeed formidable. She understands that one must exert full effort even when facing a lesser opponent, maintaining the high ground from the outset. Now with them connected by that chain, it seems we're nearing the conclusion. As the red-haired man finished his thought, Yizilian launched her attack. The terrifying purple flames cascading down the energy chain towards Xin Yuan, poised to engulf him in an instant. Junani sighed, preparing to intervene. Yet at that moment, a resounding crack echoed, reminiscent of shattering glass. A terrifying wave of energy radiated from Xin Yuan, enveloping the entire arena, the previously sweltering air instantly turning frigid, as if plunged into the depths of winter. Ice-blue luminescence ascended along the energy chain, extinguishing the purple flames upon contact without the slightest resistance. Yizilian's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression shifting to one of horror as she was swiftly encased in a solid block of ice. The entire arena was enveloped in a thick layer of impenetrable ice, the chill spreading rapidly. Some candidates, too close to the stage to evade, found their legs instantly ensnared, their startled cries echoing through the air. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving many candidates bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The red-haired man, who had previously proclaimed that the end was near, now stared with pupils reduced to pinpricks, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. Upon the stage, Xin Yuan's raised right hand was similarly encased in ice, the cold creeping up his arm and neck. adorning the right side of his face with a crystalline mask of pale blue, akin to a delicate glass visage. He exhaled slowly, a plume of white frost escaping his lips. I sincerely apologize. I did mention that my control might not be impeccable. Chapter 6. Confirmation of Reserved Quota, a well-deserved victory. Standing at the edge of the arena, Junani lifted her left foot, poised to rush forward, yet remained frozen in place. Initially intent on rescuing Xin Yuan, she was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, leaving her momentarily dazed. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the sight of the frost seemed oddly familiar, reminiscent of her own abilities, energy chains, and a variant of ice attributes, perhaps. It dawned on her that during her own awakening, she had inadvertently frozen a family elder, nearly causing irreparable harm due to the extreme cold. Seeing that Xin Yuan was unharmed, Junani lowered her foot, a smile unexpectedly gracing her features. Thank goodness he's all right. Wait, had she forgotten something? Abruptly jolted from her thoughts, she looked up. A large bird-shaped ice sculpture was still suspended aloft, held aloft by the ice column. Much like a kite. Oh no, the girl is still encased in ice. Xin Yuan hesitated to release her. What if she fell and shattered? Though unfamiliar with the laws of this world, he presumed that murder was still illegal. Junani had assumed that Xin Yuan was at a disadvantage, focusing solely on whether he would be harmed, overlooking Yi Ziliang's predicament. Realizing her oversight, she felt a pang of alarm. With a determined stomp, she shattered the ice enveloping the arena, transforming it into glimmers of pale blue light that vanished into the ether, liberating the previously affected spectators. Leaping into action, she severed the kite string that Xin Yuan had been holding, rescuing Yi Ziliang from her icy prison. Seeing Junani finally take action, Xin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the enhancement of his abilities, holding a living person aloft was undeniably taxing. Rubbing his slightly sore shoulder, he felt quite satisfied with this newfound power. It took several moments for the audience to fully grasp the extraordinary events that had just unfolded. The initial gasps were absent, as an eerie silence descended upon the crowd. All present wore expressions of astonishment, mouths agape, gazing at Xin Yuan. Had he truly emerged victorious? And in such a near-instantaneous manner? Weren't there claims of favoritism? None of those who had wagered on the outcome emerged victorious, as they had all misjudged the situation. Among the thousands gathered before the colossal arena, not a single soul had anticipated Xin Yuan as the ultimate victor. The peculiar silence spread through the crowd, only to erupt after reaching a critical threshold. What just happened? That was utterly overwhelming. Is he even human? What was that about favoritism? And is his energy chain a variant of ice attributes? The astonishment transformed into a chorus of disbelief, as everyone marveled at the bizarre spectacle they had witnessed on this fateful evening. The red-haired man swallowed hard, his mind swirling in confusion, uncertain of how to respond. Just then, the chubby boy beside him cautiously inquired, "Brother Hong, is this what you meant by it's almost over?" The red-haired man was reluctant to answer, his gaze fixed intently on Xin as he assessed whether he could surpass him. He had observed clearly how Junani had appeared anxious when she thought Xin might be injured, yet she had remained composed when Yi Ziliang was encased in ice, revealing a stark contrast in her reactions. In his eyes, Xin Yuan now possessed both strength and connections, an impressive figure indeed. Xin Yuan stood idly, feeling somewhat bored. While the surrounding cheers gratified his vanity, he longed to escape the scrutiny. Eventually, the ice enveloping Yi Ziliang melted, leaving her dazed upon the ground. Thankfully, Junani had been present. Otherwise, she might have faced grave danger. After a considerable pause, she slowly lifted her head to gaze at Xin Yuan. Her expression was a tumult of emotions, fear, shock, confusion, and unwillingness, yet ultimately, her violet eyes dimmed. In that moment, she had felt the breath of death for the first time in her life. She realized she had underestimated him. All her previous confidence and elation had crumbled into bitter disappointment. There was nothing she could argue in her defense. At such a moment, she would not concoct excuses of carelessness. A loss was a loss. She blamed her own inadequacy, feeling she had let down the efforts and expectations of her family. With no desire for further dialogue, she shakily stood and succinctly stated, "I concede, your reserve quota is well deserved." With that, she turned away, intending to exit the stage alone. Observing her demeanor, Junani spoke softly, "Hold on, you misunderstood. I never intended to grant Xin the reserve quota. I merely wished to keep him here for the moment. Your talent is commendable, a variant type I have never encountered before. I shall find a way to secure another quota from the academy. I am certain they will oblige." Although she was not particularly fond of Yi Ziliang's shrewdness and aggressiveness, she recognized her potential and felt it would be a waste to let her go, especially since she bore some responsibility in the matter. After speaking, she turned her gaze, puzzled, toward Xin, who was now toying with a shard of ice in his hand. "Why did you not disclose such formidable abilities before?" Ha ha ha. Xin Yuan chuckled awkwardly, responding helplessly. No, no, it is you who are remarkable. Junani raised an eyebrow, her expression a mixture of confusion, not intending to press further. After all, if Xin Yuan was indeed her online acquaintance, then his penchant for cryptic remarks could be seen as a characteristic trait. Turning to address the many candidates below, she declared, "All right, the assessment has concluded. Except for those granted reserved quotas, all others are requested to exit promptly." Junani began overseeing the departure, while the other recipients of reserved quotas returned to the stage, standing beside Xin Yuan. Yet now, the gazes of the other recipients had shifted. No longer did they regard him with disdain, but rather with admiration and curiosity. At this moment, Xin Yuan stood quietly at the edge, her head bowed and silent, exuding an air of dejection that suggested she had endured considerable setbacks. Xin Yuan gazed at the distant sunset, devoid of any inclination to engage in casual conversation with those around him. He was not a particularly loquacious individual. This world felt alien to him, and he was unfamiliar with the people, leaving him with little to discuss unless he sought to emulate the abilities of others. Contemplating this, he felt a sudden impulse and retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket, staring at the sole contact listed. After a brief moment of reflection, he composed a text message and sent it. "I passed my assessment and unexpectedly secured a direct admission quota. Some events transpired, and my abilities have mutated." In the distance, Junani was conversing with the supervisor of the examination venue when she suddenly felt her phone vibrate. Glancing at it, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "It seems I can confirm it. It's definitely him." Chapter 7. Vermilion Wings. What does differential treatment mean? Sour yogurt stick. I knew you could do it. Awesome. What kind of mutation is it? Junani was already aware that the person with whom she was chatting was Xin Yuan and recognized that his so-called mutation pertained to ice-based abilities. However, she had no intention of revealing her identity to him just yet, fearing that her contrasting persona might frighten him away. Thus, she resolved to feign ignorance for the time being, instinctively choosing this cautious approach. Perhaps she wished to preserve a friendship that allowed for genuine interaction. The supervisor of the venue observed Junani engrossed in her phone, his expression darkening. While some pleasantries were being exchanged, one still had to maintain appearances. "Traveler, it's an ice attribute, and I find it quite formidable. I had a sparring session and emerged victorious." Xin Yuan quickly replied. They had yet to exchange their real names online, communicating solely through their usernames. Xin Yuan had chosen Traveler, while Junani went by Sour Yogurt Stick. Upon reading the response, Junani realized that Xin Yuan was still oblivious to certain details. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in her mind. Since she was concerned that her real-life demeanor might differ from her online persona, why not seize this opportunity to inquire about Xin Yuan's impression of her? With determination, she became increasingly perfunctory in her interactions with the venue supervisor, formulating her next message to Xin Yuan. "Sour Yogurt Stick. That's wonderful. Your examiner seems quite discerning to have awarded you a direct admission quota. Sour Yogurt Stick, what do you think of your examiner? Are they decent?" After sending those lines, Junani exhaled, an inexplicable nervousness beginning to swell within her, akin to engaging in something clandestine. Meanwhile, the supervisor, accustomed to wielding authority and relishing his elevated status, found it peculiar that Junani was so absorbed in her phone, rather than adhering to the usual decorum of the conversation. Soon, Xin Yuan's reply arrived, and Junani eagerly looked at her screen. "Traveler, they're all right. Though it's evident they are quite powerful. With enhanced abilities, do superhumans also retain a youthful appearance? The examiner appears surprisingly young." Junani. With a resounding crack, an icy chill enveloped the air, and a surge of energy pulsated around Junani, causing the sweltering heat of the summer evening to plummet instantly. The temperature dropped from over 20 degrees to below zero as ice crystals began to form in the atmosphere. Xin Yuan's words had struck a nerve, and in an instant, Junani lost control of her emotions. How could she ask for his impression of her when, in his eyes, she was merely an old woman? In that moment, her outburst mirrored Xin Yuan's earlier reaction, yet her extensive training granted her a mastery of her abilities that far surpassed his. Otherwise, the temperature drop would have been far more catastrophic. With her prowess, freezing an entire region was well within her capabilities. While her loss of control was not dire, the supervisor was thoroughly alarmed. What had transpired? Had he said something wrong? The plump supervisor, accustomed to the formalities of conversation, had been quickening his speech, trying to appease Junani, but he was taken aback when she suddenly erupted. He trembled in the chill, uncertain of how to proceed. "What is happening?" Hearing someone speak, Junani abruptly lifted her gaze, her eyes radiating a fierce aura as she fixed her gaze upon the supervisor, stating coldly, "I'm fine. Continue speaking, quickly." The 6 individuals at the testing station noticed the commotion and all turned their attention toward the unfolding scene. Xin Yuan, however, was disinterested in the gossip. He was not one to revel in such drama. He was perplexed as to why his online conversation with this woman had suddenly turned silent. At last, everything settled beneath the glow of the setting sun, and June Ani once more stood before the 6 individuals. Yet, her demeanor was unmistakably off-kilter. Aside from Xin Yuan, who appeared unconcerned, the others noted that the examiner seemed to be harboring some unsettling emotions, occasionally casting menacing glances in Xin Yuan's direction. Unfortunately, the sorrowful glint in her eyes went unnoticed by him, leaving the others bewildered. My special aircraft will arrive tomorrow. At this time tomorrow afternoon. Be sure to gather here punctually. This evening, return home and brief your families. There's no need to bring anything, as the Academy will provide everything. You have all secured direct admission, bypassing the cumbersome steps of signing contracts and interviewing with the Academy. However, in a few days, there will be a comprehensive assessment for all the quality students granted direct admission. Leaders from the core 8 academies and major superhuman organizations will be present. So remember to perform well. There are benefits to be gained. Although she was boiling with frustration, June Ani remained clear-headed enough to brief the 6 students on all necessary matters before dismissing them. Upon hearing that they could leave, Xin Yuan wasted no time, striding away without hesitation. What was there to prepare for? Having crossed over, he only needed to enjoy his guaranteed accommodations and head back to play video games. At that moment, the previously red-haired individual's thoughts were once again stirred. To be appointed as an examiner in such a place, one must undoubtedly be of exceptional caliber. I must hasten to devise a means to cultivate a closer rapport. Thus, with brisk steps, the crimson-haired student approached June Ani, smilingly exclaiming, "Greetings. My family has no pressing matters at hand, but I have some queries regarding my abilities that I wish to consult with you." At that moment, June Ani was observing the cheerful figure of Xin Yuan departing, still harboring a trace of annoyance. Turning around at the sound of the student's voice, she regarded the red-haired youth with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Who are you?" The crimson-haired student was taken aback, stammering awkwardly, "I am Chi Hong, a student recently granted direct admission. Let us discuss this later. I have no time today. My sole responsibility is the assessment, and I shall not engage with the students." June Ani replied curtly, turning her back to him and calling out to Xin Yuan's distant silhouette, "Shen, do not leave just yet. I have some matters regarding your abilities to discuss." Chi Hong was left bewildered. Is this not a double standard? Chapter 8. A black card from a wealthy benefactor. This could prove problematic. Upon hearing the voice behind him, Xin Yuan instinctively halted, internally lamenting his predicament. All he desired was to return home, indulge in some gaming, and prepare to escape. After all, since his arrival in this world, he possessed little more than basic living necessities. He had depleted his last funds over the past few days, leaving him penniless. He was uncertain of the ownership of the dwelling he currently occupied, having never encountered the landlord. Thus, after receiving his admission, all he could think about was how to evade the impending rent he could not afford. Turning around, he faced June Ani, managing a wry smile. "Is there something you need? I'm in a bit of a rush to return." June Ani found his demeanor both amusing and exasperating. While others typically hesitated to approach her, should the opportunity arise, they would eagerly engage. Yet here stood a man who appeared intent on evading her presence. Why the haste? "I wish to share some pertinent information with you," she inquired. "I wish to return to gaming," Xin Yuan replied candidly. He felt no need to conceal anything from someone who was not a figure from his academic past. June Ani, taken aback by his response, felt a wave of incredulity wash over her. Why did he speak of such peculiar matters with such conviction? Though she had previously gleaned insights into Xin Yuan's character online, she still found herself with a slight headache over his nonchalance. However, this sentiment quickly dissipated as a realization struck her. Xin Yuan had always played games alongside her. Could it be that he wished to play with her? The thought elicited an unexpected sense of joy within her. Regaining her composure, she softly inquired, "I shall not detain you long. Is there nothing else? Are your family members in a hurry?" Xin Yuan shrugged. "Not at all. I have no family or friends." "What?" June Ani exclaimed, taken aback. "Are you an orphan? Why does that sound like an insult?" Xin Yuan responded, slightly bewildered. "I generally do not play Yasuo." Realizing her faux pas, June Ani quickly covered her mouth. "Apologies." "Not a problem," Xin Yuan replied, reflecting that his circumstances were not easily articulated. He could only vaguely state, "There's no need to apologize. In this world, I am indeed an orphan, though perhaps not in the sense you might imagine." June Ani gazed at him with a look of sympathy for an extended moment. It was only when he felt the prickling of goosebumps that she swiftly changed the subject. Clearing her throat, she addressed him, "I have never encountered a variant of the energy chain with ice properties. However, given the limited history of superhumans in this world, it is understandable. I do not intend to pry into the specifics. In your future training, Strive to manage the temperature of your abilities and often immerse yourself in colder environments to attune to the surroundings. As she spoke of training, her demeanor grew notably serious. The advice she offered was a synthesis of her own past experiences. Moreover, I have reported your previous E-level ability rating. For now, it cannot be modified. I apologize if this leads to any underestimation by others, but your strength is undeniable. I will certainly expedite a request for a special assessment on your behalf. Additionally, I urge you to take the trial for all directly admitted students seriously. Xin Yuan was uncertain as to why she emphasized this point, but recognizing her goodwill, he refrained from displaying impatience, though he could not help but ask, why is it so important? Does it offer financial compensation? What? Junani was once again taken aback. As a superhuman, particularly one of a higher caliber, wealth was generally of little concern. Why do you think that? That trial is far more significant than money. Are you truly that in need of it? Upon hearing this, Xin Yuan felt a surge of indignation. What did she mean by questioning his financial status? Was it not akin to the age-old saying of let them eat cake? Unable to hold back, he exclaimed, "Hey, sister, please consider the plight of the common folk. Of course, I'm in need of money. I have none at all. Just yesterday, I resorted to rummaging through the seams of my mattress. I suspect the mice are eating better than I am. Tomorrow, I might just have to endure another day of hunger. By the way, once I land, do you provide meals?" Junani listened to his somewhat exaggerated account, her eyes widening in disbelief. What is he saying? Is this truly a way for someone to live? A talent such as he is subjected to such circumstances? Anger surged within her, and her voice turned icy. Which school did you previously attend? Which community were you associated with? How could they neglect your basic needs? How would I know? Xin Yuan shrugged, genuinely unaware of the details. Junani regarded his nonchalant expression, lost in contemplation. So this was the reality of his living conditions? In mere moments, she conjured an image of a lonely figure, ostracized from childhood, enduring a life of hardship. Her gaze toward him shifted, imbued with a maternal instinct that surged within her. Without hesitation, she produced her phone and retrieved a black card from her storage necklace. Affixing the card to her phone, she performed a few swift operations before handing it to Xin Yuan. This card contains 300,000. The password is 6 zeros. Take it. You need not worry about finances henceforth. As long as you focus on your training and enhancing your abilities, superhumans do not lack for funds. Xin Yuan could hardly believe his ears. The purchasing power of currency in this world bore a striking resemblance to that of the renminbi in his former life. 300,000. Was such a sum really being handed to him so casually? Staring at the black card extended toward him, he stood in stunned silence. Was this a fortuitous surprise? Was the individual before him truly a wealthy benefactor? He could scarcely fathom that such an occurrence would transpire in his life. Is this truly for me? Xin Yuan pointed at the black card, and in that moment, Junani's image in his eyes transformed into something radiant, instantly morphing from an enigmatic woman into an angelic figure. Junani nodded, saying, "Well, once we return, feel free to indulge in whatever you desire." "Oh dear, how could I possibly accept this?" Xin Yuan's expression shifted from a lifeless stare to one of warmth and friendliness. While he spoke, he swiftly snatched the card from Junani's hand and tucked it into his pocket. Regardless of the reason behind her generosity, he thought it prudent to accept it. After all, one cannot forsake financial aid merely for the sake of pride. Consider this alone, Xin Yuan assured Junani, clutching his pocket where the card was concealed. Times have been tough, but I promise to repay you with interest in the future. Junani couldn't help but smile, replying, "No rush. However, you must remember what I mentioned earlier. Also, please refrain from calling me big sister. I am 19, just like you." Yes, absolutely. Xin Yuan nodded vigorously, agreeing to everything Junani said. After all, what the benefactor stated was undoubtedly correct. In fact, he was already contemplating how to spend the money. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the two parted ways. Junani watched Xin Yuan's departing figure, and with no one around, she finally allowed herself to express a brilliantly bright smile. She had been pondering how to assist Xin Yuan, only to realize that it required no elaborate schemes. Merely providing financial support sufficed. How remarkably simple. As dusk settled, Junani reclined on the couch of the presidential suite, receiving a message from Xin Yuan. "Traveler, I'm setting off tomorrow. The examiner is indeed a kind person, both beautiful and benevolent. Upon learning of my financial struggles, she lent me a substantial sum." Upon reading this, Junani could no longer contain her laughter, covering her mouth as she chuckled. After all, polite niceties exchanged in person held little weight. It was the genuine praise expressed behind her back that truly warmed her heart. And knowing that Xin Yuan was willing to commend her brought her immense satisfaction. "Traveler, are women particularly sensitive about their age? She specifically told me she was only 19. Traveler, but who would believe that, ha ha ha? How could someone so young be in a position of leadership? Junani, bang. The television remote crumbled in her grip. Xin Yuan. Chapter 9. Successful Recreation, the Voice of All Things. With books, one thrives. Without them, one withers. In stark contrast to the exhilarating competitions of the previous day, Xin Yuan found himself devoid of tasks today. After celebrating his achievements with late-night gaming, he had slept soundly until noon. His online female gaming companion had inexplicably taken it upon herself to enlighten him about various matters. Last night, she had used a voice modulator to meticulously explain how many young prodigies at the Supernatural Academy had ascended to high positions. She spoke of a remarkably talented and kind-hearted young goddess who had become the youngest warrior in the Hall of Warriors, a truly impressive feat. Xin, bewildered, struggled to understand the relevance of these discussions to himself. Now, at the appointed hour, he left a stack of money on the table as his rent for the previous days, holding a bottle of mineral water. He found himself once again at the same venue as yesterday. Others had arrived long before him, many accompanied by their families, carrying considerable luggage. The proud expressions on the faces of accompanying parents revealed that their children were recognized as exceptional individuals. Standing alone with merely a bottle of water, Xin Yuan felt somewhat out of place amidst the scene. Junani immediately spotted his conspicuous figure, and upon noticing his inexpensive t-shirt and humble beverage, could not help but frown. She approached him, lowering her voice to ask, "Did I not give you money? Why haven't you made an effort to dress up or purchase something?" Xin Yuan scratched his head and replied in a tone of reason, "Well, since I have nothing to begin with, wouldn't it make more sense to buy what I need once I arrive? It saves me the hassle during the flight." Junani, that is exceedingly persuasive. At her urging, Xin Yuan joined a group of specially admitted candidates. "Hello." To his surprise, the first person to greet him was Xin Yuan. "Are we acquainted?" "Yet." He instinctively nodded and returned her greeting. Today, Xin Yuan appeared markedly different from the day before. She wore glasses that made her appear more poised and demure. A middle-aged man nearby noticed Xin Yuan approaching and exchanged a knowing glance with Xin Yuan before stepping forward. "You must be Xin Yuan. I am Xiao Wan's father, Tian." As he spoke, the man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of cultured sophistication, extended his hand towards Xin Yuan. Seeing this, Xin Yuan sighed inwardly. From his extensive reading experience, he recognized this scenario as a classic case of the younger generation facing the elder's scrutiny. Instinctively, he braced himself for confrontation. Moreover, the entourage accompanying Xin Yuan was particularly ostentatious. The prominent Yi family had sent a significant number of people, many of whom bore the unmistakable demeanor of bodyguards. However, adhering to the principle of not striking a smiling face, he extended his hand in return, engaging in a brief handshake without uttering a word. Yet, the ensuing conversation took him by surprise. "You defeated Xiao Wan yesterday, did you not? Truly impressive for someone so young. However, young people must become acquainted through competition. I hope you two can get along well without harboring any grudges." The anticipated hostility did not materialize. Tian maintained a pleasant demeanor, his words impeccably courteous. Regardless of his sincerity, one could infer that a man of such substantial means had mastered the art of maintaining a flawless exterior. As they parted hands, Xin Yuan quickly nodded, saying, "Indeed, I bear no ill will. By the way, are you a supernatural being as well?" Tian was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected inquiry. After a moment's contemplation, he smiled and replied, "I am, though my abilities are quite rudimentary. I possess a D-grade talent. Xiao Wan's powers are largely inherited from her mother." Xin Yuan's eyes brightened at this revelation. D-grade? How splendid. He had reflected upon his ability to replicate talents and realized that the success rate for lower-tier abilities was significantly higher. Given that he already possessed an SSS-level primary combat skill, he found himself less urgently in need of high-grade talents. Even ordinary abilities, despite their low ranking, could still be advantageous. For instance, while the energy chain lacked offensive capabilities, it enhanced his control and perception of energy beyond that of others. Thus, rather than gamble on a minuscule probability, it would be wiser to replicate a variety of low-tier abilities for support. Consequently, upon learning that Yi Tian's ability was D-grade, Xin Yuan flashed a broad smile and responded, "Ah, I see, the D-class is quite formidable indeed. I have long admired it." While saying this, he extended his hand in a gesture of greeting, intending to replicate the action. Yi Tian's expression froze momentarily. "Hadn't we just shaken hands mere seconds ago? Moreover, what exactly do you mean by having long admired me? Were you acquainted with me prior to this?" Having immersed himself in the political arena for years, he had yet to encounter someone whose actions were so inexplicably bizarre. This encounter had truly left him bewildered. His smile became somewhat strained. Yet adhering to the principle of accommodating those with eccentricities, Yi Tian reluctantly shook his hand. Replication successful, obtaining precise analysis of the D-class talent, Seeker of Secrets. automatically enhancing talent abilities. Talent level increased, ability evolving, voice of all things. Ability description. From this day forth, you shall hear the voices of all things, gleaning the answers you seek from every blade of grass and tree. The enchanting voice resounded once more, and Xin Yuan's lips curled upwards, despite being D-class. Success was undoubtedly a positive outcome. However, in the next moment, his smile vanished entirely. Without any conscious control, the ability activated passively, akin to a reflex. In an instant, Xin Yuan felt as though he had entered a nightclub filled with speakers. The overwhelming cacophony began to torment his mind. The entire world seemed to have found its voice. The stones were shouting, the wind howling, and the grass and trees on the ground began their incessant murmurs, clamoring wildly in Xin Yuan's ears. Grass, what the hell? Why are you spitting on my head? Cloud wind, don't touch my backside. I want to go south. Why are you blowing me north? South wind, the north wind lost a bet with me yesterday. It's my turn to work today, so touch away. What are you going to do about it? Tree, that dog just peed on my foot. How annoying. It seems to be a stray from elsewhere. I've never seen it before. It's not local. A cacophony of bizarre voices converged, leaving Xin Yuan, unprepared for such an auditory onslaught, with a throbbing temple. The sudden mental torment swiftly escalated to a splitting headache. His complexion turned ghastly pale as he groaned in agony, clutching his head with his left hand while his right hand tightened its grip on Yitian's hand. Sinking to the ground, surrounding onlookers, including Xin Yuan, were taken aback. Junani rushed forward, initially unsure of what had transpired. Are you all right? He asked anxiously. Squatting beside Xin Yuan, disregarding any notions of avoiding suspicion, and grasped Xin Yuan's wrist, feeling the pulse and energy surging within him. He sought signs of any disruption in abilities. However, upon careful inspection, he found no discernible anomalies. He then raised his gaze to Yitian. I haven't done anything. My ability lacks combat potential. He has been the one holding my hand. Yitian hastily raised his hand, signaling to Junani, feeling genuinely wronged. Moreover, after years of navigating the complexities of human nature, he had developed an astute perception of people. Although Junani appeared outwardly composed, Yitian distinctly sensed an immense pressure, as if he were being targeted by a fearsome beast. His daughter had mentioned that this student named Xin Yuan might have some connection to the chief examiner. And upon observing the situation, it was evident that the connection ran deep, with the other party clearly invested in Xin Yuan's well-being. I'm fine. It has nothing to do with Mr. Yi. Xin Yuan finally managed to suppress the turmoil in his mind and spoke with difficulty. He realized that this ability was controllable. The cacophony in his ears had diminished significantly. However, this control required immense mental fortitude and repeated practice. Theoretically, he could selectively hear the messages emanating from the surrounding world and, during quiet moments, could mute these sounds. Yet at present, he was incapable of achieving that level of control and needed to exert as much restraint as possible. After a prolonged moment on the ground, he finally stood up, albeit dizzily, with occasional residual noises still ringing in his ears, yet it was considerably better than before. Although the sounds manifested directly in his mind, Xin Yuan couldn't help but rub his ears. I apologize for my momentary lapse, he said, releasing Yitian's hand and continuing. May I inquire about the specifics of your abilities? Observing the cold sweat on Xin Yuan's forehead, Yitian realized that the young man had indeed encountered a problem but was not attempting to extort him, which relieved him. He pondered for a moment before replying. In fact, I once served as a police officer. Although my ability lacks combat prowess, its nature is well suited for solving cases. In simple terms, my eyes can rapidly analyze every minute detail at a crime scene, connecting each fragment of evidence to reconstruct possible narratives. This was not a secret. So Yitian spoke without reservation. What? Upon hearing this, Xin Yuan remained relatively unfazed, but Junani could not contain himself. What kind of ability is that? How can it possibly be classified as D-class? Such a skill is incredibly valuable. Yitian could only smile wryly. When my ability awakened, it was an entirely new capability. And at that time, it was officially reported to the Human Alliance for classification. However, information can be exceedingly chaotic and not always analytically useful. And it consumes a great deal of mental energy. They warned me not to use it for more than half an hour, or I risked brain death. After hearing Yitian's account, Xin Yuan realized that his ability was fundamentally different from that of the other. The description of the replicating hand system indicated it was designed to copy others' abilities with a degree of enhancement. Unlike the previous energy chains, this enhancement represented a qualitative transformation. The voice of all things did not imply that the flora and fauna had attained consciousness. Rather, it anthropomorphized them to reveal hidden information. Every stone upon the ground, every gust of wind, and every tree standing at the roadside bore witness to countless untold stories. The voice of all things enabled these inanimate entities to disclose to Xin Yuan what had transpired, what was occurring, and what might transpire in the future. In theory, this constituted a power far more terrifying and formidable than Yi Tian's. The sheer volume of information could potentially cause Xin Yuan's mind to shatter instantaneously. However, the enhancement from the replicating hand also included a reduction of side effects. The direct assault on the psyche transformed into mere noise. This alteration meant that when Xin Yuan's mental fortitude faltered, he would only experience a cacophony of sound, leading to a headache. Yet it would not result in the horrific consequences of brain death. After comprehending all of this, despite still feeling somewhat foggy-headed, Xin Yuan realized that he had undoubtedly hit the jackpot. His supernatural ability had not only increased in caliber, but its side effects had also diminished. With this enhancement, the level of his power was certainly no longer merely D-grade. Functionally speaking, it was perhaps even more formidable than an S-grade ability. Initially intending to casually replicate a low-level power, he had instead struck gold. It seemed that his luck had been rather favorable in recent days. However, this revelation had drawn the attention of everyone around him. Yi Tian, at this moment, had discreetly retreated behind his bodyguard, genuinely intimidated by Xin Yuan, fearing that being too close might provoke some unforeseen trouble. If I cannot confront it, can I not at least evade it? Then what exactly happened to you? Are you feeling all right? Jun Ani inquired, noticing that Xin Yuan appeared to have improved somewhat. After all, she held a significant regard for him both personally and professionally and did not wish for him to be genuinely unwell. Her question mirrored the curiosity of everyone else present, as they cast inquisitive glances in Xin Yuan's direction. Surely, this could not be mere performance art. The situation was rather complex. Xin Yuan pondered for a moment. It would be prudent to keep this newfound enhancement under wraps for the time being. Thus, he resorted to the excuse he had already mentioned. I'm not quite sure how to explain it, but my ability may have mutated again. What? Not only Jun Ani, but everyone else also doubted their hearing. Initially, the onlookers had been curious about whether Xin Yuan harbored some hidden ailment, but upon hearing this, their expressions shifted, akin to those witnessing a wealthy individual winning the lottery. Why does he always seem to experience fortuitous events? Particularly Qi Hong, who had just been secretly contemplating that Xin Yuan's E-grade talent might have come at a physical cost, was now astounded. Not only had he incurred no cost, but he had also mutated once more? Are you serious? Jun Ani pressed on with another question. Xin Yuan remained silent, slowly closing his eyes and raising his right hand, attuning himself to the gentle breeze in the air. He needed to concentrate, to eliminate all distractions, and verify this extraordinary ability. Chapter 11. He was undoubtedly a prodigious talent, though his brilliance had yet to shine forth. Xin Yuan closed his eyes, his demeanor serious as he sensed everything around him. The wind will provide me answers. The rain will provide me answers. Every blade of grass and tree will provide me answers. Come forth, let me hear your voices. Tree, damn, that dog's urine was really pungent. The smell still lingers. Stone, indeed, my friend, quite a bit splashed onto me. Wind, I saw it heading west. I will guide you to confront it. Xin Yuan, damn it. This ability is proving to be a challenge to manage, making it exceedingly difficult to extract useful information. And that dog that keeps appearing, isn't it stealing the spotlight a bit? As time progressed, his brow furrowed tighter as he endeavored to filter out meaningless information and focus on his inquiries. Finally, while the surrounding crowd remained perplexed, Xin Yuan, still with closed eyes, began to speak. The current wind direction is southeast. This seemingly cryptic statement left the eagerly awaiting crowd in a state of confusion, unsure of its significance. But soon, Xin Yuan's voice resonated once more. In approximately 37 seconds, the wind direction will shift to due south. Jun Ani was momentarily taken aback, yet she quickly regained her composure, keeping her eyes shut, tilting her head slightly, and allowing her hands to fall naturally by her sides. Without any command, all the other superpowered individuals in attendance instinctively mirrored Jun Ani's actions, a remarkable synchronicity among them. Superpowered individuals, particularly those of higher caliber, possessed physical qualities and perceptual abilities that far surpassed those of ordinary humans. The wind around them could subtly fluctuate, often imperceptible to the untrained senses unless in inclement weather. Many present were ordinary people, lacking any abilities, and could not even feel the presence of wind. However, the superpowered individuals, especially when focused, could. Thus, on the vast playground, a peculiar scene unfolded. Amidst the crowd, Xin Yuan stood at the center, eyes shut, right hand raised high, fingers gently swaying as if caressing something ethereal. Surrounding him, all the other superpowered individuals closed their eyes, attuning themselves to some unseen force. Meanwhile, the ordinary onlookers gazed at this almost ritualistic spectacle, marveling at what they could not comprehend. No one dared to interrupt. Conversation ceased, and every action came to a standstill. Each person was as quiet as a mouse, fearful of disrupting this uncanny tableau. They seemed entranced, with even onlookers hesitating to pull out their phones, wary that even the slightest movement could disturb the ambience. The silence was palpable, broken only by Xin Yuan's intermittent utterances. After 1 minute and 35 seconds, the wind will revert to southeast. After 3 minutes and 12 seconds, the air currents will become tumultuous as the atmospheric pressure begins to shift. After 5 minutes, the wind will undergo a significant change, shifting directly to northwest. In the tranquil playground, every word spoken by Xin Yuan felt light, addressing seemingly trivial matters. Yet they struck like heavy mallets upon the hearts of each superpowered individual. As time passed, they were left in awe, realizing that every statement Xin Yuan made was impeccably accurate, down to the very second. Expressions among the crowd varied widely. Qihong's face was a mask of astonishment, even forming an "oh my" expression. Yi Zilwan's brow furrowed deeper, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Junani maintained her expressionless facade, embodying her icy goddess persona, betraying no emotion. Yet within, she was secretly amused, internally exclaiming, "Incredible. You actually predicted it accurately. I had once worried about your low talent. It seems my concerns were unfounded." As these thoughts swirled, Xin Yuan's mischievous, nonchalant face began to materialize in her mind. She sensed that Xin Yuan was indeed an extraordinary genius, yet his brilliance had yet to be unveiled. Unaware of the thoughts of others, Xin Yuan calmly articulated the filtered information he had gathered. Finally, feeling that he had gathered sufficient insights, he sensed an initial mastery of this ability. Thus, he lowered his hand and opened his eyes. Before him stood a gathering of superpowered individuals with closed eyes, their expressions a tapestry of emotions, alongside ordinary people who regarded him as if he were an enigma. "Ahem, what are you all doing?" He cleared his throat awkwardly, signaling that he had concluded his endeavor. One by one, people began to open their eyes, their varied gazes converging upon Xin Yuan. Just a day ago, the gaze was filled with skepticism and discontent, yet now it has transformed into admiration and disbelief. Junani was the last to open his eyes. Stepping forward to stand beside Xin Yuan, suppressing the joy bubbling within, he inquired as calmly as possible, "So, what is the variant of your ability? Is it a form of prophecy?" "Not exactly," Xin Yuan explained. "It could be considered a type of perception ability. The world around me can convey certain information." He continued, "It seems I've already delayed for some time. The plane has been parked for quite a while. We should be on our way, especially since it will likely rain here in about half an hour." "Rain?" Junani asked in surprise, lifting his gaze to the brilliantly sunny, cloudless sky. "Are you certain?" Upon seeing Xin Yuan nod, Junani immediately issued a command. With a swift wave of his hand, he decreed that the plane's departure be postponed. "Wait. Just wait for the rain." Earlier, Xin Yuan had accurately predicted a shift in wind direction, but that was merely a minor change. If he could precisely foretell the rain that would come in half an hour, that would indeed be terrifying, especially considering the current clear skies and perfect weather. Xin Yuan's words seemed astonishingly unconvincing. However, for reasons unknown to Junani, he felt an overwhelming confidence in what Xin Yuan had said. "Could you specify the exact time?" Just as Xin Yuan was taken aback by Junani's capricious decision, a strikingly beautiful face, imbued with a hint of pride, appeared before him. Yi Zilwan had opened her phone to the countdown page and approached him with a question. Xin Yuan paused, then closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before replying. "Approximately 28 minutes and 15 seconds. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zilwan set the alarm, thanked him, and walked away. Everyone waited idly, anticipating what seemed to be an utterly impossible event, collectively witnessing this extraordinary spectacle. Yet, it appeared that a miracle was indeed unfolding. 20 minutes later, the previously serene weather suddenly gave way to a strong wind. 5 minutes after that, clouds began to gather in the sky, their hues deepening. The temperature gradually dropped, and a gentle breeze rustled the skirts of the girls nearby. Yi Zilwan looked up at the gathering storm clouds, her right hand gripping her phone tightly as she exerted pressure. Chapter 12. We have never handled E-level superpower cards before. Though the crowd present was not large, the atmosphere was lively. Many accompanying family members had taken out their phones to capture the extraordinary sight of the darkening sky. Those knowledgeable understood the significance, while onlookers merely marveled at the spectacle. To them, the weather had been fine until a young man spoke a few words, and suddenly it seemed poised to rain, almost as if he could summon it at will. Regardless of prior acquaintances, people began conversing with one another. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, society had become accustomed to the presence of superpowered individuals. However, true interaction between ordinary people and superpowered beings remained scarce. Witnessing such a phenomenon provided ample fodder for conversation over tea and meals. It was uncertain how the story would evolve as it spread from one person to another. Among the onlookers, Xin Yuan likely experienced the most intense emotional upheaval. Her hand clutched her phone tightly, and she remained silent, merely gazing at the sky. Given the current circumstances, she knew that Xin Yuan was indeed correct. It was genuinely about to rain. Yet, a part of her still hoped for a miscalculation in timing. Even if it were just by a minute. She did not deny Xin Yuan's prowess. She recognized him as a hidden genius beneath the facade of ill-level abilities and understood that yesterday's competition had starkly illustrated her inferiority. Nevertheless, there was an inexplicable stubbornness within her that refused to concede defeat. Yesterday's battle with Xin Yuan marked her first loss, and it was a crushing defeat. She hesitated to accept that someone, once deemed her equal and selected alongside her, had transformed from a previously mediocre talent to a formidable force now beyond her reach. At last, thunder began to rumble from above, and the air grew palpably humid. Ding! The alarm Xin Yuan had set suddenly rang out, capturing the attention of the chatting crowd. However, the alarm only sounded briefly before ceasing. People didn't pay much mind, for the sky had begun to drizzle. An excitement surged through the crowd. It's really raining. Incredible. That young man was right. I recorded it. I must tell Aunt Zhang about this when I get home. Unbelievable. A variant of the energy chain that can predict the weather. The commotion around her did not affect Xin Yuan. She remained focused, staring blankly at her phone. The recent alarm had not been silenced by her hand. At the moment the alarm rang, a drop of rain had precisely struck the snooze button. The surrounding clamor faded into irrelevance as she became utterly dazed. Is this destiny? Watching the rain finally descend from the heavens, Xin Yuan nodded. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Xin Yuan, who appeared utterly indifferent, as though he had not accomplished anything remarkable. In truth, Xin Yuan felt that the reactions of those around him were rather overblown. What were they doing, delaying the flight just to wait for rain? Had he known, he would have refrained from speaking up. After the initial excitement, without waiting for the rain to cease, Xin Yuan began ushering the selected students to board the plane. Time had already been delayed considerably, and with a superpowered individual on board, they had no reason to fear flying in the rain. Xin Yuan, free of any ties, did not feel the need for farewell words with family. Grabbing his bottle of water, he was the first to board the aircraft. Xin Yuan stood at a distance, her eyes fixed on Xin Yuan's retreating figure. Yi Tian approached, ruffling his daughter's hair as he spoke. This child is indeed impressive. His future accomplishments may be limitless. Don't hold a grudge against him. Just interact normally. As a father, he understood his daughter's temperament all too well, and his words were meant to console her. Xin Yuan did not respond, merely nodding slightly, silently resolving that from this day forth, he would be the target she aimed to surpass. With this brief interlude concluded, the plane finally took off. The journey was uneventful, and after an hour of smooth flight, they arrived at their destination. The only noteworthy detail was that Xin Yuan did not sit. He leaned against the aircraft's fuselage for the duration of the flight. The reason was simple. The whispers of the world could not be entirely muted, and the chair beneath him seemed to chastise him. Of course, the group had long since grown accustomed to his peculiar behavior, wearing expressions of indifference. At last, the plane came to a halt before a massive domed structure. As Xin Yuan disembarked, he was greeted by splendid weather. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow on the grand dome, where gilded characters were intricately carved. Black Horse Sports Center. Xin Yuan. These 8 words rendered Xin Yuan utterly speechless, leaving him rooted to the spot, unable to come to terms with the situation for an extended period. It is essential to understand that upon his arrival, he harbored immense curiosity and anticipation about this place, envisioning it as grandiose and extraordinary. A sports arena? Surely. He must have arrived at the wrong location. Wasn't this supposed to be some sort of superpower combat center? Xin Yuan turned back, unable to suppress his urge to inquire of Xin Yuan. Xin Yuan shot him a glance, having discerned his thoughts, and replied, "Why the extravagance? This concentrated evaluation doesn't require much time. Renting a gymnasium for a few weeks suffices." Just then, Qihong, who had disembarked from the plane, approached and stood beside Xin Yuan, contributing to the conversation with a hint of enthusiasm. "Indeed, I think the sports arena is quite satisfactory." Xin Yuan looked at him with a bemused expression, clearly questioning his presence but refraining from comment. Qihong remarked, "I suppose I am superfluous." All of them stood still with their luggage as 2 staff members appeared before them. One held a stack of clothing, while the other clutched several cards. These were the registration cards for superpowered individuals. Every person who officially becomes a superpowered individual receives one, detailing their name, gender, date of birth, ability level, and superpowered rank. It serves as a sort of identification for superpowered individuals. However, for newcomers like Xin Yuan, who had yet to undergo a formal combat assessment, they did not possess an assigned superpowered rank. The issuance of superpowered cards without a rank signifies the officials' immense confidence in their potential and future, a mark of honor and genius. Among the 6 students present, each bore distinct expressions of joy. However, while the other 5 rejoiced for the honor, Xin Yuan's delight stemmed from the quality of the clothing, which was complimentary. Yet, once the distribution was complete, Junani's expression darkened slightly as she raised her gaze toward the 2 staff members and inquired, "Why is there one less superpowered card? Where is Xin Yuan's? We do not have a precedent for issuing superpowered cards to individuals with E-level talent in advance. Thus, we sought to confirm with you first." One staff member replied, bowing slightly, his tone exceedingly formal. Chapter 13. Has a child been abducted? Are there human traffickers in another world? Junani regarded the guard silently for a few seconds. As the guard began to break into a cold sweat, she turned back to Xin Yuan and said coolly, "Xin Yuan, please demonstrate." In this matter, Junani felt even more incensed than Xin Yuan. The thought that Xin Yuan, possessing such a level of talent, was merely regarded as an E-level individual was intolerable to her as his advocate. Thus, she preferred to silence the opposition with undeniable evidence rather than engage in lengthy discussions. Xin Yuan had yet to process the situation, surprised that the focus had shifted directly onto him. Even with his limited understanding, it became apparent that this examiner seemed to hold a favorable view of him, treating him with notable kindness. This was somewhat understandable. After all, he had experienced a similar dynamic during his school days, where teachers often favored outstanding students. Yet, why did this female examiner seem so eager to showcase him? Something felt amiss. He inexplicably sensed that he was being thrust into the spotlight, despite his desire to remain low-key. His initial intention had been to adopt a stealthy approach, yet it appeared to be morphing into an ostentatious display. However, he did not refuse, taking a deep breath. He raised his hand toward the massive fountain in the artificial river behind the sports arena. From hundreds of meters away, he merely pointed, and the towering water column instantly froze. Ice blossoms spread and reformed, creating a magnificent ice sculpture that resembled a bird poised to take flight. The staff members, staring at the distant ice sculpture, the 2 staff members rubbed their eyes, rendered motionless. The one responsible for distributing the superpowered cards hastily bowed his head, frantically rummaging through his storage bracelet to retrieve a small booklet. After a frantic search, he finally located the relevant page. Lifting his gaze to compare with Xin Yuan's face and then back to the booklet repeatedly, he exclaimed, "This can't be right. This is the same person." Yet the information clearly indicated Xin Yuan's name, ability energy chain, and talent level E. Note, has a variant. Upon confirming, he turned back to the impressive ice sculpture, utterly perplexed. What does this have to do with the energy chain? Junani, observing the staff member's distressed expression, felt a sense of satisfaction and interjected, "Enough of that. The information in the handbook was erroneous. Xin Yuan's ability has undergone a particularly rare mutation, and he will certainly require re-evaluation soon. As for you, do not concern yourself with anything else. Just return and have another card issued." "Ah, yes, I'll take care of it right away." The staff member hurriedly exited, glancing back frequently at the ice sculpture that Xin Yuan had created. One must admit, it is indeed impressive. As they observed the staff's incredulous and doubtful demeanor, Qihong and the others could no longer contain their laughter, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. After all, they had borne witness to Xin Yuan's transformation over the past few days, watching as an individual with E-level talent blossomed into a genius who overshadowed them. The shock and disparity were profoundly uncomfortable. Yet witnessing Xin Yuan now inflict that discomfort upon others alleviated their own feelings somewhat. That examiner, my control over my abilities is still rather rudimentary, once frozen. I cannot thaw it. It seems that my attempts at showboating only benefit those around me. Xin Yuan lamented, pointing at the distant ice sculpture as he addressed Junani. That's a minor issue. With practice, you'll improve, Junani replied casually, not even glancing at him as she snapped her fingers. In an instant, the ice sculpture transformed back into water, cascading down like a suspended waterfall into the moat below. Witnessing Junani's effortless display of power, Xin Yuan felt a jolt of surprise. This woman is remarkably formidable. Although he had emulated her ability, he knew that in terms of true strength, he still had a considerable way to go. Also, please refrain from calling me examiner. You will soon be enrolling. You may address me as senior sister or simply by my name. As she was speaking, her phone rang, and upon hearing the distinct ringtone, her expression immediately shifted to one of gravity. In an instant, everyone could sense her previously cool demeanor transform into something ominous. Answering the call and placing it to her ear, she asked, "What? Are you certain? How dare they at this moment? 2 children? Yes, I understand. I will lead the way to resolve this." After hanging up swiftly, she turned to the staff member and said, "As soon as the super ability cards return, you swiftly escort them to their accommodations. I have a matter to attend to. Observing the other party's sudden shift to an efficient demeanor, the staff promptly nod in agreement. Junani then turns to address them. You all follow him back to your lodgings to rest. Unless necessary, do not venture out. Although she addressed them collectively, her gaze remained fixed on Xin Yuan. Upon receiving an affirmative response, she wasted no time and transformed into a streak of light, dashing into the gymnasium. Moments later, Xin Yuan found himself reclining on a large bed, pulling out his phone. He was uncertain about the specifics of what had just transpired. Junani appeared quite anxious. However, he decided it was not his concern. Given Junani's prowess, she could likely handle any typical situation. He located the sole contact on his phone, Yogurt Stick, and casually sent a game invitation. Yet this time, for some inexplicable reason, Yogurt Stick did not respond for an extended period. Perhaps they were preoccupied, he mused. As he commenced his game, just as he entered the game's interface, a message arrived. Yogurt Stick, I'm a bit busy, so I won't be chatting for a while. Yogurt Stick, by the way, I've heard there's been an issue at the assessment location you mentioned. Yogurt Stick, 2 children have been abducted. The identity of the traffickers is evidently perilous. Be cautious. If nothing is pressing, amuse yourself with your phone and refrain from wandering about. What? Xin Yuan stared at the message, momentarily stunned. In a world where superpowers existed, human traffickers still roamed free. This abhorrent trade had not been eradicated here. He hastily replied. Traveler, how did you come by this information? Are you involved in law enforcement? Traveler, who are these people? In this day and age, with superpowers, tracking down traffickers should be relatively straightforward, right? However, after sending the messages, it felt as though they had sunk into the abyss. Yogurt Stick seemed to be occupied with something urgent, offering no further replies, gazing at his unresponsive phone and the game already underway. Xin Yuan could not help but turn his eyes to the window. Night had fallen, and the moon was absent, with no stars in sight, casting a somber darkness that felt oppressive. Why must I encounter such matters? Chapter 14. The entire world is my network of eyes. Before a grand full-length mirror, Xin Yuan adjusted his collar and took several deep breaths. He was clad in the newly issued combat uniform, with a super ability card pinned to his chest, signifying his identity. The outfit he had originally worn was now relegated to the washing machine after being drenched in rain and subjected to the rigors of travel. He pondered whether those responsible for these matters would be able to manage. As he tidied his attire, he muttered to himself, recalling Junani's demeanor when she received the phone call. From the fragments of conversation, he surmised that she was likely addressing this very issue. Considering Junani's formidable capabilities, the gravity of the situation indicated that their adversaries might not be mere petty traffickers. Although Xin Yuan felt a surge of confidence in his abilities, rational thought gnawed at him. What if he were unable to hold his own? To be frank, were his only power the Ice Age, he would likely dismiss such affairs entirely. Yet now, he possessed the voice of all things. Even if others were unaware, he was acutely conscious of the monstrous potential of his ability. Claiming to be the equal of over 100 Sherlock Holmes was no exaggeration. Before him lay 2 clear paths. First, step outside and utilize the voice of all things to seek out the children, with his capabilities. As long as the traffickers remained nearby, he was confident he could locate them. Second, remain and play the game, a matter that was not his responsibility. However, the thought of 2 children potentially lost due to his inaction weighed heavily on his conscience. Moreover, in his youth, he had always detested the very existence of traffickers. He remembered the fervent fantasies of how he would deal with them if ever confronted, meting out severe punishments. Now that he possessed the means, how could he possibly retreat? Finally, he grasped his phone, glancing at the game that had begun several minutes prior. His teammates were already bombarding him with question marks, some irate enough to hurl insults. Activating his microphone, Xin Yuan raised his phone to his lips and declared, "Brothers, I must log off. Please understand, I'm off to catch some traffickers." With that, he reluctantly tossed his phone onto the bed, fearing he would lose the hard-earned points he had just accumulated. "Please don't report me, don't ban my account," he thought. "Once I rescue those children, their parents will surely be grateful. Well, let's hope they won't try to extort me instead." Muttering to himself, Xin Yuan donned his combat gear and dashed downstairs. Taking a moment to steady his nerves, he gazed at the pitch-black streets illuminated by dim lights, then closed his eyes. In this moment, sight seemed superfluous. He needed to concentrate all his attention on his hearing. The powers he had so painstakingly suppressed were about to be unleashed once more. Voice of all things, activate. Human traffickers, are you? The entire world is my network of eyes. In an instant, a cacophony of sounds flooded Xin Yuan's ears, causing him to furrow his brow. Focusing intently on what he sought, he deftly captured snippets of valuable information. Stone, just now. A few people in black and red clothes stepped on me several times. I can't recall how many. Marble steps? I don't know. Don't ask me. In the stillness of the night, amidst the profound silence, a young man with tightly shut eyes stood in place for a considerable time before gradually taking a step forward. At that moment, Xin Yuan's forehead was taut with tension. Searching for individuals was unlike following the wind. There was an overwhelming multitude of information to consider, and the mental toll was immense. In just a few minutes, he felt an overwhelming mental strain, more exhausting than completing multiple math tests in high school. Yet, fortuitously, he had indeed pinpointed a direction. With his eyes closed in the pitch dark, he moved forward as if endowed with infrared vision, skillfully avoiding all obstacles in his path. Had anyone been nearby, they would surely have marveled at his remarkable luck. Following an oddly specific trajectory, Xin Yuan strode purposefully ahead. At this juncture, he felt an unusual calmness, focused solely on the task at hand, devoid of any anxiety. Yet, upon commencing his search, he quickly realized that the information left behind was woefully scant. It was clear that the traffickers had come prepared. He now fully understood that unless he encountered another superhuman with similar abilities, conventional methods would not suffice to locate his targets. He also recognized that, without any allies, he could only rely on himself. This night was destined to be a battle solely for him. On the other side, several figures swiftly traversed the terrain, converging rapidly at a designated point. What have you observed? Any suspicious individuals? Or unusual energy fluctuations? The foremost among them spoke, none other than Xin Yuan, his keen gaze scanning the faces of his companions, eager for any valuable clues. Regrettably, no surprising revelations emerged. All responded with a shake of their heads. A few seasoned superpowered individuals had scoured the entirety of the Black Horse Stadium at remarkable speed, turning it inside out, yet they found not one drenched superpowered individual. Panting slightly, addressed Xin Yuan. Report, War God, I suspect they may have already fled. If there are any with the ability to fly, they could have escaped the city by now. I've already swum through the moat. They cannot be hiding in the water. Xin Yuan furrowed his brow, shaking his head. Impossible. The divine servants would never undertake the trivial task of abducting 2 children just to escape. Their intent in kidnapping these children must be for sacrificial purposes, which means they are undoubtedly still here. Nearby, another female superpowered individual glanced at her watch, a mixture of gravity and pity etched on her face, remarking, "It has been quite some time. I fear for the 2 children." Xin Yuan interjected, "It is more than that. If they truly complete the sacrifice and invoke the descent of the divine, think about it. Why would they choose today, at this very moment, to act?" The surrounding individuals were momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implications. They were no novices, fully aware of the gravity of Xin Yuan's words. In unison, they turned their gazes toward the temporary student dormitories surrounding the Black Horse Stadium. There resided the most exceptional and gifted students, selected from all corners of the world. Each of them was a treasure. While they were undeniably talented and possessed considerable strength, they lacked systematic training and combat experience. Moreover, they were still unaware of the true nature of the threats superpowered individuals faced. The reality of awakened spiritual energy and the emergence of superpowered beings had been public knowledge for decades, yet certain aspects remained undisclosed to the public. This included these gifted students, who were not yet psychologically prepared. Xin Yuan clenched her jaw. She understood perfectly well that the true objective of their adversaries was to extinguish the seedlings of potential. They would never wish for another like herself to emerge in this world. Chapter 15. The numbers have fallen. The signals are blocked. Shall we not strike? Listening to Xin Yuan's words, everyone realized the severity of the situation. This incident was both sudden and bizarre. Under normal circumstances, there would have been no warning whatsoever. Yet, how could they have evaded our search? Xin Yuan forced herself to regain her composure, addressing the group. Have the students been secured? The previously mentioned female superpowered individual shook her head in response. Not yet. We have just dispatched personnel to manage the situation, but there aren't enough hands. Given the circumstances, a significant number must remain within the venue to stabilize the virtual realm, and the students, well, they have not ventured far at this late hour. Xin Yuan rubbed her temples, shaking her head in resignation. This situation had taken them completely off guard, and she was merely a young individual herself, possessing strength but lacking experience in organizational matters. The more seasoned warriors had yet to arrive. By the time they did, it might be too late. What shall we do? Shall we continue searching? The female superpowered individual's voice quivered slightly with panic, clearly regarding the young Xin Yuan as their pillar of support. Given the prolonged absence of any leads, it was evident that their adversaries had erected a barrier. Let us carry on searching. Everyone unleashed their abilities, scanning for any fluctuations in energy as they passed through the area. They nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, and promptly vanished from sight. Xin Yuan furrowed her brow. While this method would eventually locate the barrier, The pace was excruciatingly slow. Those two children yet. They currently lacked any superpowered individuals attuned to barriers. Suddenly, a figure emerged in her mind, Xin Yuan. Earlier, under the guise of a friendly reminder, she had urged Xin Yuan not to wander off, but the urgency had driven her to act hastily. Yet, Xin Yuan had mentioned that his latest ability seemed to grant him a sense of perception. Could his abilities assist in this situation? If he could sense changes in the wind, could he also detect barriers? However, he had not yet formally entered the world of superpowered beings, and certain confidential matters had not been disclosed to him. Moreover, engaging in combat with those individuals might still be too premature and perilous. Xin Yuan continued to walk forward with his eyes closed, oblivious to the passage of time, his gait becoming increasingly unsteady. The mental fatigue had brought him to the brink of collapse. Finally, he halted. Now he stood at a distance from the Black Horse Stadium, where only a faint glow emanated from the dormitory building. Before him lay a small square, reminiscent of the exercise area for the elderly. Nothing appeared amiss. Yet, the voices of the universe whispered to Xin Yuan that this was indeed his destination. Still keeping his eyes shut, he lingered for a moment before stepping towards a pull-up bar. He picked up a stone from the ground and gently tapped it twice against the bar's post. Then, he moved to the next piece of equipment, repeating the process, creating a strange melody as the sounds echoed off the various apparatuses. At last, with the final tap, the entire world shifted. The space around him twisted and contorted as if it had been thrust into a colossal washing machine, subjected to the whims of invisible hands that mercilessly ravaged its essence. Yet, this distortion was merely an illusion. Xin Yuan kept his eyes firmly closed, his legs rooted to the ground, steadfast and unwavering. At last, tranquility returned, but the scene before him had transformed. In the center of the square, a fleshy mass the size of a watermelon hovered silently, supported by tendrils resembling blood vessels. Beside the mass stood a figure clad in red robes, surrounded by several others draped in black, all chanting incantations in unison. On the ground lay two pallid children, one boy and one girl. The moment the barrier was breached, all the black-robed figures reacted simultaneously, their gazes converging upon a specific point. Xin Yuan happened to be standing right there. Without a moment's hesitation, the crimson glow emanating from the hands of the black-robed figures surged forth, dozens of arrows with blood-red tails homing in on every vital point of Xin Yuan's body. Having just entered this realm, Xin Yuan had yet to open his eyes. However, he instinctively turned his head, contorting his body into a peculiar angle, allowing all the arrows to narrowly miss him without inflicting any injury. A tremendous roar erupted. The blood-red arrows detonated upon the ground behind him, creating a massive crater. The edges of the pit crackled ominously, the sanguine glow beginning to corrode the very earth beneath. Slowly opening his eyes, Xin Yuan pressed firmly against his temples, attempting to quell the cacophony of voices that raged in his ears. As he surveyed the scene, amidst the bizarrely clad figures, his gaze fell upon the two children sprawled on the ground. A boy and a girl, their fingernails pried open, each tethered to a slender vein leading to a pulsating, grotesque mass. The innocence of their youthful faces was marred by remnants of fear and agony, now rendered unconscious and ashen. Damn it, where the hell are you leading me? He thought, a scowl marring his features. The prolonged torment of the cacophony had inflicted severe mental anguish, fueling a tempest of anger within him. Instead of fear, he felt an adrenaline rush akin to the thrill before a fight, a primal urge to lash out at those before him. The once menacing group of cloaked figures now regarded Xin Yuan with a hint of relief, seeing him as a solitary adversary. One among them, his eyes glinting with a malevolent light, appeared to possess an ability related to sight, scrutinizing Xin Yuan with a discerning gaze. His attention was drawn to the superpower card emblazoned on Xin Yuan's combat uniform, causing him to falter in surprise. Are you serious, kid? No superpower level and an E-grade ability? He scoffed, laughter dripping with derision. Upon hearing this, the surrounding cloaked figures relaxed, erupting in the signature villainous cackle. Is there no one left at the Superpower Academy? They've sent out a rookie like you? Do you know the consequences of playing the hero? In that moment, they conveniently overlooked how Xin Yuan had effortlessly evaded their lethal strike, attributing it solely to luck. One of them stepped forward, addressing Xin Yuan earnestly, an E-grade like you shouldn't be toying with your life. Why not join us instead? We can work together. Join what? Who are you people? Xin Yuan retorted, exhaling sharply, the chill of his breath crystallizing into frost as it transformed into a long ice staff before him. The cloaked figure raised his hands in fervent devotion, gazing hungrily at the grotesque mass behind him. Join us, serve the master. If you are willing to kneel and pledge your loyalty, he can grant you power. Yet, before he could finish, Xin Yuan interrupted with a surge of might, hurling the ice staff with ferocity into the man's chest. The sound of shattering bones echoed as the figure was sent sprawling backward, blood erupting from his mouth as he collided with a treadmill. "Bow to your mother," Xin Yuan roared, fury boiling over. "Because of scum like you, my game was interrupted, my account banned, and now I'm out here listening to this cacophony." Chapter 16, The First Encounter in Another World. With the staff thrown, Xin Yuan charged forward. Seizing the initiative, his earlier banter had merely served to gauge their positions. With a burst of speed, his mind raced back to his adolescent fantasies of confronting human traffickers, envisioning how he would retaliate. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, he was upon them, gripping the ice staff tightly again, swinging it vehemently at another cloaked figure's head. Xin Yuan had no formal training. This was pure brute force. Yet it proved remarkably effective. Upon impact, a rush of cold enveloped the figure's head, freezing it into a solid sphere of ice, which promptly shattered with a resounding crack, exploding like a frozen watermelon. This marked his first act of taking a life. Xin Yuan's eyes glinted with icy resolve, his heart devoid of distractions, a fitting description for his state of mind. This mentality had not been present at the outset. Rather, it was a product of the perilous situation presented by the very beings before him. When he had first arrived amidst the chaos, his mind had been a tumultuous haze, weakened and disoriented. In that moment, the dozens of blood-red arrows had left him no respite, sealing off all avenues of escape. The cacophony reached a fever pitch, the world around him screaming warnings. Instinctively, his body had reacted, guided by the world's urgent signals. By the time his mind caught up, the arrows had already detonated behind him. In an instant, drenched in cold sweat, he regained his composure, clarity flooding his thoughts. He realized he had narrowly escaped death and understood that this battle was a matter of life and death. Unlike his previous encounter with Yi Ziliang, these adversaries were unflinchingly lethal. Thus, he held nothing back, disregarding any potential legal ramifications. His safety took precedence above all. With no further hesitation, as a novice who had never truly engaged in combat, he swiftly dispatched 2 of the divine servants. However, they were not without their own capabilities. Once they grasped the situation, the remaining figures swiftly encircled him, their bodies radiating crimson energy, preparing to launch a collective assault. In the face of mortal danger, one can discover profound terror. It is the most effective crucible for personal growth. As a freshman yet to undergo any training, Xin Yuan found himself thrust into a life-or-death struggle. This ignited his latent potential and showcased his innate combat prowess. Such experiences were far more valuable than a month spent in the academy's training grounds. For instance, without anyone instructing him, his mind devoid of conscious thought, he instinctively made the most advantageous move. Ignoring the incoming attacks, he enveloped himself in a brilliant azure glow, crafting a rudimentary yet formidable ice armor. With his staff in hand, he thrust it forcefully toward the grotesque mass. When ensnared in a disadvantageous position or surrounded, one must strike at the enemy to escape. Though uncertain of their identities, it appeared to be some form of dark ritual, and they clearly held the grotesque mass in high regard. Indeed, his offensive maneuver shattered their encirclement, redirecting all attacks toward him amidst a clamor of outrage. "How dare you, filthy peasant! You defile the sacred one. Protect the master. Curse you!" All the cloaked figures sprang into action, 2 even shielding the grotesque mass with their bodies. The seriousness of their defense suggested they were more devoted than any father would be. This singular strike not only broke their formation, but also achieved an outcome beyond Xin Yuan's expectations. He was acutely aware of his original purpose for being there. He swiftly retrieved the 2 children, disregarding any gentleness, yanking them forcefully as the veins connecting their tiny fingers snapped, blood splattering in the aftermath. Although consciousness had slipped away, the impact still elicited a few pained murmurs from the 2 children, their faces contorted in agony. After a few somersaults, Xin Yuan swiftly distanced himself from everyone ahead, finally affording himself the opportunity to gaze earnestly at the 2 youngsters. Their expressions were grotesquely twisted, their pallor indicating a severe loss of blood. Strangely, there were no other apparent injuries on their bodies, except for their 10 fingernails, which had been entirely pried off. Such wounds were profoundly shocking and excruciating to behold. Xin Yuan was uncertain whether the children had fainted from excessive blood loss or from the pain itself. Nonetheless, judging by their appearance, they seemed to still be alive. He utilized his powers to encase their fingers in ice, performing a rudimentary form of hemostasis, and temporarily set them aside. The 2 blood-donating children had now been taken away, and the crimson tumor had noticeably dimmed, its pulsating rhythm akin to a heartbeat having weakened considerably. "You scoundrel! How dare you! Return the sacrifices!" One of the figures in black robes bellowed, conjuring a blood-red blade that surged towards Xin Yuan. Standing his ground, Xin Yuan abruptly raised his left hand, aiming it at the rushing figure. In an instant, frost enveloped the area, A harsh whiteness cloaked the earth, transforming the space before him into a realm of ice and snow. Earlier, he had refrained from unleashing his wide-ranging freezing abilities for fear of harming the two children. However, the situation was different now. The black-robed figure, maintaining its forward momentum, seemed to be caught in slow motion, gradually freezing in place. The blade it wielded forever suspended in the icy ground. How is this possible? You call this a nullified ability? You dare label it as E-grade talent? The opposing figure in white robes spat venomously at his companions, before turning his gaze towards Xin Yuan. Kid, you are stronger than I anticipated. But do you comprehend the sacrilege you are committing? Return the sacrifices. It is their honor. Once they reach the heavenly realm, the Lord will bless them with eternal peace for their souls. And who are you? My records contain no mention of you. Perhaps we could discuss this. Xin Yuan straightened, acutely aware that his abilities had undergone a comprehensive enhancement in this battle. The chill enveloped him, and the menacing ice-blue battle armor shielded all his vital points. Blue and white frost patterns crawling across half his face. Even his eyes transformed to a ghostly white. He stood there like a god of war from an ancient icy relic. Am I stronger than you think? Yet, you all appear to be somewhat weaker than I had presumed. As for my identity, I am your worst nightmare. Chapter 17, Annihilation. Upon Xin Yuan's proclamation, the aura of all those opposing him faltered. What kind of utterance is this? Why does it sound so uncouth? The previously menacing atmosphere now felt oddly frivolous due to his demeanor. Regardless of how absurd Xin Yuan's attitude appeared, his might was evident to all. No one dared to harbor the previous notions of underestimating him. The ice sculptures and the lifeless bodies lying on the ground served as stark reminders that the individual before them was not to be trifled with. The figure in white seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and began to soften his tone. Young man, do not be too impetuous. If you are willing to repent, the Lord will forgive all your transgressions. Your ignorance and folly stem from your unawareness of the truth. If you understood the Lord's might, you would regret your actions today. Xin Yuan had no intention of engaging with him. He perceived this brainwashed zealot as devoid of any reason to converse. Their thought processes entirely alien to humanity. This was reminiscent of his previous world before his own transmigration. His gaze merely swept across each face, silently counting their number. 1, 2, 3. There were still 11 figures in black robes, along with one in white. Xin Yuan spoke in response, maintaining a steady breath to recuperate the stamina and energy he had expended. Faith, you say? We have something akin to that back in my homeland. Many people worship various so-called deities. Oh, the figure in white was momentarily taken aback. Then his voice brightened as if he had encountered a long-lost relative, eagerly inquiring, really? Which great being do you serve? Since you are like us, why do you disturb us? Xin Yuan gradually raised his head, as if reminiscing, and after a pause, he replied, which one? It's hard to pinpoint. There are so many, each overseeing different domains. Some govern rain, others oversee examinations, matchmaking, childbirth. Truly, there is a deity for everything. In due time, people offer various forms of worship, beseeching their blessings. Listening to Xin Yuan's words, the figure in white stood agape, as if transported to paradise, reveling in the sentiment, muttering, indeed, the Lord is omnipotent. The Lord encompasses all. We should serve wholeheartedly. However, Xin Yuan's voice soon interrupted his bewildered reverie. Yet, it appears our beliefs differ significantly. In our land, when seeking romantic relationships, if the goddess accepts, one expresses boundless gratitude. But if rejected, the outcry is immediate and scathing. For those praying for examination success, if they pass, they bow twice in the temple and offer a donation. If they fail, they curse the deity's ancestors. The same applies to rain-seeking. Having just honored the Dragon King, if it does not rain the following day, they would demolish the temple and drown the deity's statue in the river. Thus, our faith emphasizes functionality and reciprocal exchange. If you prove useful, offerings and prayers abound. If not, one simply seeks another deity. Xin Yuan's lengthy discourse left the figure in white utterly dumbfounded. In an instant, he felt his worldview crumble, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if they might pop from their sockets. How can you show such disrespect? You. He coughed violently, blood spewing forth. The scene reminiscent of how Xin Yuan's mere words had nearly driven him to his demise. Boy, you will not leave here unscathed today. The figure in white, having coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, realized Xin Yuan was mocking him, his eyes now glinting with a malevolent rage. Meanwhile, Xin Yuan had nearly recuperated. He thrust his hands forward, a fierce chill erupting from his being, flowing like a raging glacier towards the foe. Leave. You wish for that. Dream on. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his full capabilities. Blades clashed amidst a cacophony of violence, blue, white, and crimson hues colliding in the deserted district. The battle was fierce, yet it transpired in a remarkably brief span. Soon, All returned to a haunting silence, as if nothing had occurred that night. Xin Yuan's heavy breaths echoed in the tranquil darkness, akin to a worn-out blower. His ice armor was now riddled with scars, many parts shattered and cracked, corroding with a sinister red glow. Numerous wounds were faintly visible across his body, though they had been hastily encased in ice, preventing any blood from flowing. Strands of disheveled hair fluttered chaotically on his forehead, some even clinging to his skin, stained with blood. Yet at this moment, his right hand was firmly grasping the neck of the man in the white robe, akin to a vice, rendering his opponent utterly immobile. If one were to widen the perspective, they would observe that in this small square, there stood 11 uniquely shaped, vividly lifelike ice sculptures. And at the very center, encased like a work of art, was a grotesque flesh lump. This was Xin Yuan's inaugural battle in the alternate realm. A daunting 1 versus 12 engagement that concluded in a resounding victory within a mere 6 minutes. Coughing, the man in the white robe was straining for breath. His eyes bulging like those of a dead fish, fixated on the countenance of the young man before him. How could this be? Such a level of supernatural prowess. How old are you? How is it possible for you to possess the strength of the fourth realm? Spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, Xin Yuan hoisted the white-robed man by the throat. I ask you, who are you? What is this grotesque lump? The flesh lump? How dare you show such disrespect towards the divine embryo? The white-robed man retorted, his eyes wide with incredulity. In the next moment, solid ice enveloped his feet, slowly creeping up his legs. You had best not waste my time. You will answer my questions before you are completely encased in ice. The white-robed man, stunned, stammered, You don't even know who we are? Then why do you interfere with us? Disregarding his words, Xin Yuan accelerated the spread of the ice. Feeling the chilling grip of impending doom, the white-robed man, in a flurry of panic, pleaded, I will tell you. Please don't kill me. For the next few minutes. Xin Yuan listened intently to every word the white-robed man uttered, his brow furrowing in concentration. The revelations were entirely new to him. Yet the white-robed man's tone suggested that he should have been well aware of these matters. It appeared that these individuals were part of some quasi-religious organization, self-proclaimed servants of the divine, subservient to their master. As for the grotesque lump, it was termed the divine embryo, a sacrificial offering intended for a divine descent. In summary, he was inundated with a plethora of esoteric terminology, grasping only a rudimentary understanding. Is there anything else? Please, spare me. The icy grip had now encased the white-robed man's entire body, leaving only his head exposed, still desperately pleading, interrupting Xin Yuan's contemplation. Lowering his gaze, Xin Yuan spoke coldly. I can answer one question. Why do I interfere with you? Because I have stated before that I believe all human traffickers deserve to die. And I am determined to uphold my beliefs. Yes, I deserve to die, the white-robed man sobbed. Tears and snot mingling as the terror of his impending demise shattered his psychological defenses, leaving him solely focused on begging for mercy. Now, I have one last question for you. Ask. Please hurry. The white-robed man cried out in despair as the ice crept up to his face. If I were to lose today, would you spare me? The chilling query fell from Xin Yuan's lips, and without waiting for a response, the ice surged forth, transforming the white-robed man into the final ice sculpture. Chapter 18. The shock of Junani. His talent likely surpasses my own. Having dealt with the last of the white-robed men, the area was now devoid of any semblance of life, shrouded in an eerie silence reminiscent of frost-killed flora. Dragging his weary body, Xin Yuan shook his right arm vigorously and approached the now-encased divine embryo. Is this a mere egg? If it is called the divine embryo, does it imply the potential to hatch a deity? Gazing at the lifeless specimen before him, Xin Yuan murmured to himself. Based on the information provided by the white-robed man, he could surmise that the official authorities regarding superhumans seemed to be concealing something from the public. It appeared that only by formally entering a certain organization would one gain access to such knowledge, perhaps akin to formal enrollment. It seemed he had inadvertently uncovered numerous secrets during this outing. Disregarding the divine embryo, Xin Yuan lifted 2 children from the ground and began making his way towards the nearest police station. However, after taking only 2 steps, he abruptly halted. Turning back, he surveyed the 12 vividly detailed ice sculptures, his eyes glinting with a predatory light after a moment as contemplation. Under the cover of night, Junani and her companions were dispersed throughout the Black Horse Sports Stadium, with each superhuman responsible for a small sector. As time passed, a significant portion of them began to inspect the underground passages, preparing for a swift evacuation in case of an emergency. The longer the wait, the heavier Junani's heart became. Just as her mind began to envision various worst-case scenarios, she suddenly lifted her head, directed towards the eastern direction. There, an intensely powerful energy fluctuation had erupted. Something must be amiss. Quickly pressing her earpiece, she urgently inquired of all personnel involved in the operation. Who is at the eastern square? What is happening there? No one here. I'm on the north side. I'm inside the venue. They all responded promptly. Having sensed the energy fluctuation, but upon mutual inquiry, they discovered a terrifying reality. Not a single person was stationed at that location. Damn it. Don't go there. Return to the stadium immediately and prepare for evacuation. Junani, disregarding her composure, cursed before hanging up the earpiece. She dashed forward like a cheetah towards the source of the energy sensation. She remembered that it was a small fitness square, highly conspicuous, devoid of any obstructions, and should have already been inspected. No one was present in that direction, yet a violent energy fluctuation had manifested. Could it be that the divine descent had succeeded? At this critical juncture, this would be the worst news imaginable. She steeled herself, preparing to confront the entity should the divine descent indeed succeed, aiming to stall for time to facilitate an evacuation. She had never fought against a deity before and was uncertain of her own capabilities. However, upon reaching the site, her previously unyielding momentum faltered. Stopping in her tracks, her lips parted slightly, her delicate fingers instinctively covering her mouth in disbelief at the scene before her. The square appeared as if it belonged to another realm. The ground was blanketed in white frost, and a pale, piercing cold enveloped everything within her line of sight. The flora and fauna seemed to have entered an ice age, while icicles adorned the trees and fitness equipment. Why does this resemble my own handiwork so closely? Yet, she was acutely aware that this was not her doing. Who could have conjured this? Wait a moment, this ability? Xin Yuan, Junani exclaimed incredulously, pulling out her phone to check the last 2 messages from Xin Yuan. Did he, upon learning of the situation, take it upon himself to rescue those 2 children? Raising her gaze once more, the most striking sight was the massive egg encased in ice at the center of the square. Was that the divine embryo? Upon seeing it, Junani's expression tightened, and she hurriedly advanced. However, just as she took a step forward, her foot snagged on something. An ice block. After casually kicking, Junani suddenly realized that it was, in fact, a hand. A hand encased in ice. Shock surged within her as she glanced around, discovering a ground strewn with shards of ice, each piece a severed limb. It was evident that these individuals had been transformed into ice sculptures before being ruthlessly shattered. Judging by the attire of these fragments, it was clear they belonged to a group of divine servants, along with a priest clad in white. Coupled with the divine embryo before her, it was unmistakably the site of a divine descent ritual. The once fierce and fervent divine servants now lay scattered as mere fragments of ice. Ah, what brutality! Junani gazed at the icy debris, unable to suppress her astonishment. Yet she couldn't help but admire the execution. The image of Xin Yuan, typically languid and indifferent, floated into her mind, prompting an involuntary smile. Who could have imagined that you harbored such a righteous yet ferocious side? It seems your character transcends mere appearances. Moreover, how remarkable. Have you already attained such formidable prowess? If this was indeed Xin Yuan's doing, she would need to reevaluate his innate talents. Her own beginnings were merely a few years ahead. Had he also received top-tier resources from the age of 14, perhaps her youthful records would be at risk of being overshadowed. His potential might indeed rival her own. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon entertaining this thought, Junani felt no trace of jealousy. Rather, an inexplicable sense of pride and joy welled within her, her smile becoming irrepressible. Just as she was quietly clenching her fists, brimming with excitement, the sound of several figures landing behind her interrupted her thoughts. Instantly, her warm smile vanished, replaced by her trademark, cold demeanor. Upon regaining her composure, she turned to face several equally astonished espers. Observing their bewilderment, Junani felt an unexpected swell of pride and spoke. Did I not instruct you to stay away? Why did you disregard my orders and come? A masked female esper surveyed the surroundings, realizing the danger had likely subsided, and exhaled in relief. How could we allow you to face danger alone? Nearby, a burly man with a dark complexion laughed heartily, adding, Indeed, though you are the strongest among us, you are also the youngest. Your life is far more precious. We would rather perish before you. Junani's expression remained unchanged, but warmth spread through her heart as she shook her head, saying, Every life holds equal importance. The dark-faced man kicked viciously at a frozen head on the ground, exclaiming, These treacherous fiends deserve such a fate. Truly, you are the Frost War God. You've dispatched them so swiftly. It was clear he harbored a deep loathing for the divine servants, for had they succeeded in their descent today, the casualties would have been catastrophic. These were, in the truest sense, terrorists. In response, Junani shook her head and turned towards the frozen divine embryo. I did not do this. It was already like this when I arrived. Chapter 19. The hero who achieved great feats? What? The espers gasped, their breath catching as they hurried to follow Junani's footsteps. Was it not you? Then who was it? Has someone from headquarters arrived? Could it be some unregistered lone wolf? Or perhaps individuals from another organization nearby? Where were they? That person has effectively saved countless lives. We must express our gratitude. The espers chattered excitedly, their once taut nerves now slackening, allowing conversation to flow. I am uncertain. I merely have a hypothesis that requires further confirmation. This ability bears a striking resemblance to that of a student I recently recommended. As Junani spoke, she approached the immense ice egg, placing her hand upon it. She then closed her eyes, seemingly attuned to something within. Her words immediately prompted dissent among the surrounding espers. Surely not. A student, no matter how gifted, cannot possibly confront so many divine servants alone. Indeed, even an S-class talent remains vulnerable before maturation. Moreover, the ruthlessness displayed here is not characteristic of a mere student. Pray tell, which student has captured your favor so? Shu. Hearing the surrounding voices, Junani abruptly placed her finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Furrowing her brow, she opened her eyes in astonishment, gazing at the divine embryo. The divine embryo is still alive. What? Upon hearing this, the four espers immediately converged, each eager to touch the frozen divine embryo, sensing the pulse of its extraordinary life force. It is indeed true. This divine embryo is genuinely alive. In the annals of human history, how many times have living divine embryos been successfully captured? A female esper trembled, gently caressing the ice egg. Counting this instance, there have been 4. An actual living divine embryo. It is indeed a living divine embryo. The dark-faced man clapped his hands excitedly, exclaiming, "This is splendid. We finally have a living research specimen." He then turned his gaze back to Junani, asking, "Who orchestrated this? Was it truly not you, the war god? You thwarted the divine descent ritual, annihilated an entire squad of divine servants, and captured a living divine embryo. Such accomplishments warrant immense recognition." Junani lowered her hand, responding, "Indeed, it is a significant achievement. I am unsure how it was accomplished. Furthermore, if my conjecture is correct, he likely remains unaware of the magnitude of his actions." Listening to Junani's cryptic remark, the others exchanged puzzled glances, as it seemed she was quite certain of the individual responsible. Enough speculation. Let us clear the battlefield and devise a plan to repair the nearby surveillance equipment. Once we ascertain who is responsible for this feat, the due recognition and rewards must be properly allocated. Dingling. Just as Junani concluded her statement, the masked woman's phone rang. After listening intently for a moment, she looked up at the group and announced, "The South Street Police Station reports that they have found 2 unconscious children at the entrance. It appears they are the missing children." Junani paused momentarily before swiftly directing, "Musi, come with me. The rest of you secure the battlefield and stabilize the divine embryo's energy in preparation for its transfer." The Musi she referred to was the masked woman, whose abilities possessed slight healing properties, potentially allowing her to provide temporary aid should the children's lives be in peril. As the two departed quickly, the dark-faced man scratched his head and remarked, "This incident seems rather peculiar. Why do I feel that when she, Junani, spoke of her recommended student, her tone shifted?" Another individual chimed in, "I'm not sure. Regardless, I still find it hard to believe that an unregistered student could achieve such feats, single-handedly defeating so many divine servants. That would require 4th realm strength, and I am only in the 3rd realm." The last remaining female esper shot the two a disdainful look while continuing to clear the battlefield, remarking, "Are you both foolish? I wonder if you noticed. But today was the first time I witnessed Annie's smile, her tone so gentle, reminiscent of a lovesick maiden. However, one must consider the heavy burdens she bears at merely 19 years of age. It is indeed a time when one should seek companionship." Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged glances. Jun and E and Mu Z moved swiftly, reaching their destination in no time. Upon arrival, they were met with the sight of a woman, crumpled in despair beneath the yellow light outside the police station, surrounded by officers. "My child, my dear child, you must not come to harm. How could I possibly survive if something were to happen to you?" The woman's eyes were swollen from crying, her voice barely a whisper. "Madam, please compose yourself. Your children have lost a significant amount of blood, but the bleeding has stopped, and there are no other issues. They are not in life-threatening danger, and an ambulance is en route. Please do not distress yourself further." Despite these reassurances, her anxiety was palpable. She had witnessed her son and daughter's fingernails brutally pried open, and the sheer horror of it twisted her heart in agony. They were so young. How much pain must they have endured? How utterly hopeless they must have felt. Nearby stood a robust man, his head bowed like a chastised child, his eyes reddened, unable to utter a word. "Are the children all right?" Jun and E approached and inquired. The man, recognizing the presence of a superhuman, hoarsely asked, "Did you save my children?" Taken aback, Jun and E had no time to respond before the man suddenly lunged forward. Bang! He knelt, his forehead striking the ground with a heavy thud, blood instantly appearing on his brow. This man, for the sake of his children, was kneeling before someone who was likely 20 years his junior. Thank you. Thank you for saving my children. Observing the man kneeling before her, Jun and Yi quickly stepped aside, feeling unworthy of such reverence, a wave of guilt washing over her. Before arriving, her mind had been consumed with lofty ideals, pondering the immense consequences that the divine intervention could wreak, fretting over the potential devastation. Yet, she had overlooked a critical truth. The lives of those 2 children were equally invaluable, representing the entirety of a family's hope. She had arrogantly fixated on the dire impacts of the divine descent, while Xin Yuan had simply aimed to rescue 2 innocent children. Come, quickly, let me see. Please rise. Your children were not saved by us. We are undeserving of such gratitude. Jun and Yi, standing beside him, gently raised her hand, channeling pure energy to lift the man from the ground. Meanwhile, Mu Zi, who had accompanied them, made no delay in entering the police station. Jun and Yi pointed to her retreating figure and explained, her abilities are of the plant variety. Although we cannot assist with the necessary blood transfusions at the hospital, her presence ensures there is no risk to life. Seeing Jun and Yi's actions, the man realized that both individuals before him were superhumans, and his children were indeed out of peril. Once his emotions settled, he spoke, his voice thick with emotion. Who is the benefactor that saved my children? I wish to meet him in person. Also, who took my children? Jun and Yi momentarily faltered, unsure of how to respond. Although she had a strong inclination that it was Xin Yuan, she could not bring herself to divulge that information. The hero who saved your children is still being sought. He may not wish to reveal his identity. Furthermore, the terrorists who abducted your children have received their due punishment. After speaking, Jun and Yi leaned closer, whispering in a voice audible only to him. They have all been sentenced to death, and the execution was carried out on the spot. She understood that. After such an ordeal, a parent's hatred toward those who had taken their children would be profound. Thus, though her words might seem inappropriate, she chose to convey this to ease his troubled heart. Upon hearing this, the man stared vacantly at the door for a long moment before speaking. Terrorists. I wonder how my benefactor managed to rescue my children. I hope he wasn't hurt. The man's unintentional remark struck Jun and Yi like a bolt. It reminded her that even a genius like Xin Yuan, who single-handedly faced numerous divine servants as a mere student, was still just that, a student. How could he possibly emerge unscathed? With this thought racing through her mind, Jun and Yi's heart became chaotic. After exchanging a few more words, she entrusted the aftermath to Mu Zi and hurriedly made her way back. What are you doing? Are you asleep? Want to play a game? She quickly pulled out her phone, sending a message to Xin Yuan under her online identity. Yet, it was already past 2 in the morning. Such a conversation was hardly typical for ordinary online acquaintances, and ultimately, she received no reply. Her pace quickened. Ugh, to be honest, it still hurts a bit. Upon returning to his residence, Xin Yuan found that all his neighbors in the same building had long since fallen asleep. Only his window remained illuminated. His combat attire was beyond repair, and the clothes he had washed earlier were still damp. Thus, he found himself wrapped in a white towel. Seated on the sofa while munching on cherries, he bore several wounds, none life-threatening, yet the pain was increasingly pronounced. This shouldn't be happening. Has my pain sensitivity heightened? The discomfort was becoming unbearable, and Xin Yuan couldn't suppress a grimace. As a man, he had assumed that such minor injuries were inconsequential, but he had underestimated their severity. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the silence. Tension gripped Xin Yuan as he sprang to his feet. He had no acquaintances in this place. Who would come seeking him at such an hour? Who is it? What do you want in the middle of the night? He called out warily. It's me. Jun and Yi, came a familiar voice from outside the door. Peering through the crack, he confirmed it was indeed her, which eased his apprehension somewhat. Surely. She meant him no harm. What brings you here at this hour? I'm not even dressed, he complained. Open the door quickly. I have something important to discuss with you. Jun and Yi's voice carried an undeniable urgency, hinting that she might force her way in if he delayed. Reluctantly, Xin Yuan cracked the door open, revealing half of his face. I'm serious. I'm not dressed. Why must this be discussed now? He grumbled. Observing the evident fatigue etched on his face, Jun and Yi asked, her expression complex. Did you do this? No. Xin Yuan hastily shook his head. But I haven't even mentioned what it is. Enough of this. Let me in. As she spoke, Jun and Yi grasped the doorknob and attempted to push her way inside. However, this sudden movement tugged at the wound on Xin Yuan's shoulder, causing him to involuntarily gasp. When Jun and Yi entered and saw Xin in such a state, she inwardly mused that her suspicions were confirmed and immediately frowned, asking, Are you injured? Oh. It's just a minor issue, a mere trifle, Xin Yuan replied, momentarily taken aback by the wildness of the woman before him. He had not realized before that. Late at night, a lone man and woman could engage in such an audacious intrusion into someone else's home. He instinctively took a step back, tightening his bath towel around him. Yet, the next moment, Junani's actions nearly startled his soul out of his body. She seized the bath towel with both hands. Attempting to pull it away, her voice laced with impatience. "Don't move. Hurry and let me see, Xin Yuan." He hastily broke free from her grasp, stepping back in shock, and exclaimed, "What the hell? Are you drunk, sister? What are you doing? Don't call me sister. I've told you I'm basically the same age as you. Is that the crux of my statement?" Xin Yuan continued to retreat, asserting, "A woman harassing a man counts as harassment too. You know? Besides, there are plenty of people living in this building. If you come any closer, I'll call for help. Be mindful of your reputation." Junani furrowed her brow and continued advancing, casually closing the door behind her. "Feel free to call if you wish. I'm not joking. Show me your wound quickly. Injuries caused by Divine Servant's blood energy need to be treated promptly, or they will only worsen. It must be increasingly painful for you now, and soon it will itch. You've never encountered such a situation before, so you cannot afford to delay." Upon hearing this, Xin Yuan froze, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. He sighed in relief. "Is that so? It seems there is indeed something. Hi, when did I become so charming to the opposite sex?" Junani's expression darkened, now that the misunderstanding was cleared. The man immediately reverted to his frivolous demeanor. "Come on, let me see," she insisted. "No, don't," Xin Yuan blurted out instinctively upon hearing her words. Junani. Chapter 21. My phone contains only one contact. Ultimately, after prolonged negotiation, Xin Yuan and Junani reached a consensus. Xin Yuan removed his bath towel, but covered his lower half with a blanket, exposing his upper body for Junani to examine his injuries. As soon as the bath towel was removed, Junani involuntarily tilted her head back slightly. The numerous intersecting lacerations on his body were clearly the result of damage inflicted by the Divine Servant's blood energy. Although they were merely superficial wounds, not affecting tendons or bones, they appeared quite terrifying. "Wait a minute, I don't recall my injuries being this severe. Why do they look so troublesome now?" Xin Yuan lay back on the bed, astonished as he surveyed his condition, speaking to himself in disbelief. "Perfectly normal. The blood energy from a divine servant has a corrosive effect. You may look fine on the surface, but your wounds are being incessantly eroded. If I hadn't come tonight, you would have likely woken up in pain by morning," Junani remarked, clearly experienced in such matters, her expression remaining calm. If there was any change in her demeanor, it was a slight blush that crept onto her cheeks. After all, amidst her concern, she realized that this was perhaps the first time since she could remember that she found herself alone in a room with a male of her own age. Moreover, it was at the bedside, and he was nearly bare. Such a scenario would have been unimaginable in the past. The dim yellow light in the room only added to the atmosphere, making it feel somewhat intimate. For a few seconds, Junani's mind went blank. "Ahem, I shall begin." Glancing at Xin Yuan's robust, masculine torso, she coughed awkwardly before gently placing her fingers on his wounds. A soft, healing energy flickered at her fingertips, beginning to counteract the residual blood energy within the wounds. As her fingers moved delicately, a curious sensation of pain and itchiness arose from the wounds, followed by a delightful tingling sensation. Xin Yuan found it difficult to discern whether this feeling was the result of healing or simply the effect of being gently touched by a beautiful woman. Unable to contain himself, he let out a soft moan, quickly clamping his mouth shut to stifle any further sounds. Hearing this, Junani felt her hand tremble, her powers barely able to contain the blush creeping up her face. An awkward silence enveloped them, the air thick with tension as if it were about to congeal. Eventually, it was Junani who broke the silence. "If you feel the need to call out, there's no need to hold back. It's your first time, which is perfectly normal." Xin Yuan quickly diverted the topic, embarrassed. What exactly do these divine servants do, and what is the nature of their blood energy? Is it a type of supernatural ability? But why does it seem like everyone possesses it?" Hearing this, Junani shook her head. "You'll soon find out. The organization of superhumans has many secrets that are not disclosed to the public. The matters regarding divine servants and evil gods are among them. When such events occur, there are usually various excuses to cover it up, like terrorist attacks or whatnot. As for the blood energy, it's difficult to explain, but it cannot be entirely classified as a superpower. You haven't trained yet, but once you officially enroll, you'll learn to heal your own injuries. Generally speaking, only those who become official superhumans and engage in combat are privy to such knowledge. Who would have thought you'd venture out today?" As Junani gently caressed each of Xin Yuan's wounds, dispelling the corrosive energy within, she spoke softly. Presently, it was just the two of them in the room. If those who secretly admired Junani but lacked the courage to approach her were to witness this scene, they would likely be left speechless. After all, The newly accepted students were unaware that Junani was the 8th war god of the War God Hall, the youngest among them, and one of only 2 female war gods. To have the youngest female war god of the War God Hall tenderly healing 1's wounds at the bedside would be a dream come true for many infatuated admirers. By the way, you were a bit reckless this time. Why did you go alone without informing me or anyone else? Junani suddenly questioned. Xin Yuan shook his head helplessly, saying, what could I do? I didn't have your contact information, and it was so late. In fact, I currently possess only 1 contact in my phone. Upon hearing this, Junani's hand froze, and she turned to look at Xin Yuan in astonishment. You have only 1 contact in your phone? How is that possible? Don't you have? Oh right, you mentioned you are an orphan. Xin Yuan, this woman seems to struggle with her words. However, having only 1 contact was rather exaggerated. Junani muttered softly, her eyes gleaming with an indescribable light, for she knew that the sole contact in his phone was none other than herself. This meant that the man she had found inexplicably interesting online had communicated solely with her for all this time. Was he truly this lonely? Junani often felt a profound solitude in her daily life. Yet she found it difficult to fathom the depth of loneliness that accompanied having only a single contact in 1's phone. However, this could imply that he must hold her in high regard, or perhaps even cherish her, akin to a beloved treat. Her imagination spiraled, and she sat there motionless. Like a statue, Xin Yuan's voice broke her reverie. Hey, are you all right? Oh, it's nothing, Junani replied hastily. I was just thinking. Perhaps I should add your contact information as well? I assume your position is quite significant. Should any issues arise in the future, I'd like to report to you first, Xin Yuan suggested. But you already have my contact information. What was she to do? Her mind raced, and she concocted an excuse, claiming that she hadn't brought her phone today, so she couldn't add anyone at the moment. Their conversation fell into a lull once more. Half an hour passed, and Xin Yuan's upper body wounds had been adequately treated. Junani inquired, why do you instinctively deny your role in this? You have no idea how significant your contributions have been. The accolades you deserve will be abundant, and you will undoubtedly become a hero admired by many. Xin Yuan lay in bed, nearly drifting off to sleep. His consciousness slightly hazy as he spoke what lay in his heart. Rewards? If there are any, just give them to me directly, preferably a substantial sum of money, as I've earned it. But as for honors or being called a hero, there is no need for that. Being a hero is not as glorious as it seems. I do not wish to be a mere do-gooder. Once labeled as a virtuous person, others will impose moral obligations upon you, attributing responsibilities that are not yours to bear, all while expecting you to accept them as a matter of course. That is undesirable. I prefer a straightforward exchange, money for services rendered. That is the way to go. Chapter 22. All of the divine servant's storage tools were stolen. Upon hearing Xin Yuan's words, Junani immediately sensed something amiss and quickly asked, why do you think that way? Yet, after posing her question, she received no response. Turning to look, she realized he had closed his eyes, breathing evenly, clearly asleep. Oh, has he fallen asleep just like that? Perhaps he is simply exhausted, she pondered, her gaze drifting downward. The wounds on his upper body had been fully addressed, and logically, it was time to tend to the wounds on his lower body. Thus, a dilemma presented itself. Under the dim light, she wrestled with her thoughts for some time before summoning the courage to lift the bath towel. After awkwardly covering the essential areas, she began to clean the few remaining wounds on his legs. Fortunately, Xin Yuan was in a deep slumber, showing no significant reaction. Otherwise, the awkwardness of the situation would have escalated further. After several tense minutes, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, Junani finally completed the task and paused her movements. In truth, her skills should not have exhausted her. The perspiration was merely a result of her anxiety. Gazing at the masculine form before her, a blush crept across her cheeks. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming curiosity, an inexplicable urge to lift the towel covering the forbidden area. Of course, reason ultimately subdued her impulsive desire. After all, if Xin Yuan were to awaken during this process, she was uncertain of how she might handle the situation. Lost in thought, she gave her forehead a firm slap. Oh dear, why on earth am I suddenly thinking about such things? Am I under some sort of spell? With Xin Yuan asleep, she found herself in a state of liberation, revealing a side of herself that lay hidden beneath her typically aloof exterior. In this moment, she resembled the characteristics of a beloved treat. Gazing at the sleeping Xin Yuan, she examined him from left to right, then suddenly puffed out her cheeks, displaying an adorably sulky expression. How infuriating. I've just realized that here I am, a stunning beauty sitting beside you at midnight to tend to your injuries. And you simply fall asleep? What a lack of charm. While she was lost in her thoughts, Xin Yuan's face captured her attention. His tousled hair framed a peaceful visage, devoid of his usual vacant stare and brash demeanor. A trickle of drool lingered at the corner of his mouth, lending him an unexpectedly endearing quality. Without thinking, Junani reached out to poke his drooling face, only to retract her hand as if shocked, her cheeks aflame. Perhaps it was the late hour, but she felt bolder than ever before. In his presence, she felt an urge to be her true self. Calming her racing heart, her expression grew slightly more serious. She recognized it was time to take her leave. Casting one last glance at the slumbering Xin Yuan, she quelled all her whimsical emotions and silently contemplated. You claim to desire benefits, to seek wealth, and to avoid the burdens of being a good person, believing that being good brings countless drawbacks. Yet, when you choose to venture out alone, you remain unaware of what rewards may await you, or even if you can contend with your adversary. So why do you hold such beliefs? Is it loneliness, or mistrust of the world, or something else entirely? After a few minutes of contemplation, she shook her head, deciding not to delve too deeply into the enigmatic nature of this person for now. As she exited, she casually picked up the severely damaged combat suit, intending to dispose of it. After all, it was beyond repair. She could simply bring him a new one upon her return. However, as she lifted it, she felt an unusual weight, accompanied by a clattering sound. Frowning, she shook it vigorously, and several small metallic objects tumbled out. Inspecting them closely, she noticed engraved angelic figures and intricate patterns, clearly divine artifacts. It appeared that the numerous divine servants, upon being transformed into fragmented ice by Xin Yuan, had their storage tools thoroughly scavenged by him. By the looks of it, not a single item had been overlooked. Junani exclaimed, "I can hardly believe this." Glancing at Xin Yuan's rather unrefined sleeping posture, she couldn't help but smirk. Truly, this is just like you. A few minutes later, Junani stepped out of Xin Yuan's room and made her way downstairs, her expression reverting to its usual icy demeanor. Reminiscent of the Frost War god she was known to be. She then dialed a number. "The battlefield has been cleared, correct? Please report back to headquarters and request the restoration of the relevant surveillance footage. Additionally, summarize the overall situation. I will notify the Academy and the United Nations. Once we locate that mysterious individual, the rewards they rightfully deserve will be duly dispensed." After ending the call, she cast one last glance at the darkened building. Rest assured, the benefits you deserve will not be lacking in the end. The following day, as the sun ascended to its zenith, its radiant beams filled the entire room, finally rousing Xin Yuan from his slumber. For a moment, he lay under the covers, befuddled, until the events of the previous night gradually resurfaced in his mind. In an instant, he flipped over and sat up, glancing around, only to find that Junani had already departed. To his astonishment, the myriad of intersecting wounds on his body had remarkably healed, with many reduced to mere crimson marks. Donning a hastily thrown-on garment, he stood up and caught sight of a ring resting on the coffee table, accompanied by a piece of paper. The handwriting was unmistakably feminine, suggesting it was a note left by Junani. "Your storage items are unique to divine servants and are bound by specific restrictions. Moreover, their internal space is rather limited, rendering them defective. Henceforth, utilize this one of mine. Additionally, I have placed all your previous storage items within it. You may practice deciphering them one by one." The remainder of the note contained instructions, primarily detailing how to harness mental prowess to manipulate and access the storage items. Upon finishing the entire note, Xin Yuan exhaled deeply. This examiner had provided considerable assistance since their first encounter, and he realized he had yet to express his gratitude. He resolved to thank her in person when the opportunity arose. He picked up the exquisitely crafted ring and closed his eyes, intent on discovering the treasures possessed by the divine servants he had vanquished. Ideally, he hoped to procure some currency to carry with him. Chapter 23: The Mysterious Envelope and the Provocation from Afar. After an extensive period of practice, Xin Yuan finally succeeded in unlocking all the storage items belonging to the divine servants. During this process, however, he inadvertently triggered 2 explosions due to the imposed restrictions. Just as Junani had previously indicated, the available space within these items was rather unimpressive, with most only accommodating about 1 cubic meter. Such storage space could serve well as a large backpack. But it was utterly impossible for Xin Yuan to realize his dream of becoming a mobile warehouse. In stark contrast, the storage ring gifted by Junani boasted a capacity equivalent to that of 2 classrooms. Such spatial items could only be utilized by those with extraordinary abilities, rendering their value incalculable. Nevertheless, it was evident that, in comparison to the rings of the divine servants, this one held significant worth. Indeed, she must be quite affluent, surely. She is more than merely an examiner if she so freely bestows such treasures, Xin Yuan mused, marveling at the ring as he slipped it onto his finger, seemingly unwilling to remove it anytime soon. He had not considered that accepting a ring from a young woman and wearing it immediately might be somewhat inappropriate. Having organized the storage items, he began to sift through the plethora of objects scattered on the ground. Yet, As he inspected them, a frown creased his brow. He recognized none of these items, and to his dismay, it seemed that these impoverished souls possessed no money whatsoever. The array of items was predominantly various tools, exuding the distinct odor of blood associated with divine servants, which was quite unpleasant. After some deliberation, Xin Yuan set aside numerous objects that appeared to be made of gold and silver, believing they could be exchanged for currency. The remaining items were largely unidentifiable. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Although he did not recognize these objects, he could certainly prompt them to introduce themselves. After the harrowing battle the previous night, his abilities had experienced a comprehensive enhancement. In addition to improved control over ice, his mastery of the voice of all things had ascended to a new level. Activating the voice of all things, Xin Yuan regarded each item with eager anticipation. To his surprise, the first voice that reached his ears delivered a stunning blow. Pure silver scepter. I embody the authority of the divine. Though I appear long, thick, and cumbersome, I am a legitimate item. Xin Yuan, ugh, before this description, I had not given it much thought, but now, the shape of that object seems increasingly inappropriate. How could I possibly return to normal? With a stoic expression, he extended his hand and moved the suspiciously phallic object out of his line of sight, preferring not to dwell on it. Mask. Only by donning me shall you have the chance to glimpse the divine radiance. Blood arrow talisman, a disposable item designed for offensive purposes. Pure gold bracelet. I possess unparalleled might, but I understand you do not care for such things. My gold content is 99.99, and I am exceedingly valuable. As he continued to examine the items, he found them mostly to be tools exclusive to divine servants or artifacts used for summoning deities. Aside from a few disposable talismans that held some utility, the rest sparked little interest in Xin Yuan. As he swiftly absorbed the information, just when Xin Yuan began to feel disenchanted, an object suddenly captured his attention. It was a red envelope, rather inconspicuous, lying beneath all the other items. Initially, Xin Yuan had overlooked it. Divine Summoning Envelope contained specific details regarding this operation, the great name of the master, and the action route provided by an internal spy. Note: this operation is of utmost importance, representing a direct communication between the master and the mortal realm, and must not falter. Xin Yuan carefully peeled away the other items and, with a serious demeanor, retrieved the envelope. From its description, he realized his voice of all things had indeed activated correctly. This operation must pertain to the events of the previous day. Gazing at the red envelope, Xin Yuan murmured to himself. Could the spy be suggesting there are traitors among the superhuman ranks? Moreover, the phrasing implied that the master might be a tangible entity. Contemplating this, he instinctively reached for the envelope to open it, but was met with failure. Its texture resembled solid jade, merely crafted into the form of an envelope. After a moment's thought, he decided to employ the same technique he used to probe the storage ring, intending to delve into the envelope with his mind. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the voice of all things erupted with an ear-splitting warning that reverberated from all directions. Even more piercing than the blood-red rain of swords he had evaded the night before. Beware! Do not gaze directly upon the divine. The shrill sound caused Xin Yuan's ears to ring, and his hand instinctively relaxed, sending the envelope tumbling to the ground. This thing is rather perilous, he mused. He understood that retaining it was futile. He must find an opportunity to submit it promptly. Perhaps he could hand it over to Junani. Meanwhile, Junani was engrossed in a multitude of complex tasks, appearing quite occupied. Thanks to Xin Yuan's valiant efforts to thwart the divine summoning the previous night, no repercussions ensued, and the students remained oblivious, believing nothing had occurred. However, the situation was indeed monumental, compounded by the matter of the active divine fetus, especially at such a critical juncture. It would not be an exaggeration to say it had stirred the entire superhuman world. Consequently, as a senior official, Junani was required to report to various parties and engage in discussions regarding the matters at hand. After concluding a phone call, she rubbed her slightly throbbing temples and murmured to herself, continuing with the original assessment could indeed be feasible, given that no consequences have arisen. Relaxing her tense demeanor, she turned back to face the multitude of superhumans engaged in discussion. The divine descent yesterday was indeed perilous, occurring without any forewarning, truly uncanny, given our unwavering vigilance. It is remarkably strange, especially considering the nature of the barrier, which is not of an energetic kind. Unless one discovers the appropriate means, it remains utterly impenetrable. One must concede that the nameless hero from yesterday was undeniably formidable, locating the barrier and annihilating the divine servants, an absolute expert. Furthermore, exhibiting remarkable integrity. He accomplished such a grand feat and departed without a trace, concealing both merit and name. How splendid! Listening to the fervent discussions of those around her, Junani couldn't help but chuckle softly, and shake her head. It is quite unimaginable what expressions will adorn these faces when they learn that the heroic deed of the previous night was accomplished by a yet-to-be-enrolled student with an E-level talent. She found herself rather eager for their reactions. At that moment, her phone rang again. Junani initially thought it to be another inquiry from the relevant personnel and answered without glancing at the screen. However, her expression soon shifted to one of mild exasperation. Chapter 24. The Jealous Li Qian. This was a voice she had no desire to hear. "Oh, our young and beautiful war goddess, what could possibly be the matter? You answered my call in a heartbeat. It is truly astonishing, leaving me quite flabbergasted." The moment the call connected, a sarcastic female voice echoed from the other end. "I heard you requested an additional reserved spot from the academy. How remarkable." I was utterly taken aback. I pondered what kind of rare genius could capture your attention. Later, I inquired around and discovered that his talent is merely E-level. How impressive. You have indeed unearthed such a gem for our Eastern Academy. It is truly our fortune. The speaker's voice, already laced with a hint of seduction, was rendered even more peculiar through her deliberate affectation. Junani felt a wave of discomfort wash over her at the sound, instinctively distancing the phone from her ear. After patiently waiting for her to finish, she suppressed her annoyance and, with great restraint, replied, "Li Qian, spare me your sarcasm. I chose to grant him the reserved spot solely based on his merit. He is deserving of such an opportunity. My intention in increasing the reserved spots is merely to select those with potential." Upon hearing this, her interlocutor released an exaggerated gasp, prompting a vivid mental image of her incredulous expression. Junani instinctively pulled the phone away once more. "Oh, indeed deserving. I trust you have found a talent with E-level aptitude capable of exhibiting SSS-level prowess? It is quite reasonable that you would encounter such a rare phenomenon. Since you are so certain, why not put it to the test? In the upcoming assessment, let us see whose chosen candidate performs better. I believe the E-level genius you so highly regard will undoubtedly shine." Taking a deep breath, Junani found the incessant sarcasm irksome, yet she refrained from openly confronting her. After all, Li Qian was not an adversary. Her status as a high-level examiner in the same assessment rendered her position rather unique. They had known each other for quite some time, having both entered the academy through unconventional means due to their exceptional talents, having caught the attention of higher authorities at a young age. With an even earlier admission date, the director of the Eastern Academy had regarded Li Qian as a daughter during her childhood. Equally gifted, she had long been considered the most talented of her generation until Junani arrived. Since entering the academy at the age of 13, Junani had shattered numerous records previously held by Li Qian, establishing herself as a formidable force. Ultimately, she gained prominence through a renowned battle, earning her title as the 8th War God of the War God Hall, thereby cementing her reputation as the Frost War God. While still in the academy, she had already ascended to leadership. The accumulation of accolades and honors surrounding Junani simultaneously incited envy within Li Qian, transforming her demeanor. Ever since Junani's enrollment, Li Qian had sought to undermine her at every opportunity. Upon hearing about Junani granting a reserved spot to a candidate with E-level talent, she could hardly contain her eagerness to call. "I have no desire to compete with you. The performance of the students is their own affair, not a matter for comparison. Furthermore, do not refer to me as you elder. I am 5 years your junior." With that, Junani resolved to disregard any further remarks from the other end and promptly ended the call. Rubbing her tired eyes, she stood up, intending to rest. Recent events had proven rather overwhelming, with the surveillance of the Divine Descent incident still being restored and the upcoming assessment looming ahead. She had already reported that Xin Yuan was the hero of the incident to the authorities, but they remained skeptical, requiring further verification and related tasks. With unresolved matters still at hand, this troublesome woman had chosen to provoke her once more. On the other end of the line, upon realizing the call had been terminated, Li Qian gripped her phone tightly, her previously affected demeanor frozen in place. She momentarily lost the ability to think clearly, her prepared taunts caught in her throat. As a singular phrase echoed endlessly in her mind, "I am 5 years your junior." Perhaps spending time with Xin Yuan had influenced Junani. She had become adept at delivering the most cutting remarks. After hanging up, she promptly blocked Li Qian in one swift motion, shattering her composure. "Ah, you wretched woman. Ah." Li Qian yelled in frustration, repeatedly attempting to dial her number, but to no avail. She furiously scratched her scalp, her speech becoming incoherent from anger. Clenching her fists, she suddenly turned to face the bewildered 5 individuals behind her. These were the 5 students Li Qian had selected for reserved spots. As they observed her in a frenzy, their expressions conveyed their utter confusion, clearly stating, "I don't comprehend, yet I am profoundly shocked. You all, in the upcoming collective assessment, perform well. Surely you can surpass an E-level candidate, can't you?" The group remained stunned, unable to articulate their responses. "Did you hear me?" Li Qian shouted again. "Oh, yes, yes." The group, visibly startled, quickly nodded in agreement. The young individuals, having yet to enroll, found themselves embroiled in this inexplicable rivalry, utterly speechless. "All right, remember the format of the assessment I discussed with you. Prepare thoroughly." After a long moment of catching her breath, Li Qian finally managed to temper her jealousy and anger, adding, "Oh, and do not disclose this to anyone." After all, revealing assessment details to students was inherently against regulations. However, in her eagerness to overshadow Junani in this matter, she decided to overlook such concerns. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. Having yet to locate Junani, Xin Yuan merely held onto the letter without delivering it to anyone. He hadn't forgotten his abilities, but the high caliber of talents present here rendered the success rate of replication exceedingly low. During this period, he sought out Qi Hong to exploit the opportunity twice, persistently approaching for a handshake amidst the other's impassive demeanor. However, it was evident that fortune could not favor him every day. Probability is an unyielding mistress, and both attempts ended in replication failure. Thus, he spent his days engrossed in gaming, savoring life, entirely devoid of any inclination to prepare for assessments. One might say he had settled into a rather stable state of complacency. Of course, he did not entirely neglect his abilities. The method of unlocking the sound of all things merely involved passively engaging with it, while the Ice Age was practiced during evening strolls after dinner along the artificial river. In a world where everyone once operated like headless flies, he was astonished to discover, after traversing to this realm, that the lives of the superhumans here were remarkably similar. Those who diligently honed their skills and prepared for assessments were not dissimilar to students cramming for final exams in his past life. The days of indulgence soon passed, and today marked the long-awaited comprehensive assessment, except for Xin Yuan. Chapter 25. When all around one is abnormal, normalcy becomes a transgression. In a perfectly circular hall, over 100 selected candidates gathered, the entirety of this year's cohort. The hall was exceptionally well equipped, with numerous metallic platforms at the center adorned with exquisite vessels housing a variety of fruits and delicacies, along with what appeared to be lavish drinks. Surrounding the hall were numerous decorative elements that imparted an air of sophistication, resembling an upscale buffet restaurant. Yet, the atmosphere within the hall was somewhat peculiar. Groups of individuals clustered together, conversing in hushed tones, contributing to an overall silence. Everyone discreetly observed those around them, their outward composure belying an inner tension. Each of them, young prodigies who had risen above countless superhumans, possessed guaranteed placements to be here. Shortly, an additional assessment would unfold before all these talents. Being labeled a genius inherently carried a sense of pride. None wished to lag behind, yet all recognized that their peers were equally gifted. Today was the moment to discern who among them truly stood as the preeminent genius. None wished to find themselves ranked low, while secretly contemplating the possibility of distinguishing themselves within this group. Moreover, every examiner responsible for endorsements, much like Junani, had cautioned them about the significance of this assessment, noting the presence of influential figures observing, with commendable performance promising substantial rewards. Thus, a sense of restraint enveloped them, treating those nearby as rivals, devoid of the typical camaraderie seen among youth. However, a rather strange occurrence transpired in this venue. Almost all the students exhibited a common gesture, periodically casting their gaze toward a particular individual within the hall, their brows furrowing in confusion. Many would glance only to quickly avert their eyes, only to be unable to resist stealing another look. How odd, they mused, as they sought to catch another glimpse. For within this venue was a man who stood out remarkably, though clad in the same combat uniform as the others and lacking any eccentric hairstyle. He effortlessly captured the attention of all. Xin Yuan, unlike his more reserved peers, roamed the hall with an air of ease, a plate in hand. To him, the plethora of culinary delights and decorations clearly beckoned for enjoyment and relaxation. He wondered why everyone remained seated. Perhaps they had overeaten breakfast and were feeling sluggish? Not that it mattered to him. He intended to savor his share first, treating it as a lunch buffet, until he could earn his own keep. Xin Yuan was relatively frugal, avoiding unnecessary extravagance. A man of his word, he owed Junani the 30,000 he had borrowed and intended to repay it. Thus, the spectators beheld a figure devoid of tension, genuinely treating the establishment as a buffet. Moreover, his approach to dining was not mere consumption, but rather a selective endeavor. As if he aspired to sample everything available. To avoid any ill effects, he continuously activated the sound of all things, exercising discretion in his choices. A divine skill was being whimsically employed in the pursuit of culinary delights. Strange ice fruit. Consuming too much leads to discomfort. If your constitution cannot withstand the onslaught, it's advisable to sample sparingly. Purple tomato, nutrient-rich, plump and juicy. Feel free to indulge. Green goji berries, enhances vitality. 10 will keep you firm for 3 days. Thus, guided by the wisdom of the sound of all things, Xin Yuan navigated the food area, becoming the sole individual ambling about in the expansive culinary zone. Junani, seated behind a judge's table, observed the distinctly unconventional Xin Yuan and smacked his forehead in exasperation. While the offerings were indeed intended for the candidates, meant to replenish their energy before assessments, this was their inaugural entry, and typically, individuals remained somewhat reserved. None usually exhibited the relaxed demeanor of Xin Yuan. Consequently, Junani retrieved his phone, composed his thoughts, and, assuming the identity of Yogurt Stick, addressed Xin Yuan. Yogurt Stick, did you not mention having an assessment today? Is there a crowd? Are there any peculiar individuals among them, distinct from the rest? The implication was unmistakably clear. He wished to nudge Xin Yuan toward self-awareness and moderation. Soon, a response from Xin Yuan arrived. Traveler, peculiar individuals? Everyone else seems rather odd. The academy prepared an abundance of buffet food, yet they all remained seated and selective. Junani, upon reading this message, tossed his phone aside in frustration. Let it be, for there was little he could do to intervene. At that moment, Li Qian also arrived on the scene. Junani, seated as the frost war god, typically wouldn't require her presence, yet she had made a special trip today to stir trouble, initially intending to locate the E-level student. Her gaze fell upon the incongruous sight of Xin Yuan. As she approached, she discerned the superpower card emblazoned on his combat uniform. E-level? Li Qian was taken aback, glancing up at Xin Yuan's face, her expression one of bewilderment. To be granted admission as an E-level, irrespective of the methods employed, felt akin to a husky infiltrating a den of wolves. Thus, when searching for candidates, she had anticipated a challenge, assuming he might be lurking in a corner. Consumed by self-doubt, this outcome was one she had never envisaged. A clueless boy, was it? Where did such confidence stem from? Approaching Xin Yuan, she observed his expression of utter ease, seemingly preoccupied solely with food, igniting a flicker of inexplicable ire within her. This fellow was as infuriating as Junani. And so, she spoke with a sardonic tone. Oh, the great genius seems to be enjoying himself. You're almost through that purple tomato. Is it that you're unable to afford a meal under normal circumstances? Xin Yuan turned to glance at her, while the other candidates donned their combat uniforms. This individual appeared markedly different. Thus, he mistook her for a server and replied, Excuse me, could you please serve a bit more? There is hardly enough. And the others haven't even had their share yet. What did you say? Initially, Li Qian was taken aback, but her composure quickly shattered. How dare they mistake her for a mere server? Instantly, her sardonic demeanor resurfaced, and she retorted sharply, Are your eyes defective? I am not a waitress. Is this how you treat your seniors? Well, I suppose I misjudged you, Xin Yuan replied, furrowing his brow, pondering the volatility of her temperament. Even when acknowledging her mistake, her reaction seemed excessive. He casually dismissed her, opting to ignore her altogether. However, Li Qian persisted, undeterred by his nonchalance, which only served to exacerbate her irritation. Everyone else is seated, and you think you're special? Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Xin Yuan, now equally displeased, disregarded her status or any connection she might have had to the faculty and frowned. What is the issue? Isn't the food prepared here meant for the students? Li Qian found herself momentarily speechless, for Xin Yuan was indeed correct. The provisions were intended for the students. Yet, she quickly countered. But no one else has come out to eat. In previous assessments, no one has ever behaved like you. And so, Xin Yuan interrupted, towering over her, his gaze unwavering. Just because it's been that way before, does it make it right? Chapter 26. Unable to retaliate physically or verbally, Li Qian was on the verge of losing her composure. The distinction between extraordinary beings and ordinary people was stark. Within the realm of superhumans, hierarchy was rigidly enforced. Thus, Li Qian naturally assumed that the new students should heed her commands, as she was accustomed to a position of authority. She had not anticipated that this mere E-rank student would dare to oppose her. Infuriated yet unsure of how to respond, she felt an unexpected pressure emanating from Xin Yuan, one unencumbered by psychological barriers. As their argument unfolded, the hall descended into an eerie silence. The onlookers, always the first to gather, witnessed Xin Yuan's final retort, leaving them momentarily stunned, including Junani. She was already irked by Li Qian's confrontation with Xin Yuan, and now she feared that he might suffer at the hands of this obstinate woman. To her astonishment, Xin Yuan had managed to articulate a profound statement. It was undeniable that Master Lu's, Sun Gu's, eloquence retained its captivating power even in this alternate realm. Li Qian, rendered speechless, inadvertently prompted all the students to reflect deeply. Turning back, Xin Yuan surveyed the more than 100 students present. Gesturing towards the slogan on the wall, it is clearly stated here, food and beverages are complimentary and self-served. Students are encouraged to replenish their energy before the assessment. So why is everyone abstaining from eating? To be frank, the food is quite decent, except for that green goji berry, which is best avoided. Many items possess special effects, even enhancing stamina. Having concluded his remarks, Xin Yuan disregarded Li Qian entirely and turned to continue his meal. After all, he had yet to finish his own food. Silence reigned, an absurd farce commencing and concluding with equal bewilderment, merely shattering the previously tense and awkward atmosphere. Finally, Yi Zilwan and Qi Hong were the first to rise. Making their way to the food area, each taking a plate. Xin Yuan's reasoning resonated. Why not eat when there was food available? With the assessment looming, and the format still unknown, it was only sensible to refuel. With a leader emerging, the remaining students, no longer dazed, rose from their seats one by one and proceeded to the food area. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a sense of ease. As if everyone were attending a festive gathering. Xin Yuan was akin to a bold catfish in a pond, stirring the waters into a lively chaos. Yet for him, this was not entirely advantageous, as the influx of students limited his choices. If I had known, I wouldn't have spoken up, he lamented, eyeing the now empty plate with regret. As the scene grew increasingly animated, Li Qian, already rendered speechless, simmered with rage, now tinged with a sense of impotent fury. Direct confrontation was out of the question, yet her words were entirely dismissed. The other students had emerged in response to Xin Yuan's words, effectively undermining her authority. Unable to fight or articulate her frustrations, with public opinion now swaying against her, Li Qian realized that this man, whose name she did not even know, had become more detestable than Junani. Just as she teetered on the brink of losing her composure, someone brushed past her, interrupting her thoughts. Junani had stepped down from the judging panel, casually gliding past Li Qian without a glance. To her, Li Qian was neither a rival nor an adversary, merely someone she passed by. Reaching Xin Yuan's side, she naturally plucked an uneaten fruit from his plate and popped it into her mouth. Why did you take from my plate? Xin Yuan exclaimed. To think you could utter such a philosophical statement. She replied, munching away. What statement? Oh, you mean earlier? Xin Yuan, begrudgingly ignoring the loss of his food, retrieved more to fill his plate. That wasn't my original phrase. It originated from a person in my hometown who took pleasure in planting 2 jujube trees in front of their door. Junani smiled slightly. Though she didn't fully comprehend, she had grown accustomed to Xin Yuan's cryptic remarks and paid little heed, merely reminding him, that woman might be targeting you. Your solo defeat of the divine servant has yet to be disclosed. In the eyes of the crowd, you still appear as merely an E-rank individual. This assessment is your opportunity to silence them all, so perform well and be cautious of those around you. Nodding, Xin Yuan acknowledged her warnings. He had heard her cautions so often lately that they had become almost second nature. However, if someone truly dislikes you, no amount of effort will silence them, he remarked. So, there's no need to dwell on it. Of course, I will strive for a commendable result in this assessment. Thus, they engaged in light conversation, both feeling at ease. After all, Xin Yuan had confidence in his abilities, and Junani possessed even greater confidence in him. Meanwhile, Li Qian, drowned in the crowd, received no attention, her gaze fixated on the two, her expression dark and twisted as if she had bitten into something bitter. Senior, that E-rank fellow truly lacks any decorum and seems to rely solely on his tongue to navigate his way through, commented a nearby male student, attempting to curry favor. He is a student recommended by Li Qian, primarily seeking to curry favor with her. Moreover, he harbors a certain disdain for E-level superhumans. His jealousy is further fueled by the close relationship between the E-level judges Xin Yuan and Junani, which has led him to approach Li Qian. It was a rare moment for Li Qian to hear a voice of agreement, and she swiftly turned her head. Expressing her frustration, I've never seen Junani be so close with anyone before. This guy is either a relative of hers or some kind of pretty boy? Ah, yes. I feel the same way, the boy chimed in, lacking any independent opinion, simply echoing her sentiments. Li Qian's eyes glinted with mischief as she leaned closer to the boy and whispered, Lu Peng, remember this when I speak later. Chapter 27. The strange tacit understanding between one old and one young. With a loud mechanical clang, the sci-fi-like lift door slowly opened, revealing a throng of figures at the entrance. It is said that this gymnasium, which hosts similar assessment activities annually, was specially constructed with a hefty budget for such ostentation. At the forefront stood an elderly man with a full head of white hair and a slightly plump figure, resembling Santa Claus. Upon entering, all footsteps faltered. and some questioned whether they had mistakenly entered the wrong place. They were the observers for this assessment, including representatives from various academies and leaders from renowned superhuman organizations. Although they had participated in numerous assessments of recommended students in the past, they had never witnessed a scene quite like this. Over 100 scattered students were also taken aback, gazing at the diverse assembly of individuals at the entrance, realizing that the assessment was about to commence. After a brief moment of confusion, the plump old man erupted into a hearty laugh and addressed all the students. Splendid. It seems this batch of students is quite different from the usual lot, exhibiting commendable psychological resilience and vibrant personalities. Excellent. This is how it should be. Young people shouldn't be timid and reserved. If there is something to be had, it should be seized. He then glanced at the wall clock and continued. It is now 9:10. We shall wait until 9:30 to begin explaining the assessment details. Feel free to move about. Do not mind us. With that, the old man smiled kindly and moved to one side, while the others who entered took their seats behind the expansive judge's table. Shortly thereafter, a group of individuals clad in specialized uniforms rushed in, forming a small squad, armed with paper and pens, and seated themselves in an orderly fashion. Those observant enough would notice that their number perfectly matched that of the students. The jovial old man continued to approach the crowd, appearing to possess a certain aura that made it seem as though, despite everyone recognizing his distinguished status, very few actually paid him any heed, as if his presence had momentarily faded into obscurity. At this moment, Xin Yuan recalled the matter of the red envelope he had been showing Janani, when suddenly a voice interrupted his thoughts. Wind, you should be cautious. It seems a heavyweight contender has arrived. This enigmatic message from the voice of all things compelled Xin Yuan to glance back. At that moment, the plump old man had reached Xin Yuan and Janani. Catching sight of Xin Yuan handing Janani a red envelope, with a grin, he remarked, "Oh dear, am I arriving at an inopportune time? It seems this young man is giving a letter to this young lady, and I've happened to catch a glimpse of it." Upon hearing this, Janani quickly turned around. Her face slightly flushed as she hurried to clarify. "No, you misunderstand. This is something he acquired from a divine servant. It apparently contains some sort of restriction. I was just about to seek you out." She added, "Director, you still walk so quietly." As she spoke, Janani directly handed the red envelope to the plump old man, who accepted it but did not examine it immediately. Instead, he was astonishedly gazing at Xin Yuan, or rather, the two were locked in mutual eye contact. The old man clearly understood that this child had turned to look at him even before he had spoken, and that the gaze was not a mere coincidence, but rather an intentional acknowledgement of his presence. "You are aware of my arrival?" The plump old man inquired with great interest, intrigued by Xin Yuan's perceptiveness. "Not I, but the wind is aware," Xin Yuan replied, shaking his head. This response momentarily left the old man speechless, before he burst into hearty laughter. "Young man, you are quite interesting. I like you." He then turned to Janani. "Is this the E-level special talent you recommended? Not bad. You have a good eye." He shook the red envelope in his hand and added, "And this is also his?" "Yes, it is indeed from a couple of days ago," Janani answered promptly. The plump old man nodded, then closed his eyes to sense the contents of the red envelope, maintaining the same genial smile as if his very visage were molded that way, unaltered by any other expression. Soon, he opened his eyes and asked Xin Yuan, "Have you investigated it?" "No," Xin Yuan replied honestly, "I intended to, but my intuition advised against it." "Excellent, a keen intuition indeed. This restriction is not something you can handle at this time." As he spoke, the old man flicked his fingers, causing the red envelope to vanish from his grasp, seemingly dismissing the matter altogether. Subsequently, Xin Yuan and the plump old man exchanged another glance, each harboring a singular thought. In perfect synchrony, they extended their hands toward one another. "Greetings, it is a pleasure to finally meet you," Xin Yuan said. "Child, have you been faring well lately?" The old man replied. This remarkable moment of tacit understanding left Janani standing nearby, utterly bewildered, as she observed the inexplicable exchange between the two. Without further ado, their expressions turned serious for a brief moment, and their hands clasped firmly. Replication successful, acquired C-level talent, disappearance of presence, automatically enhancing talent, talent level upgrade successful, stealth, allowing for the reduction of one's aura and presence at will, making it difficult for others to detect. Xin Yuan was undoubtedly clear about his objective, to test his luck in replicating a talent. Although he succeeded, he was most astonished by the level of this ability. The individual before him exuded the aura of an influential figure, clearly possessing considerable identity and strength. Yet his talent level was merely C-grade? This seemed incongruous. Xin Yuan raised his head, gazing at the elderly man with surprise and confusion. The elder's handshake, too, held ulterior motives. Despite not displaying significant changes in expression, he was evidently sensing something. Yet, the more he sensed, the more puzzled he became. A myriad of questions swirling in his mind as he looked back at Xin Yuan with equal confusion. The two stood there, simultaneously filled with intrigue, their expressions remarkably aligned. Had it not been for their vast age difference, it would have been akin to gazing into a mirror. Haha, splendid. Splendid. The plump old man finally released his grip, nodding enthusiastically at Xin Yuan, not uttering another word. He gestured for Janani to discuss matters with him, and they departed together. 20 minutes swiftly elapsed, and the hall gradually emptied, with everyone returning to their respective seats. No one was so ravenous as to linger until the very last moment, and in truth, the food area had been nearly deserted for the past 5 minutes. Even Xin Yuan departed early, his sole intention being to partake in a meal rather than to capture anyone's attention. As the time arrived, several judges seated at the forefront exchanged glances, ultimately leading the portly elder to step forward. He wore a congenial smile, his eyes almost obscured by the wrinkles that framed his face, and clapped his hands, announcing, "All right. The time has come. Greetings, students. I am Mo Chingu. You may address me as Dean Mo, or simply Old Mo will suffice. Now, allow me to elucidate the content of this assessment." Chapter 28. The rule is that there are no rules. What is the identity of that elder? What abilities does he possess? Seizing the moment while the elder began his explanation, Xin Yuan hastily moved beside Junani and inquired. He is the dean of the Eastern Academy. No one truly knows the extent of his abilities, as the affairs of the headmaster are myriad. Junani replied quietly, observing Xin Yuan's eagerness to engage. He quickly added, "You should listen attentively. What purpose does discussing this serve now?" Cough, cough, haha. Mo Chingu stood before the podium, clearing his throat. "Although I might begin with some trivial remarks, I kindly ask for your silence and refrain from whispering amongst yourselves." Hearing this, Junani shot a glance at Xin Yuan, clearly indicating that the elder's words were directed at them. Xin Yuan fell silent, merely shrugging his shoulders. Even in this fantastical realm, the opening remarks of leadership often meander through inconsequential matters. For instance, Mo Chingu was currently uttering platitudes. We must vigorously grasp, delve deeply, and steadfastly advance, maintaining and extending our efforts. In essence, he was delivering a speech akin to those typically presented at the commencement of an academic year, outlining the objectives and direction of their activities. However, this lengthy oration did not persist for too long before he transitioned to the formal explanation of the rules. Firstly, there are 126 participants in this assessment, who will collectively enter an artificial secret realm to engage in a hunt without rules. The criteria for ranking are astonishingly simple, to the point of seeming absurd. Collect the divine cores from within the secret realm within the allotted time for evaluation, with higher scores leading to better standings. It is important to note that those with greater scores and higher ranks will receive substantial rewards, which will greatly benefit their future admissions. However, this assessment is far from as straightforward as it appears. Firstly, there is no map within the secret realm. You must determine your own bearings to find your way back to the entrance, the only exit from the realm. Secondly, you must keep track of time yourself. Should you fail to exit within the time limit, even if you possess the highest score, you will still be deemed unqualified. Lastly, there are no rules. If you are powerful enough, you may seize the divine cores from others, and if you lack strength, you may ally with others to fight. This final stipulation truly amalgamates the nature of this comprehensive assessment. The Core 8 academies intend to utilize this method to enable 126 students to swiftly familiarize themselves with the societal norms among superhumans within the artificial secret realm over the span of 36 hours. You may collaborate with friends, yet they may betray you for the sake of points. You may engage in fierce conflict with those you are at odds with, but beware of opportunists who might profit from your struggle. Unity is strength. Forming teams is a commendable strategy, yet the resultant distribution of benefits may leave you in disarray. Perhaps you are exceptionally powerful, but you might also become the target of many, treated as a prime prize, ultimately finding your efforts in vain. In the battlefield, there are no police or laws to dispense justice. You must weigh and judge everything on your own. This design assesses not only strength. In fact, strength does not guarantee an absolute advantage. Or perhaps this is not a design at all, but rather the establishment of a foundational rule, with everything else left to chance, an absence of rules. Yet, the essence of this lawlessness is precisely what makes it profound, for this world inherently lacks rules. Superhumans have never been delicate sprouts nurtured within an ivory tower. All present were astute individuals, and upon hearing Mo Chingu's words, they fell into thoughtful silence, brows furrowed in contemplation. Some began to glance around, pondering whether to seek out a partner, while others exhibited an air of arrogance, seemingly resolved to act independently. Observing the myriad expressions on each face, Mo Chingu maintained his smile and nodded gently. Well then, the rules are quite simple. Now, does anyone have any questions? After a brief pause, a student stepped forward and asked, Dynamo, may I inquire about what the divine core is? Oh, that. You may consider it as the drop items from the monsters you will encounter in the secret realm, Chingu replied. And you mentioned this is an artificial virtual secret realm. Are the monsters within real? Will they inflict harm upon us? Indeed, they will. Everything is completely authentic, Chingu explained. However, you are all valuable human resources. You will not perish within. Should you sustain fatal injuries, you will be teleported out immediately. But that will result in a low score. Once the questions concluded, a brief silence enveloped the scene. Chingu surveyed the room. And just as he believed there were no further inquiries and was about to declare the commencement of the hunting operation, another student sprang forth. Lu Peng raised his hand and spoke. Dean, you mentioned we may bring weapons. How will fairness be ensured in combat? Chingu's expression remained unchanged. Yet a flicker of intrigue ignited within him. His seasoned instincts sensed something amiss in the inquiry. Indeed, Li Qian, positioned at the edge of the judges' table, interjected. I think it's normal to have such concerns, particularly since there has never been a precedent for an E-ranked individual to stand here. Worrying about fairness is entirely understandable. Have you no shame? Junani exclaimed, astonished. She never anticipated that Li Qian would be so audacious and oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Insisting on this matter at such an occasion. I've explained multiple times why E-ranked individuals are granted direct admission. The assessment is about to commence. Will you not see for yourself whether he is qualified or not? Junani's words were entirely justified. Among the many high-ranking judges present, there may have been prior doubts regarding Xin Yuan's identity, but at this moment, no one would dare to raise such concerns. After all, the assessment was about to begin, and one's capabilities would reveal themselves. The significance of E-rank versus non-E-rank was not as critical. Moreover, according to protocol, Li Qian, not being a judge, had no standing to make such statements. Consequently, many high-ranking officials regarded her with a degree of dissatisfaction. However, Li Qian was undeterred. She had brazenly thrust herself into the spotlight, prepared to sacrifice herself in the process. Yet it cannot be so simple, for I suspect you are aiding him in cheating. Chapter 29. The Cheating Scandal, Baseless Accusations. Li Qian pointed a finger at Junani, her gaze shifting to Xin Yuan. The flames of jealousy raged within her, and she could no longer concern herself with her own dignity. However, upon observing Xin Yuan's expression, her disappointment swiftly took hold. The emotions she had hoped to see, anger, fear, trepidation, or grievance, were conspicuously absent from his visage. At that moment, Xin Yuan wore a look of utter bewilderment, as if he were gazing upon a brilliant fool. He shrugged his shoulders and spoke, yet his words did not delve into any accusations of cheating nor offered any explanations. He simply expressed his confusion. Why are you suddenly targeting me? It was just a moment ago that I mistook you for a waitress. It's hardly a grave matter, considering your attire resembles it quite closely. What? Li Qian exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Was this fellow truly focused on the wrong aspect? Even now, he was speaking of a mere waitress? However, she quickly regained her composure and seethed. Who dresses like a waitress? I do not resemble one at all. Well, in fact, your outfit is quite distinct from the others. It appears rather neat, and your age is quite evident, making you look like a service staff member. Who looks old? Have you taken a good look? Li Qian retorted, her anger flaring as she clutched her collar, but mid-sentence, her expression shifted, and she abruptly ceased her tirade. Something felt amiss. Wasn't she supposed to be discussing his alleged cheating? How had the topic derailed into a debate over attire? This fellow was insufferable. She had been led astray. Amidst the judges, a towering figure, a man of nearly 2 meters with broad shoulders and a formidable presence, scowled at the scene before him and directed his ire towards Li Qian. In such a serious setting, if you suspect cheating, you must focus on the matter at hand. Do not bring up your trivial part-time jobs, as if this were a jest. Listening to the man's words, Li Qian felt a surge of indignation, as if something were pressing against her chest, threatening to make her choke on her own fury. What was this nonsense about part-time jobs? Was her status as a waitress being cemented? Yet she recognized the man as the titan of the War God Hall, who, though he shared the title of War God with Junani, was quite different. Li Qian dared not speak further in his presence, choosing instead to remain silent. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to regain her composure and refocus her thoughts. She now realized that this E-rank contestant named Xin Yuan possessed a peculiar knack for derailing conversations. The moment she opened her mouth, he led her down a bewildering path, disrupting her rhythm entirely. Could this possibly be his extraordinary ability? After a few moments of adjustment, Li Qian turned her gaze away from Xin Yuan and addressed the panel of judges. According to reports from Junani, it is stated that his E-rank ability has undergone a remarkably peculiar mutation, acquiring ice attributes of a notably high level. Upon his arrival here, He allegedly demonstrated this to the personnel responsible for card issuance. However, both times, Junani was present, leading me to believe that this was not his doing, but rather Junani aiding him in cheating. Immediately, a stir erupted among the crowd of students, murmurs and discussions igniting. In truth, this commotion was orchestrated by Li Qian herself. She had previously instructed several of her chosen students, including Lu Peng, to spread whispers throughout the crowd, inciting suspicion. After all, people are often blind followers. Once someone leads, many will echo, especially among those who look down upon lower-tier talents. I certainly cannot be held responsible for this assessment, nor do I harbor any motive to assist anyone in cheating. Junani was at a loss for words, struggling to defend against such baseless accusations. After all, Xin Yuan's abilities appeared strikingly similar to her own, with a method of use reminiscent of her past. Yet perhaps you provided him with some of your own tools to aid him in passing? I did not. Moreover, I cannot even create such extraordinary tools. Junani exclaimed in desperation. Who knows? Perhaps he suddenly acquired the skill? Such things are difficult to ascertain. Given your genius, Li Qian interjected, seizing the moment to pursue her advantage. For the first time, she felt a surge of triumph over Junani in their confrontation, leaving her feeling exhilarated. Meanwhile, the crowd behind her, spurred on by a group of instigators, began to murmur in concern. This cannot be. If that's the case, we're doomed. How could he possibly be a match for the examiners? Xin Yuan remained a silent observer, his eyes scanning the faces of those speaking, committing their appearances to memory without uttering a word. Historically, proving one's innocence has always been a daunting task, and he refused to squander his breath. Thus, my suggestion is to conduct a body search to uncover any potential contraband, Li Qian declared, her demeanor tinged with triumph. At that moment, Junani's countenance darkened with anger. She realized that Li Qian was not genuinely concerned about cheating, but merely seeking to provoke. This is unacceptable. This is an utter humiliation. You possess nothing. As she spoke, Xin Yuan gently placed a hand on Junani's shoulder, stepping forward to stand before her. Thank you for your willingness to defend me, but such trifles are forever intertwined. Then, turning his attention to Mo Qinggu, he remarked, Director Mo, you seem to enjoy the spectacle. Do you not intend to say something? Throughout Li Qian's outburst, Mo Qinggu maintained an inscrutable expression, the wrinkles of his smile effectively concealing his thoughts. Ha ha ha, I have scanned him, and he bears no issues. Mo Qinggu's laughter broke the silence after a few moments, before he shifted his gaze to Li Qian. As for the issue of storage rings, that matter is easily resolved. With a casual gesture, a transparent wristband simultaneously appeared on the arms of all 126 students present. Initially, we plan to implement a reform. This is a temporarily created energy bracelet designed to enhance your safety. Should you sustain serious injuries, you can use the bracelet to request an exit. Just moments ago, I added a storage function. Anything you wish to bring inside can be placed here, and it will automatically reject prohibited items. Xin Yuan looked down at the device on his wrist. Mo Qinggu's nonchalant manner indicated his formidable power. His abilities were undoubtedly far from simple. As the benevolent-looking elder spoke, Li Qian retreated, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. She had achieved her objectives, overshadowing Junani, while simultaneously planting seeds of distrust towards Xin Yuan among the students. Even if Xin Yuan were a genius, provided Lu Peng and the others followed her instructions, he would still not perform favorably. Chapter 30. I hope you can be first. As Li Qian stepped aside, silence fell over the assembly. No one else dared to speak as the examination was set to commence. Mo Qinggu and the other high-ranking officials diverted their attention from Xin Yuan and Li Qian, initiating the secret realm. Several bald figures emerged, arms outstretched, chanting incantations. And in a mere second, beams of light shot from the center of each participant's forehead, converging at a designated point in the air. In an instant, a ghastly green door began to slowly open, revealing itself to all present. Alternatively, one might assert that it is not merely a door, but rather an abominable entity reminiscent of a quagmire, its hue evoking a profound sense of revulsion. All right, students, if there are no further matters, the assessment shall commence immediately, Mo Qinggu declared, gently clapping his hands and addressing all the candidates with a smile. The time within synchronizes with the outside world. Every action you undertake will be closely observed by us, spanning a total of 36 hours. Thus, should you feel the need to relieve yourselves, now is the time to do so. The stadium is equipped with ample restrooms, and there should be no queues. Of course, if you choose to unceremoniously disrobe and relieve yourselves in plain sight, we will not intervene. As superpowered individuals, enduring 36 hours without food, drink, or restroom breaks should not pose a significant challenge for you. Alternatively, if an unexpected bout of diarrhea compels you to abandon the assessment, you are at liberty to do so. Maintaining that Santa Claus-like visage, he articulated a plethora of rather flavorful remarks before gesturing for everyone to proceed. The assessment commenced forthwith. Leaving no time for the participants to prepare, it was an exercise in resolute efficiency. The candidates wore serious expressions, for the rigorous 36-hour trial undeniably presented a formidable challenge. Some entered without hesitation, while others temporarily stepped away to attend to personal matters. Upon entry, each participant triggered the emergence of two screens the size of computer monitors. One hovering in the air, while the other flew before the 126 staff members present. This display provided a God's eye view of the current candidate, meticulously documenting their actions. Mo Chingu and numerous leaders would observe intently, while the staff members were tasked with recording each candidate's performance. Points would determine rankings. Yet they did not dictate everything. Your excellence and actions were under the scrutiny of the higher-ups. Throughout this process, Xin Yuan did not rush to enter, instead remaining in place. Observing with a detached gaze, he fixated on one individual, Lu Peng. Following the previous incident of cheating, several individuals had been darting through the crowd, voicing their suspicions. Lu Peng was among the ringleaders of that commotion. Even now, he was engaged in hushed conversations with various people, causing Xin Yuan's eyes to narrow slightly. At last, the remaining candidates entered in succession, leaving only a few, including Xin Yuan, outside. He removed the storage ring that Junani had given him and tossed it into his wristband. Preparing to enter as well, Xin Yuan, Junani suddenly called out to him amidst the sparse crowd of candidates. I hope you achieve first place in this assessment. She had always refrained from placing pressure on him, but this time was different. Her words instantly drew the attention of all present. No one had anticipated that this typically reserved individual would so boldly express such sentiments. The unpredictability of the assessment was well known. Even those with extraordinary talents in previous years would never dare claim to be first, given the significant role luck played. At that moment, the god of war, Mo Chingu, along with other high-ranking representatives from various organizations, turned their gazes toward Xin Yuan, eager to see how this young man would respond. Oh, we shall see. Xin Yuan replied with a nonchalant indifference, offering no further indication as he stepped inside. However, he paused momentarily, turned back to look at Junani, and revealed a playful smile. Just teasing you. I assure you I will complete the task. With that, he stepped forward and entered the secret realm. With that, all candidates had entered, and the assessment officially began. Mo Chingu settled into his seat, leaning back with a cheerful demeanor as he remarked, Ha ha ha, everyone. Let us see if any of our candidates can truly surprise you this time. The god of war, Dong Wushuang, remained standing, arms crossed over his chest. He raised his hand and summoned one of the 126 screens, enlarging it and placing it above. This was the privilege of the examiners. They could select candidates of interest from the crowd for closer observation. The individual displayed was none other than Xin Yuan, guaranteeing a first-place finish? Very well, I admire confidence. But a man must honor his word. Let us see how this young lad performs to capture the attention of our frost god of war. The nearly 2-meter-tall man concluded with a teasing remark. Meanwhile, Junani stood silently, gazing at the image of Xin Yuan within the secret realm. Upon passing through the ghastly green door, Xin Yuan found himself transported to another world. The sky was a dark crimson, and beneath his feet lay an endless expanse of desert, where it seemed that no one could maintain a sense of time. Most candidates had yet to leave, lingering in place as they contemplated whether to form teams. Xin Yuan, however, did not share their hesitance. He surveyed the surroundings and quickly identified a figure, Lu Peng. He strode purposefully toward him, extending a hand in a gesture of greeting. Lu Peng, upon recognizing him, was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for such an overture. Was the other party genuinely extending an olive branch? Outside the secret realm, the god of war, Dong Wushuang, scrutinized Xin Yuan's actions with a furrowed brow. Following his recent notoriety, attempting to ingratiate oneself to deflect scrutiny was not inherently wrong. Yet, he found this somewhat cowardly behavior displeasing. It was decidedly unmanly. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Lu Peng adopted a condescending demeanor, disregarding Xin Yuan's outstretched hand, and mockingly remarked, Are you proposing that we team up? Or what? Given your E rank, I suppose I could be lenient, and we could split the points 80-20. You get 2, and I take 8. How does that sound? Lu Peng's taunts were loud and unabashed, drawing laughter from those around him, who had not anticipated encountering such a feeble opponent. Yet, in the next instant, Xin Yuan, with his hand still outstretched, forcefully seized Lu Peng's hand, which he had deliberately chosen to ignore. Lu Peng instantly sensed the gravity of his error, but it was already too late. A chilling sensation surged through him as his right arm swiftly lost all feeling. Meanwhile, the terrifying ice rapidly spread throughout his entire body. Have you perhaps misunderstood something? Xin Yuan spoke coldly. Chapter 31. Swift retaliation, record for quickest elimination. Lu Peng's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. The mocking words he had prepared trapped in his throat, unable to escape. It is important to note that he was not without defenses, despite his derision. He had been channeling energy within himself since Xin Yuan had approached, preparing to strike. His reluctance to shake hands was not merely a matter of humiliation, but also a tactic to avoid physical contact. However, all of that proved utterly futile. A purple glow enveloped him as his powers surged to their peak, desperately clashing against Xin Yuan's pale, ice-based energy. Yet the more he struggled, the more his expression transformed into one of utter horror. As he confronted an undeniable reality, it became apparent to him that no matter how much energy he exerted, the speed at which the icy tendrils spread remained unwavering, resolutely encroaching upon his body without the slightest hint of compromise. This was a chasm of disparity in quality, a level of absolute domination. How could his A-grade talent possibly be so thoroughly crushed? Even if he were an S-rank, such a fate should be implausible. Lu Peng lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Xin Yuan's frigid stare, exclaiming in astonishment, "What is your talent level?" "I am E-grade. As you all know," Xin Yuan shrugged. His right hand seemingly fused to the spot, unyielding. No matter how fiercely Lu Peng's energy surged, it dissipated instantly upon reaching Xin Yuan. Anger consumed Lu Peng's mind, swiftly morphing into dread as he realized that if this continued, his fate would be sealed in death. At his tender age, he had yet to grasp the true nature of life and death, and in a desperate frenzy, he kicked at Xin Yuan with his still unfrozen feet, resembling a child in panic. Yet, Xin Yuan was already enveloped in a layer of frosty armor, rendering Lu Peng's efforts utterly futile. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Peng shouted, flustered. "Save your strength. If I close in on you, I could freeze you instantly, but I have chosen not to. You need not fear excessively," Xin Yuan stated calmly, consistently emitting his chilling aura. This place was devoid of fatalities. The rotund elder had previously mentioned that individuals facing lethal threats would be automatically transported away. Thus, I shall merely experiment to ascertain the extent of my freezing ability required to induce death. Outside, Mo Chingu observed in real time. "So, it's Dean Mo at the forefront and the fat elder behind? Are you aware that I am watching? This man is putting on a front." As Lu Peng listened to Xin Yuan's composed voice, he felt as though he were plunging into an icy abyss. His body was not the only thing growing cold. His heart was equally frigid, although he knew he wouldn't perish. The terror of witnessing his own demise was an experience he had never encountered in his 14 years of life. Moreover, if he were to be transported out now, it would mean immediate disqualification. He had many plans, having anticipated the examination's dynamics. He had hoped to seize this opportunity to shine and soar to new heights. Why must it all end before it even began? Regret flooded him as he pondered why he had chosen to ingratiate himself with Li Qian, provoking this terrifying anomaly. That gaze of his was akin to one who had taken lives. Only such eyes could remain so unfazed in the face of life and death. What had this individual done before? He could hardly be a student. In his relentless struggles, Lu Peng's thoughts raced. The ice enveloped him, devoid of pain, yet filled with an unending numbness, his consciousness gradually fading. He turned his head, seeking assistance from his teammates behind him, who had previously agreed to act in unison against Xin Yuan. However, they now stood at a distance, unleashing their full powers. "Don't." As his awareness began to blur, the bracelet on his wrist flickered wildly, signaling a grave threat to his life. In truth, the ice attribute's abilities were somewhat merciful, as they spared one from excruciating torment. "From this perspective, I am indeed a good person." These were the last words he heard before his consciousness faded, spoken by Xin Yuan. In the next moment, the bracelet erupted, enveloping him in a stream of light, causing him to vanish from his location. The hunting assessment commenced officially 58 seconds after all personnel had entered. Lu Peng, talent level A, disqualified. He shattered the record for the fastest disqualification since the inception of this assessment, a feat unmatched in history. Lu Peng's half-frozen body emerged before the judges, as the luminous membranes swiftly permeated, melting the ice encasing him and nurturing his form. Yet, he remained unconscious, his heartbeat failing to revive. Mo Chingu gestured, a gentle golden light enveloping Lu Peng, gradually revitalizing him. The bracelet's luminous mechanism was designed to shield students from fatal injuries before transporting them out, swiftly stabilizing their conditions. Nevertheless, Lu Peng's state, being slowly devoured by ice, remained critical even after his emergence. Thus, Mo Chingu was compelled to intervene further. The entire panel of judges, composed of high-level psychics, fell silent, none daring to utter a word. Even those present, whose powers surpassed Xin Yuan's, were left astonished. Today, Xin Yuan had opened their eyes in a manner akin to a knife slicing through flesh. In the annals of examination history, Such an event had never transpired. They were all aware of the suspicions surrounding Xin Yuan's potential cheating, which had drawn the attention of all. Yet they had anticipated a response during the assessment if he were indeed a genius. They had not anticipated such a swift and overwhelming rebuttal. This individual would seek revenge immediately, never letting it linger. However, those who had previously questioned and slandered him were not limited to Lu Peng alone. Could it be? Alas, this fellow is quite formidable. They are fortunate that the secret realm spares lives. Mo Qinggu shook his head in exasperation, the smile on his face finally shifting. The legendary war god Dong Wushuang merely uttered 2 words, glancing at Xin Yuan with a hint of admiration as he lightly applauded. You call this E-grade? It seems a reassessment is in order. A tall examiner in a mask remarked. It can only be said that he is both strong and ruthless, though somewhat lacking in rationality. Making himself a target for everyone from the outset is not a wise choice, commented the vice president of the Southern Academy. His strength is undeniable, but such tactics might hinder his chances of securing first place in points. All the judges' gazes converged upon Xin Yuan, many offering their assessments. Among the numerous spectators, Li Qian's expression was perhaps the most captivating. Her previously triumphant demeanor had not yet fully dissipated. But the brutal reality delivered a harsh slap to her face, leaving her frozen at the edge of the judges' panel. This scene had completely disrupted all her plans and exceeded her expectations. At that moment, she felt as though she were trapped in a nightmare. Lu Peng was her most favored candidate, the strongest among those she had recommended. She had contemplated that Xin Yuan might possess genuine strength, but she had never imagined it would be sufficient to annihilate Lu Peng in an instant. Was Lu Peng truly so weak? Where had this monster Xin Yuan come from? Watching Lu Peng, who lay on the ground as if lifeless, she seethed with resentment, her joy extinguished in less than 2 minutes. How could he possibly be inferior to that fool Junani? Useless, a failure in every sense. She felt no pity for the fallen Lu Peng, only a deep-seated anger directed at him. That wretched individual must be feeling quite proud now, she thought bitterly. With her thoughts racing, she discreetly began to observe Junani from the corners of her eyes. However, at that moment, Junani's expression bore no trace of pride, nor even joy. She merely sat there, her delicate hand supporting her fragrant cheek, quietly gazing upwards. There was no change in her expression, no verbal commentary. Just an unwavering focus on the scene before her, as if she were entranced by a captivating film. It seemed to convey a sense of inevitability, as if she had anticipated Xin Yuan's capabilities all along and was merely awaiting his subsequent performance. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Li Qian's frustration was reaching its peak, a sudden fit of violent coughing erupted, causing Lu Peng to jolt upright from the ground. Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings, appearing as if he had lost all memory. After a moment, he finally recalled what had transpired, vigorously shaking his limbs as he felt his body regain control, and hastily stood up. The judges also took notice of him, turning their gazes in his direction. Mo Qinggu, wearing his characteristic warm smile, inquired, "Child, you are awake? Is your health all right?" I'm perfectly fine. I have no issues," Lu Peng hurriedly replied. "Director Mo, please, grant me another chance. We have just entered. The assessment should not have officially commenced yet. I still have potential. I can prove myself. I haven't done anything yet." Faced with the gravity of his future, Lu Peng was in such a state of panic that he spoke incoherently, desperate to re-enter that secret realm. "No, the assessment has already begun. You may watch from here or return to rest. Your evaluation has concluded," Mo Qinggu replied with a gentle smile, his voice lacking severity yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Hearing Mo Qinggu's words, Lu Peng's face turned ashen, standing there in a daze. Suddenly, as if clutching a lifeline, he whirled around to look at Li Qian. "Examiner Li, senior sister, you must help me. Allow me to continue the assessment. I have only just entered." Li Qian shot him a disdainful glance. At that moment, she was entirely disinclined to entangle herself with him and turned her head to say, "What does this have to do with me? The rules are set. This is your own matter." "No, we had an agreement. You told me before the assessment that I would." "Silence," Li Qian interjected sharply, her eyes narrowing, effectively cutting off Lu Peng's words. "What do you wish to say? Your assessment has concluded. It cannot be altered." She was genuinely fearful, afraid that Lu Peng might utter something inappropriate. "Everyone quiet down. If you want to argue, take it outside," Dong Wushuang interjected, frowning as he turned to halt the bickering between the two. As the towering war god, his title signified the kind of person he was. Even though he initially did not know Xin Yuan, he held Lu Peng and Li Qian's behavior in deep disdain. Eventually, the group quieted down, and Mo Qinggu exchanged a meaningful glance with Li Qian before falling silent. Within the secret realm, Xin Yuan observed the sudden disappearance of Lu Peng, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. The protective mechanism of this realm was indeed quite astute. Raising his head, he spoke aloud, as if to himself or perhaps to someone unseen. In this state, I can demonstrate that I have not cheated, right? After saying this, he scanned the surroundings, noticing that everyone had distanced themselves from him. Not only those who had allied with Lu Peng, who sought to conspire against Xin Yuan, but also the other students nearby. Xin Yuan's initial display of strength had successfully established his authority, yet it had also, to some extent, positioned him in opposition to the crowd. Few dared to assure themselves that they could surpass Lu Peng. Everyone feared they too would face elimination. Thus, even though Xin Yuan exhibited formidable combat prowess upon his entrance, no one harbored thoughts of forming a team with him. When one is significantly inferior to others, they are met with scorn and avoided. Conversely, when one is overwhelmingly superior, they incite fear and are likewise shunned. The only way to blend in is to be on par with the majority. This explains why the vice president of the Western Academy would render such an irrational assessment of Xin Yuan. The exceptional often attracts the winds of envy. In an environment where points are obtained through collective hunting, displaying brilliance may not be advantageous. As cold energy surged, frost armor enveloped his entire form, and the ice staff reappeared in Xin Yuan's grasp. Standing firm, he surveyed the individuals before him, all radiating a similar aura of brilliance, preparing for battle. At that moment, he realized the impact that his recent battle with the divine servant had on his psychological state. In the face of these students, who had yet to experience life and death struggles, he felt a marked sense of ease in combat. So, shall we engage now? Xin Yuan twirled the ice staff in his hands. The others, evidently having decided to team up, exchanged glances before swiftly retreating, disappearing from sight in no time. They opted to concede, choosing not to provoke Xin Yuan at this early stage of the assessment. The remaining participants also began to leave in succession. Some successfully formed teams, while others chose to go solo. However, it was evident that no one was inclined to extend an olive branch to Xin Yuan. Even the relatively amicable Qi Hong merely nodded from a distance before departing alone, confident in his abilities and choosing the path of a lone wolf. Observing this scene, the vice president of the Western Academy furrowed his brow slightly and turned to Dong Wushuang. Wushuang, it seems you hold a favorable view of this child. Shall we place a bet? Chapter 33, The Wager, the Terrifying Assessment Content. Dong Wushuang maintained his arms crossed, slowly turning to face the speaker. Zhongjing, even as vice president, you still indulge in betting? Both were of considerable age, yet they had been friends in their youth, maintaining a fair rapport. Pray tell, what do you wish to wager? Dong Wushuang inquired. Let us wager on whether this child can fulfill the grand claims he just made. I wager that he cannot. Zhongjing declared. Indeed, it is quite a challenge. Historically, the top scorer has never been the strongest contender in the assessment. Cunning and luck are paramount. Another judge chimed in. Listening to this wager, Dong Wushuang furrowed his brow slightly before ultimately shaking his head. This wager is inherently unfair. I shall not bet. Stingy. Zhongjing shrugged, opting not to press further, recognizing the uncertainty surrounding the top position. Just then, a light, melodic voice interjected, adding a twist to the wager that was about to fizzle out. Director Zhong, I shall wager with you. Junani, seated gracefully, tilted her head to regard Zhongjing. Oh, are you serious? The Frost Battle God is willing to engage in a wager? Yes, I wager he will secure the top spot in the assessment. Junani asserted with unwavering conviction. Is that so? Zhongjing, intrigued, rose from his seat, leaning on the table, and regarded Junani with keen interest. Do you have such faith in him? What shall the stakes be? Let you decide the stakes. As long as I can afford it, and it does not violate principles of decency. Zhongjing's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Junani, momentarily speechless. After a pause, he exclaimed, 126 individuals. Oh no, now it's 125. With so many participants, why do you so firmly believe he can secure first place? Because he stated so, and he assured it, Junani replied. Zhongjing scrutinized Junani's profile, a playful curiosity evident in his expression. Initially, he had thought that Junani's defense of Xin Yuan was merely a manifestation of her responsibility towards her recommended student, a desire to shield the prodigy from tarnish. However, it now appeared that their relationship was far more intricate than he had first perceived. Was she truly bold enough to engage in such a gamble? Then let us wager. He declared, with so many witnesses present, we cannot afford to gamble our entire fortunes. Instead, let us stake a single matter, or perhaps a favor. Whoever loses must agree to assist the other with a task that does not contravene their principles. Let us not engage in semantic games. We are not scoundrels. Let us wager and accept the outcome. Junani's response was succinct, befitting her customary demeanor. Agreed. Their wager captivated the attention of the gathered judges, who observed with smiles. All dignified individuals, refraining from any uproar. Yet, It was evident to the discerning that Jun Ani's protection and endorsement of Xin Yuan had transcended the bounds of normalcy. Mo Qinggu chuckled softly, raising a finger as another individual's performance was magnified before the audience. In a tone resembling a change of subject, he remarked, "All right, everyone. Let us maintain our composure. We are here to assess talent, not to gamble." He then encouraged the younger participants, "Take a look at this child. He exhibits remarkable leadership qualities." After a few exchanges, he redirected the focus back to the enigmatic realm of the secret domain. This domain was exceedingly peculiar. Devoid of any exploratory guidelines, the students were oblivious to what they were meant to seek. Thus, while 36 hours seemed ample, there was no time to squander. Everyone was in a frenzy, desperately attuning themselves to their surroundings, pondering potential prey. At last, the first individuals to encounter a target, or rather, the first group, made their appearance. Comprising 3 members who had formed a team on the fly, they stood before a colossal, 3-meter-tall starfish. The starfish radiated a blinding blue luminescence, almost unbearable to behold, emanating an aura that was both ancient and sacred. Exchanging glances, excitement flickered in their eyes. "Surely, this is the kind of creature we are meant to hunt, right? What luck to encounter one so swiftly. Let us act quickly. We shall discuss the distribution of spoils later to prevent others from claiming our glory." Having reached a consensus, they unleashed their powers simultaneously. The leader, a robust figure, felt his combat suit rupture as his right arm swelled to an enormous size, appearing capable of lifting mountains. "Charge! I cannot maintain this state for long," he bellowed, seizing the starfish in his colossal hand, gripping it tightly. His companions hesitated not for a moment. As fellow extraordinary individuals from the same institution, they had developed a degree of synergy. One conjured a long spear, while the other brandished a large blade, both leaping into action, flanking the starfish. The creature seemed ensnared by the massive grasp, utterly immobilized, appearing as though it were at their mercy. With no resistance whatsoever, the spear and blade pierced the starfish's body. Outside the secret domain, Mo Qinggu chuckled lightly, shaking his head slightly. It is not that easy. In the next instant, the starfish, which had seemed as soft as tofu beneath their weapons, unleashed a blinding radiance akin to an explosion. The two were thrown back, unable to retain their conjured weapons as they were gradually absorbed into the starfish's energy. The two, now prone, coughed blood, their plight not the direst. The one with the enlarged arm let out a scream, his right hand mangled and bloodied, revealing bone beneath the flesh. The starfish's seemingly innocuous demeanor had deceived them, and Mo Qinggu's benign words had led them astray. The term hunting action had lulled them into believing this was merely a safe endeavor, a competition to see who could capture the most. In reality, each target they sought to capture could potentially possess power far exceeding their own. These were mere simulations of deities created by Mo Qinggu and his peers. Finding a target so quickly, one wonders if it is luck or misfortune, Dong Wushuang remarked. It appears the situation is quite dire, another judge concurred, shaking his head slightly. Zhong Jing turned to Mo Qinggu, saying, "To be honest, I witness scenes like this during every assessment. At times, I wonder if you derive pleasure from tormenting the students." Mo Qinggu chuckled, yet his previously amiable visage now appeared sinister and perilous to those familiar with him. "I harbor no intention of tormenting them. I simply wish for them to grasp reality sooner rather than later." And what is reality? To traverse the myriad assessments, basking in the adulation of the masses, emerging from the crowd only to realize you are but an ant. This is reality. They are ants, and we too are ants. All of humanity is but a swarm of ants. The extraordinary must confront threats that are vastly superior to them. Chapter 34. The terrifying sense of perception. Could he have awakened the eye of heaven? The extraordinary must confront threats that are far stronger than themselves. Mo Qinggu's tone turned grave, the light-heartedness dissipating, leaving an air of somberness in its wake. The room fell silent as all the judges wore serious expressions, recalling less than pleasant memories. After a few moments of quiet, Zhong Jing spoke again. After all, they are still children, yet to undergo formal training, lacking knowledge on how to enhance their abilities or master martial techniques, and their psychological conditioning is also underdeveloped. Your points are indeed valid, Zhong Jing, Mo Qinggu replied slowly, turning to face him. But you understand that the deities we have simulated are not real. Their powers have been diminished to a fraction of their true potential. I have already cautioned them to approach this with seriousness. If they suffer due to carelessness, let it serve as a lesson. Lessons are best learned now rather than on the battlefield. At that moment, Mo Qinggu had shed his earlier kindness, assuming an exceptionally stern demeanor, his eyes radiating a chilling light as he regarded the three students' grim fate without a trace of compassion. He then turned his gaze back to Zhong Jing, stating, "As for your earlier remark that they are still just children, how old are you this year?" Zhong Jing was taken aback, unprepared for such a question, momentarily at a loss regarding its intent. 37, or perhaps 38. In any case, not yet 40, having lived merely a few years. Do you already deem others as children while considering yourself an adult? In comparison to the entities that have drifted in the starry sky for millennia, we are all but children, indistinguishable in our naivety. Mo Chingu articulated this lesson to Zhong Jing in a tone steeped in admonition before turning away, leaving the onlookers with naught but his retreating silhouette. Here, they cannot perish. Injuries sustained can be healed upon their return. However, what awaits them in the future is solely a matter of their own fortune. The atmosphere among the judges fell into a somber silence, with no one daring to utter another word, creating an almost melancholic ambience. Junani, still youthful and experiencing her inaugural session as a judge, had never witnessed such a scene. Nonetheless, she sighed, internally recognizing the validity of Mo Chingu's assertions. Having witnessed the formidable power that follows a successful divine descent and the accompanying sense of helplessness, she understood that her strictness towards the trainees was ultimately beneficial. Come now, let us not be so solemn. Let us observe others, for another has found their target, an alternate vice dean interjected, striving to lighten the mood. However, it appeared that Xin Yuan had not been particularly fortunate, as he had yet to locate his objective. Moreover, his strategy seemed to be flawed. Within the secret realm, the group of students had begun to find their targets in succession, devising methods to launch their assaults. Yet Xin Yuan, at that moment, had not reaped any rewards. Racing across the boundless desert, the dark red sky growing increasingly ominous, threatening to plunge into darkness at any moment. He continued to surge in one direction, occasionally veering, as though he were pursuing a specific goal. Yet, for the purpose of navigating the secret realm, this approach bore no merit. The correct methodology would involve marking a vast area and then circling within it, exploring by region. Such a strategy would prove far more efficient for serendipitous searching. The secret realm, in truth, is not a static continent. It resembles shifting sands, perpetually in motion, with the entirety of its landscape continually morphing. It is akin to a cloth being ceaselessly kneaded, with every aspect of the terrain undergoing constant change. This serves as a mechanism to enhance the challenge and unpredictability of the assessment, aside from the unchanging absolute position of the entrance. No one can hope to fully comprehend the entire topography within 36 hours. Presently, Xin Yuan appeared to be driven by a specific purpose, relentlessly charging towards one direction. With two sudden pivots along the way, Dong Wushuang and others observed Xin Yuan's trajectory, perplexed, unsure of his intentions. Was he merely honing his running speed? Due to the wager, Zhong Jing had been closely monitoring Xin Yuan. This seemed an egregious waste of time. Running for a while only to abruptly change direction? No, wait. Dong Wushuang's gaze remained fixed on Xin Yuan, scrutinizing his path. His movements suggested he might indeed be aiming for a particular destination. Each of his turns could very well coincide with alterations in the secret realm's map. After expressing this insight, he hastily called out to one of the bald-headed individuals maintaining the realm's existence, Old Su. How often does the secret realm randomly adjust its orientation? And how long until the next change? The bald-headed figure, referred to as Old Su, did not turn back, but replied after hearing the inquiry, "It changes every 20 minutes. 5 minutes remain until the next adjustment. Please, bring up the macro image of the entire map. That requires considerable mental exertion. Upon conclusion of the assessment, I shall grant you 3 mid-tier divine cores." Very well. After this exchange, Old Su gestured in the air, conjuring a vast display resembling a tactical screen before everyone. This was akin to a satellite map, marked with various terrain zones, with the unique addition of numerous red and blue luminous points. The blue points represented the students, while the red ones indicated their intended prey. At this moment, it became evident that some blue points overlapped with red ones, signifying that students were engaged in combat with the virtual deities within the secret realm. Subsequently, Dong Wushuang magnified one of the blue points, which represented Xin Yuan's trajectory. The other judges soon grasped Dong Wushuang's intent, and Zhong Jing, still skeptical, remarked, "Are you suggesting he is advancing directly towards a target? Surely you jest. Do you believe he possesses some celestial insight? Such a feat would be beyond anyone, let alone him. Only those specializing in mental abilities could hope to achieve such extensive mental perception." Dong Wushuang refrained from speaking but pointed at the image on the map. At that moment, the slowly moving blue point was heading directly towards a glowing red point. Zhong Jing furrowed his brow, still reluctant to concede. This could merely be luck. Perhaps the ice attribute enhances mental perception? How was I unaware of this? He cast a perplexed glance at Junani, who offered no response. Dong Wushuang replied, "Whether it is luck will soon be revealed. If you wish to wager on this, I am more than willing to engage." Zhong Jing chose not to respond. instead focusing intently on the red point on the map, casually circling it while marking both Xin Yuan and the red point. Under the watchful gaze of dozens of eyes, the 5 minutes swiftly elapsed. Suddenly, the entire map's terrain was violently reshuffled, with all blue and red points disrupted and rearranged. Remarkably, however, the students within the secret realm felt little to no effect. Only the judges were aware of the realm's transformation. On the screen, the blue point representing Xin Yuan came to an abrupt halt after the map's upheaval, pausing for 2 seconds before suddenly veering towards another direction, the very direction of the previously marked red point. Damn it! Zhong Jing slammed his fists onto the table, rising abruptly. How is this possible? Are you serious? Chapter 35, The Race for Prey, the Extravagant Western Academy. As the Vice Dean of the Western Academy, Zhong Jing disregarded his composure and uttered an expletive, standing in disbelief. Is this even real? How did he achieve this? Previous mental attribute superhumans never managed such feats without training. Hey, old Dong, can you execute such a level of tracking? This was an unprecedented marvel. Although Dong Wushuang had faith in Xin Yuan, witnessing his capabilities was nonetheless astonishing. He remained seated, allowing Zhong Jing to shift the focus onto him without directly responding, stating instead, "This is not my forte. My abilities are predominantly physical, while mental prowess belongs to old Su. Stop deflecting. This young man appears to possess mental attributes. Coupled with his ice abilities, no wait. His powers are energy chains," Zhong Jing exclaimed, excitement palpable as he turned to Junani, asking, "You call this an energy chain? Honestly, does your ice attribute enhance mental faculties?" Observing Zhong Jing's astonishment, Junani felt a surge of joy. Finally, someone acknowledged Xin Yuan's formidable potential. From this moment forth, it would be impossible to dismiss him based solely on his E-rank abilities. No, this is unrelated to the ice attribute. Suppressing her inner delight, Junani shook her head. However, I comprehend the rationale behind his extraordinary capabilities. What is the reason? Zhong Jing inquired in astonishment. Approximately 3 days ago, Xin Yuan confided in me that his abilities had undergone another mutation. This time, he evolved a perceptive ability, purportedly enabling him to effortlessly analyze and acquire information from his surroundings. And to some extent, even possess prophetic capabilities, Junani articulated in a calm tone. Not only Zhong Jing, but also the other judges were visibly unsettled. Another mutation? Can such a supernatural power truly be so capricious? Is his ability akin to clay, malleable, and ever-changing? The energy chains possess such bizarre potential? This was unprecedented. I have encountered numerous prodigies with extraordinary talents, yet none have exhibited such peculiarities as he. Nevertheless, despite the skepticism surrounding him, the results on the map are indisputable. That blue dot is resolutely advancing towards the red dot at an alarming speed. At this moment, Imochingu turned to Junani and asked, "Is this how he accomplished it a few days ago?" Upon receiving Junani's nod, Imochingu turned back, now gazing at Xin Yuan with heightened intrigue. "What is the matter? Moreover, old Imo, have you investigated this lad's background and experiences?" Zhong Jing inquired. "I will address that after the assessment concludes. As for him, his identity should pose no issues," Imochingu assured. With Imochingu's guarantee, Zhong Jing solemnly nodded, seeming to have made a decisive resolution. Suddenly slamming his hand on the table, exclaiming, "This individual, we at the Western Academy shall claim him. He may set his own terms." What? This declaration sent ripples through the assembly. The judges had not anticipated such an active pursuit of talent less than an hour into the assessment. The other academies were equally displeased, voicing their objections. "What do you mean you've already decided? The matter isn't even settled yet. Zhong Jing, your audacity is remarkable. All 8 academies are present, and you dare to assert your claim? This child has caught my eye as well. Why should he be yours?" Listening to the rebuttals, Zhong Jing coldly scoffed, lounging back in his chair, crossing his legs, exuding an air of ostentation, and boldly declared, "Simply because our Western Academy is affluent and possesses abundant resources, is that a problem?" With this proclamation, the leaders of the other academies were momentarily taken aback. For Zhong Jing spoke the truth. Among the various academies, the Western Academy has consistently been the epitome of opulence, with vast grounds, substantial funding, and bountiful resources. At that moment, Imochingu chuckled once more, casually remarking, "Heh, this child is indeed impressive. Ani, you are somewhat acquainted with him. Why not introduce him to our Eastern Academy?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Jing immediately lost his composure, realizing the cunning implications of the old fox's words. "Goodness, you shameless old man, are you playing the favor card at this juncture?" Li Qian, standing at the edge of the crowd, watched the scene unfold, her teeth almost grinding to dust. This was merely the beginning, and already Xin Yuan was being fiercely contested by various academies. Even Zhong Jing, who initially dismissed him, had been swayed. Why should it be so? Why does Junani always manage to surpass me? Alright, let's save the bickering for later. The assessment is about to commence, Dong Wushuang interjected, interrupting the ongoing debate. On the map, the blue and red dots were on the verge of collision. Let us see if he possesses the capability to vanquish his prey alone. Illusory stone. To the right, dusk is approaching. Hurry up. Illusory sand. You have arrived. Remember to be cautious and aim for the vital points, lest it be futile. Following the guidance of the voice of all things, Xin Yuan sprinted towards his destination. Finally arriving. At last, I found you. Can you teleport? Why do you change locations every 20 minutes? Without hesitation, he unleashed his energy chains, thrusting them forward towards the seemingly empty space. To his surprise, he struck true. The sand dune before him transformed into a living entity. A colossal figure composed of sand slowly rose, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression, with Xin Yuan's energy chain firmly shackled around its neck. With a thunderous roar, the entire sandy expanse erupted in chaos, whipping up a tempest of sand that rained down like a storm of blades. Xin Yuan raised an ice shield with his right hand, dodging and deflecting as he agilely maneuvered across the terrain. He had never experienced such a formidable force from sand. This revelation ignited a sense of seriousness within him. Recognizing that this assessment was undoubtedly formidable. Ice time. He thrust his right hand forward, unleashing an icy torrent. Without concern for collateral damage, Xin Yuan fully unleashed his powers, instantly encasing the entire sandy terrain, including the gigantic sand creature, in a crystalline prison of ice. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the pale ice was translucent, revealing nothing within. The sand giant, upon being encased, disintegrated into grains of yellow sand, vanishing from existence. In the next moment, a massive hand of sand grasped Xin Yuan's form, and a gaping maw appeared beneath him, seemingly intent on engulfing him whole. Witnessing this scene, Dong Wushuang smiled and shook his head. While your performance is commendable, it is not that simple. Let me see if you have any surprises left for us. Chapter 36. A sudden reversal of fortune, yet another record. Xin Yuan was oblivious to the judge's evaluations of his performance, nor did he have the mental space to ponder others' opinions. With the gaping maw poised to devour him behind, Xin Yuan unleashed his ice attributes, erupting into a multitude of icy spikes, transforming himself into a spiky ice creature. The sudden explosion of ice shards shattered the grasp of the sandy hand, and with a flick of his mind, he conjured an ice pillar in the distance, lashing his energy chain around it. With a powerful tug, he yanked himself away from the impending attack, landing atop the ice pillar. With his immediate peril averted, Xin Yuan finally had the opportunity to turn around and confront his adversary. Before him, the sand writhed and twisted, and a colossal yellow figure rose once more from the earth, even larger than before. With a resounding roar, a sandstorm erupted from its maw, fierce winds forcing Xin Yuan to squint against the grit. Was this creature truly immortal? Contemplating this, he scanned the desert surroundings, deducing that this entity likely lacked a physical form but could manipulate sand within a certain radius to manifest its body. However, the sand within his line of sight was surging violently, and the swirling yellow sand had reduced visibility to an abysmally low level. Within mere seconds, the entire landscape had darkened, and Xin Yuan could only discern the silhouette of the giant, unable to grasp its full form. Goodness, this is somewhat terrifying. Are all the creatures here of this caliber? Who is hunting whom? Are the prey in this encirclement the students? Xin Yuan was acutely aware of his own strength. Among the candidates, he recognized himself as one of the most formidable. If these entities were to be measured against Lu Peng's prowess, they seemed insurmountable. Surely, the others would be incapable of dealing with them. As he spoke, Xin Yuan, without a glance behind him, tilted his head slightly, narrowly avoiding several sand spikes that whizzed past his hair. The situation appeared perilously thrilling, as he almost suffered severe injuries. Yet, he remained utterly unfazed. What seemed a razor-thin margin was, in truth, a chasm of difference. The voice of all things incessantly warned him, alerting him to the lurking dangers in his surroundings. Even as the sandstorm rendered his eyes nearly useless and the biting grains struck his face like a knife, he adeptly evaded those assaults. Unbeknownst to him, his previous encounter with the divine servant had dramatically accelerated his combat experience, endowing him with a newfound proficiency. It was this experience that enabled him to navigate the present turmoil with such composure and deft mastery of the voice of all things, devoid of any panic or disarray. Why do you insist on targeting the vital points when I've told you so? The voice echoed, exasperated. Do you genuinely believe you can confront this head-on? Listening to the incessant voice, Xin Yuan struggled to lift his head for one last glance, dodging various attacks while internally cursing. What the hell? You keep saying to aim for the weak spots, but where precisely are they? Don't lead me astray. Damn it, I can't see anything anymore. The ferocity of the sandstorm had escalated to a terrifying degree, enveloping everything in obscurity. Even the colossal sand giant was reduced to a mere shadow. "You're doing remarkably well." Maintaining your composure, praised Imo Chingu, who had been observing the battle from outside the secret realm. However, the quarry within the secret realm varies in strength, and yours is particularly formidable. He marveled at Xin Yuan's perceptive abilities, akin to having eyes at the back of his head, despite being at a disadvantage. He carries himself with such poise. What has he done before this? Was he often embroiled in fights? As the onlookers pondered how Xin Yuan would extricate himself from such a predicament, Dong Wushuang, with keen eyes, suddenly leaned forward, as if she had spotted something intriguing. Bringing her face closer to the screen, she confirmed her suspicion, exclaiming, "Wait, did he just close his eyes? Is he going to rely solely on his sensory abilities to fight?" Indeed, Xin Yuan had closed his eyes, opting to rely on the voice of all things to guide him. Given the intensity of the sandstorm, keeping his eyes open might yield dire consequences. Moreover, he had already devised his next move. With a subtle gesture of his right index finger, pale ice enveloped the ground, summoning dozens of crystalline pillars nearly 40 meters high. Following that, energy chains sprang to life, encircling Xin Yuan, ready to tether the pillars and draw him closer. Utilizing the momentum of the energy chains, Xin Yuan transformed the battlefield into a three-dimensional space. Leaping from pillar to pillar like a great spider, the sand giant swung its massive fists, but to no avail. Countless icy swords coalesced, transforming the giant's immense form into a living target, repeatedly pierced by the blades. Each strike targeted a specific area on its left chest, causing violent tremors. That was indeed its vital point. In an instant, the tide turned. The sand giant, which had previously confined Xin Yuan's counterattacks, now flailed helplessly among the ice pillars. A headless fly unable to inflict harm. It was evident that it was nearing its breaking point. What? He can actually identify the deity's weakness? Is it truly that easy to tackle? He must have discovered it through the relentless barrage of swords. Otherwise, it implies he could replicate this in reality, mused the observers. Astonished by Xin Yuan's prowess, Xin Yuan had already astonished the examiners beyond measure. In this brief span, Zhong Jing had lost count of how many expletives he had uttered. He began to contemplate the generous incentives required to entice Xin Yuan to join them. Unlike the other's shock, Imo Chingu merely glanced at his watch, confirming the time, and inhaled sharply. If he manages to defeat it now, it could very well be a new record. Chapter 37. An abnormally strong newcomer. Is he truly the first? Ultimately, the anticipated miracle did not materialize, at least not for the sand giant. It lay riddled with wounds from the sword rain, unable to coalesce into a solid form again. Appearing pitiful and helpless, observing its plight, Xin Yuan resolved to deliver the final blow. With his own safety assured, he ceased his acrobatics atop the ice pillars and descended to the ground. Turning his back to the giant, he summoned all the ice swords, coalescing them into a massive icy blade above him. With a thunderous crash, the colossal sword descended from the heavens, piercing through the giant's head and diagonally through its vital left chest, pinning it to the ground. As the yellow sand dispersed, the giant was unable to reform, remaining lifeless on the ground. Throughout this process, Xin Yuan never glanced back, silently listening to the thunderous crash and the sound of the giant collapsing. Bowing his head with his right hand pressed against his forehead, real men never look back at explosions. Simply put, he exuded an aura of undeniable coolness. Overall, it resembled a cinematic finale, with the protagonist leaving the audience with an exceptionally suave pose. However, in the next moment, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Swaying as if intoxicated, his right hand still pressed against his forehead, he swiftly conjured a white ice crystal cane to support himself, preventing a fall. Witnessing this, the spectators, including Junani, held their breath, watching intently, uncertain of what had transpired. Is he injured? Did he not notice? Was there an energy shockwave? Or has he simply exhausted himself? Under the collective gaze of silence, Xin Yuan finally steadied himself, straightened his posture, and remarked, "Whoa, I'm dizzy from all that spinning. Astronaut training is really tough. Which way is up?" As he spoke, he leaned on the cane, resembling an elderly man as he looked around in confusion. After a moment of spinning, he finally located his fallen target, realizing it was right behind him. The onlookers, initially concerned about his potential injuries, were left in exasperation. Is this kid for real? He can't be that outrageous, right? Coolness only lasts for 3 seconds, huh? Junani observed his swaying demeanor and couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle, quickly stifling his laughter as he mused inwardly. This fellow has a knack for becoming comical, just as he is on the verge of looking handsome. His antics drew the attention of Imo Chingu and others, while Zhong Jing, ever the rascal, made suggestive gestures towards Dong Wushuang, casting knowing glances in Junani's direction. The implication was unmistakable. These two were undoubtedly involved in something more than mere friendship. However, Dong Wushuang paid him no mind. Her gaze averted as she turned to Mo Qinggu and inquired, "How's the time? Have we broken the record?" "Indeed, this lad is remarkably swift," he replied. Xin Yuan approached the spot where the colossal sand giant had fallen, coiling a chain around the crystal core resting on the ground. The pale yellow crystal flickered gently, exuding a semblance of warmth. Yet as Xin Yuan weighed it in his hand, his brow furrowed. Is this the so-called divine core, the objective of this endeavor? He questioned whether he was overthinking it or misinterpreting the sensations. There was an uncanny familiarity in the energy emanating from it, reminiscent of the divine fetus he had encountered previously. After a moment's contemplation, Xin Yuan formed a hypothesis. Applying a bit of force, the divine core shattered into several fragments. Yet no energy dissipated, clearly designed for the convenience of the participants to share their spoils. From the inception of this assessment, it was apparent that the intention was never for the students to defeat the entities within by themselves. Xin Yuan represented one of the few exceptions that occurred each year. With a flick of his palm, the shattered pieces of the divine core were stored within his wristband. He lifted his gaze to the sky, which had darkened considerably, casting a foreboding atmosphere over the expansive secret realm. This signified the impending conclusion of the first 3 hours. The secret realm did not lack a day-night cycle. Rather, it was segmented into 3-hour intervals of light and darkness, repeating every 6 hours. This design was intended not only to assist students in tracking time, but also to amplify the assessment's challenge. As the sky deepened into an oppressive darkness, the dark red hue resembled thick paint, devoid of any ethereal quality, creating a stifling ambience. Within these initial 3 hours, Xin Yuan was the sole participant to have successfully slain an opponent, and currently, he was the only one among this cohort who comprehended the nature of the divine core. With the onset of night, continuing the assessment became perilously risky. Thus, unless equipped with specific abilities, many students opted to take refuge during the nighttime. Especially within the first 6 hours, there was ample time for those who recognized the challenges of the secret realm to recalibrate their strategies, prompting even the most self-assured lone wolves to seek alliances. Yet, it was evident that Xin Yuan was not among them. Having acclimated to the voice of all things, he discerned that as long as he managed the information he absorbed, the distinction between day and night was negligible. Although the 36-hour assessment posed a substantial burden, he was not inclined to squander time. Promises made must be fulfilled. He was not one to vie for rankings, yet today's slanderous incident had altered his perspective. His strength represented more than his own. He recognized that Junani had likely endured significant scrutiny to secure his advancement to an E rank. Thus, failing to demonstrate his prowess would only serve to delight his adversaries while disheartening his allies. This time, he was determined to strive for victory. With the assistance of the voice of all things, the oppressive night could not hinder his progress as he swiftly advanced towards his next target. Time flew by, and 9 hours had elapsed within the secret realm. At this moment, Xin Yuan found himself engaged in combat with the fourth virtual deity, his quarry. Meanwhile, even the most formidable and swift team had only managed to eliminate the second deity. Those fearsome entities, once daunting to other participants, were swiftly dispatched by Xin Yuan as he discerned their weaknesses with ease, claiming the divine cores and moving on to the next. This astonishing disparity in performance made all evaluators acutely aware that among this year's newcomers, a prodigious talent had emerged. It appeared that this young man had a significant chance of securing the top position. Dong Wushuang observed Xin Yuan's display with satisfaction before turning to Zhong Jing. "Hey, it seems your bet with the Frost War God might be in jeopardy, ha ha ha." Yet, the seemingly irreverent Zhong Jing did not engage in banter. Instead, he wore a serious expression, leaning on the table with elbows propped up, fingers interlaced as his gaze flitted across the 126 screens. Squinting slightly, he intoned, "I concede that he is exceptionally strong, of a caliber we aspire to possess at our academy. However, even now, I still do not believe he will ultimately claim first place. Have you not noticed that he has already attracted attention?" Before anyone could pose further questions, Zhong Jing continued to elucidate. "This is a pattern that has been consistently observed each year, is it not? In the early stages of the assessment, all participants exert themselves to the utmost in hunting and gathering divine cores. Yet, our evaluation is based on rankings, regardless of how many cores one collects. Students remain oblivious to their standing compared to others. Thus, suspicion arises, leading to a considerable increase in conflict and plunder among participants in the latter stages. Naturally, this is a design crafted by Old Man Mo, likely to observe the choices students make under such conditions." At this juncture, Zhong Jing took a sip from the water cup before casting a sidelong glance at Mo Qinggu. To him, such an assessment of human nature's darker inclinations was rather distasteful. However, Imo Chingu remained unfazed, calmly seated and listening to Zhong Jing's discourse with a smile. Noting his demeanor, Zhong Jing merely shrugged and continued, "Yet this time is different. Xin Yuan's presence has created a significant catfish effect. At the onset of the assessment, he eliminated Lu Peng before everyone's eyes, signaling to the other candidates that he is excessively powerful, potentially the strongest among them. Consequently, as students hunt for divine cores, they instinctively realize that under normal circumstances, no one could possibly rival him. Hence, those who consider themselves formidable yet feel inferior to Xin Yuan will quickly recognize that conventional methods cannot vanquish him, prompting them to resort to plunder. Conversely, those who perceive themselves as insufficiently strong will seek alliances to avoid being robbed. Moreover, many will contemplate that since he poses the greatest threat, why not unite to eliminate him and seize his divine cores? Coupled with the fact that there are some students who have harbored grievances against Xin Yuan, stoking the flames of discord. I must assert that although the assessment has only commenced for 10 hours, he has already drawn significant attention. With this, Zhong Jing gestured, and several screens magnified, presenting them before the evaluator's eyes. Here, the two groups have merged and are preparing to commence their plunder. They are in close proximity to Xin Yuan's location, evidently having sensed his presence. One of the trainees, seemingly endowed with psychic abilities, formed a team from the outset, opting not to engage in combat, but rather to track Xin Yuan, clearly intent on pinpointing his whereabouts. A series of videos have been magnified and presented up front, substantiating Zhong Jing's assertions. The judges fell silent, acknowledging the validity of Zhong Jing's statements. Meanwhile, Li Qian, despite being repeatedly embarrassed by Xin Yuan's performance, stubbornly remained, quietly clenching her fists. In her heart, a fervent exhilaration surged. She had long awaited this moment, convinced that Xin Yuan's brilliance would inevitably attract an onslaught. Raising her gaze, she cast a fierce look at the figure on the screen, her eyes glinting with a blend of anticipation and animosity. Watching Xin Yuan wreak havoc in the secret realm, swiftly claiming divine cores, she eagerly anticipated the moment of his downfall. After a prolonged silence, Zhong Jing finally broke the stillness, turning to the increasingly concerned Jun Ani and remarking, "The Frost War God cannot secure first place under these circumstances. However, this is not his fault. Your faith in him is entirely reasonable. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your academy's principal and the examination rules he devised." Following this, he leaned back and addressed Imo Chingu, saying, "In the face of such terrifying entities, superhumans must unite. I have been pondering the constructive significance of designing an examination fraught with treachery that ultimately leads to mutual slaughter." Imo Chingu, confronted with Zhong Jing's criticism, remained stoically silent, her gaze fixed on the examination screens, repeatedly uttering, "Let us observe. Let us observe." 12 hours have elapsed. The intensity of the battle has begun to take its toll on Xin Yuan's stamina. Even with the physique of a superhuman, 12 hours of combat and travel is undeniably a formidable challenge. Wiping the sweat from his brow and witnessing the dawn break once more, Xin settled down upon the ground. He intended to use the next 3 hours to rest. Typically, trainees would rest during the night, but he bore no such concerns. He could rest whenever fatigue struck. Seizing this opportunity, he could fully unleash the voice of all things, seeking intelligence on the monsters within this secret realm. He had independently triumphed over numerous sand-like creatures. Yet the divine cores they yielded paled in comparison to the initial sand creature. It dawned upon him that the very first entity was significantly potent within this secret realm, providing the greatest bounty of divine cores. Thus, he contemplated that the environment of this secret realm would transform periodically, rather than incessantly running about. It would be more prudent to locate the most formidable monster within. Hence, he resolved to rest thoroughly, ensuring he was in optimal condition to pursue that creature. Activating the voice of all things, he filtered out all irrelevant information, commencing his search for the mightiest being in the secret realm. Several hours later, this must be the place, correct? In the distance, a 7-member team halted, arriving at a chaotic location strewn with metallic debris. This was the site where Xin Yuan had previously vanquished his prey. The signs of battle were unmistakable, and the energy felt just right. One of the trainees standing nearby bent down to scoop up some dirt, rubbing it between his fingers before speaking. The team leader, the first to break the silence, exclaimed, "Damn it, this person is a monster. We've already encountered 2 scenes he dealt with alone along the way. What level of ability has been grossly underestimated here? How can a trainee possess such combat prowess? This individual is far too strong. He is completely disrupting the balance of the examination. How many divine cores does he possess? He must have the highest score by now. I don't know. I feel like the 7 of us combined might not match his strength." As the team members engaged in astonished discourse regarding Xin Yuan's capabilities, a woman among them closed her eyes, pressing her finger against her forehead, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, she suddenly spoke. He's moving. He's on the move. Chapter 39, Water Ghost. Need something? If not, find a cell to sit in. The 6 gazes turned in unison toward the only team member possessing psychic abilities. Slowly opening her eyes, she surveyed her teammates and inquired, "What do you think? Should we continue following him?" The 7-member group fell into collective silence at this question. After a brief pause, one of the team members tentatively broke the quiet. "Should we really still attempt to seize from him?" This statement effectively stripped away all pretense, revealing that their group had indeed intended to take action against Xin Yuan, just as Zhongjing had suggested. However, after witnessing 2 such remnants, they were now somewhat numbed by the experience. Their 7-member team had only managed to hunt a single monster, while Xin Yuan had single-handedly eliminated 2. This was merely what they had discovered. Those they had not encountered were not yet accounted for. They acknowledged Xin Yuan's strength, but had not anticipated it to be this formidable. They found it hard to fathom the extent of the battles this place had endured. Everywhere, there were remnants of ice that had yet to melt, giving the area the appearance of a post-battle site. They were bewildered, yet profoundly shaken. "Actually, do you think it's possible that none of us would stand a chance against him? What are you saying? How can you bolster his confidence while diminishing our own? After all, there are 7 of us. We should be able to handle him, right? Besides, perhaps the monsters he has encountered are the weaker types." A few teammates whispered among themselves, yet their demeanor suggested a lack of conviction. "Let's continue following." Finally, the team's temporary leader declared, "It's fine. Let us observe from a distance for now. Moreover, I believe we are not the only ones tracking him." After several hours of rest, Xin Yuan set off at full speed once again. Before him lay an incongruous lake. Surrounding it was barren red earth, devoid of grass or trees. Entirely uncharacteristic of a lake's typical locale. Yet it had manifested, for in this secret realm, the illogical was inherently reasonable. "Lake, though I know you won't heed my warning, I suggest you avoid provoking this individual. Wind, yes, this is the place. Eliminate him. I have faith in you." Xin Yuan mused. Why are the voices of nature around me now inciting discord? Nevertheless, having arrived at his destination, he hesitated no longer, temporarily silencing the voices guiding him and began to scrutinize his surroundings. Given the circumstances, this lake undoubtedly held some mystery. Such an anomalous entity could hardly be deemed a mere scenic feature. Yet, could it be that it is akin to the original Sandman? An elemental conglomerate that transforms the lake into a colossal water monster, rising to engage in battle with itself? However, if it were indeed identical to the Sandman, would not the plot become rather monotonous and tedious? Should this trial be transcribed into a tome, such a design would inevitably lead to a mere water monster. Just as he was lost in these musings, the surface of the lake began to stir, and a figure leapt forth from the water, landing upon the shore. Having undergone a series of battles, Xin Yuan's combat instincts had become remarkably honed. Without a moment's contemplation, he instinctively leapt backward, unleashing energy chains that lashed out fiercely. Crack, crack, crack. The 3 sounds emanated not from any elaborate machination, but simply because Xin Yuan had unleashed 3 chains in one swift motion. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was a humanoid entity composed of water, resembling a water spirit. This water spirit, having merely emerged from the river without any prior action, was struck with such force that it stumbled backward. The water spirit, perplexed, turned to gaze at Xin Yuan, despite its lack of facial features. Xin Yuan could distinctly feel its gaze upon him. Even through its body language, he could perceive its innocence, as it humanely raised its hands in a gesture of confusion. Xin Yuan, momentarily bewildered by the situation, pondered whether this entity could truly be deemed a monster. It appeared rather weak. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. The voice of all things. "Water spirit, do you need something? If not, perhaps you should find a cell to sit in." This was the first instance where a creature that seemed monstrous within the secret realm engaged in dialogue with him. After a moment's reflection, Xin Yuan replied, "It's not that I haven't sat in one before. When I play solo, if the enemy brings out a marksman, I often find myself in a cell during the early game." Water spirit. Unable to comprehend Xin Yuan's words, the water spirit began to limp away. But suddenly, it turned back, fixating on the bracelet adorning Xin Yuan's wrist. In the next instant, as if driven by madness, its entire form exploded into countless fragments that surged toward Xin Yuan, converging once more into a single body, reaching out in an attempt to seize the bracelet. With a swift motion, Xin Yuan's left hand pierced through the water spirit's form, instantly freezing its watery body. Observing the ice sculpture dangling from his hand, Xin Yuan gently twisted his neck. "I knew it. If that's the case, something composed of water seems to be rather vulnerable to me." However, a cold droplet of water slipped from the ice sculpture, not sinking into the earth, but instead bouncing back into the lake. In the next moment, the lake erupted. Like a bomb had been thrown into it, countless droplets splashed forth, coalescing into an army of water spirits. Each droplet transformed into a water spirit, akin to the gates of hell being flung wide open, as thousands of water spirits surged toward Xin Yuan. Whoa, look, in the distance. A team tracking Xin Yuan from several miles away, one member with eyes glowing golden, had been using their powers to observe him. Now, they began frantically signaling to their companions. As if in a frenzy. Nearby, another individual, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Keep it down. We don't possess your abilities. How could we possibly see this?" Before they could finish, their words faltered, as they too witnessed the spectacle. Countless transparent, blue water beings scattered in every direction. And though they were unaware of the origins of these entities, they appeared as if a legion of celestial soldiers had descended from the galaxy, sending shivers down their spines. Enough, let us leave. This fellow clearly has provoked something terrifying. This is beyond our capacity to engage with. As they spoke, their words fell short. In the distance, an icy chill erupted, akin to an ancient winter. The entire expanse of Earth was blanketed in frost, and all those celestial soldiers were frozen, collapsing to the ground in shattered fragments. Chapter 40. An unprecedented slaughter. Silence. Silence reigned over the evening at the Cambridge. From miles away, and even further, multiple teams tracking and seeking to ambush Shan had fallen into a stunned silence, gazing blankly at the unfolding scene. The sky was filled with droplets coalescing into water beings, which in the next moment were encased in ice and shattered, only for more water beings to surge forth from the broken ice. Although Xin Yuan's ice age seemed to effectively contain these water spirits, water could never be entirely frozen. Regardless of condensation or infiltration, there would always be lingering water droplets on the icy surface. Truly freezing all the water would require crystallizing every water molecule in the space. Clearly, such a feat was utterly impossible for Xin Yuan at this moment. Consequently, the vast army of water spirits began to multiply exponentially, becoming ever more numerous. The overwhelming sight was visible even from miles away, causing the heads of those tracking Xin Yuan to tingle with anxiety. Perhaps we should leave. This individual seems to be in over their head. This level of combat is surely beyond our current capabilities, right? How can we possibly intervene? Seriously? As they beheld the terrifying battle scene from afar, a certain level of unrest began to spread among the various teams. However, the majority remained rooted in place, biding their time. In the distance, Xin Yuan and the most formidable monster in this secret realm were akin to the two most fearsome beasts, and the outcome of their confrontation would likely result in mutual destruction. Xin Yuan was acutely aware that his current combat was merely a stopgap. The more water spirits he battled, the more they multiplied, rendering their annihilation futile. Thus, he was striving to attune himself to the voice of all things, seeking to discern the creature's weakness. After such prolonged engagement, he remained ignorant of whom or what he was truly facing. The countless splitting water beings, or the lake itself. The stealth ability he had recently replicated from Mo Chingu was now proving invaluable, allowing his form to flow like a fish amidst the throngs of water spirits. He had nearly abandoned his assault on the water spirits, focusing solely on evading their attacks. For he understood that without identifying their weakness or a true method to counter this entity, his efforts would hold no significance. Surrounded by thousands of water spirits, Xin Yuan, endowed with the ability to stealth, found himself in an exceedingly crowded space, akin to being crammed into the Beijing subway during rush hour. He had not even donned the ice armor he had constructed, as it too had begun to escape his control. Water spirits had begun manifesting directly from the ice armor. His only shred of relief was that his bodily fluids, such as saliva and blood, showed no signs of undergoing such transformation. Otherwise, should they infiltrate his body, it would spell doom. Thus, unarmed, Xin Yuan navigated through the throngs of water spirits, refraining from unleashing any superpowers, striving to evade each impact with agility. Meanwhile, he had to allocate a substantial amount of energy to silence the cacophony of voices surrounding him. Those were the voices of countless water specters. Water Spectre 1, give us the energy. Water Spectre 2, stay. Water Spectre 3, one more time. So refreshing. In his quest to uncover the weaknesses of these entities, Xin Yuan found himself unable to directly mute the omnipresent voices and could only attempt to shield himself from them. The sensation was 100-fold more irritating than a primary school teacher's incessant nagging, akin to an entire marketplace bustling with people pointing and gossiping about him. Thus far, Xin Yuan had only gleaned one useful piece of information. He needed to enter that lake. The vulnerability lay within its depths. Outside the secret realm, the evaluators were intently observing, scrutinizing every action he took. As the designers, they were acutely aware that this was the most troublesome and vexatious presence within the secret realm in past assessments. No student had ever managed to tackle this entity. Even when students encountered it, the limited activity range of the lake often allowed them to escape swiftly. The fact that Xin Yuan had deliberately sought it out and activated its maximum combat potential was an operation that far exceeded the evaluators' expectations. However, in the silence of the evaluators, Mo Qinggu's expression appeared somewhat unsettling. For some reason, as he watched Xin Yuan maneuvering through the throngs of water specters while skillfully avoiding encirclement, he felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. This lad, could he possibly have some hidden agenda? His movements bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. Splash! The sound of water echoed as Xin Yuan evaded the heavy siege and finally leaped into the lake. The surface of the lake erupted in a tumultuous frenzy, with countless droplets splashing outward, morphing into water specters. Yet beneath the surface, an extraordinary tranquility prevailed. The gentle currents enveloped Xin Yuan's body, imparting a surprisingly pleasant sensation. Holding his breath, he swiftly descended to the lake's bottom, preparing to seek out weaknesses guided by the omnipresent voices. However, as he listened to the sounds of bubbles emanating around him, regret surged within him, urging him to escape. The only message from the omnipresent voices was to freeze him. Xin Yuan, this is no jest. I'm still inside. Yet, upon raising his head and gazing at the multitude of water specters reflected on the surface, his lips twitched in irritation. Water specter, are you awake? Come out and play with us. It was now or never a gamble. With both hands pressed down, he anchored himself to the lake bed, and white ice crystals began to form, spreading like ink on a beautiful canvas. In no time, the entire lake was sealed from the bottom up, encasing Xin Yuan within its icy grasp. He remained in that posture, resembling an amber encased in ice. Moments later, a terrifying upheaval erupted among the water specters, who began to violently assault the frozen surface of the lake. Ultimately, a thunderous explosion resounded. Ice shards scattered, and all the water specters dissolved into puddles, then vaporized, never to reappear. For the first time in over a decade, a target within the Academy assessment secret realm, previously deemed unsolvable, had been conquered by a student, and all on his own. Unbeknownst to Xin Yuan the magnitude of his achievement, he was propelled into the air by the force of the explosion, experiencing a sensation akin to flight. After a fit of violent coughing, a trace of crimson seeped from the corner of his mouth. Since entering the secret realm, he had wreaked havoc without a scratch, but now, he had sustained his first injury. Remarkable. Outside the secret realm, Zhongjing clasped his hands together, watching Xin Yuan soar through the air. Yet this secret realm was far from a solo performance. Chapter 41. The confrontation between the fierce tiger and the pack of wolves. Make your move. In the distance, a squad leader, his gaze steely with resolve, signaled for his team to advance. He was astounded and awed by the commotion Xin Yuan had stirred. However, this was an assessment. A competition, to battle against an existence that one could scarcely imagine, let alone emerge victorious, especially in Xin Yuan's current state, was undoubtedly risky. Take advantage of his weakness. Seize the opportunity. Though the risk was significant, he sensed that he was not the only one fixated on this situation. He could feel several familiar presences lurking not far behind him. Clearly, Xin Yuan's unique existence made him both a fierce tiger and a plump lamb. There were many who had set their sights on this lamb. Soaring in the air, Xin Yuan felt his internal organs jostled, but he was not gravely injured. He attempted to adjust his body mid-flight, realizing he was approximately 3 stories high. Why can't I fly even with superpowers? He mused internally, before once again employing his accustomed method to conjure an ice pillar, entwining it with energy chains to cushion his descent. Cough, cough. He covered his mouth, enduring another bout of harsh coughing. Raising his hand, he noted that aside from a few initial bloodstains, there was no excessive bleeding. This was a good sign. True blood loss would indicate significant internal damage, which would indeed be troublesome. Although he appeared quite disheveled, he was not in a state of paralysis, merely fatigued from excessive exertion. He clasped his waist, stretching vigorously while muttering to himself, "Oh, this feeling is akin to having my essence drained." How did a brawl lead to a moment of enlightenment? A light chuckle escaped him as he stepped forward, gazing at the enormous pit before him. The former lake had vanished, and at its center lay a colossal divine core. This divine core was absurdly large, and unlike the singularly colored ones he had previously collected, it shimmered with a myriad of hues. Xin Yuan's keen eyes quickly spotted several thumb-sized, earthy yellow crystals atop it. Those were remnants of the divine core he had previously cast aside to lure the water specters, a fragment of the Sandman's divine core. During his earlier breakout, he realized that the water specters were not after his bracelet, but rather the divine core on him, prompting him to use part of it as bait. Lo and behold, so many colors. It must have amalgamated the essence of many other divine cores within this secret realm. With this, his success seemed assured. Just as Xin Yuan contemplated advancing to claim his spoils, an unexpected turn of events transpired. His expression shifted, and without a glance, he activated his energy chains, which whipped forth like a steel whip in an instant. Crack! The speed of the chains generated a sonic boom, and Xin Yuan unleashed this attack with no reservations. Accompanying the sound of the whip was a cry of anguish as the ground writhed, and a figure erupted from beneath. His back bore the marks of flesh torn asunder. Xin Yuan's strike had nearly knocked him unconscious, yet he persevered, hurling a ball of earth toward Xin before swiftly retreating. Buzz! Bang! A massive frost shield rapidly materialized, shattering the incoming earthen projectile upon impact. Even in his current state of near exhaustion, Xin Yuan remained steadfast, refusing to yield an inch. However, his brow remained furrowed, for the omnipresent voices warned him that many others were present. During the previous battle, he had focused all his energy on that lake, even endeavoring to block out the sounds of the water ghost, completely unaware of the individuals around him who harbored ill intentions. Even at the conclusion of the fight, he had silenced his perception of all things. As he tilted his head aside to evade a fireball, the energy chains in his hand flickered again, ensnaring the female student who had launched the fireball from behind and pulling her down. Before he could muster his strength, a barrage of varied attacks descended upon him from all directions, initiating a comprehensive onslaught. Some he dodged, while others he braced against with his shield. A surge of icy energy enveloped him, instantly encasing an approaching assassin student in ice. Utilizing his shadow clone, the assassin retreated hastily, his face pale with fear as he regarded the now empty ice sculpture, realizing that his ambush had nearly cost him his life. Soon, the tempestuous assault subsided, leaving Xin Yuan weary from evasion, continuously dodging. Once he steadied himself and raised his gaze again, the enormous divine core had vanished. Standing merely a few dozen meters before him was a formidable group of students, their powers maximized, all glaring intently at him. Xin Yuan's expression darkened, his eyes scanning the faces of each individual, his brows furrowing deeply. The scene resembled a pack of wolves encircling a fierce tiger. 22 individuals. Are you truly this united? We are not united, but your presence has compelled us to momentarily unite, remarked a student clad in black, sporting a buzz cut, his gaze fixed warily upon Xin Yuan. As Xin Yuan surveyed the faces before him, a sense of absurdity washed over him. Was this the nature of their competition and rivalry? Was the underlying intent of this assessment truly so sinister? Should this not reflect the educational values of the academy? Among the faces, he recognized several familiar ones, those who had initially conspired against him alongside Lu Peng, seeking to seize the fruits of his labor, which he could comprehend. Yet, as his eyes drifted to the unfamiliar visages, he spoke. It seems we are not acquainted, nor have we any grievances with one another. But his inquiry was met with silence. No one responded, their gazes unwaveringly fixed on the encircled Xin Yuan. Well then, let us dispense with pleasantries and engage directly. With that, Xin Yuan ceased the chatter, stamping his foot with force. Frost spread outwards, a menacing frost armor enveloping his entire form, and the icy staff reappeared in his grasp, while 8 energy chains swayed behind him, exuding a terrifying aura. At that moment, the tableau resembled that of a formidable boss within this secret realm. Yet, the 22 students surrounding him shared no words, instinctively reacting in unison. Retreat. They swiftly dispersed, fleeing in all directions, vanishing from Xin Yuan's sight. Their initial assembly aimed to eliminate him, but after a brief exchange, they had come to truly comprehend his combat prowess. Even a wounded tiger remains a tiger. Should a desperate battle ensue, in this state, Xin Yuan might very well outlast them, but many among them would undoubtedly find themselves eliminated. Their alliance had been predicated on self-interest. The sense of camaraderie was tenuous, and no one wished to become a casualty. Thus, having already pilfered the divine core far beyond their expectations, they collectively deemed it wisest to retreat. Watching the students who had swiftly absconded with his hard-won spoils, Xin Yuan gradually crouched down, lowering his head, projecting an air of despondency. However, unbeknownst to anyone, his expression bore no signs of defeat or sorrow. Instead, it was one of tranquility, as though he were deep in contemplation. Chapter 42. Breaking the norm has become a necessity. Haha. All the judges gazed in silence at the seemingly despondent Xin Yuan on the screen, until a cold laugh shattered the smoldering silence. All eyes shifted to the source of the laughter. Li Qian, feeling the weight of the attention from the esteemed judges, quickly stifled her amusement, refraining from further sound. Yet, within her heart, elation surged. She had endured an inordinate amount of time, remaining here for over 10 hours while many other judges had taken breaks for meals, but she had not left. Although for a superhuman, a lack of sleep over such a duration is hardly significant. She had not only refrained from resting, but had also endured psychological torment. Watching Xin Yuan repeatedly shatter records and hearing the praises from the higher-ups of various academies and organizations gnawed at her insides. Ultimately, she had lingered here without official capacity as a judge, staying loyal to her role as Xin Yuan's most devoted critic, eagerly anticipating his downfall. It must be acknowledged that sometimes, a critic can be the most steadfast of supporters. Regardless of your wealth or poverty, health or illness, fortune or misfortune, they will pursue you relentlessly, never betraying you. Even as she recognized that Xin Yuan's performance had reached an extraordinary level, and that even if he did not secure first place in the assessment, his promising future was assured. The sight of him being robbed of the divine core he had fought so hard to obtain brought her a moment of wicked satisfaction. Observing the expression of discomfort on Jun Ani's face among the judges only heightened her sense of gratification. Did you not claim you could secure first place? And yet, here we are, and you have not achieved it. Ah, splendid. Truly splendid. Zhong Jing observed Xin Yuan crouched motionless on the ground, gently applauding before addressing Mo Qinggu. Is this your design? Are you satisfied? The students who had attempted to seize the core were not inherently malevolent. They were perhaps good individuals in their daily lives. Yet under your rules, you have forced them into becoming opportunistic thieves reliant on ambush. Xin Yuan was undoubtedly the most gifted student of this cohort, intelligent, composed, and powerful. Yet, you insist on making such a remarkable talent a target, a thorn in everyone's side, allowing the points he strived to earn to be snatched away by others? Among the judges, Zhong Jing now exhibited the most intense emotion. Clearly, the specifics of this assessment had been designed by Mo Qinggu, and Zhong Jing had long harbored dissatisfaction with this design. Having expressed his thoughts, he noted Mo Qinggu's continued silence, leading him to lose patience. He rose abruptly, stepping in front of Mo Qinggu to block his view. Zhong Jing, calm yourself, Dong Wushuang interjected, unable to contain himself, but Zhong Jing paid him no heed. With a resounding thud, he slammed his hand on the table, causing Mo Qinggu to jolt. I am addressing you, Director Mo. We are running an academy, a school, a place for nurturing talent, not for cultivating schemers and ambition-driven individuals. Superhumans must learn to fight alongside one another, to trust one another, to entrust their lives to their comrades while facing formidable foes together. What is your educational philosophy? What kind of individuals do you wish to cultivate? Do you wish to cultivate a group of scheming individuals, perpetually distrustful of those around them, resorting to underhanded tactics to secure personal gain? As Mo Qinggu listened to Zhong Jing's aggressive tone, the smile on his face gradually faded, giving way to an expression of resignation. After a lengthy silence, he finally replied succinctly, I possess my own thoughts. You think you can think? Zhong Jing slammed the table, weary of further discourse, and turned away, muttering, this assessment is the most tedious and atrocious instance of internal strife we've witnessed in years. Xin Yuan, or perhaps the other students involved, may find the essence of this evaluation has undergone a detrimental shift. I will report to the Human Alliance and recommend the cancellation of this direct admission assessment. If it comes to that, we shall meet in the courtroom of the Human Alliance. With that declaration, Zhong Jing's emotions erupted, severing any semblance of civility, plunging the atmosphere into an icy silence. All present were esteemed individuals, and none anticipated such an outburst. Consequently, an oppressive quiet enveloped the room. Even the sound of breathing became distinctly audible. Observing the tension, Mo Qinggu felt the weight of the moment, and, despite the discomfort, his furrowed brow gradually relaxed as he let out a long sigh. Zhong Jing, if you seek an explanation, I shall provide one. Zhong Jing was taken aback by Mo Qinggu's unexpected willingness to engage, turning back to face him. Rising slowly, Mo Qinggu appeared even more aged, extending 2 fingers. I devised this assessment with 2 intentions. The first, you often proclaim that superhumans must stand united in trust, integrity, and valor, qualities indeed commendable. Yet, what is the reality? Mo Qinggu gazed intently into Zhong Jing's eyes, the wrinkles etched by time rendering his gaze profoundly deep. The truth is that treachery among comrades occurs annually. The reality is that while superhumans fight valiantly at the front lines, the high-ranking officials behind them are consumed by self-interest. The unfortunate truth is that countless prodigies have perished for the most absurd reasons. I merely wish to encourage the youth to cultivate vigilance. While passionate idealists are worthy of admiration, their untimely demise is a heartbreaking reality. Meeting Mo Qinggu's penetrating stare, Zhong Jing gradually regained his composure and spoke with resignation. I am aware of these truths, yet our educational approach towards the next generation should be constructive, illuminating the darkness rather than allowing them to adapt to it. I understand. Mo Qinggu unexpectedly concurred, surprising Zhong Jing, who had anticipated further rebuttal. Such a methodology possesses both advantages and disadvantages. In the long run, it may prove detrimental. Hence, I harbor a second reason. The time available to us may be insufficient for contemplating enduring matters. At this juncture, Immersio's profound gaze shifted towards the screen displaying Xin Yuan. His expression laden with significance as he regarded the young man crouched on the ground. Due to my personal limitations, I fear I possess a greater understanding of the divine's terrors than any of you or indeed anyone in this world. I cannot articulate specifics. Yet I am certain that the disparity in power is staggering, and we have yet to witness its full extent. Superhumans have only existed for a century, and our internal conflicts are rife. We cannot even achieve unity. In light of these circumstances, conventional approaches may prove insufficient. We require extraordinary measures. Thus, I await the emergence of an individual capable of defying norms, shattering conventions, and redefining our understanding, for only then shall our future possess a glimmer of hope. Breaking from tradition has become an imperative. Chapter 43, Blocking the Door. The situation has become quite amusing. These sentiments, Immersion had never previously articulated. As he spoke, he was no longer the inscrutable old fox, but rather appeared troubled, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, as if contemplating something ominous. Zhongjing frowned, scrutinizing him, while those around them observed, astonished by this unfamiliar display from the elder. Zhongjing solemnly inquired, "Are you anxious?" Immersion remained silent, lost in thought. "Do you harbor any suspicions? Why not discuss them with everyone?" "Because that topic may be rather taboo, and I am uncertain whether my judgments are correct," Immersion replied, shaking his head. Some statements, once uttered, regardless of their truth or the reception they receive, can lead to complications. For a moment, Zhongjing found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged pause, he softened his tone, asking, "Let us set those matters aside for now. What expectations do you have for the students regarding this assessment?" "To be honest, I am not entirely certain," Immersion admitted. "Not certain?" Zhongjing was taken aback. Incredulity etched on his face. "You don't even know, yet you wish for the students to be aware? Are you dreaming? Starting to believe in miracles?" "Not miracles. Merely hoping for one," Immersion replied. "After all, our world is in need of miracles." Finally, Immersion steadied himself, grasping the armrest of his chair as he sat down, a wry smile gracing his lips, as if he found himself amusing. "Oh, if you wish to report me to the Human Alliance, feel free. I am uncertain of my rightness or wrongness." With his emotions somewhat stabilized, a playful demeanor returned to Immersion's visage. Zhongjing chose not to pursue the matter further, settling into silence. Thus, this high-level debate concluded temporarily in such a manner. At that moment, a gentle and serene female voice broke the silence, seemingly untouched by the prior altercation. "It seems everything is in order." This was Junani's voice. During the ideological clash between Zhongjing and Immersion, she had scarcely uttered a word. Her attention was drawn to Xin Yuan, who remained crouched, her brow furrowed in concern over the severity of his injuries. Now, however, relief washed over her. "Ah, this assessment has indeed caused trouble, but it is rather intriguing." I've decided. Let's give it a try." Rising, Xin Yuan addressed the vast, desolate expanse before him, engaging in self-reflection. In a surprising turn, he erupted into laughter, dispelling the earlier aura of despondency, as if completely unaffected by the earlier tensions, leaving the judges momentarily stunned. They watched as he began to stretch and perform various peculiar gestures, prompting Dong Wushuang to question his mental state. Yet, in reality, Xin Yuan was engaged in an unprecedented, top-tier rehabilitation routine. He was executing the second national student calisthenics, having remained crouched with his head bowed. He had been contemplating his next steps while also tending to his injuries. Lacking medical resources, his treatment was rudimentary, essentially ice therapy. His internal injuries seemed minor, and he hoped to alleviate them with cold compresses, determined to endure the assessment. Now, standing, he intended to fully mobilize his body and assess his condition. After completing a set, he felt surprisingly decent. After attuning to his physical condition, Xin Yuan immediately set off, charging rapidly in a specific direction while murmuring to himself, "This laborious assessment is truly troublesome. Is this a simulation of the dark underworld?" However, while I may be uncertain about how to satisfy everyone, I am distinctly aware of how to ensure that no one is pleased. Observing Xin Yuan's resurgence from prior setbacks, Zhongjing and the others raised their eyebrows, utterly perplexed by his intentions. Given the circumstances, there was still ample time, and it appeared he had not given up. Was he planning to seize opportunities from others? Or perhaps continue hunting monsters within the secret realm? Regardless of the answer, Immersion held little interest, feeling rather disenchanted by the events that had transpired. In his view, Xin Yuan had sufficiently demonstrated his prowess. There was no longer a need for him to validate his excellence through points. As Xin Yuan dashed forward, Zhongjing exhibited signs of impatience. directly accessing the map footage through the bald-headed Su to ascertain whom Xin Yuan was targeting. However, after scrutinizing the screen for an extended period, he noted that the blue dot representing Xin Yuan traversed numerous other blue and red markers without pausing at any of them. With unwavering determination, Xin Yuan seemed to be heading straight for the exit. This course of action left Zhongjing utterly bewildered. Glancing up at the clock on the wall, he noted that less than 20 hours had elapsed in the assessment. Although this duration was already considerable, there still seemed to be ample time remaining until the conclusion. Is he intending to exit early to secure his points? That would be a reasonable choice, remarked a judge who had previously exited, taken a nap, and returned. Given his current score, he had already ranked among the top. Lingering within the secret realm would only pose risks, especially since he was injured. Dong Wushuang shrugged, non-committal, and began to focus more on the other participants. Naturally, when Xin Yuan emerged, he intended to discuss his joining the War God Palace. After confirming that Xin Yuan's trajectory led directly to the exit, Zhongjing yawned and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Very well, I shall return to rest for a while. I will come back when the final recruitment begins. And as for the Frost War God, remember that you lost, blame your dean." With that, Zhongjing departed, uninterested in watching further. Yet, mere minutes later, as everyone prepared to wait for Xin Yuan at the secret realm's exit, he halted near the threshold, remaining motionless. He even conjured an ice lounge chair on the spot, laid a blanket over it, and reclined comfortably, swaying gently. Was he not planning to exit? What was his intention? The usually taciturn vice dean of the Southern Academy could no longer contain his thoughts, exclaiming, "Is he attempting to block the exit? Is he waiting here to ambush a few unfortunate souls returning early? Quite clever. It seemed he might not end up with insufficient points after all." As the crowd debated Xin Yuan's peculiar choice, Dong Wushuang's eyes widened, a dawning realization washing over him as he clenched his fists in shock. No way. If he merely sought to claim a few students, based on his previous displays of ability, he could easily track others down. But here he is, blocking the exit. Could it be that he intends to damn it? Dong Wushuang finally erupted, squeezing his fists tightly, producing a series of cracking sounds. Xin Yuan's audacious action ignited a fervor within him. What a remarkable young man. Now this is what defines a man. This will be quite the spectacle. When Zhongjing realizes what he has missed, he will surely regret it deeply. Chapter 44. One on vacation, the rest in chaos. Dong Wushuang struck his fists together with fervor and settled back down. Initially, he had intended to step out for a meal and some rest, but now he remained, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. He had not anticipated that this young man, whom he had always regarded highly, would still have surprises in store for him. In the secret realm, nearly everyone had ceased attempting to unite against the prey to acquire the divine core. Instead, they were embroiled in fierce competition. Zhongjing's earlier assertion was accurate. The issues in this assessment had erupted earlier and with greater severity, transforming what was once an orderly evaluation into complete chaos. Participants who had once been allies rapidly disbanded, even resorting to internal conflicts to seize points from one another. This included the 20 or so individuals who had previously collaborated to ambush Xin Yuan, who were now quarreling over the spoils, leading to outright brawls. Those still able to form teams were either evenly matched in strength or had a clear leader at the helm. Points, which had once held no significance, were now imbued with meaning, driving the candidates into a frenzy. Amidst this tumultuous environment, many individuals were indeed awakening their potential, showcasing remarkable abilities. Some became adept at controlling their powers, others displayed extraordinary leadership, and some executed their actions with meticulous caution. Their performances did not go unnoticed by the judges, who pondered whether any students were worthy of an olive branch. 126 staff members responsible for documentation were furiously typing away, recording the performances of their assigned candidates as the assessment reached its fever pitch. Among them, one staff member, Lu Peng, had succumbed to a state of apathy, reveling in his idleness and enjoying a paid break. In the 22nd hour, all candidates had been swept into this grand melee. The screens were filled with scenes of students battling and pursuing one another. Some were scheming to seize points, while others worried about being robbed. No one could remain uninvolved. However, this assertion was not entirely accurate, for one individual's state stood in stark contrast to the rest. Xin Yuan sat languidly before the grim green gate, rocking in his ice chair. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved a ring gifted by Jun Ani from his wristband, extracting a bottle of soda from within. Blowing a breath of cold air onto it to chill it, he hummed a tune while sipping his drink, seemingly as if he were not participating in an assessment but rather vacationing by the seaside. His demeanor appeared utterly absurd on all the academy screens. Among the judges, the ones most at a loss for words regarding Xin Yuan's conduct were the bald-headed special ability users, who maintained the transformations of the secret realm, its stability. and the opening of the exit. According to the assessment's regulations, should any student appear within 100 meters of the exit, they were obliged to open the passageway for the student's ingress and egress. However, at this moment, Xin Yuan stood at the entrance, blocking the way. Even without stepping out, regulations dictated that they must keep the passageway open, unwittingly adding a layer of mental exertion to their task. The individual referred to as Old Su, a superpowered being, was on the verge of cursing under his breath. Could you at least stand further away while blocking the door? If you were 100 meters away, I could save some energy. Of course, Xin was oblivious to the grievances of this worker, leisurely swaying in his recliner at the entrance of the secret realm, appearing as if he were in a deep slumber. Hours passed, and the stark contrast between Xin Yuan and the other students created an overwhelming sense of disconnection, as if they were existing in two separate worlds. Finally, Xin Yuan's demeanor shifted slightly. The figure that had been gently rocking in the recliner suddenly came to a halt. As if sensing something, he opened his eyes. Surrounding his recliner were all the divine cores he had harvested during this assessment, as well as a soda bottle, his bait discarded here. At that moment, he felt a tremor, having replicated Mo Chingu's stealth abilities. He was acutely aware of the furtive movements of others. After a brief moment of concentration, without uttering a single word, he raised his hand and unleashed an energy chain. The sound of the chain slicing through the air echoed, distorting the atmosphere in the distance, revealing an originally invisible figure that was ensnared instantly. Xin Yuan's strike bore no warning or delay, leaving the opponent no time to resist. A long howl escaped the captive's lips as brilliant light erupted from his body. He forcefully tugged at the chain, attempting to pull Xin Yuan closer. Xin Yuan frowned, transitioning from lying down to sitting up as the energy chain tightened. Both engaged in a struggle of strength. Yet, even as Xin Yuan sat there, tugging on the chain with one hand, his opponent was unable to gain any advantage. The earth beneath them cracked, beginning to shift slowly towards Xin Yuan's position. In the next moment, a figure clad entirely in black armor burst forth from the ground, accelerating with a second burst of speed, appearing before the other figure in an instant, and with a powerful slash, severed Xin Yuan's energy chain. "You go first," the armored figure shouted to his companion, then, without hesitation, launched himself toward Xin Yuan like a cannonball. Observing the aggressive approach, Xin Yuan raised an eyebrow, stood up, and unleashed a palm strike. Boom! His palm struck the chest of the black armor, sending a chilling shockwave that propelled the figure backward at a speed even greater than his initial advance. As he flew back, the cold enveloped him, encasing him in a thick layer of ice upon crashing to the ground, rendering him momentarily immobile. Subsequently, Xin Yuan cast another chain, this time imbued with the frigid essence of the Ice Age, ensnaring the other individual and instantly freezing them. A swift kill. This was a pure execution. After such a lengthy respite, coupled with the sugar boost from his soda, Xin Yuan was in peak condition, exhibiting unparalleled combat prowess within this secret realm. Gently pulling both figures closer, he discovered they were a man and a woman. He couldn't help but smirk. In this secret realm, it seemed only that damned love could prompt someone to utter selfless phrases like "you go first." Releasing the ice encasing their heads, he revealed a warm smile to their astonished, monster-like gazes. "Hello there. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Shall we discuss a matter? Would you be so kind as to hand over all the divine cores on your persons?" Chapter 45. The most terrifying heist in history. One person stealing from all. The two individuals lying on the ground fell silent at the sound of Xin Yuan's voice. They understood that he was undoubtedly there to rob them. Yet such an opening gambit was entirely unexpected. "You're robbing us? And there's room for negotiation?" The student in the menacing black armor was secretly gathering strength, contemplating how to break free of Xin Yuan's icy bindings while simultaneously stalling, saying, "Negotiate? What if we refuse?" "That is perfectly acceptable. However, in that case, I will be compelled to take it by force," Xin Yuan replied. The armored man was taken aback, staring in bewilderment at the calm visage before him, unsure of what mindset could lead to such a statement. Reluctantly, he said, "Is there really any difference?" "Indeed, there is a distinction," Xin Yuan countered. "One is coercion, while the other is voluntary. The latter would afford you a semblance of dignity, wouldn't it?" The armored man was at a loss for words, struggling to keep pace with the seemingly deranged individual before him. "All right, brother, stop struggling. I know exactly what you're attempting," Xin Yuan remarked, having already noticed the man's subtle movements. With a firm stomp of his foot, the ice encasing the man thickened considerably. This single step rendered him completely subdued, ceasing all resistance. At that moment, he noticed the numerous divine cores scattered beneath Xin Yuan's recliner, his mouth twitching involuntarily. All of these. Did he steal them from others? It was evident that he had run into a formidable opponent. Why not simply acquire divine cores through your own efforts instead of resorting to this method? At that moment, the girl, bound by chains and previously silent, lifted her gaze to Xin Yuan. With so many here, you must have already robbed quite a few people, haven't you? To stand idly by while others fight, only to seize their hard-earned results in this manner. How despicable. Her eyes burned with fury as they bore into Xin Yuan. And it must be said that daring to provoke him while restrained was quite audacious. Yet, unexpectedly, Xin Yuan displayed no sign of anger. Instead, he nodded in agreement. Oh, you feel that way too? I find it quite despicable as well. You do? The girl exclaimed. Then how could you? Enough, Xiao Yao, don't say any more. This is permitted by the rules, the armored man interjected, halting her from continuing the argument with Xin Yuan. He then turned to Xin Yuan to haggle, saying, Brother, we concede. We simply lack the skill. However, taking everything seems a bit excessive. The divine cores we possess were obtained through our cooperation in hunting the monsters here. We haven't robbed anyone else. Our early desire to leave was precisely to avoid conflict with others. We did not wish to engage in such strife. Our ranking will be low regardless, so how about this? Let us offer you 1 core as a toll for passing. The armored man wore a sincere expression, resembling someone bargaining at a market. That won't do. I can't take all of your cores. That wouldn't be fair to the others, Xin Yuan replied, feigning difficulty. Moreover, you mentioned that with the number of divine cores you possess, you're ranking 1 high, correct? In that case, just hand them all over to me. I can guarantee your final ranking will be significantly higher. With that, he ceased further discussion and directly unleashed the chains, forcibly stripping the 2 of their wristbands and extracting the few remaining crystals within. Subsequently, without any pretense of concealment, he casually tossed the divine cores onto the ground near the lounge chair, mingling them with his own collection. Alas, the young man had not anticipated such a blatant disregard for courtesy from his opponent, and he was taken aback. However, Xin Yuan had no intention of engaging in further conversation. He simply released the icy bindings on their bodies and effortlessly flung the 2 of them away. The disparity in their levels was stark. Such an instantaneous defeat was exceedingly rare. The 2 individuals, in fact, ranked among the upper echelon of students. Previously, witnessing him slay entities within the secret realm had elicited no particular concern, but in light of this juxtaposition, I surmise I lacked such strength in my youth. Need I even speculate? Have you no shame, old Yang? Outside the secret realm, the judges, having personally witnessed this battle that concluded in less than 5 seconds, were left astounded, showering praises upon the spectacle. From the ghastly green portal emerged a man and a woman, stumbling forth. They overheard the judges' remarks and, feeling a surge of shame, bowed their heads. They realized they had merely become the backdrop for a prodigy. Yet, to their surprise, not a single individual cast blame upon them. Rather, someone gently applauded. Indeed, your performance has not gone unnoticed. You are both commendable youths. Would you care to join our Southern Academy? Scholarships await. Hey, that's against the rules. No recruiting talk at this moment. Listening to the benevolent concern in their ears, rather than the anticipated critique, the girl felt her eyes welling up with tears. She promptly bowed to the vice president who had previously extended an olive branch, saying, Thank you for your recognition, but alas, we fear our score will be the lowest. We have been. The vice president of the Southern Academy waved his hand, halting her words. We have all seen what transpired. There is no need for sorrow. You simply faced opponents beyond your current capabilities. Strive harder in the future. He inquired, What do you think of that young man's prowess? Upon hearing this question, the young man in black armor forced a smile, responding helplessly, He is formidable, so strong that it leaves me feeling utterly powerless. Is he truly one of our peers? At that moment, he began to doubt if Xin Yuan was indeed a fellow candidate. However, the vice president of the Southern Academy nodded, confirming Xin Yuan's status as a student. If you truly perceive him as strong, why not remain here and observe? Do you believe you have placed last? Not necessarily. It is quite possible you may find yourselves tied for second. Both were taken aback, clearly not comprehending the implications. The vice president chuckled, offering no explanation, but instead continued to gaze at the assessment screen displaying Xin Yuan. He was aware that a calamity of unprecedented proportions was unfolding on that screen, as one individual was robbing all others. Chapter 46. The robbed in unison. The onlookers cheered for the robber. The 2 cast their eyes around, only then realizing that Xin Yuan's screen was the largest, positioned most prominently at the center. This signified that, in the eyes of the judges, Xin Yuan was indeed the most favored contestant. At this moment, they still did not grasp the notion of potentially being ranked second. Nevertheless, they chose not to leave, finding a spot to sit and began to watch the other participants in the assessment. Meanwhile, Imo Chingu's earlier disinterest had vanished. He was now entirely engrossed in the unfolding events, seemingly entranced. He even ignored the occasional teasing remarks from Dong Wuxuan. He felt that the unconventional individual he had long awaited had finally arrived. After his initial battle, Xin Yuan did not rest, but instead readied himself for the next confrontation. The lounge chair beneath him had morphed, the ice congealing and reshaping into a grandiose seat. Xin Yuan now sat like an ancient general before a battle, confidently resting his hands on the armrests, quietly anticipating his future challengers. Scattered across the ground were various crystalline stones, and behind him loomed the ghastly green door, emanating an aura of invincibility. The previous couple had been an exception, exiting rather early. After waiting for more than 3 hours, Xin Yuan finally encountered the next contender. This individual had not expected to be waylaid. While attempting to evade, he found himself blocked at the door by an ambusher. He recognized Xin Yuan, having witnessed him effortlessly dispatch Lu Peng in the earlier stages, and realized his strength might not suffice. Thus, he sought to conceal himself and assess the situation. However, Xin Yuan was not inclined to grant him such an opportunity. The chains swiftly ensnared him, pulling him towards Xin Yuan as if riding the clouds. Brother, let us leave a line for future encounters. No. After being instantaneously defeated without a hint of suspense, the opponent yearned to utter more. But Xin Yuan clearly had no intention of granting him that chance. After all, each individual's superpower was distinct. It would be unwise to let down his guard and risk misfortune. With a swift motion, he removed the bracelet from the opponent's wrist, extracting all the divine cores within. Under the astonished gaze of the defeated, he discarded them upon the ground, mingling them with the others strewn about. The entire sequence was executed with fluidity, a seamless display of prowess. Observing Xin Yuan's blatant disregard for the coveted treasures, the opponent was filled with indignation at the sight of something everyone else coveted being carelessly tossed aside. Do not concern yourself. Tell me, what real value do these things hold? Xin Yuan glanced at him while using the chains to hurl him towards the ghastly green door. These items are devoid of inherent significance. Their worth is merely a construct of human perception. Rest assured, you need not worry about your ranking. I shall not claim your divine cores. Before he could utter another word, the opponent's form vanished through the ghastly green door with a resounding click. The sound of footsteps echoed as he stumbled slightly. Finding himself back in the initial assessment hall, gazing at the seemingly unfamiliar surroundings, he felt as though he had awakened from a dream. Stunned, he lingered for a few seconds, finally accepting reality, his expression morphing into one of despair. After toiling for hours, engaging in a web of intrigue and competition, he found himself eliminated with a score of 0. Hey, you two were robbed by him? Suddenly, a voice broke through, prompting him to turn and see a couple seated nearby, sipping drinks, appearing as mere spectators. You were also robbed? Indeed, they replied in unison. Are you not at all enraged? Or filled with hatred? What good is anger? It is simply a matter of being outmatched. Better to sit down and await the next unfortunate soul. It might provide us with some amusement, the young man among the couple stated. Oh, so I am the unfortunate one in your eyes, am I? He then sat down, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the next ill-fated contender. In the ensuing moments, the arrival of the unfortunate souls came with increasing rapidity. As the assessment period drew to a close, all participants hastened towards the exit. Meanwhile, a handful of superpowered individuals found themselves utterly defenseless against Xin Yuan, with few able to withstand his onslaught for long. Among them, Xin Yuan, upon witnessing Xin Yuan blocking the door, chose to forego any confrontation. She cast all her crystal stones to the ground, leaving behind a graceful silhouette and 2 parting remarks. Here, I am not yet your match. Hence I shall not engage. However, one day in the future, I shall return to challenge you. Initially, it was one unfortunate soul every hour, but soon, every few minutes. Another hapless victim arrived at the door, only to be thoroughly robbed by Xin Yuan. In no time, the number of individuals violently eliminated by Xin Yuan had exceeded several dozen. No one anticipated that their assessment would conclude in such an absurd fashion. Xin Yuan's collection of divine cores had grown alarmingly vast, sufficient to secure his position as the foremost among the competitors. Yet, he showed no inclination to cease his rampage, clearly indicating that his intentions were unrelated to rank. He had come merely to stir chaos. Perched upon a massive ice throne, surrounded by a mound of various divine cores, he resembled a slumbering dragon atop its treasure, awaiting the next brave soul to venture forth. The previously despondent students began to feel a surge of excitement. After all, collective misfortune dulled the sting of individual failure. They even gleaned from the judges' descriptions what Xin Yuan aimed to accomplish. This assessment was structured around points to determine rankings, with rewards allocated based on those standings. If Xin Yuan succeeded in robbing everyone, it would mean they all ranked as second. This notion transformed the sentiments of those who had harbored resentment towards Xin Yuan for obliterating their efforts. They instead found themselves elated. even cheering for Xin Yuan's battles as fervently as devoted sports fans. No one wished to be confined by such evaluative rules, if not for the rankings. No one desired to engage in fruitless scheming against one another. If everyone shared the same rank, all being second, who would care about the divine cores? Within the assessment hall, watching the students' exuberant cheers, the judges refrained from intervening, instead allowing the joyful chaos to unfold with wry smiles. What was meant to be a solemn evaluation had transformed into a jubilant celebration. An astonishing scene emerged in the vast hall, as all those who had been robbed united in their cheers for the thief. Chapter 47, Convergence, the final battle, 1 versus 38. With a click, the ghastly green door writhed once more, expelling 2 students. Of course, these were the latest unfortunate souls to be cast out by Xin Yuan, their expressions grim, as though mourning a great loss. They were a pair of twins, Yin Yao and Yin Lei, who had thrived in the secret realm due to their seamless cooperation and absolute trust in one another. During the latter half of the assessment, they had successfully deceived numerous individuals and extorted many divine cores. However, they had naively believed that their brotherly bond would secure them a top position, only to find themselves victims of a treacherous betrayal. That brute blocking the door was ruthless and utterly merciless, treating them as though they were less than human. While the duo had merely taken a portion of crystal stones when they pursued others, this man had taken everything without negotiation. Truly inhumane. Yet, just as their minds were filled with curses, an unexpected wave of enthusiastic applause and cheers reached their ears. Brothers, congratulations on completing the assessment. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can rest. It must be exhausting to fight for survival in there. Well done. You've lasted much longer than I did. Come, sit with us and let us anticipate his performance together. Initially, upon hearing the cheers, the twins assumed they were being ridiculed, their jaws clenched and faces contorted in resentment. However, as they listened to the words exchanged, something felt awry. After calming down, they recalled the mountain of divine cores beneath Xin Yuan and tentatively inquired, "Did many of you fall victim to that maniac as well?" "Many? No, we were all robbed by him," the crowd replied in unison. At that moment, the staff had set up a buffet, and many were leisurely enjoying food and drink. Yin Yao and Yin Lei. What does this mean? Is this a collective surrender? Are they so unconcerned about their admission scores? What does this imply, with the leaders from various schools still present? As they pondered, they stole glances at the expressions of the school officials, only to find them exhibiting no disapproval, appearing to tacitly endorse the spectacle. At this juncture, the eliminated students explained, "It's all right. Haven T, you realized his intentions? He aims to rob everyone. And if he succeeds, it would make history. And we would all rank equally as second. Don't you wish to see how far he can go?" Yin Yao and Yin Lei. Is that even possible? What kind of thinking is this? After a moment of dazed contemplation, they swiftly joined the throng of revelers, settling down to watch the unfolding drama. Oldemo. Observing these students, it seems they are quite dissatisfied with your assessment rules, Dong Wushuang remarked, acknowledging the validity of Zhong Jing's statement. Witnessing such an unprecedented atmosphere of merriment, she was taken aback, leaning closer to Mo Qinggu's ear to whisper. Yet, to her surprise, Mo Qinggu appeared entranced, fixated on the screen without so much as a glance away. "Shoo, I must concentrate on the viewing," he murmured. With a light chuckle, Dong Wushuang shook her head. It had been ages since she had seen Mo Qinggu regarded Junior with such approval and interest. The last individual he had looked upon in such a manner was, if memory served, Junani. As she contemplated this, she turned her gaze toward the previously silent young woman, only to find her equally engrossed in the screen. A hint of a smile gracing her lips. Dong Wushuang. Very well. This youth seems to possess some inexplicable charm. Thus far, Xin Yuan had single-handedly eliminated around 60 to 70 individuals. Yet, at this moment, the screen fell silent, devoid of any activity. No longer were participants being expelled every few minutes. The assessment hall's judges observed that the screens had dwindled considerably, leaving only those yet to emerge from the screens of the other candidates. It was evident they were not far from the exit. However, not a single one approached. In fact, their numbers were gradually increasing. Everyone understood what was transpiring, including Xin Yuan himself. They were likely gathering. He should be able to win. After all, he has already eliminated so many of us. One student voiced with a hint of doubt. Nevertheless, uncertainty gnawed at him, for previously, Xin Yuan had taken them down one by one. Humph. Are you so devoid of skill that you've begun to believe in myths? The combat prowess of a collective of superpowered individuals is not something one man can rival. A slightly mocking voice drew the attention of the candidates. As they turned to investigate, a collective frown crossed their faces. Li Qian had been lingering here for over 30 hours, day and night, accompanying Xin Yuan. After all, she dared not voice her grievances to the leaders. Her only outlet was to vent her frustrations on the students. Previously, she had watched as even some of the trainees she had incited to target Xin Yuan began to waver, starting to cheer for him instead. It made her feel as though she were an outsider in this situation, a mere jester. With her heart ashen, this was her last hope. Let Xin Yuan fail just this once. Please. As she gazed at Li Qian's face, twisted with jealousy, the students paid her no mind. At this point, no one cared whether Xin Yuan was an E-rank or not. That was all in the past. They simply wished to see if Xin Yuan could triumph. In the secret realm, the final 3 hours approached as darkness descended, heralding the last night within the domain. The world was engulfed in inky blackness, save for the faint, twinkling light of the divine core beneath Xin Yuan. He was aware that many had gathered in the distance, yet he chose not to pursue them, unwilling to risk anyone escaping due to his negligence. At last, the world was as dark as ink, and Xin Yuan stirred. 8 chains supported his body, elevating him high above. Suspended in midair, his pale ice armor cloaked him entirely, fierce and frigid, while hundreds of ice swords coalesced above his head. And he wielded a staff of ice as if he were the last deity within this secret realm. Mountains of ice rose behind him, obstructing the exit of the secret realm. Xin Yuan opened his mouth, addressing the vast and dense night ahead, declaring boldly, "Is it time? No more hiding, come forth. What say you? Will you come together to confront me, or shall I advance against you?" His words, brimming with arrogance, echoed in the silence. Moments later, points of light flickered in the distance, illuminating the powers unleashed by the assembled trainees. The final contingent of the Student Alliance had gathered and began marching toward Xin Yuan. Silent and determined, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could drip with anticipation as both sides engaged in a wordless standoff. In this final night of the secret realm, a profoundly unequal battle was on the verge of erupting. 1 versus 38. Chapter 48. With my pen, I chronicle the seasons. In the secret realm, there was no moon, no stars, and no natural light to draw upon. Without anyone wielding a flashlight, illumination relied solely on the radiance emitted by each person's abilities, as well as the divine core placed upon the ground by Xin Yuan. The shroud of darkness imparted a sense of grimness and terror to the impending battle, akin to witnessing a horror film. Su Feng. Find a way to activate the infrared vision. This brightness is inadequate. Suddenly breaking his long silence, Imochingu turned to the bald man, urgency in his voice. Taken aback by this unexpected request, old Su cast a surprised glance at him. He hadn't anticipated this cunning old fox would speak up. For individuals of their caliber, the current brightness should suffice for clear discernment, and Imochingu's words unmistakably indicated his desire to scrutinize every detail. Old Su did not refuse or respond. In the next moment, the screen transformed into a bizarre half-infrared view, a blend of base colors enhanced at the edges, allowing the trainees to clearly observe every movement in detail. Meanwhile, the momentum in the secret realm had reached its zenith, or at least Xin Yuan's presence had reached a pinnacle. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the Student Alliance felt anything but at ease. Gazing at the floating Xin Yuan, they had momentarily forgotten his identity, perceiving him as just another monstrous foe like those they had faced hours earlier. Yet, Xin Yuan was devoid of any psychological burden. Instead, he felt a surge of mischief, suddenly wanting to pay homage to One Piece, spreading his arms wide and laughing. Want the divine cores? I've laid all of them right here for you. Come and take them. Whoever claims one will undoubtedly be first. Such whimsical declarations left the others perplexed, for in this otherworldly realm, One Piece was unknown. And the other trainees did not share Xin Yuan's playful mindset. Continuing this conflict would be detrimental to us all. Let us not compete, but rather leave this assessment together. You have enough divine cores to secure your victory. Why must you seize ours? Finally, someone from the Student Alliance spoke up, a familiar face to Xin Yuan. His name was Yun Fei, one of those who had previously attempted to claim Xin Yuan's divine cores. He had been overjoyed at having snatched Xin Yuan's spoils, believing himself the biggest dark horse of this trial, and had garnered benefits during the subsequent distribution of rewards. It appeared that most of the 20 or so individuals who had participated in the earlier snatching were present now. Who could have predicted such a rapid reversal of roles? With Xin Yuan now the one attempting to seize from them? Truly, karma was a relentless cycle. That won't do. If I refrain from attacking now, it would be unfair to those before me. Unfair. The others clearly did not grasp his meaning. Nevertheless, Xin Yuan was no longer inclined to waste time. Regardless of whether they were prepared, he was ready. With a long howl, the energy chains flung him into the air. In a swift motion, he hurled the ice staff downward like a cannonball toward the throng below. With a thunderous crash, Yun Fei ducked, barely avoiding the staff that grazed his scalp. The 2-meter-long staff sank halfway into the ground, sending shards of rock flying, and the earth cracked beneath the force of that strike. Realizing how perilously close he had been to death, Cold sweat drenched Yun Fei's back. Although the secret realm ensured no one would truly perish, the terror of narrowly escaping death was enough to haunt him in nightmares. He hesitated, then incredulously raised his head to Xin, exclaiming, "You really dare to attack? Do you believe you can defeat over 30 of us alone?" "I believe I can," Xin Yuan retorted midair, flicking his finger, causing the solid ice staff to explode, sending ice shards shooting like steel needles toward the surrounding trainees. Observing this spectacle, Dong Wushuang turned to Junani and inquired, "Did you teach him the ice blast technique?" "No," Junani replied. Upon hearing this, Dong Wushuang could not help but nod in admiration. Having not yet enrolled in school or learned any martial techniques, Xin Yuan had developed a move with power akin to martial arts. His comprehension was indeed of a superior caliber. Within the secret realm, Yun Fei found himself directly beside the staff, bearing the brunt of the impact. Not only was he knocked down by the force, but he was also lacerated by the various ice shards, leaving him bloodied. Just as he was about to speak, a large hand suddenly struck his face, pressing him forcefully to the ground from behind. "If you lack the guts, step aside." A familiar face to Xin Yuan, Qi Hong, stepped forward, scolding Yun Fei angrily. He then turned his gaze to Xinyan. "Brother, we've known each other for some time. I harbor no ill will towards you, but I wish to test my mettle against you." As he spoke, his voice grew increasingly guttural, culminating in a primal growl. In an instant, the entirety of his physique swelled, muscles pulsating like granite, bursting through the confines of his combat attire. His stature soaring to an astonishing height of 2.5 meters. A dark emblem resembling a royal insignia manifested upon his forehead, leaving him clad solely in specially designed elastic shorts, preventing him from indiscriminately unleashing his might. This was the embodiment of the A-class pinnacle, the beastly form of the beast god, with a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the universe. He stomped the ground with such force that a massive crater was formed beneath him. The recoil propelled him skyward as if he were ascending to the heavens, charging directly towards Xin Yuan. Naturally, Xin Yuan could not evade such a fierce onslaught. He clenched his right fist, forming a colossal crystalline gauntlet, and dove downward. Simultaneously, over 100 flying swords behind him unleashed a cacophony of slicing winds, indiscriminately targeting the 30 or so students below. Observing Xin Yuan occupying the advantageous position without retreating, but rather bracing for a head-on clash, Qi Hong couldn't help but smirk, releasing another bone-chilling roar that amplified his already formidable presence. In the next moment, their bodies collided midair like meteors, fists meeting fists. A deafening boom accompanied by a radiant explosion ensued, the sheer force of their unreserved strikes transcending the limitations of mere human capabilities. Concurrently, a series of crackling sounds erupted as their clash signified the commencement of an intense battle, all students fully unleashing their abilities to fend off Xin Yuan's flying swords. Various beams of energy began to rain down upon Xinyan, bombarding him from all angles. At this juncture, as all the students and judges outside remained enraptured in silence, a voice pierced through the stillness. Truly extraordinary. It seems that after years of concealing my identity, I can no longer maintain this facade because of this child. I deem him worthy. Thus, with my pen, I shall inscribe the annals of history." A judge abruptly proclaimed, his words echoing as a radiant light burst forth before him. Chapter 49, A Historic Assessment, Total Annihilation. "With my pen, I shall inscribe the annals of history," Zhong Liwu exclaimed, as a magnificent ancient tome materialized before his eyes. Exuding a golden glow, though the inscribed words remained obscured, radiating an ethereal brilliance. Zhong Liwu, one of the judges and an associate of Zhong Jing, previously held a lowly position and had never uttered a word during any assessment. In a sense, he served as Zhong Jing's assistant. However, his current display astonished everyone, leaving Dong Wushuang and Mo Qinggu wide-eyed, as if they were re-evaluating the man before them. "Zhong Liwu, are you one of the spring and autumn members?" Dong Wushuang exclaimed, diverting his gaze from the screen to the refined middle-aged man hovering before an ancient tome. Did Zhong Jing know? Spring and Autumn is an organization shrouded in mystery, its members' identities and strongholds unknown, with no record of when it was founded. The members come from diverse backgrounds, perhaps high-ranking superpowered individuals, students, or solitary wanderers. In essence, one would never discern who belonged to Spring and Autumn without significant events unfolding. Remarkably, whenever monumental occurrences deserving of historical record transpired, a member of Spring and Autumn would invariably be present to chronicle the events. This uncanny, serendipitous nature of their appearances has led many to speculate that Spring and Autumn is an organization of terrifying magnitude, with members dispersed throughout the globe. The organization adheres to a motto: history is written by the victors. It is a girl dressed up as one pleases, lacking in credibility, yet some truths must be inscribed. However, it is generally rare for members of Spring and Autumn to document history publicly, rendering the confirmed members of this organization exceedingly few. Yet today, Zhong Liwu's inability to conceal his identity marked an exception. My apologies for not disclosing this to you all sooner. It seems I have concealed this little secret for too long. I hope you won't mind. He offered Dong Wushuang a genial smile, nodding lightly. Then, with a serious demeanor, he produced a massive brush and began to inscribe upon the pages, as if recording something of great significance. Dong Wushuang found himself utterly speechless, grappling with the revelation that this old friend was indeed a member of a mysterious organization. Does that mean your strength has been concealed as well? The pen is like a sword. To record the truth often invites trouble, hence the rumor that all members of Spring and Autumn are exceptional experts. Zhong Liwu replied with a chuckle. Well, I've merely held back a little. It's nothing of consequence. Now, I shall commence my serious recording. With that, he ceased speaking, fully immersing himself in the tome. Dong Wushuang stood agape, filled with countless questions that lodged in his throat. A seemingly trivial assessment. Even if Xin Yuan was indeed exceptional and rare, how could it provoke the attention of a Spring and Autumn member? Did Zhong Liwu truly regard this event as worthy of historical documentation? How could this be? Enough with the astonishment. God of War. Emochingu, having emerged from his surprise, chuckled softly. This seemingly mundane assessment was destined to be anything but ordinary. This little interlude, no, this grand interlude, did not hinder Xin Yuan's performance. He was presently entangled in combat with 38 students. Following their cataclysmic clash, both he and Qi Hong separated, Xin Yuan flying backward several meters. The icy gauntlet on his hand shattering, while the ice armor adorning his body developed numerous fissures. In contrast, Qi Hong descended like a meteor, embedding himself deeply into the ground, his right hand completely encased in ice, a trace of blood even gracing his lip. Yet, this minor injury only fueled his fervor. He slammed his hand against the ground, shattering the frost, and, shaking off the remnants, charged forth once more. Xin Yuan, meanwhile, was embroiled in combat with various opponents. Yet for the most part, anyone who dared to approach him was swiftly dispatched. The combat prowess of the students paled in comparison to the formidable foes he had faced earlier. Although the divine servants may not have been inherently stronger, their fearlessness, frenzy, and tight-knit coordination far surpassed that of these students, who were little more than a disorganized mob, each motivated solely by self-interest. They lacked a formal alliance. And even in this chaos, one had to be wary of a potential betrayal from a neighboring competitor. The 8 energy chains, akin to limbs, propelled Xin Yuan through the throng. And with each strike, an individual was sent reeling, their body encased in frost. What was anticipated to be a clash between wolves and tigers turned out to be a tiger among sheep. The combat capabilities of the majority were woefully inadequate. Xin Yuan bore a grudge against those who had previously wronged him, his strikes against them noticeably more forceful. Take Yun Fei, for instance. He was currently battered and bruised from the relentless strikes of the energy chains, struggling to stand. Yet, Xin Yuan would occasionally pass by, delivering a final blow to ensure Yun Fei's incapacity to fight. The sight was truly heartbreaking, evoking sorrow in any observer. At this point, individuals had even been stripped of their wristbands and cast out of the secret realm. Only those of Qi Hong's caliber, among the elite few, posed a significant challenge to Xin Yuan. The colossal figure, towering at 2.5 meters, unleashed a tremendous impact with each charge, sending shockwaves through Xin Yuan. Even clad in armor, he felt as though he had been struck by a vehicle. His own ice age was insufficient. The brief confinement of Qi Hong's aberrant physical prowess was effortlessly shattered. To subdue him entirely, one must concentrate with the same intensity as when confronting Lu Peng at the outset. Yet Xin Yuan, in his current state, clearly lacked the capacity to divert his attention. He could only repulse Qi Hong time and again, focusing on the other adversaries. Nevertheless, even with Qi Hong's formidable presence, the coalition was steadily retreating, with over a dozen individuals already sprawled on the ground, utterly defenseless. Observant onlookers could discern that Xin Yuan was destined for a complete annihilation of the opposing forces. Dong Wushuang, witnessing this flawless display, was momentarily numbed by astonishment, on the verge of applauding when suddenly interrupted by another. Impossible! Impossible! How could he possess such strength? I demand an investigation. It must be investigated. He is cheating. He could be a human spy. Surely he has harnessed some external force. There must be something amiss. Li Qian's mind was unraveling. 36 hours of anticipation and waiting had yielded no opportunity for her amidst Xin Yuan's impeccable performance. Her psyche had completely exploded, resembling someone on the brink of madness. At this moment, she disregarded her superiors, her director, lost in a frenzied state. Zhong Liwu, who was diligently jotting down notes, furrowed his brow slightly and spoke. Silence. He then extended a finger, quietly pointing towards the frenzied Li Qian. Chapter 50. The spotlight awaits. Only one will prevail. As he pointed, it seemed as though nothing had transpired. No brilliance, nor any beam of energy was unleashed. Yet, Li Qian truly fell silent. Her lips continued to move wildly. But no sound emerged, as if her vocal cords had lost the ability to vibrate. Upon realizing her speech was voiceless, confusion morphed into terror. She instinctively grasped her throat, incredulous, attempting to produce sound. After discovering her efforts were in vain, her fingers plunged deeply into her throat, violently clawing at something, eliciting a series of dry heaves. To be frank, she hadn't penetrated very deep before gagging. It seemed her physical conditioning was lacking. However, no matter what she attempted at that moment, it bore no fruit. She had been rendered mute by Zhongli Wu. The fear in her eyes intensified as she began to frantically clutch her hair, suddenly feeling as though the entire world conspired against her over the past 2 days. Enough of this folly. I must admit, I have indulged you. At that moment, a long sigh echoed, and a figure appeared behind Li Qian. Mo Qinggu gently raised a hand, placing it atop her head, and a soft, milky light shimmered, calming Li Qian, who then succumbed to slumber. In truth, if anyone had been truly favored, it was she who had benefited from preferential treatment all along. The judges here had refrained from expelling her largely out of respect for Mo Qinggu. He had brought her into the Eastern Academy at a young age, and, for reasons unknown, had regarded her as a daughter. My apologies, everyone. Mo Qinggu slightly bowed, addressing the crowd, but no one responded. Thus, the farcical debacle caused by Li Qian in this assessment concluded in utter failure. Yet at that moment, Mo Qinggu recalled something with a soft sigh. All of Li Qian's ambitions had gone unfulfilled, rendering her a mere subject of ridicule. Unbeknownst to her, due to today's events, the upper echelons of the superhuman community had shifted from indifference to disdain toward her. It was akin to failing to catch a chicken, only to lose one's trousers in the process. By allowing her to sleep now, Mo Qinggu was, in fact, offering her protection. After all, had she witnessed Xin Yuan's triumphant emergence from the secret realm, it was quite likely that she would have succumbed to apoplexy. Meanwhile, Xin Yuan's battle was drawing to a close. There were no twists of fate, no unforeseen developments, only the unadulterated superiority of strength. This battle, marked by a stark disparity in numbers, reached its conclusion with an even greater gulf between the combatants. Finally, beneath the shroud of the inky night, Xin Yuan stood, Qi Hong lying before him. Scattered across the ground were all the students who had lost their ability to fight. Qi Hong's immense form had undergone another evolution during the battle, now nearing 3 meters in height, resembling a giant from myth and legend. Yet at this moment, he gasped for breath, his chest heaving like a bellows, producing heavy exhalations. He could no longer rise, his body battered and bruised, sprawled in a T-shape upon the ground. Though the scene was grim, he was the last to fall. Among the 30-plus combatants, he had been the fiercest. The few wounds on Xin Yuan were nearly all inflicted by him. His combat skills were evidently unmatched by the other students, clearly honed from countless street fights. Xin Yuan gazed down at the injured warrior before him and spoke. You are formidable, thus. I had no choice but to go all out against you. Qi Hong lay on the ground, breathing heavily, and after a time, he responded, Ha, you've won. I've lost. You stand, and I lie? To say I'm strong, what a blow to my pride. Ha ha. Amid his boisterous laughter, he could not help but cough up a few mouthfuls of blood. Yet he showed no sign of restraint, laughing freely, even if it meant spitting blood. In life, one could be shrewd and calculating, but in his heart, combat remained pure. From the first day I laid eyes on you, I wondered if I could best you. It seems I cannot. He paused. By the way, I have a question for you. Why the hell do you always want to shake hands with me? Oh, that essay's secret, Xin Yuan chuckled, refusing to sate Qi Hong's curiosity. With determination, Qi Hong extracted all the divine cores from his hand and tossed them to Xin Yuan, stating, Here, take them. You've won. Your ambition to seize everything from everyone and impress the judges is truly impressive. Now, I'll take a nap. I'm not dead. I'm just exhausted and need sleep. After uttering these words, Qi Hong slowly closed his eyes, and his body began to morph and shrink, returning to its normal size. Thus, the assessment drew to a close. Upon escorting Qi Hong and the others out of the secret realm, Xin Yuan squatted down alone, quietly gazing at the flickering lights before him. There lay the entirety of the divine cores collected by 126 students during this assessment. All of them were here. Countless points of light coalesced into a vibrant, colorful tapestry, a testament to his glory. Xin Yuan now sat at the center of this tapestry, surveying the surrounding divine cores. Breathing softly, these coveted objects, sought after by prodigies throughout history, now resembled a small mountain before Xin Yuan. After a brief moment, He stood tall and stretched luxuriously. Having spent a considerable amount of time in this world, it was for the first time that he felt utterly exhausted from an endeavor, having gone 36 consecutive hours without sleep or indulging in games. All of this was merely to secure a ranking in some assessment, which left him utterly speechless. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of all the participants and judges, Xin Yuan executed an unexpected action that took everyone by surprise. He bent down and picked up the smallest shard from the ground, a piece of divine core no larger than a fingernail. He then callously discarded the numerous divine cores strewn about, stepping out of the secret realm. He had previously assured his fellow participants that he would not take their divine cores, and he kept his word. This minuscule fragment was a reward from his initial defeat of the Sandman. As he exited, he even kicked aside the divine cores in his path, treating them as mere refuse. With that single step, Xin Yuan finally returned to the realm of reality, his body swaying slightly. Immediately, over 100 pairs of eyes turned to him, all fixated on Xin Yuan, yet not a single word was uttered. He glanced around, disregarding their stares, and approached Jun Ani directly, holding up the small piece of divine core, and gently tapped it against the table. I am first. Chapter 51. Father. I shall henceforth be your dog. Jun Ani regarded the man before her, who had far exceeded expectations and left everyone astounded, yet her countenance remained as frosty as before. Throughout those 36 hours, she had maintained this expression, and all the other participants had learned of her title as the Frost War God from the judges' discussions, resulting in no one daring to initiate conversation with her. However, after a mere 3 seconds, she could no longer maintain her facade, allowing a smile to break through as she spoke. Impressive, first place. Yet, your lead over second place seems rather minimal. She pointed at the minuscule crystal in Xin Yuan's hand, clearly teasing him. Xin Yuan shrugged, replying, sufficient for my needs. After all, it was merely for ranking. At that moment, Jun Ani unabashedly scrutinized Xin Yuan's face, observing the return of his usual nonchalant demeanor, devoid of the resoluteness and dominance he displayed during their battles in the secret realm. And she couldn't help but nod in affirmation. I didn't expect you to be this formidable, but I never doubted your position as first. With that, Jun Ani leaned back in her chair and began to applaud gently, her slow, crisp clapping echoing through the previously silent hall. This applause acted as a spark, igniting the entire hall into a frenzy. The onlookers, who had been stunned to see Xin Yuan emerge with only a tiny shard of divine core, were awakened by the sound of clapping. All the participants erupted in cheers, clapping fervently, as if they had collectively achieved a great victory. First place. We won. E-rank is indeed impressive. Perhaps E-rank is the most extraordinary talent level after all. Amazing, esteemed one. You said you wouldn't take our divine cores, and indeed, you did not. You left them all behind in the secret realm. Thank you for allowing me to rise to second place. The very individuals who had just besieged Xin Yuan were now bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. When had this fellow's popularity surged? Wasn't it just moments ago that everyone was eager to bring him down? After a brief interaction with those nearby, they came to understand the situation. Xin Yuan had employed this extreme tactic of blocking the entrance, decisively dealing with all those who had been competing for the divine cores, including those who had taken from him. He ensured that everyone else received a score of 0 while he claimed the first position, leaving them all as second in the rankings. Among the participants, scarcely anyone dared to express that they had hoped to achieve such a commendable second place. Thus, in a sense, Xin Yuan had aided each of them in reaching a position they had scarcely envisioned. This approach was a blatant provocation of the rules, showcasing his absolute prowess. The participants recognized that Xin Yuan's displeasure extended beyond those who had taken his spoils to encompass his dissatisfaction with the very rules of the assessment. If the students who had ambushed him were likened to knives, then the rules represented the unseen hand wielding those knives. Consequently, every individual present was elated, with not a single discordant note to be heard. Even Yun Fei, who bore the marks of treatment yet still showed signs of having been battered, joined in the applause. All right, everyone, quiet down. Emo Chingu resumed his amiable demeanor after the assessment concluded. After repeated calls for silence, the crowd finally settled. I understand that while you were in the secret realm, filled with suspicion towards one another, weary and contemplating how to seize from others while guarding against being robbed yourselves, you may have uttered some choice words regarding the brutality of this assessment. He smiled broadly, addressing the students candidly. This extreme lawlessness and survival of the fittest were intended to challenge each of you. Of course, this year's assessment encountered a minor hiccup due to an unforeseen X factor. Each year, we offer numerous rewards to those who rank highly. But this year, with so many second places, resources are a bit strained, hence. At this point, Emo Chingu paused, his gaze sweeping across each face in the room. I have decided to personally supplement the rewards that were not initially prepared. You all achieved second place in the assessment among all the students granted direct admission. And, of course, there is one who dared to challenge the rules, the first place. Upon hearing this, the participants paused for 2 seconds, then erupted into an exuberant cheer once more. Everyone was jubilant, exuding a sense of camaraderie. Emochingu observed their joy with a mix of satisfaction and reluctance. They were all spirited young men and women. Yet soon they would have to confront some truths that the public had concealed from them. Let them celebrate a little longer. Just as the jubilation reached its peak, a figure slowly entered through the door, looking despondent. It was Lu Peng, who had been swiftly eliminated by Xin Yuan at the start of the assessment. His day and a half had been fraught with struggle. He pondered extensively, reflecting on the humiliation of placing last and the likely ridicule awaiting him upon enrollment, rendering him incapable of sleep. Had I known, I would not have sought to curry favor with Li Qian. Why provoke that freak? Upon entering and witnessing the jubilant crowd, he felt even more despondent, realizing they were all satisfied with their results. Suddenly, a familiar face approached Lu Peng and exclaimed, "Lu Peng, you placed second. Thanks to Xin Yuan. You owe him an apology for your earlier intentions against him." Lu Peng. What are you saying? How did I end up second? I don't quite comprehend. The acquaintance proceeded to elucidate the entire situation to Lu Peng. As he listened, Lu Peng's expression grew increasingly vacant, as if his mind had drifted far away. Why had he sought favor with Li Qian? Why had he targeted Xin Yuan? Is it not merely to secure a commendable rank, thereby gaining access to greater resources and opportunities upon enrollment? Yet, am I merely entrapped in a dream? Could it be that my sincerity has moved the heavens? In an astonishing twist of fate, I have become the greatest fortunate soul in this gathering, having abstained from the 36-hour rigorous assessment, yet reaping rewards in abundance. At that moment, he dazedly lifted his gaze to meet Xin Yuan's, their eyes colliding in midair. As just an ambitious youth striving for a brighter future, he bore no enmity. And Xin Yuan merely shrugged, having no intention of engaging in conversation. However, what he failed to anticipate was Lu Peng's subsequent action, which nearly caused his eyes to pop out in disbelief. With a swift stride, Lu Peng dashed to his side, grasping his hand with fervent intensity. "Dad, I shall be your loyal dog from now on." Chapter 52. Exposure. He actually killed someone. Xin Yuan? Xin Yuan was utterly flabbergasted. What the hell are you babbling about? This hardly seems like a compliment. Does it not imply that you consider yourself a dog as well? Is this individual mentally unfit? He promptly wrenched his hand free from Lu Peng's grip. Please, refrain from such repulsive behavior. Where did you acquire this peculiar trait? Are you unwell? Do not cling to me. Still in a daze from being released, Lu Peng hurriedly continued, I genuinely appreciate you. From now on, I shall no longer fawn over that woman. I shall instead idolize you. Big brother. Faced with this unexpected demeanor from Lu Peng, Xin Yuan could hardly believe he was dealing with such a person and disdainfully retorted, Please conduct yourself normally and choose your words more carefully. Spare me the incessant talk of adoration. It is quite distasteful. If you truly wish to express gratitude, how about you bow down right now? Certainly. Without hesitation, Lu Peng prepared to kneel down, only to be yanked back up by Xin Yuan using an energy chain. Xin Yuan, I am at a loss for words. Observing this fellow's masochistic tendencies, he was unsure how to respond. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. During their earlier interaction, he had never sensed such a vibe. How could his standards be so alarmingly low? To be frank, it would be best if you returned to your former self, the one who was audacious and unrestrained. Having said this, Xin Yuan swiftly distanced himself and moved to another part of the room. Lu Peng's gaze became hazy as he pondered. What does it mean to be audacious and unrestrained? At that moment, Junani approached from the opposite side, standing beside Xin Yuan, and inquired, How do you feel? The sensation of being popular is rather delightful, is it not? Xin Yuan shot a bemused glance at the beautiful woman and replied, Is this what you call popularity? Is this the kind of welcome you desire? He gestured towards Lu Peng, who was still practicing his facial expressions, genuinely attempting to embody the audacious demeanor. Junani stifled a laugh, responding, Such a fervent devotee, indeed. Their conversation meandered aimlessly when suddenly, a figure swaggered into the room. Zhongjing, having taken a moment to rest, surveyed the surroundings and swiftly zeroed in on Xin Yuan and Junani, exclaiming, Ah, you've emerged. How did you fare? What rank did you achieve? By the way, thanks to you, your family's Frost War God has conceded to one of my requests. Xin Yuan, bewildered by the approach of this unfamiliar middle-aged man, was at a loss. Who are you? And who is this Frost War God you mention? What do you mean by my family? He queried, puzzled. Oh, you're unaware? Zhongjing pointed at Junani. She is the newly appointed War God of the War God Hall, the 8th in rank, the Frost War God. Upon hearing this, Xin Yuan instinctively took a step back, incredulity washing over him as he scrutinized Junani from head to toe. You? The enchanting examiner I encountered that day is actually a female war god. Junani cleared her throat softly, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks as she replied to Zhong Jing. Please refrain from such nonsense. The notion of your family is far from established. Furthermore, you're mistaken. Regarding our wager, you lost, and he is indeed first. Subsequently, Junani relayed the events to Zhong Jing, observing his expression morph into one of mounting astonishment, which instilled within her an inexplicable sense of pride. Zhong Jing stood in stunned silence for a brief moment before turning and striding directly towards Mo Qinggu, no longer engaging in discussions about the wager. A female war god? What wager did you partake in? Just as he began to speak, Mo Qinggu's voice resonated throughout the hall, perhaps wishing to avoid trivial matters with Zhong Jing. He transitioned to the next segment. All right, students, after a period of reflection, you may indulge in your joy, but now we shall proceed to the next phase. Having endured a lengthy duration, the students' initial excitement had waned, and they fell silent, directing their attention towards Mo Qinggu, awaiting his words. I am aware that Xin Yuan has surpassed your expectations in this assessment, and indeed, he has exceeded ours as well. Do you wish to know why none of you are his match, even with so many contenders arrayed against him? He gazed intently at each student, yet silence reigned. What further explanation was necessary? He was simply stronger, endowed with greater talent. I know many of you might believe his prowess stems from exceptional talent and advanced capabilities. While this is indeed true, there lies another crucial reason that you have overlooked. He possesses combat experience that far surpasses all of yours. He is more ruthless and knows better how to fight for his life. In the realm of super beings, the landscape is harsh. Many truths remain undisclosed by the authorities. However, from this day forth, you shall uncover many despairing and painful realities. I hope you are prepared now. I shall present a short film to give you a glimpse of what lies ahead. With that, he raised his hand, and a screen materialized before all. The images distorted and trembled, revealing Xin Yuan with his eyes closed, navigating in darkness beneath the dim glow of street lamps. Xin Yuan. This was footage from his earlier encounter with human traffickers, or rather, the divine servants. He knew Junani had reported this incident, yet he never anticipated Mo Qinggu would unveil it at this moment. What was the intention behind this? Moreover, he did not recall any surveillance cameras being present. The other students remained oblivious to the footage's context, unaware of its significance. They watched as Xin Yuan, eyes shut, traversed unimpeded, arriving at an exercise equipment plaza. They beheld him softly tapping the apparatus, producing a variety of sounds, before the space twisted and he vanished into another realm. Whispers of astonishment filled the air as they marveled at Xin Yuan's actions. However, the atmosphere soon shifted. Silence enveloped the room, so profound that a pin dropping could be heard. Those nearest to Xin Yuan began to subtly shift away, hesitant to remain too close, because they witnessed the gruesome and brutal scene that unfolded in the subsequent video. Chapter 53. The cryptic message left by the father of superpowered beings. Odd changes, even remains the same. The video continued to play, showcasing the fierce battle that had transpired 5 days prior, where the students observed the terrifying and enigmatic ritual, along with the 2 children lying on the ground. Writhing in pain and misery, the youthful fervor within them ignited a sense of indignation, but it was swiftly supplanted by sheer terror. They watched as Xin Yuan effortlessly evaded his adversary's attacks and rescued the children. They saw him wielding an ice staff with ferocity, shattering a man's chest and impaling him, sending him flying. Engaging in combat with various reckless and fanatical zealots, his strikes were ruthless and lethal. Ultimately, he seized the apparent leader by the throat, lifting him effortlessly, while the ice gradually eroded the man's life force. All the students gazed in horror at the man's anguished screams as he faced Xin Yuan, whose expression remained cold and detached. Then, they were met with a sight that sent chills down their spines. Xin Yuan's icy gaze reflected a cruel and merciless light as he stared at the frozen statues littering the ground. In the next moment, the camera shifted, and all the ice sculptures shattered, leaving behind a grim tableau of severed limbs that bore testament to the carnage that had transpired. At this juncture, within a 10-meter radius of Xin Yuan, there was not a single soul left standing, save for Junani, who remained by his side. Fear was palpable in the eyes of all the students, yet none dared to meet Xin Yuan's gaze, as if they were paralyzed by the prospect of locking eyes with him. A few female students, overwhelmed by the harrowing imagery, began to retch violently. The impact of this revelation was simply too great for them to bear. They had previously believed that Xin Yuan was merely a gifted student like themselves. However, they now understood that he was an entirely different entity. He had indeed taken lives. After viewing the video, they began to dread the notion of confronting Xin Yuan in the secret realm. He was a soulless madman, a cold-blooded killer. Do you comprehend why 38 of you were no match for him? It is not due to a lack of strength. Rather, it is because you have never endured such a battle. You lack the mental fortitude. Observing the students whose eyes were filled with terror and dread, Mo Chingu shook his head in disappointment, his tone growing stern. Xin Yuan stood in the cleared space among the crowd, listening intently to Mo Chingu's discourse. His intention was to keep this matter as concealed as possible, and if concealment proved impossible, to minimize its significance. He was uncertain of the moral compass of this world or the laws that governed it, despite the fact that the confrontation had clearly aimed to end his life. He was ultimately the one who had taken lives. He was unsure if he might bear any responsibility for his actions. However, now that the situation had unfolded, it was what it was. Being exposed did not carry a significant concern. You have all seen that Xin Yuan had blood on his hands long before you entered the assessment. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the moment he stepped into the evaluation, you had already lost. What are your thoughts on his actions in killing these individuals? Still, no one dared to respond. Who would be bold enough to answer? At this moment, those with weaker psychological resilience found their legs beginning to tremble. Very well. Since no one wishes to speak, I shall voice my opinion. I believe he did exceptionally well. Upon hearing this, not only the students, but even Xin Yuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Everything I have recounted thus far, including this video, serves as a prelude to what I am about to convey. It pertains to the truth of the world of superpowered beings. Old Su, kindly disable the shielding. At this juncture, he addressed Old Su once more. The next moment, an invisible curtain enveloped everyone, causing all the students to shudder with trepidation. Welcome, everyone, to the true realm of superpowered beings, a world that lies beneath the surface. This luminous barrier serves as a subconscious restriction, preventing you from disclosing any related information to ordinary individuals who are unaware of these matters. Now, let us engage in a hushed conversation. I pose a question to you all. What do you believe is the significance of the existence of superpowered beings, and why does the world strive to develop them vigorously? With the shift in topic, the students' mental states improved somewhat, and Xin Yuan, who had previously exhibited relatively good composure, responded to address superpowered crime and the unique meteorological disasters that arose following the resurgence of spiritual energy. Mo Chingu smiled at her, nodding in acknowledgement. You articulate this well, but it is merely the facade presented by the authorities. While these issues do exist, they are rare. More often, they serve to obscure the truth and prevent public panic. The real reason is singular. There are deities watching over us. The students gazed curiously at Mo Chingu, awaiting him to elaborate. This is the truth concealed by the superpowered beings. The gods wish to annihilate us. The targets you encountered during your assessment were once part of this world. They are the so-called gods. Concurrently, the servants of these deities were born. Just as Mo Chingu was poised to elaborate further, his discourse was abruptly interrupted by a voice. Xin Yuan raised his hand and interjected. I apologize for interrupting your speech, but there is something I must inquire. Unlike the other students, Xin Yuan possessed knowledge of certain matters through his battles with the divine servants, familiar with terms such as deity and servant. Thus, he was perplexed. Mo Chingu remained silent, gesturing with his eyes for him to proceed. I wish to understand why these beings are referred to as gods. It seems illogical. If they pose a threat to humanity and resemble the bizarre entities found in the secret realms, why do we not label them as monsters instead of bestowing upon them the title of God? Mo Chingu paused, evidently taken aback by such a question. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his thumb and replied, Excellent question. It appears I have never encountered anyone who posed such an inquiry. However, there is indeed a rationale behind it. One of the reasons, and indeed the principal reason, lies in the emergence of a singular individual when the resurgence of spiritual energy commenced a century ago. That individual is now referred to as the father of superpowered beings. He is the first superpowered being among humanity and a legend in his own right. He accomplished an array of feats that laid the groundwork for the development of superpowered beings over the subsequent century. He established the hierarchy of superpowered beings, delineated their cultivation methods, introduced various concepts, and even designated the term God for the deities. Quite an audacious claim, wouldn't you agree? At this juncture, a faint smile graced Mo Chingu's face, as if he took pride in that ancient deity. By the way, there is an amusing anecdote regarding the father of superpowered beings. He once disseminated a cryptic message to the world, seeking to identify those who might resonate with it. Yet to this day, no one has succeeded in deciphering it. Someone instinctively inquired, what was the message? Let me think. The first half of the message seems to be odd changes, even remains the same. Quite an odd and seemingly meaningless phrase. Xin Yuan. Originally lost in contemplation, Xin Yuan abruptly lifted his head upon hearing these words. Chapter 54. Once upon a time, there existed another traveler in this world. Odd changes and constant truths. the formula that has been memorized by every high school student across the nation. Xin Yuan had long since mastered it. However, he had thought that after his own transmigration, he would never again hear this whimsical phrase in his lifetime. To his astonishment, here it was. This implies that the great figure from a century ago, the father of superpowered beings, was also a traveler. He was a transmigrant, much like Xin Yuan himself. Before him, another individual had traversed into this world. He was not merely a lost wanderer in an alternate realm. There had been a predecessor who had faced similar tribulations. Was he still alive? What had he experienced over a century? How had he overcome the alienation and solitude of this world? Had he perished in loneliness, having spent his life without discovering another traveler? Ultimately, no one knew the deepest secrets hidden within his heart. At that moment, Xin Yuan felt as if he had plunged into icy waters, his senses dulled, his mind overwhelmed by these thoughts, rendering him unable to absorb anything further. Mo Chingu noticed his unusual demeanor, but could not abandon the other students for his sake. Thus, he chose to temporarily disregard Xin Yuan's dazed expression and continued his lecture. Of course, you may regard this as merely an amusing anecdote. Another primary reason is due to spiritual pollution. Deities can easily seduce others through various means. Those with wavering will may become divine servants, while some may descend into madness. This capacity to directly interfere with human spiritual beliefs is precisely why they are referred to as deities. They can easily instill a sense of submissive faith. Therefore, genuine superpowered beings are, in essence, God-slayers. After concluding this exposition, Mo Chingu redirected the topic back to the most pressing issues that superpowered beings would face in the future. The paramount concern lies solely in the eradication of divine servants and the prevention of deities' descent. 3 feet above your head are divine beings. Their whereabouts in this world remain unknown. However, after years of honing their skills, one thing is clear. Divine servants can invoke bizarre and malevolent rituals that summon deities to the mortal realm. Deities that have not yet descended are merely divine embryos, wielding minimal influence over the world. Yet, should they successfully descend, even the weakest deity could unleash catastrophic devastation. Each year, many superpowered beings perish at the hands of deities and divine servants, with countless ordinary lives lost and property destroyed. Hence, I must impart to you why the realm of true superpowered beings is so merciless. From this day forth, you have become aware of this grim reality, which signifies that you must confront this painful truth and the sanguine future that awaits. Presently, the number of divine summoning rituals being conducted across the land is steadily increasing, with the sacrificial methods becoming ever more horrifying, even leading to citywide slaughters. Thus, the world is becoming increasingly unstable. One day, you will all face life and death. I hope that the sense of helplessness you experienced during this assessment will not resurface on the battlefield in the future. Upon finishing, Mo Chingu scrutinized the expressions of each student, feeling a tinge of melancholy within. On the youthful, innocent faces, he observed fear, excitement, unease, and even rage towards the divine servants and deities. And, of course, there was Xin Yuan's stupor, leaving him unaware of what this young man was contemplating. Mo Chingu dared not ponder how many of these individuals would perish on the battlefield against divine beings in 10 years, or how many would fall victim to treachery among their own. With great power comes great responsibility, though unfair, is an immutable truth. Beneath the serene facade of today's world, a tempest is already brewing, destined to engulf the globe. All were slowly digesting Mo Chingu's previous words, the truth he revealed delivering a tremendous shock. This reality was something they had never anticipated. After securing their spots in the academy, they had rushed home to celebrate, convinced of their bright futures and destined for the pinnacle of life. Yet, after enduring a hellish assessment, they were confronted with such a terrifying world situation. Each one was absorbed in their own thoughts. However, Xin Yuan, amidst the profound shock and uncertainty regarding the future, felt none of it, for he had not been listening. His mind was still resonating with that phrase, odd changes and constant truths. Hey, what's wrong with you? Beside him, Junani had long noticed Xin Yuan's odd behavior and gently nudged him with her elbow. Yet, Xin Yuan remained motionless, as if he had lost all sensation. It was only after several more nudges that he hazily lifted his head. Junani found it exceedingly strange. In her impression, Xin was a person of remarkable mental fortitude, one who maintained an air of detached calm in all matters. Although the truth about superpowered beings was harsh and difficult to accept, she did not believe such news would shatter Xin Yuan's composure. After all, he had faced 12 divine servants without flinching, displaying a cold demeanor and ruthless actions. How could this revelation cause such a drastic shift in his mindset? Junani, do you know anything about the father of superpowered beings? What was his name? Is he still alive? Junani furrowed her brow, contemplating before responding. That was a long time ago. I don't know much. I've gathered a lot of information, but the authenticity of the tales that have survived is questionable. As for whether he is still alive, no one can say for sure. He simply vanished from the world. Oh, Xin Yuan nodded, returning to his contemplative demeanor. Mo Chingu concluded his lecture, instructing the students to return and rest, for 36 hours of intense combat had drained their energy. They would reconvene the following day to distribute rewards and facilitate mutual selection between students and the academy. As Xin Yuan made his way back to his dormitory, Junani trailed behind. This time, upon noticing her approach, he deliberately slowed his pace and turned to look at her. You mentioned that you have collected information regarding the father of superpowered beings. Could you share it all with me? Chapter 55. 10 Facts about the Father of Superpowered Beings. Upon hearing Xin Yuan's immediate inquiry, Junani realized that he seemed utterly uninterested in the so-called truths of the superpowered world. He appeared inexplicably intrigued by that figure from a century ago. Nodding, she replied, "Sure, but you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" "Join the Eastern Academy." "Absolutely." Without a moment's hesitation, Xin Yuan indicated that they should continue walking while conversing, his response direct and devoid of any inquiry or concern for future implications. In his view, such trivial matters were of no consequence. He was solely intent on uncovering the enigmatic past of the father of superpowers. Observing Xin Yuan's forthright response, Junani was taken aback. Having prepared a plethora of excuses and justifications that now lay unspoken within her heart. After all, articulating a desire to attend the same academy as him was simply beyond her. Xin Yuan's lack of probing inquiries was, in fact, a relief. The two traveled in silence until Xin Yuan reached the threshold of his apartment. He then opened the door and gestured invitingly. "Please, come in." Junani felt a marked difference from their previous encounter in a confined space, especially given that it was broad daylight. A hint of bashfulness crept upon her. After glancing around to ensure they were alone, she dispensed with her hesitation and stepped inside, taking a seat on the sofa. She bypassed any pleasantries as Xin Yuan's expectant gaze settled upon her. It was evident that he was genuinely eager to learn about the father of superpowers. Devoid of any ulterior motives, his invitation to his room was solely for the purpose of storytelling, a purity that bordered on the uncanny. Understanding his intent, Junani forewent unnecessary small talk and retrieved her phone to commence her search. "Hold on, let me see." "I was quite intrigued by that great figure myself and gathered a wealth of information about him, though I cannot guarantee its accuracy." Xin Yuan, demonstrating perceptiveness, quietly fetched 2 bottles of beverages from the refrigerator and placed them on the table. After a short while, she seemed to find what she was looking for and spoke up. "His true name is now lost to history, but it is said that he roamed the world, living a life devoid of wife and child, often referring to himself as the Traveler." At this revelation, Junani's pupils dilated, and she experienced a momentary pause. Although she had yet to disclose her online identity to Xin Yuan, she distinctly recalled that his username was also the Traveler. Was it mere coincidence? What happened next? Xin Yuan inquired, eager for more. "Oh, it is said that he possessed immense power, being the first and possibly the strongest superhuman among humanity, initiating the resurgence of spiritual energy and ushering in the age of superpowers. Many believe him to be a deity walking among us, with some even venerating him as a figure of faith. The most fitting description of him is encapsulated in 10 facts about the Traveler, the father of superpowers." At this juncture, Junani's brow furrowed, her expression shifting to one of bewilderment, as if she were grappling with the absurdity of it all. She picked up her phone, reviewing the information in disbelief. Under Xin Yuan's urging, she continued, albeit with a stiff demeanor. "First, when the Traveler was 10 years old, he chose to live independently, prompting his parents to relocate. Second, when the Traveler visits your home, you become the guest. Third, the Traveler never lies. If there is an issue, it is merely a matter of factual error. Fourth, oxygen requires the Traveler for existence. Fifth, in school, teachers must raise their hands to converse with the Traveler. Sixth, if the Traveler arrives late to school, other students will be punished for arriving too early. Seventh, when the Traveler gazes into a mirror, he sees nothing, for there exists only one Traveler in the world. Eighth, the Traveler does not consider himself a god, yet the gods regard themselves as the Traveler." Junani's melodious voice resonated throughout the room, leaving Xin Yuan in a state of shock. What is this nonsense? Is this really what constitutes information about him? This is absurd. He sat there, dazed, momentarily lost for words, as he initially sought insights about that illustrious predecessor, now rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, he instinctively asked, "What about the last 2? The last 2 were not documented. It is said that the Traveler forbids humanity from knowing all there is about him." Upon concluding her remarks, Junani covered her forehead in exasperation, utterly taken aback by the ridiculous nature of the information. Xin Yuan, still at a loss, queried, "Is there anything else?" Junani replied, "No, that is all." Xin Yuan realized he had indeed asked a fruitless question. You mentioned that he once issued a cryptic signal to the world, one that no one could decipher. Is there any way to access that signal? Any means to attempt decoding it? Junani shot him a surprised glance. You genuinely wish to try? Do you believe it? I suspect that signal is just as frivolous as these 10 facts. A mere jest, nothing more. Seeing her dismissive tone, Xin Yuan chuckled lightly, aware that the signal was far from a figment of imagination. With Junani noticing his dazed reaction upon learning this news, she spoke up. What do you plan to do now? I intend to play some games. It's been 2 days since I teamed up with my online friend. I wonder if she is looking for me. Junani realized she had completely forgotten about that matter and quickly stood up. I have something to attend to. You can play for now. Shall we play together? We could team up for a trio, Xin Yuan offered politely. No. Remember your promise to join the Eastern Academy. Junani replied, hastily making her exit. A day of leisure swiftly passed, leading to the moment when the students would choose their academies. While Xin Yuan spent his day gaming, the others engaged in careful deliberation, weighing the merits and demerits of various academies, each institution vying to attract promising candidates with enticing offers. It was widely acknowledged that Xin Yuan was the coveted prize among the 8 academies. Mo Qinggu maintained his usual demeanor, exuding an air of solemnity, while Zhongjing sat, determined and confident in his aspirations. All the academies were well prepared. Chapter 56, The Uncharacteristic Mo Qinggu and the Imminent Threat. Amidst this process, an unusual occurrence arose. For reasons unknown, Mo Qinggu exhibited an extraordinary level of concern for security today, deploying nearly all available personnel for patrols. The scope of this operation was extensive, with superhumans patrolling the artificial rivers, small squares, and even residential areas. Hey, Mo old man, you seem a bit off today. While security is indeed crucial, is it really necessary to go to such lengths? Do you have a premonition or something? Zhongjing inquired, perplexed, as he observed Mo Qinggu, who alone held the position of headmaster among the leaders of the 8 academies, while the others were merely vice principals. This was partly due to Mo Qinggu establishing the examination rules, and partly because he was known for his mischievous nature. Although he possesses formidable strength, he remains largely uninvolved in the affairs of the Eastern Academy, leaving the management of various matters to the vice president, rendering his presence seemingly redundant. Caution is indeed the mother of safety, especially given the peculiar circumstances of today. Just a few days prior, thanks to Xin Yuan, the group of divine servants was eradicated, thwarting the divine descent ritual. Had that not occurred, our group would have been absent, and the consequences of a deity's arrival would have been unimaginably dire. Zhongjing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of the statement, yet he couldn't shake the feeling of wasted talent, remarking, but now we are here. Do those rascals dare to provoke us anymore? Perhaps not, Mo Qinggu interjected. As they conversed, a throng of students entered the hall, prompting the group to adopt a serious demeanor in anticipation of potential visitors. The selection process for the academy allows students the freedom to choose any institution they desire, signifying a recognition and respect for their innate talents. Academy leaders, accompanied by assistants, are tasked with promoting their respective facilities to attract students. Furthermore, if a student impresses the leadership during assessments, the academy may extend various enticing offers to recruit them. This year, it was evident that the most suitable candidate for such treatment was Xin Yuan. Coincidentally, he had just entered the hall. Upon spotting his familiar, nonchalant figure, Zhongjing immediately straightened his posture, and the other academy leaders followed suit. Having learned of Xin Yuan's actions from the previous day, he lamented his missed opportunity to witness it firsthand. While simultaneously feeling a surge of elation, his determination to secure Xin Yuan intensifying. Although he had lost a bet to Junani, capturing Xin Yuan would render all previous matters inconsequential. Xin Yuan paid little heed to the students or the assistants introducing the various academies. He strode directly to the leaders. And just as Zhongjing was about to greet him with a smile, Xin Yuan interjected, "Hello, President Mo. I wish to join the Eastern Academy." "Ah, splendid. We welcome you wholeheartedly," Mo Qinggu responded, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. Zhongjing, taken aback, wondered if he was becoming redundant as he saw the two about to shake hands. He quickly stood up, exclaiming, "Wait." Xin Yuan, startled by the sudden outburst, looked at Zhongjing, who appeared rather unkempt. "Listen here, young man, you may not be aware of the customs. You are unlike the others. Your performance has been exceptional. Typically, academies would offer you various generous conditions for your choice. For instance, come to our Western Academy, and you may stipulate your terms." Zhongjing hurriedly articulated his pitch, as if fearing Xin Yuan would flee. "Oh, is that so? Thank you. But I have already promised Junani that I would join the Eastern Academy." Zhongjing was nearly at a loss for words. nearly biting his tongue at such a hasty decision. Just for a woman, he exclaimed, though he conceded that this particular woman was indeed extraordinary. His mind raced as he stood up and approached Xin Yuan. You may not fully grasp it yet, but our Western Academy is truly resource-rich. As he spoke, he casually draped an arm around Xin Yuan's shoulder, whispering like old pals. Moreover, this old man is quite stingy. By joining the Eastern Academy so outright, you may find the benefits diminished. Just as Xin Yuan was about to respond, Immerse stood up and intervened. No disparaging remarks behind one's back. I shall also extend favorable conditions to you. 300 hours in the simulated training environment, alongside 100 pure energy crystals. What do you think? Xin Yuan, having barely listened to Immerse the previous day, inquired, what are those? Immerse replied, nothing much, merely materials for enhancing the abilities of superpowered individuals. Is that all? You dare to make such an offer? Zhongjing interjected. I'll offer you double that. In addition to these conditions, you can request anything else. Xin Yuan turned to Immerse. Although he had resolved to join the Eastern Academy, he figured he might as well negotiate for additional benefits. Immerse, left with no choice, responded. I can also offer you double, and you may reach out to me anytime for assistance. Will there be monetary compensation? Pardon? Immerse appeared perplexed. I mean, what about the rewards? Wasn't there supposed to be compensation for stopping the divine descent? Where's my stuff? Xin Yuan asked bluntly, unabashed. Immerse, momentarily taken aback, finally replied. The divine descent matter must be reported to the Human Alliance for rewards. And how much money do you desire? 300,000. Deal. With that, the hands of the elder and the youth clasped together. Zhongjing, who had much more to say, found the words stuck in his throat and could only shake his head in resignation. It seemed he was outmaneuvered by this cunning old fox. Moreover, it was evident that Xin Yuan was resolutely determined to join the Eastern Academy. As Xin Yuan grasped the rough hand, he activated his abilities once more. Although he had previously replicated it, he sensed that Immerse's powers held some anomaly, compelling him to test it, even at the cost of a day's opportunity. Ding! Replication successful. A voice echoed in his mind just as a piercing scream shattered the atmosphere. President Imo, we must evacuate at once. A bloodied figure stumbled through the doorway, collapsing into the hall. Chapter 57. Can one person stand against all divine servants? Replication successful. Acquired B-grade talent. Rapid healing. Automatically enhancing talent. Talent level upgraded. Talent evolved to demigod physique. Rapid healing from injuries. Immune to divine aura. Toxin immunity. Indeed, Immerse is certainly a person of intrigue. His abilities are not singular. He possesses multiple powers as a superpowered individual. Yet, Xin Yuan had no time to examine what abilities he had acquired, as his attention was drawn to the newcomer. Immerse hastily released Xin Yuan and sprinted to the gravely injured individual, lifting him from the ground. Golden light shimmered in his hands as he healed the wounds, snatching the individual from the clutches of death. This abrupt turn of events bewildered all present, halting everyone in their tracks. The students, confused, gazed in terror at the bloodied figure on the floor. Zhongjing and the others, including the recently arrived Junani, quickly surrounded them. We must find a way to organize the students' evacuation. They are coming. Divine servants? Do those rascals dare to show themselves at this time? They must be courting death. Dong Wushuang's body radiated with purple light, her overwhelming murderous intent and the terrifying destructive power of the war god on full display. Are there divine embryos present? How many are there? How many individuals are involved? Immerse's gaze was frigid, yet he managed to suppress the murderous intent that simmered within him as he calmly inquired. How many? Many, far more than we can count, came the response. Some of our brothers from the east have already perished, and others have yet to return. Dean, we must evacuate the newcomers swiftly. We also require the support of formidable allies. Even under Immerse's treatment, the individual spoke while continuously coughing up blood. How could this be? Such a grand display. Where did they emerge from? There were no signs of this in the preceding days. Zhongjing abruptly rose from the ground. His eyes filled with concern as he surveyed the bewildered students in the hall. Xin Yuan, upon witnessing the scene before him, couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Suddenly, he recalled the envelope he had submitted earlier. The contents seemed to resemble many of their adversaries' plans. Was Immerse's decision to deploy such a large number of personnel for patrols influenced by this? Did he have knowledge of the envelope's contents? Yet, this situation appeared to be exceeding all expectations. Had the divine servants arrived? Was the matter truly as grave as it seemed? He remembered that the divine servants were rather weak, after all. Xin Yuan frowned and turned to his equally fierce companion, Junani. Junani sighed. It's different. The ones you encountered before were sacrificial divine servants. Their sole purpose is to perform divine descent rituals, often at the cost of their own lives. Their combat prowess is generally limited. However, Those arriving today are likely to include several chosen divine servants, each possessing considerable strength. We can only speculate about their scale and the number of divine embryos they possess. Xin Yuan, observing the chaotic atmosphere resembling a battlefield, gently closed his eyes, clearing his mind. The voice of all things activated, extending its reach for 10 miles around the stadium. In recent days, despite not officially becoming a superpowered student, he had been embroiled in various battles. These encounters had honed his abilities, allowing him to integrate his powers without formal training. Otherwise, the voice of all things would not have encompassed such an extensive range, nor would it have conveyed so much information. Listening intently, he absorbed the relevant details from his surroundings. He recognized the appearance of the divine servants and the divine embryos, allowing him to receive information with purpose. In a short while, he acquired a certain awareness. The flora and fauna around him conveyed a dire warning. There were numerous threats lurking nearby. Their numbers surpassed those of the students and leaders present. Humans and divine embryos mingled across the 10-mile expanse surrounding the Black Horse Stadium. Numerous sacrificial divine servants were interspersed among them, along with more powerful entities exuding a palpable pressure on the surrounding atmosphere. The more Xin Yuan listened, the more his brow furrowed. This situation was undoubtedly escalating. Regardless of who they are, I shall deal with them. You all stay here. Dong Wushuang roared angrily, turning to rush outside. His intent unmistakably lethal. Wait. At that moment, Xin Yuan's voice suddenly halted him. The situation is indeed unusual. I sense at least 8 divine embryos. Moreover, the number of divine servants is astonishingly high. There are hundreds. What? Dong Wushuang exclaimed. Are you certain? When has divinity become so cheap? Not necessarily. There may be divine projections involved, but even projections would pose a catastrophic threat, Imo Chingu remarked, his jaw clenched in frustration. 8 divine embryos leave us no time to waste. We must set off immediately. Upon hearing the mention of 8 divine embryos, Zhong Jing could no longer remain seated. He had witnessed Xin Yuan's assessment and understood the extraordinary tracking abilities he possessed, thus harboring no doubts about his words. Though they were surrounded by powerful individuals, Xin Yuan was undoubtedly the authority on perceptual capabilities. Let's split into 2 groups. Gather a few people to escort the students to safety, while the rest will advance. Zhong Jing urged urgently. That won't do, Imo Chingu interjected, shaking his head, his expression pained. Not long ago, Xin Yuan provided me with an envelope that subtly indicated certain matters. Yet I never anticipated this outcome. Furthermore, should they take action, the one leading them will be Ing Qincheng, our old adversary. Her chosen ability is the mark of the divine. We have all been marked, and we will certainly be pursued by them and the deities. In the past, this was manageable. We could draw attention away from the deities. But this time, we cannot protect the students. We must distance ourselves as much as possible. Mo Chingu half kneeled on the ground, his tone profoundly somber. What shall we do then? Even if we manage to fend off the potential deities and a powerhouse like Ing Qincheng, should the remaining divine servants seek out the students, it would spell disaster. Zhong Jing exclaimed, agitated and nearly beside himself. He feared that these unripe saplings might perish before they had a chance to flourish. The untimely demise of a genius is among the most heart-wrenching tragedies in this world. Thus, the students could not evacuate. They could only hide in the basement. We must leave immediately. Not a single one can remain. We all must address the divine embryo issue. Yet, we need one exception to confront any approaching divine servants. This individual must be a newcomer, someone who has not had concrete contact with them. However, they cannot be entirely inexperienced. They must possess considerable strength. At least at the 4th realm. Their abilities must include exceptional crowd control, capable of restraining others' actions. They should have combat experience, with strong psychological resilience. Able to face multiple adversaries. Mo Chingu murmured a series of stringent, almost fantastical requirements. Simultaneously, he lifted his bloodshot gaze toward Xin, who stood there. If I were to say, hypothetically, that you alone are designated to withstand the potential onslaught of numerous divine servants, would you be able to hold your ground? Chapter 58. I demand you return the money with your own hands. You cannot come to harm. I disagree. Before Xin Yuan could respond, Junani interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of him. Like a mother hen, she shielded him from harm. He had yet to undergo formal training and was unaware of the abilities their foes might possess. Truly confronting the chosen divine servants seemed rather daunting. I will do it. I am also a newcomer. It would be fitting for me to stay behind and ensure everyone's safety. Mo Chingu regarded Junani with a resigned sigh. In the past, you would have indeed been the most suitable candidate. However, times have changed. You are no longer the unrecorded prodigy. Since that battle and your formal induction into the War God Hall as the 8th War God, the Frost War God, you too have become a marked target. Today, Only Xin Yuan is appropriate for this task. Upon hearing this, Junani fell silent, acutely aware of the validity of Mo Chingu's words. Yet, she still pondered whether there might be a more secure alternative. She wished to spare Xin Yuan from such perilous circumstances. Listening to Mo Chingu's voice, Zhong Jing and the other examiners also remained silent. Do you have confidence? Are you willing to attempt it? Mo Chingu asked again, his tone slightly strained. I do not know if I am capable, and furthermore, why would I agree to undertake such a strenuous and dangerous endeavor? Xin Yuan shrugged slightly, yet refrained from giving a direct affirmative. Upon hearing his words, Mo Chingu was momentarily taken aback, as if he had not anticipated such a response. But he quickly found solace in the realization. Indeed, Xin Yuan was merely a student, without any obligation to engage in such perilous affairs. Moreover, given his prodigious talent, even in this hazardous predicament, if he merely sought to preserve his own safety, it would likely be far from insurmountable. Avoiding danger could be deemed a prudent choice, one that warranted no reproach. It was, after all, the responsibility of those seasoned veterans like himself. However, observing the anxious yet perplexed expressions of the crowd, Xin Yuan spoke once more. If the compensation is substantial enough, I might consider giving it a try. The group, encircling the gravely injured individual on the ground, turned in unison, their gazes filled with a mixture of astonishment and complexity as they regarded Xin Yuan. Was this an implicit agreement? They wished for him to step forward, yet simultaneously harbored conflicting sentiments against such a notion. They hoped, for it seemed to be the most viable solution at present, but feared the potential consequences of unforeseen calamities. This could very well become a tragic episode in the annals of humanity, a catastrophe marked by the untimely demise of a genius, destined to be recorded in the chronicles of history. They would not only lose Xin Yuan, the most extraordinary prodigy of all time, but also the remaining 125 students, who were equally the most promising and worthy of cultivation this year. The thought of all of them facing misfortune was too dreadful for Mo Chingu to contemplate. Thank you, Zhong Jing said, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he regarded Xin Yuan. This time, we old fellows owe you one. As long as you emerge unscathed, I shall present you with my personal gold card. You will be entitled to complimentary services across all Western academies worldwide. After speaking, Zhong Jing seemed disinclined to linger. Rushing out without further ado, Dong Wushuang approached next, delivering a hearty pat on Xin Yuan's shoulder with his robust hand. Well done. He then followed Zhong Jing's footsteps, dashing outside. Observing their emotional outbursts, Xin Yuan couldn't help but shrug. Isn't this all about the money? Don't just get sentimental. Also, how long do you expect me to hold out? Mo Chingu noticed Xin Yuan's light-hearted demeanor, while he himself felt no inclination for levity. He inquired, is 3 hours achievable? All right, then I will require 3 million. Xin Yuan interjected, taking the initiative as he realized no one was addressing the matter at hand. To his surprise, Mo Chingu rushed forward, grasping his shoulders firmly. Remember, if you can truly endure for 3 hours, don't mention 3 million. I can provide you with 30 million. After uttering this, he cast a profound glance at Xin Yuan before organizing the students to gather. During this process, several bloodied figures burst through the entrance, primarily bearing urgent news. The situation outside had grown exceedingly dire. The students, having never encountered such a scene, promptly complied, swiftly gathering and making their way toward the underground arena. However, a few, led by Yi Zilwan and Qi Hong, expressed their reluctance to remain hidden behind Xin Yuan, insisting on confronting the enemy alongside him. Yet, in such a critical time, Mo Chingu could not endorse their valiant yet potentially detrimental actions. He scolded them vehemently and forcefully confined all 125 students within. He then returned to Xin Yuan, his gaze earnest and filled with regret as he nodded solemnly. In these tumultuous times, entrusting such matters to a mere student is my failure. Withstand for 3 hours. You shall be hailed as a hero of humanity. Spare me the accolades. I am merely a man of commerce, Xin Yuan replied impatiently, gesturing for him to leave. He watched as Mo Chingu led the others out, with Junani glancing back repeatedly. His expression remained calm and detached, for reasons unknown. He detested the notion of bearing the title of a hero, viewing it as a burden, a form of honor that could ensnare him. What good was being a hero if it meant foregoing financial gain? Yet, suddenly, it seemed he remembered something and called out to Mo Chingu's retreating figure. Hey, old man Mo, I recall my enrollment reward. You promised me 300,000, didn't you? If anything happens, it should go directly to Junani. I owe her that amount. Upon hearing this, Junani could no longer contain herself. Taking a deep breath, her eyes slightly reddening, she rushed to stand before Xin Yuan. Clenching her jaw, she struggled to find her voice, finally articulating, there shall be no misfortune. I refuse to allow anything to happen to you. You must repay me personally. I don't believe anything will go awry. I merely speak of hypotheticals, Xin Yuan replied. It's wise to prepare for the worst. There will be no hypotheticals. Jun Ani interrupted, her tone becoming softer. If you truly encounter trouble, it would sadden many. Chapter 59. Today, I am here, thus this path is impassable. As for me, I am quite well. I have no friends or family in this world. A solitary soul, unburdened. This is partly why I am willing to make such promises, Xin Yuan replied with a smile, though he acknowledged the inherent danger, striving to avoid a somber atmosphere. As for sadness, who could mourn for me? I seem to attract little affection. Jun Ani gazed at his languid smile, her lips trembling slightly, her eyes shimmering as though she wished to voice something but hesitated. Finally, she lowered her gaze and softly said, "Did you not mention that you have an online friend who is always gamed with you? If you cannot accompany her, she would surely be quite heartbroken." Xin Yuan was taken aback by her sudden remark, appearing somewhat surprised. Nonetheless, he smiled and shook his head, choosing not to respond. "Promise me once more. Assure me you will not be harmed, just as you assured me of your top performance during the assessment," Jun Ani insisted, locking her gaze with his, awaiting his reply. Fearing that her lingering presence might jeopardize their critical situation, Xin Yuan hesitated for a couple of seconds before conceding, "Fine, I promise. Now, please leave. I will be fine here. After all, it seems you all will face a far more formidable foe. You're still young, you mustn't take risks." Seeing him make a promise, Jun Ani nodded vigorously. "All right, 3 hours. I swear I will return." With that, she transformed into a streak of icy blue light and dashed out the door. Now all were gone. The gravely injured and the students were concealed within the underground arena, while Mo Chingu and the others rushed toward the brutal battlefield. The entire gymnasium hall stood empty, leaving Xin Yuan standing alone in solitude. Taking several deep breaths, he ambled about the arena. Though he feigned nonchalance, indifference did not equate to carelessness. He understood that he was likely on the verge of facing the most arduous battle since his arrival in this world. 3 hours of endurance for 3 hours. With a reward of 3 million, such an exceptional opportunity was rare indeed. If he could withstand it, it would be akin to an early retirement, eliminating any concerns about post-graduation employment. With a stroke of luck, perhaps no one would even come to confront him. Xin Yuan held a basketball, walking while engaging in a self-deprecating monologue. Simultaneously, he began to familiarize himself with the newly acquired abilities he had just copied and upgraded. In the vast emptiness of the stadium, his voice echoed, resonating continuously within the enclosed venue. Naturally, the prospect of earning 3 million in 3 hours was far too good to be true for Xin Yuan. At this moment, hundreds, if not thousands, of divine servants were in motion, and it was difficult to fathom how they organized such a large-scale operation. Among them, those who were not responsible for the divine descent were surging towards the vicinity of the stadium with a singular, ominous intent to extinguish the seedlings, snuff out the nascent talents. Those who had yet to grow were no different from the worthless, and they were indeed targeting the students. The Black Horse Stadium was a vast venue, featuring numerous intricate passages designed to facilitate the movement of tourists and vehicles. Currently, these passages concealed the furtive figures of the divine servants. A small squad of 7 or 8 was swiftly maneuvering through, each member silent and reeking of blood. Suddenly, one of them, bearing a scarred face, spoke up. "Boss, are we really going to charge in like this? Shouldn't we be worried about encountering Mo Chingu and his lot?" "Humph, no need for concern. Those people wouldn't dare to associate with the students." The leader replied coldly. "When the master descends, he will seek them out directly, if they dare to remain near the students. The aftermath of the master's battle will be enough to obliterate that group of novices." "And what do you think the students will do?" the scarred man asked after a brief pause. "They'll probably scatter and hide, foolishly hoping to confront the master and then return to rescue their comrades." "Humph. Our goal is to eliminate that group of brats as swiftly as possible. We shall present their heads to celebrate the master's glorious arrival." With that declaration, the scent of blood intensified around him, and he accelerated forward. They ceased their chatter, driven only by murderous intent, as they swiftly entered the Black Horse Stadium and reached the central arena. A glance around confirmed their expectations. The venue was utterly deserted. Thus, the leader prepared to issue commands to search the area. However, before he could speak, he suddenly froze, his entire being immobilized. He rubbed his eyes, as if doubting his own vision. There was not a lack of presence here. Rather, there was a single individual who appeared utterly indifferent to their presence. This person donned a hoodie, as they were permitted to wear their own clothes on the day of selection, its black base adorned with golden stripes. The hood obscuring his face, imbuing him with an air of mystery. He sat there, head bowed, engrossed in his activity of bouncing a ball. Tap, tap, tap. With a ping-pong paddle in hand, he persistently bounced a ping-pong ball, the yellow sphere dancing up and down, emitting a crisp sound that felt eerily out of place in this environment. Witnessing this scene, the divine servant squad quickly huddled together, sensing an imminent threat. Their gazes warily fixed on the seated figure. Something is amiss. There must be a trick. Who is this person? What is he doing? Are there any ambushes nearby? In that moment, none of the divine servants dared to make a move. All eyes fixed intently on Xin Yuan as he bounced the ball. The tense atmosphere lingered for 2 minutes before it was finally shattered. With a moment of inattention, the ping-pong ball slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Tap, 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 tap. I was so close to reaching 200. How unfortunate. Xin Yuan remarked, setting down his paddle, removing his hood, and looking up at the divine servants. Though it seems unlikely, I sincerely hope you are merely here to exercise in the stadium. The leader of the divine servants, taken aback by the sight of such a young and unfamiliar face, initially hesitated, only to feel embarrassment for his previous fear, and bellowed in a voice laced with bluster. Stop with the nonsense. Who the hell are you? I am merely a student who has yet to officially enroll. However, I am aware of your intentions, and I must apologize. I am here today to collect my payment, so this path is blocked. As his words fell, an icy chill enveloped the air. Chapter 60. How much does the master pay you a month? The chill surged forth, and Xin Yuan remained unchanged, clad in his icy armor, wielding a popsicle, surrounded by an aura of frost, instantly freezing the entire podium beneath him. The voice of all things had already conveyed to him the general situation of the individuals before him. He understood that while the number of opponents was not vast, they were not to be underestimated. Kid, you're a student? One who isn't enrolled yet this year? You think you can stop us? You're sorely mistaken. How about this? You lead the way and take us to find the others. If we're in a good mood, we might just allow you to be the last to die. If you wish to serve the master, perhaps you'll have an opportunity. As the scarred man and his companions laughed at Xin Yuan's audacious admission of being just an unregistered student, all prior trepidation dissipated, replaced by loud mockery. They perceived Xin Yuan as a naive youth, foolishly attempting to play the hero in a reckless display of bravado. They relished such individuals, enjoying the sight of their despair after crushing them. Their taunts flowed freely, unhurried to strike, as if toying with a mouse. Xin Yuan observed their antics without anger, continuously channeling energy into his armor. Engaging in verbal sparring was acceptable. If he could keep them occupied for 3 hours, his task would be accomplished. Thus, he ventured to speak again. How much does the master pay you each month? Judging by your lackadaisical demeanor, it can't be much. How about this? Let us all slack off together, and after 3 hours, I won't impede your progress. Sound good? Seeing Xin Yuan's face devoid of fear, still chattering on about trivialities, the scarred man and his associates felt a surge of indignation. Money? You dare to sully the master's glory with such a mundane human construct? The leader of the divine servants scoffed coldly, his hands coming together to conjure a golden sword radiating a holy aura, which materialized in his grasp. Though Xin Yuan did not comprehend the significance of this object, his instincts warned him that it did not resemble a mere superpower. Behold, this is the master's gift to me, the most direct manifestation of the master's power, entirely incomparable to your second-rate trinkets. Speaking in a fervent tone that Xin Yuan found incomprehensible, he gazed at the golden sword with zealous admiration. We are the chosen servants of the master, each of us possessing the strength of either the 4th or 3rd realm. And today, you are unfortunate. Among us, 3 are at the 4th realm, the strongest beneath the divine sun. Do you even know your own realm? Are you at the 0 realm, or merely at the 1st realm? The leader continued to prattle on, attempting to exert psychological pressure on Xin Yuan. Listening to his words, Xin Yuan furrowed his brow. He had yet to undergo systematic training and was still unclear about the distinctions of realms. However, he vividly recalled that both Mo Qinggu and Junani, as well as the group of divine servants he had encountered previously, had expressed their astonishment at his prowess in the 4th realm. It appeared that there were 3 opponents of comparable strength before him. With a disdainful curl of his lip, Xin Yuan remarked, "So the divine has chosen you, ragtag bunch. It seems the divine isn't all that impressive either." His words ignited a furious reaction among his adversaries, prompting them to unleash their unique powers in a collective display of ire. You insolent brat, you are courting death. We shall ensure your demise is anything but swift. The leader of the divine servants transformed into a streak of black lightning, wielding a golden holy sword as he charged toward Xin Yuan. In an instant, he fragmented into 8 figures, all hurtling toward Xin Yuan. Prepared for the confrontation, Xin Yuan gripped tightly, focusing intently on the approaching shadows. Wind, the one from this direction, seems to carry greater weight. A swift warning resonated in his ears, revealing that among the 8 figures, only one was the true entity. Reacting swiftly, he twisted his right hand and thrust toward the shadow approaching from the upper left with force. Yet, his opponent was not the same as those he had faced before. In midair, The figure executed a sharp turn without losing speed, evading Xin Yuan's strike, while simultaneously a golden blade sliced toward him. Xin Yuan sensed the danger, but his reflexes were insufficient to fully evade the attack. Crack! In an instant, ice shards shattered and blood splattered. A 2-inch gash marred the right side of Xin Yuan's face. In their first encounter, he had already sustained injury. Your perception is quite accurate, boy. It seems you possess some confidence after all. However, your speed seems rather lacking. The taunt dripped from his lips as he slowly turned, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Yet, that smile quickly froze in place, for he beheld the wound on Xin Yuan's face rapidly writhing and healing. The injury was mending swiftly, leaving his skin as pristine as if nothing had transpired. A demigod's physique. This ability, recently acquired, bore no offensive capability but undoubtedly served as a grotesque means of survival. You, the leader of the divine servants, exclaimed in horror, rendered speechless. Ice-based superpowers, along with healing abilities? Your speed is commendable, and you do exude a certain confidence, yet your damage seems insufficient. Xin Yuan echoed the very words back at him. With that, all the chosen divine servants surged forward, abandoning their dismissive attitudes, intent on delivering lethal blows. Ice Age. Xin Yuan had been thoroughly prepared, unleashing his full energy. Terrifying glaciers surged forth from him like a torrent, engulfing the diminutive figures. What? The chosen divine servants were struck with dread. Having not anticipated Xin Yuan's capacity to unleash such an assault, the advancing figures retreated in haste. In a fleeting moment, 2 third-realm divine servants found themselves unable to evade, their powers insufficient to withstand the onslaught, transforming into ice sculptures. Exhaling a breath of frosty air, Xin Yuan propelled himself forward, his resolve solidified. It was time for earnest confrontation. The chosen divine servants charged again, their golden swords clashing against his pale ice staff, producing a cacophony of shrill friction. The scarred-faced man, wielding remnants of shadows, unleashed a myriad of blood-colored lights that enveloped Xin Yuan. Each eruption of Xin Yuan's ice age would invariably encase at least one third-realm divine servant. Even those in the fourth realm found themselves affected. Amidst the chaos, Xin Yuan's combat style was peculiarly frenzied and reckless. Chapter 61. Can you withstand us? Face an army of thousands? Relying on the demigod's monstrous regenerative capabilities, Xin Yuan's approach was utterly terrifying. He exchanged wounds for wounds, lives for lives. To any onlooker unaware of the circumstances, it would be perplexing to discern which side truly represented the divine servants. After all, Xin Yuan's style was far more ferocious, resembling that of a zealot. He was acutely aware that this battle was unlike any other. He lacked the overwhelming advantage he typically possessed. In such circumstances, desperation is paramount. Those who fear death often perish before those who do not. His actions bewildered the chosen divine servants. Each clash of weapons, each surge of powers, inflicted considerable shock upon them. They had all sustained varying degrees of injury. Yet, Xin Yuan, who should have been far more grievously wounded, appeared unaffected, with his injuries healing almost instantaneously. Aside from his tattered clothing, he seemed remarkably unscathed. Damn it, this kid is a bit uncanny. The scarred man clutched his right hand, gritting his teeth as he was propelled backward, leaving 2 lines etched into the ground. He had previously risked a strike against Xin Yuan, yet now his right arm was fractured. While Xin Yuan's wounds appeared to be nearly healed, they began to suspect that Xin Yuan might have deceived them. Is this kid truly a student? Is this how students fight? Shouldn't T schools teach them better? The ferocity of the battle was enough to instill a sense of dread even in him. At that moment, a blinding burst of white and gold light erupted amidst the battlefield, accompanied by 2 furious roars. The leader of the divine servants had driven his golden sword deep into Xin Yuan's abdomen, blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, Xin Yuan's staff transformed into a spear, piercing through his opponent's chest. Xin Yuan understood the urgency. The commotion could attract more foes, so a swift resolution was imperative. Exchanging injury for life was a lucrative choice. Coughing violently, the pierced leader of the divine servants expelled a mouthful of blood, along with fragments of internal organs. You little brat, who are you? He managed to rasp as he faced his impending demise. Xin Yuan yanked the spear free with ferocity. His disheveled appearance should have conveyed a sense of disarray. Yet at this moment, he appeared exceedingly fierce. His gaze contained but 2 expressions, one of casual indifference in daily life, and another akin to the present, like a wolf daring to snatch food from a ferocious tiger. Me? I'm merely someone who gets paid to do a job. In the final 2 seconds before life slipped away, the leader of the divine servants let out a chilling laugh. Getting paid to work. Is it necessary to fight so fiercely? Boy, do you think you can stand against us, face an army of thousands? With those final words, he closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground, instantaneously transforming into an ice sculpture. Outside the stadium, the atmosphere resembled a lit powder keg. Without any rehearsal, war had already commenced. Explosions erupted all around, as superhumans and divine servants engaged in a fierce confrontation under the bright daylight. It must be noted that the Black Horse Stadium was situated merely 10 kilometers away from a residential area. Dong Wushuang and the others were now utterly consumed by bloodlust. If anything were to go awry with the 8 divine embryos, the entire city would metamorphose into a hellscape. Moreover, as for Xin Yuan's side, they remain oblivious to the situation. All we can do is trust him for the time being, hoping that the students remain unharmed. At this moment, Junani is exceedingly irritable as he traverses the path, slaying foes alongside Mo Chingu, in pursuit of the divine embryo's whereabouts. If, and I stress if, something truly adverse has occurred at Xin Yuan, would you hold me accountable? Mo Chingu, currently accompanying Junani, finds their combined prowess has faced little formidable resistance, and the atmosphere has been largely silent. At last, Mo Chingu musters the courage to speak. Yes, Junani replies, his expression devoid of emotion, succinctly, as he unleashes a barrage of lethal arrows from a bow forged of ice. Mo Chingu's face twists with bitterness. He comprehends that Junani's regard for Xin Yuan surpasses that of an ordinary student. He has seldom witnessed Junani so emotionally unhinged. Throughout their journey thus far, Junani's strikes have been notably more ruthless than usual. We must expedite our efforts. After resolving this matter, I need to return within 3 hours, he exclaims, burdened by the foreboding of what the youth might endure in that fleeting time frame. Junani, in this moment, is exceptionally vexed, his speech lacking the customary politeness and respect. You are also quite young. You are peers. Do not push yourself too hard. The typically cunning Mo Chingu feels a hint of guilt, the confidence in his words wavering. Junani abruptly turns, stating, I commenced my training at the age of 14, availing myself of the myriad resources and privileges bestowed by society. Thus, it is only natural for me to protect the populace and fight valiantly. But Xin Yuan is different. He has never received any undue advantages from this world, has not yet enrolled, nor enjoyed the resources afforded to talents of his caliber. Do you truly believe he stands forth solely for monetary gain? He is driven by a determination to not falter. He realizes that if he does not step up, his classmates may perish. If we do not muster the resolve to fight, this city could be drenched in blood, just as he once did when rescuing those 2 children. A silence lingers between them for a couple of heartbeats, as Mo Chingu struggles to find the words to continue. Moreover, Director, I recall that you received that envelope from Xin Yuan long ago, did you not? Why, then, has such chaos arisen? Upon hearing this, Mo Chingu lowers his head in shame, as if struck at a sensitive point, leaving him profoundly embarrassed. I have my reasons, and I shall provide an explanation. Now, let us swiftly resolve this issue. I have sensed a presence in this area, and I shall take care of it. We should part ways. You head elsewhere, and do your utmost to contain today's events. With that, Junani dashed away without a backward glance. An hour and 45 minutes elapsed. At this moment, the stadium appears deceptively tranquil. However, upon closer inspection, it has transformed into a veritable hell of ice. A thick layer of solid frost cloaks the entire arena, the pale ice rendering the space reminiscent of the Ice Age. The ground is littered with frozen sculptures and splattered with blood and severed limbs. In the center of this icy inferno stands a bloodied figure, slowly extracting a weapon embedded within him, gasping in pain. Damn, this is the 3rd wave. Earning money is tough. It's going to dwindle. Chapter 62. The Enraged Junani. I care not what divine being you are, perish. Increase the payment. It must be increased. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Xin Yuan sits atop a large slab of ice, feeling the chill beneath him, panting heavily. As he reflects on the ordeal, a wave of dread washes over him. Had it not been for today's fortunate circumstances, having earlier acquired the semi-divine form from that old coot Mo Chingu, he would never have dared to fight so recklessly. Otherwise, he might have been in dire straits. Though the wounds still throb painfully, gratitude for adrenaline keeps him from succumbing to unconsciousness. As long as he is not instantly vanquished, the regenerative capabilities of the semi-divine form will ensure his invincibility. Many believe that human growth and change is a gradual process. In truth, it is often a fleeting moment. Sometimes, it merely requires an instant. Beneath the peaceful facade of this world lies a tapestry of bloodshed and chaos. Yet, having been here for only half a month, Xin Yuan has rapidly assimilated into this reality through one battle after another. So much so that he himself is unaware of the transformation in his mindset. When facing the divine servant in mortal combat, he feels no hint of panic. Let us see. Just over an hour left. 3 hours. Surely, you can return in time. If some so-called 5th-tier individual were to arrive, I might be in trouble. Xin Yuan muses to himself, diverting his attention to diminish the pain coursing through his body. The gaping wounds are still quite formidable. Just then, he inadvertently spots the staircase leading to the underground gate, now shrouded beneath a thick layer of ice, emanating an eerie silence. Xin Yuan has always harbored concerns. Should someone unexpectedly emerge to assist him in battle, would he be compelled to care for their well-being? If they were to charge forth, with the student's current capabilities, it would be tantamount to seeking death. The disparity is too vast. Fortunately, the students destined for direct admission are astute enough not to act irrationally. Lost in thought, he realizes that his wounds have nearly healed, and the voice of all things has detected the latest wave of adversaries. Alas, it appears this final hour will not be easy to endure. With a determined leap, he ascends a massive ice throne, surrounded by a myriad of frost-forged weapons, awaiting the new onslaught. Stretching his body and assessing his condition, Xin Yuan suddenly bursts into hearty laughter. Indeed, as long as the Dragon City's valiant general exists, the Hu horses shall not traverse the Een Mountains. How splendid. It feels like a scene from a film. Who would have thought I could be so dashing? Alas, no one is here to witness it. Damn. Subsequently, the ice beneath him shifts, propelling him toward the latest arrivals. Boom. In the vicinity of the artificial river, a towering 5-meter statue of a giant glows red and stirs to life, delivering a powerful punch toward an already gravely injured superpowered individual. Whoosh. A fierce gust of wind accompanies Xin Yuan's swift movements, as he cleaves the giant asunder with his ice sword, rescuing the superpowered warrior. Xin Yuan hoists the warrior by his collar and leaps onto a more stable surface. My lord, the god of war, do not concern yourself with us. First, halt the divine descent. The superpowered fighter coughs up blood and, upon recognizing his savior, hastens to speak. Xin Yuan remains silent, setting the warrior aside as he gazes upward. The shattered debris on the ground begins to reassemble, glowing crimson, as several divine servants manipulate the formation. In the distance, a group of sacrificial divine servants conducts a divine descent ritual, just as Xin Yuan had witnessed before. At this moment, in their haste, numerous black-robed sacrificial divine servants have commenced self-immolation to hasten the divine descent ceremony. Take care of yourself. If you can still move, run as much as you can. Your life is of utmost importance, Xin Yuan advised him, yet she was fully aware that such words were rather impractical. Within her field of vision, there lay countless severely injured superhumans and divine servants, making it hard to fathom how many of them would survive. The sheer number of divine servants present today was overwhelming, leaving her side feeling somewhat stretched thin. Typically, battles between superhumans and divine servants do not involve many participants. After all, once a divine descent is successful, lower-tier superhumans are merely offering themselves as sacrifices. With a forward thrust of her hands, a torrent of frigid air surged forth, shattering all the stone giants controlled by the divine servants in an instant, before sweeping past those few servants. Xin Yuan's Ice Age truly carried an unstoppable momentum, with the several chosen divine servants before her being annihilated instantaneously, unable to even withstand a second. Yet, just as that relentless glacier was about to engulf the divine descent ceremony, it collided with an invisible wall, scattering in all directions. Two figures radiating a bronze glow stood resolutely in front of the glacier, spitting out blood yet refusing to retreat, determined to allow the divine descent to proceed. These two were 5th-tier divine servants. Although Xin Yuan, at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, possessed overwhelming strength, they were intent on sacrificing themselves to hold her back, leaving her with little recourse in the short term. Suddenly, both of them lifted their heads in unison, revealing an eerie smile. And a stream of golden light surged forth from their mouths and noses, soaring into the sky, after which they collapsed to the ground. In the heavens above, a golden phantom gradually materialized, embodying a bull-headed figure with a human body and wings, exuding a divine and tremor-inducing aura. Several nearby communities could now witness this terrifying and sacred apparition. The citizens who inadvertently caught sight of this figure were first struck with shock, only to then fall into a daze, as if entranced. Some even knelt on their knees, their eyes devoid of life, offering worship. Dong Wushuang, Zhong Jing, Zhong Liwu, Mo Qinggu, each top-tier superhuman engaged in battle at that moment realized the gravity of the situation. 8 divine embryos. The first deity had descended. Xiaoyi, has your deity descended? Do you require reinforcements? Mo Qinggu's anxious voice crackled through the earpiece, as their worst fears had finally come to pass. It's all right. This doesn't count as a formal divine descent. Their preparation is insufficient. It's merely a divine apparition. I can manage. You all focus on preventing other deities from descending. With that, Xin Yuan crushed the earpiece between her fingers. Rising slowly into the air, frost coalesced beneath her feet, and a colossal frost dragon materialized to support her. She glanced at a watch, noting the time. 2 hours and 20 minutes had passed. The man she had set her sights on remained oblivious to his fate. The time I promised is nearing. I care not what deity you are. You shall perish. Chapter 63. The God-slaying Jun-Ani, the lone warrior against thousands. At this moment, Jun-Ani fixed her gaze upon the deity, showing no signs of avoidance. The phrase "it is forbidden to gaze upon the divine" is often repeated among newly enrolled superhumans. This caution arises from the fact that deities possess a degree of belief power, which can easily inflict spiritual corruption upon the unprepared. Those lacking an exceptionally firm will may experience mental disturbances, even developing a sense of submission. Superhumans are the slayers of deities, inherently defying fate. If they succumb to a sense of submission, how could they ever confront the divine? Thus, even many high-tier superhumans strive to avoid prolonged eye contact with deities, instead redirecting their gaze. Yet, Jun-Ani was different. She locked her eyes on the bull-headed deity opposite her, seemingly intent on maintaining that connection. Her heart was consumed by a seething rage, impervious to any mental interference from the deity. As for feelings of submission, all she desired was to sever the god's head from its shoulders. Her conviction to slay the divine had never been more resolute. Her thoughts were solely occupied with the corpses of superhumans she had witnessed over the past 2 hours, and the uncertain fate of Xin Yuan. The number of divine servants present today was overwhelming, though she understood that the more powerful divine servants were likely focused on the divine descent. There was still the possibility that someone formidable might be searching for Xin Yuan. But what if? What if something truly happened to Xin Yuan? 3 hours of solitary combat, devoid of reinforcements, no allies, no chance of retreat. Throughout her years, she had encountered this fascinating soul by some twist of fate. If this deity caused her to return even a minute late, no, even a second, she would lose her mind. With this thought, fury surged within her, prompting a piercing battle cry. As if the frost dragon beneath her sensed her rage and let out a mighty roar. Roar! Under the weight of that soul-stirring sound, Jun-Ani raised her hands, as if attempting to lift the very heavens, while the nearby artificial river erupted. All the river water transformed into solid ice, which shattered and gave rise to enormous frost warriors. Each stood at a towering height of 20 meters, totaling 18 in number, wielding an array of weapons, swords, spears, axes, and more, collectively embodying 18 distinct arms. This was Jun-Ani's self-created martial art, her signature technique, 18 frost demons, with her powers fully unleashed. Her eyes had transformed into an icy blue, veins bulging around her eyes, adding a fierce and ferocious edge to her beautiful visage. An angry woman is not to be trifled with. An enraged goddess of war is even less so. At this moment, the entire space was saturated with ice elemental energy, pressing down the divine aura, making it momentarily challenging to discern who truly was the god among mortals. Die within half an hour. With a furious roar from the frost dragon beneath her, it surged forward, carrying the Valkyrie upon its back, charging at the bull-headed deity. The deity, just having materialized, instinctively recoiled at the sight of such overwhelming force. Yet, in the next moment, the 18 frost demons surged forth, encircling it, their weapons raining down mercilessly upon its form. In the following instant, the frost dragon arrived. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the deity collided with the dragon, akin to the cataclysmic clash of two celestial bodies. The sound was deafening. Within a 10-mile radius, all present experienced a ringing in their ears, and those lacking physical fortitude found themselves dizzy. In the next moment, an icy blue light, intertwined with divine golden radiance, burst forth from the square, illuminating the entire scene. In a daze, it seemed as though a second sun had risen near the artificial river of the Haima Sports Stadium. Ice crystals scattered, and golden light shimmered as Jun-Ani, seizing the advantage, relentlessly thrust her 5-meter-long frost spear into the deity's form. The surrounding frost demons, too, fought with reckless abandon, their 20-meter-high forms resembling mountains as they surrounded the deity, pummeling it mercilessly. The spectacle was nothing short of a divine bullying. In the unrestrained frenzy of her output, Jun-Ani distinctly sensed the elusive barrier within her heart, which she had now finally pierced. In this divine slaying battle, she had transcended her limits. The Frost War god had ascended to the 6th realm, truly entering the ranks of world-class experts. And today, only 17 days remained until her 20th birthday. Zhong Liwu struck back a divine offspring before her with a powerful blow, drifting backward, her brow furrowing as she gazed into the distant sky. The golden pages in her hand flickered, the spring and autumn brush inscribing a line of text upon them. March 5th, year 109 of the new century. Frost War god Jun-Ani shatters the record for the youngest to reach the 6th realm. The commotion here was also sensed by Xin Yuan. The acute sensitivity to the voices of all things made it impossible for him to overlook the intense energy fluctuations outside, particularly those emanating from the same source as his Ice Age abilities. At that moment, he was single-handedly facing the onslaught of the fifth wave of divine servants, battling 8 foes at once. It seemed that ever since arriving in this world, each fight had been him against a multitude, as if he were destined to be a lone wolf. Goodness, this ability development is remarkably violent. This is what SSS means. If I could reach this level, these opponents would be easily dispatched. Junani, you are remarkable. As he spoke, frost surged around him, the color of his pupils turning pale. And in a burst of power, he froze the divine servants charging towards him mid-stride, rendering them immobile. With a flicker, he appeared before one on the verge of breaking free from its icy prison and mercilessly plunged his long blade into its neck, madness swirling in his gaze. 20 minutes remain. I promised. Within 3 hours, this path shall be sealed. Since the first wave when I drove a long staff into that fourth realm divine servant's chest, I had lost count of how many divine servants I had dispatched. The mocking voice of the divine servant leader echoed in my ears. Can you withstand us? Can you stop 1,000 troops? Xin Yuan, in this moment, responded with strength and fact, proving that he indeed could hold the line. He vowed he would, and thus he shall. He alone was as formidable as 1,000 troops. Crash! A colossal axe descended, and a massive bull's head plummeted from the sky to the ground. This deity, who had initially appeared with an overwhelming sense of pressure, met an abrupt end in a rather hasty manner. The chilling war axe fell mercilessly, severing its head and with it, the dignity of the divine. Though merely a projection and not the true form, it was still a deity. Frost war god Junani had successfully slain a god in 37 minutes. Yet, her face bore no semblance of joy or relief. Instead, she promptly retrieved a watch from her storage space. 2 hours and 58 minutes. Chapter 64. No. You don't look bad at all. You look incredibly handsome now. She transformed into a flash of ice blue lightning, racing towards a specific destination. Ignoring the divine cores on the ground and the remnants of energy, priceless items in the world of superhumans, she left them behind, for in her heart, she had more pressing matters to attend to. With traces of blood at the corners of her mouth and golden light burning in her pupils, her eyes appeared a stunning blue gold. Her goal was clear, the Black Horse Stadium. With 3 hours until the agreed time, all the divine embryos had been located, some of which had already been destroyed. The remaining embryos, which still had the potential to truly descend, were now under the watch of top-tier experts like Emo Chingu, alleviating the concern of drawing battle to the academy. Even if we consider 1,000 steps back, even without these protective measures, Junani had to see Xin Yuan now. It was the guaranteed spot she had secured for him, the path she had led him to at the Eastern Academy. Therefore, she could not accept any misfortune befalling Xin Yuan. If anything were to happen, she would feel responsible for placing him in such peril. Thus, traversing the over 2,000 meters from the artificial river to the stadium took her less than 30 seconds. Yet, upon reaching the entrance, her steps faltered slightly. Please, let there be no trouble. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath and entered through the stadium's grand door. Once inside, it was as if she had stepped into another realm. It was a veritable palace of ice and snow. Xin Yuan's ice differed from Junani's ice blue. It possessed a pallid hue, appearing even colder and more indifferent. The ceiling, devoid of any modern facilities, was adorned with icicles that hung like a glacial cavern. The surrounding venue, the floor, basketball hoops, and badminton nets, was entirely blanketed in ice and snow, rendering the original state unrecognizable. Corpses littered the ground, and everywhere were ice sculptures, their faces frozen in expressions of brutality and malice, eternally encased beneath the merciless frost. The scene resembled a palace in an icy realm where a coup d'etat had just transpired. Scanning the chaotic scene, Junani finally spotted Xin Yuan's figure. A large crater had formed in the load-bearing wall, and there was a figure impaled against it by a long spear, surrounded by countless fallen shadows. Xin Yuan. Junani gasped, her heart momentarily skipping a beat as she rushed to his side, inadvertently shattering an ice sculpture of a divine servant in the process. Don't scare me. How are you? Her hands grasped his bloodied face, her voice trembling with panic, even tinged with a hint of tears. In that instant, she forgot she was the Frost War god, feeling as if she had returned 5 years to that first day at the academy, a frightened little girl, alone and bewildered. Her mind blanked momentarily. The worst outcome had occurred, leaving her unsure of what to do. Don't touch me, it hurts. Is it time? Xin Yuan opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar woman before him, and quickly spoke. In truth, he was far from harmed. He merely leaned against the wall, exhausted from the immense consumption of energy. Wishing to recuperate, yet not at death's door. Moreover, he had sensed Jun Ani's arrival, which allowed him to relax, no longer needing to force himself to prepare for the next wave of strong foes. This relaxation caused the tension within him to dissipate, leaving him appearing rather deflated. "You're not dead yet," Jun Ani exclaimed joyfully. Xin Yuan thought to himself. It seems this woman has never been particularly articulate. "Not dead yet. You said 3 hours, but only you returned. Old MO is unreliable. I need extra pay? I didn't anticipate it would be this brutal. It's killing me." Jun Ani's gaze shifted downward, finally noticing the long spear lodged in Xin Yuan's chest. Due to the freezing, it had ceased bleeding. Yet it still glimmered with a golden light, clearly tainted by divine might, continuing to infect the horrific wound. In her eyes, this injury was undoubtedly fatal. And seeing that Xin Yuan still had the presence of mind to speak, she became frantic. "You still have the energy for this. Don't move. I'll go find a superhuman with medical abilities right away." But as soon as she turned, Xin Yuan called out to her. "Enough, be careful. Help me slowly extract this spear. Just please, do not injure my heart. How is the situation outside? If it's not favorable, you should leave first. I am managing quite well here." Jun Ani turned in shock, doubting whether Xin Yuan had lost his senses. "Pull it out. Doing so directly would cause secondary injuries and excessive blood loss. It cannot be removed." Listening to Jun Ani's concern, Xin Yuan raised his hand to touch his nose and replied, "I wonder if you would believe me when I say that my ability has mutated again. This time, it has significantly enhanced my physical form, granting me remarkable recovery capabilities. If you extract it, I will heal swiftly. Have you not noticed that I bear no other wounds?" Jun Ani. "Another mutation? How reckless. What is this?" "In the future, the energy chain will unequivocally be the most formidable ability, capable of spontaneously manifesting a miraculous function." Approaching Xin Yuan, she scrutinized him closely and observed that despite his tattered clothing soaked in blood, beyond the penetrating wound in his chest, he truly bore no other injuries. Upon further inspection, Jun Ani blinked in astonishment. This man was perpetually creating surprises. Thus, she gently propped herself against the wall beside Xin Yuan with one hand while the other carefully controlled the force, beginning to extract the spear slowly and steadily. When I returned, I had already greeted the others. Director MO and the others are aware of my arrival, so they will not return but continue to fight. As she worked, Jun Ani spoke, both to explain and to divert Xin Yuan's attention. "Haha, it's a good thing you're alone. It prevents them from seeing me in my current state. I must look quite disheveled. My appearance is rather undignified." Xin Yuan, enduring the excruciating pain, forced a smile. After all, not only was he in tattered clothing stained with blood and mud, but his hair was also in disarray, with a few strands on the right side of his head having been shorn. Even though his demigod physique allowed him to continuously repair his body as long as he didn't die, it couldn't hasten the regrowth of his hair. No. Upon hearing this, Jun Ani suddenly spoke earnestly. Locking her gaze with Xin Yuan's, their eyes met in the air for a prolonged 5 seconds, before Xin eventually attempted to break the tension. "Hey, don't stop halfway. You're leaving me in an awkward position." Reacting to Xin Yuan's words, Jun Ani snapped back to focus. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, feeling intensely warm. Bowing her head in an effort to conceal her reddened face from Xin Yuan, she felt the atmosphere shift to an unexpectedly intimate and awkward tone due to her emotional outburst. Fortunately, they were on a battlefield, surrounded by sprawled corpses, which prevented the mood from becoming overly romantic. However, reflecting on this, Jun Ani felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with Xin Yuan's obliviousness. How could he not react at all? Just as she pondered, several divine servants rushed in through the door. "Get lost." Jun Ani did not look back, swiftly flicking her right hand as frost surged forth, instantly freezing the incoming squad of divine servants into shards of ice. Having just advanced to the 6th realm, Jun Ani's abilities had escalated to a new level, making it exceedingly simple to eliminate these 3rd and 4th realm opponents. Xin Yuan observed this scene in silent disbelief. Although he had prevented anyone from crossing the threshold for 3 hours, it had come at a considerable cost. It was nothing like this effortless display. With a dull thud, the spear was finally extracted from Xin Yuan's chest. It felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away in that instant. His legs buckled, and he tumbled downwards. After 3 hours of evading death, he was on the verge of collapse. Yet, the next moment, he found himself falling into a soft embrace, the slightly anxious voice of Jun Ani resonating in his ears. "Did you not claim you could heal yourself? What happened?" As she spoke, Jun Ani knelt, allowing Xin Yuan to lean against her thigh, resting his head against her abdomen. Observing the horrific wound on his chest, which was now rapidly healing, Jun Ani finally exhaled in relief. "It's not that. I'm simply exhausted. Right now, I feel like my health points are unchanged, but my energy is completely depleted. I'm utterly drained." Xin Yuan bantered lightly, shifting his head slightly and suddenly feeling a soft, round sensation. What is this? Smack. Junani playfully slapped Xin Yuan's head, her cheeks slightly flushed as she admonished, "Don't move." At that moment, a few injured superpowered individuals rushed through the entrance, their steps urgent. Junani whipped around, realizing they were allies, and lowered her guard, asking, "How did you get in? What is going on? Has the situation outside stabilized?" The group halted, responding quickly, "The overall situation has been stabilized, thanks to your earlier successful slaying of a deity," which significantly dampened their morale. However, as he spoke, his gaze caught sight of the scene before him, nearly causing his eyes to bulge. Why is there a man lying in the embrace of the Frost War god, and his head is resting on? What do you mean, however? Continue. Junani interjected, frowning. This is Xin Yuan. He has been guarding this spot for 3 hours and is injured. The opposing superpowered individual nearly blurted out that he was also injured but thought better of it, and promptly continued. However, we must quickly evacuate personnel. The divine embryo has been completely destroyed, and a divine projection descended earlier, but it was jointly slain by the Skyward War God and Vice Dean Zhongjing. Now, a frenzy-level deity has descended. Although it is also a projection, this time it is extraordinarily realistic. Upon hearing this, Junani immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Frenzy level? Are you certain? It was Director Imo who said so. All right, you all head underground and bring the students out. Start organizing the evacuation. The group acknowledged and swiftly made their way below. Frenzy level, what tier is that? It seems to be another term I am unfamiliar with, Xin Yuan inquired. This is a classification established by the father of superpowered individuals for deities, divided into 5 tiers: malevolent, fierce, frenzy, calamity, and annihilation. Oh, even deities have tiers? But frenzy is only the 3rd level? Is it manageable? It's difficult. The power of deities is not as you might imagine. If their true forms were to descend, frenzy would already constitute a global catastrophe. Fortunately, it is merely a projection. With Director Imo here, it should not pose a significant problem. After offering a brief explanation and noting that Xin Yuan's wound had healed, he gestured for Junani to assist him in standing, surveying his surroundings and evaluating his achievements. He felt a sense of satisfaction. With slightly unsteady steps, Xin Yuan spoke, "Take me outside, Junani. Let me see what is happening." In the past, in our hometown, divinity was an intangible and elusive concept. Coming here has granted me the opportunity to witness what a true deity truly embodies. Very well. Junani did not refuse and naturally linked arms with Xin Yuan, saying, "Allow me to guide you, for your current state may not be optimal." As he spoke, he swiftly took off, soaring into the sky with Xin Yuan in tow, emerging into the open air. Not long after, Xin Yuan found himself entranced by the spectacle before him. The entire sky was bathed in gold. This is no exaggeration nor mere rhetorical flourish. The sky was genuinely a vast expanse of golden hue. Above, Emochingu floated serenely, his garments moving as if stirred by an unseen wind, embodying the essence of being submerged in a golden sea. Before him lay a radiant orb of golden light, shapeless yet undeniably magnificent. On the ground, numerous superhumans stood scattered, all bowing their heads and hastily retreating from the golden radiance. This is divine might. The presence of a deity causes the multitude to withdraw. Is this what divinity truly is? Xin Yuan gazed at the golden orb, momentarily entranced. Yet before he could finish his thought, darkness enveloped him as a hand covered his eyes. One must not gaze upon the divine for your first encounter. It is even more imperative. It could potentially inflict trauma upon your spirit. Junani whispered in his ear. Does this affect you? If not, bring me closer. I am untroubled. My self-healing abilities render me impervious to such influences. Junani. Ultimately, he could not resist and brought Xin Yuan closer, prepared to shield his eyes at any moment. Yet now, Junani turned his head, astonished by Xin Yuan's expression. In truth, for many superhumans, encountering a deity for the first time is a formidable threshold. The intense spiritual pollution can swiftly annihilate their invincible spirit, casting a shadow upon their lives and hindering their potential. Even the most resolute geniuses often tremble involuntarily during their initial encounter. In any case, whether resolute, fearful, indignant, or negative, these emotions are entirely normal. But Xin Yuan was different. His eyes, reflecting the golden light, held a calm excitement, akin to a fish swimming upstream, exuding rebellion. As if to declare, one must not gaze upon the divine. I shall do so regardless. Chapter 66. Emochingu's power, unrivaled beneath the rank of sovereign. Junani was now deeply conflicted, torn between the urge to shield Xin Yuan's eyes or not. Observing his behavior, it seemed he had succumbed to a sense of obsession. To gaze upon the divine could lead to such fixation, a troubling omen. Yet Xin Yuan's gaze remained clear, devoid of any hint of disorientation. Finally, Junani could not restrain himself. Are you all right? If not, close your eyes. Do not force yourself. I am fine. My body can endure this. I am not afraid of the divine's mental influence, Xin Yuan replied, still fixated. His pupils were ablaze with golden smoke, his demigod form rapidly mending itself. Yet he continued to observe, as if striving to discern every detail. What occupies your thoughts? Why do you seem so fixated on this deity? Junani could no longer contain his curiosity. Have you ever experienced a time before the awakening of spiritual energy when there were no superhumans in the world? Xin Yuan retorted. Junani rolled his eyes. The resurgence of spiritual energy had occurred a century ago, and at 19 years of age, he felt it was a rather obvious question. Xin Yuan chuckled softly, shaking his head. In my hometown, people often worship ethereal deities endowed with supreme power. However, these beings have never manifested in our world. Most exist only as statues, venerated in reverence. Yet now, such an existence stands vividly before my very eyes. Perhaps you cannot fathom my feelings. At that moment, the gleam in Xin Yuan's eyes reflected a fierce ambition, a rebellious spirit of youth challenging ultimate authority. Naturally, this sentiment was lost on Junani, who had been raised in an era of superhumans accustomed to peculiar abilities. What kind of place is your hometown? Junani inquired with curiosity. It is a rather beautiful place. Allow me to continue observing. By now, Mo Chingu was embroiled in a fierce battle with the golden orb, the conflict reaching a fever pitch. Their combat was extraordinarily peculiar, entirely unlike the battles one might envision. The sky had transformed into a golden ocean, with each strike causing the golden waves to surge, as if the entire world swayed in response to their clash. Xin Yuan could not discern the specific abilities Mo Chingu was employing, but he could tell that the elder was a far cry from his usual demeanor. His visage was fierce, his beard standing erect like steel needles, and a massive phantom loomed behind him, its countenance indistinguishable. With a sweeping motion, he sent the surrounding space rolling forward, a torrent engulfing the orb of golden light. Each flicker of the golden light enveloped Mo Chingu, as though the two entities had merged into an elemental struggle, the very fabric of reality contorting around them. At that moment, Xin Yuan found it hard to fathom the energy fluctuations at play, but he noticed that the buildings beneath them had lost their solidity, appearing to flow like liquid. This was the true power of divinity. We must retreat a little. This intensity is becoming excessive, Junani murmured in Xin Yuan's ear, swiftly pulling him back. In fact, Junani had already been using his energy field to shield Xin Yuan from the overwhelming forces emanating from the battle. Is Director Mo so different from his usual self? What level of superhuman is he? Can he handle this? Xin Yuan asked, his curiosity piqued. He did not press on, knowing that in his current state, he would likely be unable to withstand even the aftermath of the battle. Junani looked up, gazing at the ongoing clash, and gently shook his head. He should be capable. Even if not, we cannot offer any assistance. Director Mo, do you not think he often comes across as rather frivolous, with peculiar ideas and actions that hardly befit a leader? Xin Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are correct. He is quite the unorthodox individual. The day-to-day affairs of the Eastern Academy are managed by the vice president. The reason he holds the position of director is simple. He is exceptionally powerful. He is the strongest among the 8 core academies, universally recognized as the most formidable of the 7th realm. Superhumans are classified into 9 realms. The 4th and 5th realms mark a significant divide, as do the 7th and 8th. The 5th realm signifies the transcending of the ordinary, while the 8th realm embodies the extraordinary. Beyond the 8th realm, one's power is so great that they transcend humanity, earning the title of sovereign. While the 9th realm is known as the saintly sovereign, Director Mo once proclaimed, beneath the sovereign, I am invincible. As Junani spoke, a glimmer of yearning sparkled in her eyes. Although many believed her future achievements would surpass those of Mo Chingu, she still harbored a deep admiration for such power. Meanwhile, the battle had entered its climactic phase, teetering on the brink of life and death. Junani held Xin Yuan's hand, which had transformed into an embrace around his waist, facilitating their retreat. This posture, however, rendered their genders seemingly inverted. Unbeknownst to her, Xin Yuan's condition had become exceedingly precarious. Unlike the majority of individuals in this world, he had only just begun to master his extraordinary abilities a mere fortnight ago, having recently harnessed powers beyond the ordinary. He was now recklessly pushing his potential and had directly glimpsed the radiance of the divine. The rapidity of his progress was overwhelmingly intense, resulting in a profound qualitative shift. As he observed, a sudden tremor surged through an indomitable barrier within his heart, and then he fell into unconsciousness. Junani. He was just fine moments ago. How could he suddenly pass out? Upon realizing this phenomenon, she swiftly retreated with Xin Yuan and produced her unique communication device. urgently shouting into the receiver. Is there a healer among the superhumans? Come to me at once. Hurry. Minutes later, someone who had finished their previous tasks arrived. A few moments after that, Zhong Jing, Dong Wushuang, and others gathered around, their expressions grave as they regarded Xin lying on the ground. Zhong Jing crouched down to assess his condition. After a short while, he stood up, his brow furrowed. How is he? Junani's heart sank, prompting her to inquire hastily. From my examination, all his bodily indicators appear flawless, not even a minor injury. Zhong Jing continued to frown. The energy within him is remarkably stable, showing no signs of distress whatsoever. Perhaps you should try administering artificial respiration? He suggested, glancing at Junani. Chapter 67, The Fifth Realm. The newborn celebration has been postponed for 2 days due to you. Zhong Jing's words carried a hint of jest. Junani retorted angrily. What are you joking about at a time like this? Zhong Jing shrugged, responding, just relax a little. After all, according to my examination, he truly appears to be fine. His breathing is steady, and his physical condition is excellent, resembling someone merely asleep. You claim he fainted suddenly? What transpired moments ago? Upon hearing Zhong Jing's inquiry, Junani promptly recounted the events of Xin Yuan's confrontation with the divine and Mo Qinggu. At that moment, the bald old Su, who had previously maintained the stability of the assessment secret realm, arrived. He crouched down and placed his right hand on Xin Yuan's forehead, radiating light as if sensing something. After a while, he spoke. Mentally, he seems fine, not as though tainted or seduced by a deity. If I had to speculate, I suspect he may have broken through to a new realm. Broken through? To what realm? Zhong Jing queried, puzzled. The first watershed, the fifth realm, transcendence. Old Su succinctly stated, then couldn't help but marvel at how Xin Yuan had already reached the fifth realm, while he himself had only just attained it. Upon hearing this conclusion, Zhong Jing and the others were momentarily taken aback. Zhong Jing suddenly grasped Old Su's arm, exclaiming, Old Su, are you serious? The fifth realm? He has reached the fifth realm before even enrolling. It was no wonder Zhong Jing was so astonished. The fifth and fourth realms represented entirely different domains. The journey from the first to the fourth realm primarily involved the accumulation of energy and the development of one's abilities, as long as one's talent was not exceedingly poor. Many could ascend step by step. However, from the fifth realm onward, each breakthrough became a formidable hurdle, necessitating serendipity, sufficient skill accumulation, evolved mentality, and external stimuli to succeed. For instance, Junani's extreme fury had led her to perceive the divine as mere livestock for slaughter, enabling her ascent from the pinnacle of the fifth realm to the threshold of the sixth. Thus, the 8 war gods of the War God Hall had all attained levels above the sixth realm, with Junani being a special case. If Xin Yuan's situation was indeed accurate, it meant that during this battle, Junani had ascended to the sixth realm while he had reached the fifth realm. It was indeed a remarkable gain. Are you speaking accurately, Old Su? Are you certain? Zhong Jing continued to shake Old Su, displaying none of his usual composure. I cannot be entirely sure, but likely. Old Su replied impatiently. He was already a genius, possessing fourth realm strength. These past few days of assessments must have fully unleashed his potential. Oh my heavens! Such talent has gone to the Eastern Academy. How did I break through? I believe I was 29. How old is he? Zhong Jing clutched his head in exasperation, though it was evident from his expression that he was quite pleased. The emergence of such a prodigy was indeed a stroke of fortune for humanity. In contrast, Dong Wushuang, who had been standing silently nearby, suddenly interjected, I'm more curious about how he sustained no injuries after holding the venue for so long. 3 hours of continuous battle. Was his strength so overwhelming that he overpowered his opponent? Upon realizing Xin Yuan was unharmed, Junani relaxed her earlier tension and casually remarked, not at all. He sustained numerous injuries, even severe ones that would typically be life-threatening. However, it seems his abilities have mutated, seemingly evolving into a self-healing capability. As his wounds have already healed, the crowd fell silent as Zhong Jing's raised hand froze midair. Dong Wushuang's lips twitched involuntarily. Old Su awkwardly rubbed his bald head, which gleamed under the light. The group remained silent for several seconds, before collectively shifting the topic of conversation. It was simply too disheartening. While others were striving to develop their abilities, Xin Yuan seemed to have effortlessly attained extraordinary feats. A buzzing sound filled the air as golden waves rippled through the sky, soon giving way to a rain of golden light. Suddenly, a muscular figure resembling a wrathful Santa Claus landed heavily among them, his body adorned with golden scars. Mo Qinggu had finally completed his battle. What happened to this child? Mo Qinggu exclaimed sharply, gazing at Xin Yuan lying on the ground. Upon learning the truth, he visibly relaxed, his imposing aura dissipating, leaving him fatigued and weary, akin to an ordinary elder. Has the situation of this battle been assessed? He asked, his eyelids drooping slightly, revealing a hint of exhaustion as he turned to Zhongjing. Zhongjing, whose earlier playful demeanor had vanished, surveyed the now battered Black Horse Stadium and sighed. The casualty reports are still being compiled. As for the damage to the infrastructure and property, it's beyond hope for repair. Rebuilding is the only option as this place is utterly devastated. As for how to deceive the public, that remains a dilemma. Thankfully, the most formidable deity was merely a frenzied projection, otherwise. As Zhongjing spoke, a wave of trepidation washed over his face. Emochingu sighed deeply, his back curving slightly, his murky eyes filled with worry as he murmured, "The world is becoming increasingly unstable. The activities of divine servants are on the rise, and the world's spiritual energy density is escalating. We must prepare ourselves." In truth, he had not dared to express the gravity of the situation fully. In his perception, a storm was gathering. The world was on the brink of monumental change. Whether this would herald humanity's ascendance into a new era or its impending doom depended on these young individuals. Upon reaching this thought, Emochingu could not help but cast a glance at the figure of Xin Yuan, lying on the ground. "All right, let us tidy up and head home." On the pristine white bed, Xin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. It was as if he had just emerged from a lengthy dream. The sunlight streaming through the window was blinding, while the chirping of insects and the singing of birds conveyed a sense of serene passage of time. "Am I dreaming?" Xin Yuan abruptly sat up in bed, gazing out at the unfamiliar scene outside. Could it be that all of this was but a fantasy? I Haven T traversed realms. No superpowers, merely an illusion? How splendid. I'm back. At that moment, with a creaky sound, the door swung open. Junani entered, holding a bottle. Upon seeing Xin Yuan awake, he exclaimed in surprise. "Ah, you're finally awake. Why are you here?" Xin Yuan's tone revealed a hint of disappointment. It seemed that everything was not just a dream. Junani replied, "What do you mean? Am I unwelcome? During your days of slumber, I was the one administering the nutrient solution to you. I owe you my gratitude." "I was just a bit disoriented earlier," Xin Yuan said, adjusting his emotions to accept reality. "Where am I?" Junani shrugged, placing the nutrient solution on the table. "This is the Eastern Academy. Now that you're awake, the opening ceremony should commence shortly." Then, gazing at Xin Yuan, Junani revealed a knowing smile. "Do you realize how renowned you have become? Your prominence is quite substantial. The opening ceremony was postponed by 2 days just for you. Your name, Xin Yuan, is now the talk of the academy. Would you like to know how it has spread?" Chapter 68, The Freshman Chief. The rumors are truly overwhelming. Because of my delay? Why was it postponed? I usually avoid these kinds of ceremonies. Xin Yuan rubbed his slightly swollen head, sitting upright in bed and removing the syringe that had delivered the nutrient solution. As it was withdrawn, the puncture wound healed at a visibly rapid pace. Observing that Xin Yuan seemed well, Junani naturally took a seat beside him. Following their previous battles and interactions, their relationship had grown considerably closer. Why? Because you are the freshman chief. Additionally, the vice president is quite eager to meet you. Thanks to you, this year has been exceptionally fruitful for the Eastern Academy. Over a quarter of the students who were granted direct admission did so because of you. After all, you essentially saved them. By the way, quite a few young ladies have been wanting to see you these past few days, but I made sure to keep them at bay to avoid disrupting your rest." As he spoke, Junani's tone carried a hint of jealousy, though Xin Yuan remained oblivious to it. "Freshman chief? What does that entail? Does that mean I have to attend?" "You must. It would be a waste of time not to. Not only that, but you'll also need to deliver a speech as the chief student, to inspire your fellow classmates." "What? Can I skip it?" "No. Everyone is required to attend. The entire school is waiting for you. And your reward will be presented to you by Dean Mo during the ceremony." "Oh, then that is acceptable." Ultimately, there was only one reason that compelled Xin Yuan to participate: the reward bestowed upon him during the opening ceremony. He was quite pragmatic about it. "You seem completely unfazed by such an occasion. The freshman chief, the strongest newcomer of the year. Doesn't that feel remarkable?" "Remarkable? How so? Are you eager for the spotlight?" Xin Yuan retorted, somewhat perplexed. Junani was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly cleared her throat. It appeared she was rather fond of being in the limelight. "Oh no. My true nature has been exposed. By the way, how did I lose consciousness? Was I attacked?" Upon hearing Xin Yuan change the subject, Junani hurriedly shared the speculations of Lao Su and the others with him. Fifth realm? Xin Yuan sat on the bed, gazing down at his hands, clenching his fists tightly. "Is there something particularly special about the fifth realm? I don't feel any different." Junani shook her head. "No, the fifth realm signifies a qualitative transformation. Achieving it without enrolling is quite an extraordinary feat. You have officially entered a higher echelon of perception. And you? Didn't you achieve it initially?" "I was specially recruited. I didn't need to enroll, unlike you." Junani responded matter-of-factly. Xin Yuan remarked, "Well, enough about that. Superpowers can be categorized into various types. energy projection types, physical enhancement types, mental types, and so forth. For those of us with energy projection abilities, a clear manifestation of the fifth realm is the capacity for flight. What? I can fly now? How do I do that? It's something that cannot be taught. It's an instinctive behavior, much like how you learned to crawl as a child. You must experience it for yourself. There's no rush. After a week or two of adaptation, it should feel as natural as walking. You should rest. Oh, during the opening ceremony, returning students will also come to observe. In the final segment, there will be an opportunity for upperclassmen to challenge the freshman chief. Of course, it's all in good spirit. It serves to demonstrate to the students that through the Academy's specialized training, significant improvement in strength is achievable. Moreover, it serves as a reminder to the freshman chief to remain humble and to continuously enhance their abilities, rather than becoming complacent. However, as she spoke, Junani's expression turned quite eager. I doubt anyone will be able to surpass you. You should continue resting. I'll be off to inform the dean that you have awoken, so we can arrange the ceremony schedule. With that, Junani stood from the bed and exited the room. Thank you for everything over the past few days. Xin Yuan called out to her retreating figure as he picked up the nutrient solution from the table. He then began to sense the surging energy within him, pondering how he might achieve flight. It was a peculiar sensation, controlling the energy without releasing it, lifting his body slightly off the ground. Before long, Xin Yuan was careening around the room, accidentally smashing his head against an overhead LED light fixture. It seemed control was still necessary. In the outdoor plaza of the Eastern Academy, the new students had gradually taken their seats, while the grandstands on either side were filled with upperclassmen who had already enrolled. The noise was exceptionally raucous, as most returning students came with a singular purpose, to see if they could find a new girlfriend or boyfriend among the newcomers. Ordinarily, by this time, the ceremony would have commenced. However, Emochingu had long since taken the stage but remained silent, allowing the students below to converse freely. Meanwhile, the topic of discussion among the new students revolved around Xin Yuan. Have you heard? This year as freshman chief is unlike any previous ones. He is said to be extraordinarily impressive. I heard during meals recently that an E-class mutant has developed S-class abilities, able to communicate with the heavens and know everything. I also heard that all the top students who receive direct admission are under the chief's wing. Many have come to rally behind him. They say that not long ago, he single-handedly confronted thousands of deities without faltering. I've even heard he is actually a god, the reincarnation of the sun manifesting in the world. It is said that the Eastern Academy is, in fact, his enterprise. In any case, there are all sorts of rumors circulating. In just a few days, the whispers have spiraled into a frightening realm, with some even claiming that Xin Yuan is a 1,000-year-old specter. Nevertheless, the Academy itself remains indifferent to such gossip, as the commencement ceremony has already exceeded its scheduled start time by over 10 minutes. The murmurs among the crowd gradually subsided, all eyes turning to the stage to observe whether Dean Emochingu was displeased. Noticing the expectant gazes of numerous students, Emochingu smiled, and his resonant voice rang out. Students, please remain calm. We have encountered a minor issue. Our esteemed freshman leader has yet to arrive. This announcement sent shockwaves through the audience. Chapter 69, The Newcomer of the Fifth Realm. An unruly Xin Yuan. No one anticipated that a ceremony so evidently of a school-wide nature would be delayed merely due to one person's absence. At that moment, the new students appeared unfazed. Yet the returning students were clearly displeased. How audacious to be late on the very first day. This new freshman leader is quite arrogant. Who is this person? If it were too much trouble, we could have started without him. This is utterly disrespectful. I've heard tales about him. It seems the delay of 2 days for this freshman ceremony is somehow related to him. No one knows which deity has graced us. On the surrounding stands, the returning students were fervently critiquing. It often occurs that seniors, in the presence of newcomers, maintain a sense of superiority. In a shadowy corner, a few returning students sat. One among them calmly remarked, he must possess considerable talent. During the recent freshman assessment, a divine being appeared, and it is said he played a significant role. Beside him, a boy clad in flip-flops chimed in. I've heard the stories too. His reputation seems shrouded in mystery, with countless versions circulating. Who knows what is true? As for the freshman leader, he must be a genius. With great power often comes a sense of pride, as it does every year. Yet, aren't the freshman leaders in the challenge matches often left humbled and covered in dirt? At this, the flip-flopped boy chuckled, recalling his own early days as a fresh entrant, brimming with confidence, only to be swiftly humbled. The inevitable path. Who among us didn't think we were geniuses back then? How about this time, you teach the new freshman leader a lesson during the final challenge? A classmate added with a laugh. Fine, let me give him a lesson this time. I've been in school for 3 years now, it's a bit unfair. As the students engaged in their banter, Imo Chingu felt a pang of frustration. Why was this person so inconsiderate? Xin Yuan was not known to be such an individual. What could have transpired? He then used his abilities to send a message to Junani. What is going on? Didn't he promise to return? Why is he still not here? In a corner of the venue, Junani, exasperated, could only sigh. She too was at a loss, unable to reach Xin Yuan and unaware of his whereabouts. Just then, from afar, a figure was seen hurtling toward them at great speed. All the students straightened, some even rising to their feet. They understood that unless one possessed an innate ability to fly, akin to Yi Ziliang, such aerial prowess was exclusive to powerful beings of the fifth realm and above. The fifth realm is exceedingly rare in this world. Already at the level of academy instructors or elite combat personnel, the figure approached erratically, weaving in and out of the sky as if intoxicated. Observing this, the students rationally deduced that the individual must have been injured and was in urgent need of the dean's attention. Something had gone awry at the Eastern Academy. Many were aware that the world was becoming increasingly tumultuous, but they had not anticipated its arrival would be so swift. In a daze, they could almost discern the incoherent shouts of the figure, but the words were indistinct. As the figure drew nearer, they finally caught snippets of his frantic cries. Make way! Make way! I can't control it. Is there anyone to assist? I fear I might collide with you. Since discovering he could fly the previous day, Xin Yuan had been unable to stop, practicing ceaselessly. Though Junani had mentioned he would master it in a week or two, he could hardly wait. The sensation of soaring through the skies was entirely different from being grounded. It felt as if his spatial dimensions had expanded from 2 to 3. Today was no exception. He flew off and lost track of time, taking far too long to return. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Boom. He crashed onto the podium, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. The area was spacious enough to prevent harm to others, yet all students watched intently, eager to understand what had transpired. As the dust settled, Imo Chingu approached with a smile, addressing the assembly. Well, it seems everyone is finally gathered. Do remember to value time in the future. Since our freshman leader has arrived, let us officially commence the ceremony. Is this a student? Not a combatant. He is the freshman leader, and still merely a newcomer? A fifth realm newcomer? Surely this is a jest. Why not simply join a superhuman organization? Xin Yuan offered an apology to Imo Chingu before descending to find a seat, and thus the newcomer celebration commenced. However, the returning students surrounding them appeared visibly unsettled. This new freshman leader seemed to be quite extraordinary. So, how do you intend to teach him a lesson? A previous conversationalist inquired of the boy in flip-flops. Well, let us just forget that. I was merely joking. The freshman celebration proceeded in an orderly fashion, primarily led by Imo Chingu, who discussed various aspects of the academy and his aspirations for the students' futures. Soon, it was time for those who had excelled in the assessment to come forth and receive their rewards. When it was Xin Yuan's turn, the staggering amount of his reward left the entire audience gasping in astonishment. Was this freshman leader the academy's progenitor, bestowing such riches, yet contemplating his formidable fifth realm prowess? The students were left speechless, devoid of even a twinge of jealousy. The disparity was simply too vast. Now, it is time for our esteemed freshman leader to deliver a speech. Just as Xin Yuan intended to step down after receiving his accolades, Imo Chingu firmly grasped him, preventing his descent and insisting he say a few words. As the microphone was thrust into Xin Yuan's hands, he found himself unable to refuse and awkwardly stated, "Hello, fellow students. I don't really have much to share. Everyone has their own pace and cultivation, and often, I merely rely on luck. I am here today mainly because Dean Imo informed me that I could only receive my freshman reward here, and had I not come..." Cough, cough. Imo Chingu, standing beside him, coughed emphatically, shooting Xin Yuan a piercing glare. Are such words appropriate to be spoken here? Xin Yuan, eager to divert the conversation, remarked, Indeed. Everyone must strive to enhance their abilities and not squander their talents. After all, it is only when one's capabilities are robust that one becomes truly valuable, and the pursuit of wealth becomes somewhat simpler. At that moment, however, Imo Chingu appeared as if afflicted by a severe cough, reminiscent of a consumptive, incessantly hacking away. Yet, Xin Yuan seemed to be riding a wave of enthusiasm, lost in a state of exhilaration as he continued. Moreover, not long ago, I undertook a project that was promised to yield a reward of 3 million. Dean Imo even mentioned that if I performed exceptionally well, 30 million would be within reach. However, it seems I have yet to receive the payment, so I thought I might inquire about it. As this unconventional keynote address unfolded, the audience, students and teachers alike, was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 70. A lack of practical experience? An instinctive killing move. Is this permissible? Such audacity to speak so directly on stage. Yet, inexplicably, Xin Yuan's refreshingly down-to-earth manner endeared him to the students. enhancing their impression of him significantly. At every annual opening ceremony, attendees typically endured new student representatives reciting from scripts in lofty tones, adopting an overly formal demeanor that felt preachy despite their youth. This year, however, the arrival of someone openly seeking financial recompense felt rather refreshing. Emochingu, on the other hand, held a distinctly different perspective. Setting aside the matter of 30 million, 3 million was not a trivial sum. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, an agile elder rushed to Xin Yuan's side, snatching the microphone from his grasp. "Oh, Xin Yuan, ever the humorist, always fond of jesting," he said, noticing Xin Yuan's eagerness to continue speaking. He leaned in to whisper, "Junani informed me that you have a card. That card is yours, and I will transfer the funds to it. This is an opening ceremony. Let us maintain some decorum, shall we?" Following a prolonged exchange of glances, Xin Yuan ultimately acquiesced. Recognizing that Xin Yuan was indeed unpredictable and somewhat challenging, Emochingu hastily transitioned to the concluding segment of the ceremony. "Well then, today's new student ceremony has come to a successful close. I hope everyone will hone their abilities in the days to come and strive to contribute to the peace of this world." Thus, the moment arrived for the challenge segment. Is there anyone willing to spar with our new student representative? Of course, if the new student feels the disparity is too great, they may decline. Such sparring sessions typically held little significance, often resembling mere exhibitions. Nevertheless, being young, no one wished to lose face, leading to a tradition where past participants often engaged in a few matches. However, Emochingu had come to understand that Xin Yuan would not care about such trivialities. If he chose to refuse, he would be indifferent to notions of pride. Consequently, he quietly urged, "Let us keep up appearances, brother. I can increase the amount, adding an extra 100,000 to the transfer later." Clearly, Emochingu was quite casual and unrestrained, even referring to someone 50 years his junior as brother. Xin Yuan remained non-committal but ultimately stayed on the stage instead of walking away. However, this occasion was markedly different from previous years. In the past, the veteran students would erupt in raucous cheers, taunts, and provocations, eager to establish dominance. Yet today, the atmosphere was starkly quiet, an unusual stillness enveloping the stands. After all, who would dare to step forward casually? At the outset, Xin Yuan had soared into the air, leaving the audience agape at his fifth realm prowess, and no one wished to seek out discomfort. Within the Eastern Academy, there were indeed fifth realm students, among the exceptionally talented upperclassmen preparing to graduate. However, they had largely distanced themselves from such trivialities, having begun signing contracts with various superpowered organizations, bearing significant responsibilities. Consequently, the scene grew increasingly awkward as Xin Yuan stood alone, with no challengers daring to step forward. After several minutes of silence, a male student finally leapt down from the stands. Clad in a flowing green robe and possessing an undeniably handsome visage, he approached Xin, cupping his fist in greeting. "Greetings, Junior. To reach the fifth realm at such a young age is truly humbling. It makes me feel as though I have squandered my life. My name is Xin Yuan, currently at the pinnacle of the fourth realm, yet unable to break through to the fifth. However, having observed your previous flight, it seems you may have just entered the fifth realm. Given my extensive training in the academy, I have mastered various martial techniques. And since you are new here and may lack practical experience, we might be evenly matched. Allow me to challenge you." The new student representative, Xin Yuan, exuded an air of refinement, his speech marked by courtesy. Yet his words elicited a slight twitch from Junani, seated in the audience. A lack of practical experience? While this assertion might hold water for other students, it certainly did not apply to Xin Yuan, whose hands bore the weight of countless lives extinguished beneath him. After all, just 2 days prior, a trio of divine servants lay vanquished at his feet, a sight that could hardly be overstated. Yet, it was evident that Xin Yuan was blissfully unaware of such details. "Very well, let us commence. I, this old man, shall serve as the referee. Rest assured, I will halt the match should any danger arise." Observing that someone had finally stepped forward, preventing further awkwardness, Emochingu cast an approving glance at Xin Yuan. In previous years, it was customary for upperclassmen to impose their dominance on newcomers. This time, however, the tables had turned. Both combatants retreated a few paces, and a luminous green energy armor enveloped Xin Yuan, a rustic bronze longsword materializing in his grasp. "This is my sequential weapon, B-107, an ancient bronze sword. You may be unaware of what a sequential weapon entails, but I may have an advantage in this regard," Xin Yuan stated with a smile, a hint of bashfulness evident. "No worries, let us proceed. But do be cautious." With a resounding shout, blossoms fall, the sword strikes. He ceased any further preamble and lunged toward Xin Yuan, executing a graceful flourish of his sword. He unmistakably employed a specific sword technique, his form fluctuating in the air like a leaf caught in the wind, yet in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Xin Yuan. Xin Yuan stood motionless, appearing somewhat dazed. However, a glimmer of an entirely different nature shone in his eyes, rational and frigid. With a sharp clang, the bronze sword lunged towards Xin Yuan's abdomen, signaling the imminent conclusion of their spar. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a pale, icy light erupted, enveloping the arena in a chilling frost. An energy chain shot forth from Xin Yuan's hand, ensnaring Lin Ruoyan's waist and pulling him toward him. Xin Yuan disregarded the sword aimed at his abdomen, instead conjuring a blade of energy in his hand, thrusting it mercilessly toward Lin Ruoyan's neck. Xin Yuan had already entered a state of combat. Forgetting that this was merely a sparring session, the adrenaline coursing through his veins transported him back to the nightmarish battlefield from 2 days prior. He had not mastered any martial arts. From that harrowing encounter, he had learned but one lesson. Trading injury for life was remarkably profitable. His strikes came instinctively, like a primal kill move. Chapter 71. What has he endured? For a fleeting moment, perhaps just a fraction of a second, Lin Ruoyan's astonished gaze collided with Xin Yuan's. What kind of eyes were those? They exuded a chilling calmness tinged with a hint of ferocity, along with an unsettling indifference toward the lives of both himself and his adversary. Why did he not evade? Why did he not block? Why was his first instinct to endure the thrust of his own sword, only to retaliate with a stab of his own? Having been enrolled for over 3 years, he had faced divine servants before, yet none had exhibited the same reckless abandon as Xin Yuan. He could not halt his assault. The chains at his waist yanked him forcefully toward Xin, as though the sword he wielded was not of his own volition, but rather compelled by Xin Yuan's command. Stop. Cease. In the blink of an eye, Emochingu swiftly intervened, halting the bout. Space warped around them, freezing Lin Ruoyan's sword and Xin Yuan's fist blade in midair, rendering them immobile. Yet, the situation was starkly apparent. A bronze longsword poised at Xin Yuan's abdomen, while the fist blade hovered perilously close to Lin Ruoyan's neck, mere millimeters apart. Had Emochingu hesitated for even half a second, the outcome would have been a gruesome display of bloodshed. 1 injured, 1 dead. Xin Yuan wins. Emochingu declared the result. Lin Ruoyan stood frozen on the arena, paralyzed with fear, drenched in cold sweat, casting a terrified glance at the fist blade looming before his throat. It was a near miss, so painfully close. Years of rigorous training and relentless honing had led him to envision himself as a potential guardian of the world. Yet, just moments ago, he had come to the grim realization that he had been mere seconds away from death. That was too close. Upon hearing Emochingu's voice, Xin Yuan's eyes gradually regained their clarity, returning to their usual demeanor. Apologies, I got carried away and failed to restrain myself. He sheathed his fist blade and offered Lin Ruoyan a smile tinged with mild regret. It was as if he bore the scars of war. Once he entered a combat state, he reverted to the solitary defender of the arena, oblivious to the notion of a friendly spar. The 3-hour ordeal of relentless battle had indelibly etched itself into his very essence. Lin Ruoyan observed as Xin Yuan seamlessly transitioned back to his languid and affable self within the span of a mere second. Embarrassed, he managed to muster a forced smile. It's not that I lack skill. You are truly formidable. After uttering those words, he instinctively stepped back, widening the gap between them, as if proximity posed a threat. Gazing at Xin Yuan's now relaxed demeanor, in stark contrast to the cold, ferocious eyes he had witnessed during the fight, Lin Ruoyan couldn't help but suspect that Xin Yuan harbored a fractured psyche. All that lingered in his mind was a singular thought. This guy is ruthless. I must never provoke him again. While the battle seemed lengthy in description, it transpired in the blink of an eye. To the students watching from the sidelines, it appeared as though Xin Yuan and Lin Ruoyan merely exchanged polite words before the skirmish concluded in a flash. Many failed to grasp the events as they unfolded, resulting in a sense of anticlimax. They had anticipated a fierce clash of powers, bursting forth in a dazzling display, only to be met with a swift conclusion, leaving them somewhat disappointed. Yet, clearly, there were perceptive individuals in attendance. Among the spectators, numerous upperclassmen had keenly observed the unfolding duel, now feeling a chill run down their spines. This newcomer is the top freshman? Seriously? What a terrifying aura of killing intent. Where did Dean Mo find such a monster? Is this really a student? If you told me he was a psychopathic killer, I would believe you. Do not provoke him. Who knows what we VE let in this year? A heavy silence fell over the upperclassmen, who from this moment forward would indelibly imprint Xin Yuan's lazy visage into their memories. He was undoubtedly a wolf in sheep's clothing. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the freshman celebration concluded in an exceedingly peculiar manner. The final match had been recorded by several students and would soon circulate wildly on the campus forum in the days to come. Xin Yuan had firmly established his position as the top freshman. At this moment, Chi Hong approached him, exchanging a few words and sharing a brief handshake. Of course, Lu Peng, the eccentric, also made his way over. Bro, you saved me that day. I can't thank you enough. If you ever need anything, just summon me. Lu Peng exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Xin Yuan, I hope you can be a bit more normal, and please do not call me bro. Sure thing, boss. Is there anything you need me to do? Just stay where it's comfortable for you. But boss, it's quite hot outside. The only way to cool off is to go back to my room and turn on the air conditioning. Then go back to your room. All right, boss. Should I bring you breakfast tomorrow? That tormentor of a king. At that moment, Vice Dean Tang Genie grasped Mo Chingu's sleeve with a serious expression. What is the matter with this child? What has he experienced? He is still so young. How can he exude such a degree of killing intent? You mentioned he achieved something great just a few days ago. What was that great feat? Mo Chingu paused for a moment before responding. Due to special circumstances. He had to hold a position alone and fought a divine servant for over 3 hours. At least 100 complete corpses lay in the aftermath. That battle allowed him to break through to the 5th realm, and I had not anticipated he could do so with such finesse. Hearing that outrageous number, Tang Genie gasped. Her teeth clenched in anger. How could this be? He is still so young. His mental fortitude is not yet fully developed. How could you allow this? There was no alternative. We were all unable to stay there. Then we should have devised another plan. As they continued their conversation, Mo Chingu suddenly glanced toward the crowd of students, hastily breaking free from Tang Genie's grasp. Wait, I must find someone first. I fear he may stray down a dark path. With that, he vanished from sight before Tang Genie could react, gradually distancing herself from the cacophony of the bustling playground. Xin Yuan found herself beneath the dormitory building, retreating to a dim corner where she clenched her fists tightly. Her right fist pressed forcefully against the wall, drawing blood without her noticing. When she had hidden in the basement that day, she had kept close to the ceiling, listening intently to the sounds of Xin Yuan's battle. Today, seated in the front row, she watched as Xin Yuan's indifferent gaze utterly subdued the upperclassmen of the Eastern Academy. For reasons unknown, she felt as though she was drifting further from her goal. Now, recalling her initial encounter with Xin Yuan, she felt a pang of anguish. As if she were a mere clown. What should she do? Why was it so difficult to catch up? How could she possibly surpass him? Desiring to surpass him, she found herself perplexed by the need for his protection in times of peril. In the days leading up to the assessment, she dedicated every waking hour, save for 6 hours of slumber and 1 hour for sustenance, to honing her abilities and refining her essence. Yet, why did the chasm between them seem to widen? Was it truly impossible for a B-grade individual to catch up to such prodigies? She was no ordinary B-grade, after all, and he had once been merely an E-grade. With this thought, Xin Yuan struck the wall with considerable force. However, the pain in her hand paled in comparison to the anxiety and despair festering within her, tears slowly welling in her eyes. At that moment, a voice resonated from behind her. Child, what weighs on your mind? Is your hand in pain? Do not be so impatient. Chapter 72. In this world, you are the only phoenix. Startled by the voice, Xin Yuan felt as though her vulnerabilities had been exposed to another. She quickly wiped away her tears and turned around. Upon seeing the somewhat familiar elderly man with a white beard, she stammered, Dean, hello. Is something the matter? Child, have you been crying? Mo Chingu observed her reddened eyes with an air of knowing. No, I simply had a restless night and rose early for the freshman ceremony. I intend to return and catch up on sleep shortly. Xin Yuan rubbed her eyes vigorously, refusing to admit her predicament. Mo Chingu, not pressing the issue further, posed another question. Your mother is Jiang Yuru, an S-grade fire phoenix with peak capabilities in the 6th realm, currently serving in the Human Alliance, correct? Xin Yuan remained silent, lowering her head in tacit acknowledgement. Let me guess, you often look up to Xin Yuan, aspiring to make him your benchmark in cultivation? Having spent your childhood with your mother, do you not wish to emulate her one day? Yet, you seem to find that you are unable to achieve that? Though others commend you as a genius, you feel an insurmountable distance from your aspirations, don't you? The harder you strive, the greater the disparity seems to grow. At that moment, Mo Chingu appeared to be a devil with the ability to peer into the depths of her soul, his words cutting into Xin Yuan's heart like blades. She remained silent, her expression inscrutable as she replied, No, there's nothing to compare. I'm simply unwell. If you have no further business, I'd like to take my leave. With that, she turned to walk towards the dormitory. Yet, Mo Chingu seemed resolute in not letting her go so easily. Xin Yuan was merely an E-grade at the outset. You believed he should not have qualified for direct admission. Yet within a mere few days, he has reached heights you cannot fathom. Your mother, with her S-grade abilities, has left you with a B-grade evaluation. You've undoubtedly heard that even though you might not match her, your talent is commendable, right? The recent buzz surrounding Xin Yuan must have made you the subject of many jokes, being the first opponent he has defeated. It must be quite disheartening to be protected by someone you aspire to surpass. For years, you have dwelt in your mother's shadow, feeling quite resentful. Haven to you? One line after another, Immerse successfully breached Xin Yuan's defenses. She halted, her slightly emaciated frame trembling, and tears finally cascaded down her cheeks, unable to be restrained. Do you wish to surpass them? Immerse pressed on. I do. What did you say? I said I do. One day, I will surpass them. Even if my talent is not as profound. Just wait and see. Xin Yuan spun around, her voice almost a roar. Her tear-streaked face now devoid of its usual beauty, rather taking on a fierce countenance. Seeing the child finally unable to contain her emotions, Immerse ceased his probing. A hint of a smile gracing his lips. He then raised his hand, enveloping them both in a peculiar space, two chairs positioned across from one another. Now, what if I were to tell you that your talent is on par with anyone in this world? Would you believe me? Xin Yuan surveyed her surroundings. Realizing this was likely not the realm of reality, gradually regaining her composure, she gently took a seat, shaking her head in disheartenment. Among those with powers named after phoenixes, I fear I am the weakest. No, Immerse vehemently shook his head, gazing into her tear-rimmed eyes. In this world, there exists no phoenix. Xin Yuan, perplexed, lifted her gaze in confusion. If there were to be one, it is likely that you are the sole candidate. A phoenix must undergo rebirth through fire. Remember, the heavens have given you a lower starting point than others to allow you to carve out a tale of triumphant resurgence. Will you trust me? Will you take me as your mentor, becoming the third disciple of this unworthy teacher? Xin Yuan sat in stunned silence, her mind reeling as if on a roller coaster. She had never anticipated that Dean Mo would come to her with such words. In truth, I have been observing you for quite some time. Your character resembles that of a girl I once knew. Who? Xin Yuan inquired. Li Qian. Currently, you gaze upon Xin Yuan with an expression reminiscent of how she once looked at Junani. The thirst for power and the spirit of rebellion can inspire great progress. Yet at times, they may also plunge one into despair. This is the very reason I sought you out today. Li Qian is my second disciple, and I regard her as my daughter, yet she may have strayed onto a dark path. As he spoke of Li Qian, Immerse's countenance shifted to one of melancholy and pain, inevitably recalling a certain red envelope. I may be an unfit teacher, but would you care to listen to a story? At that moment, as Immerse drew Xin Yuan into the space for psychological guidance, Junani had already arrived with Xin Yuan at the door of an office. Xin Yuan glanced up at the sign that read Dean's office. Are you to conduct my re-evaluation of powers? Is it Dean Mo? Xin Yuan asked. No, it is the Vice Dean who will assess you. Xin Yuan's mouth twitched, contemplating the fact that even the Dean's office had been delegated to the Vice Dean. Upon entering, he spotted a figure seated on the sofa, shaking his leg. Noticing their entrance, the individual promptly rose. Ah, is that not the war god himself? Greetings, freshman champion. It is an honor to meet you. I am Zheng Xiaojian. You may call me Xiaojian or Brother Jian. This individual was exceedingly familiar, with unruly long hair and a stature akin to Xin Yuan's, immediately extending a hand for a shake. Xin Yuan was bewildered by the notion of having been admired, feeling as though his own catchphrase had been usurped. Before Xin Yuan could respond, the other continued unabated. I am the head of the Public Relations Department, and let me tell you, our department is quite exceptional. Once you join us, accumulating credits will be a breeze, with minimal workload, and it is incredibly easy. Such an opportunity is rare. Xin Yuan interjected, wait. When did I say I wanted to join the Public Relations Department? Chapter 73. The Public Relations Department welcomes its most formidable recruit, a curiosity. Wait a moment, Sword Brother. I don't recall expressing a desire to join the Public Relations Department. What exactly is the Public Relations Department? Xin Yuan unobtrusively released the other's hand. Having inadvertently attempted and failed to replicate a copy just moments ago, what a stroke of misfortune. However, it appeared that Zheng Xiaojian remained blissfully unaware of any awkwardness. Continuing to speak enthusiastically, the Public Relations Department is splendid. Why wouldn't you want to join? I am certain you'd be inclined to. He continued. To graduate from school, one must accumulate a total of 120 contribution credits. Aside from the tasks assigned directly by the school, only 6 clubs possess the authority to distribute credits. Our Public Relations Department is one of them. Standing nearby, Junani, evidently familiar with Zheng Xiaojian, couldn't he help but interject with a hint of exasperation. Xiaojian, recruiting isn't allowed right now. The formal recruitment for all clubs will commence in a few days. Oh, senior sister, that's not how it is. There's a saying that when fate calls, even 1,000 miles cannot keep people apart. Xin Yuan wants to join our Public Relations Department. I must at least introduce him. Xin Yuan interjected. Wait, when did I ever agree to join? I mean, come on, brother. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Zheng Xiaojian suddenly dashed to his side and whispered in his ear, let me tell you, among our 6 clubs, the other 5 are all labor-intensive, exhausting, and perilous, yielding only a meager amount of credits. However, we enjoy a leisurely time, mingling with the public. Essentially, we deceive them into believing that divine interventions are merely terrorist attacks. We coast through it all. Oftentimes, we need not prepare anything at all. Just show up and play some games, and the credits are ours. Sometimes, we even earn a little extra from television stations, and occasionally, we receive red envelopes. As he spoke, Zheng Xiaojian raised his eyebrows mischievously, playfully mimicking the act of counting money with his fingers. Xin Yuan replied, "Greetings, sword brother. From this day forth, I shall be a member of the Public Relations Department. Now that's the spirit. Take out your phone. I'll install this for you. It's the internal software for the 6 special clubs. If the school has any urgent requests or emergencies, they'll be posted there. You take on the tasks, and the credits will follow. Let them handle the fighting. We'll snag the easy ones. Fast hands mean fast rewards." Listening intently, Xin Yuan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two of them struck a conspiratorial chord, erupting into devious laughter, as if they had found kindred spirits in one another. Outside, Junani facepalmed, realizing the predicament of encountering Zheng Xiaojian. In truth, the Public Relations Department was originally established as a refuge for students lacking exceptional abilities or ill-suited for combat, a gateway for them to earn credits through clerical tasks. Consequently, many students often hesitated to join the Public Relations Department, perceiving it as a weaker and less masculine faction. Its head, Zheng Xiaojian, was notorious for being unscrupulous, doing whatever it took for credits, often irritating members of other departments. Rumors even circulated that he engaged in extortion during field missions, frequently accepting bribes in the form of red envelopes. As a result, this year, the Public Relations Department effortlessly secured the most formidable freshman in its history. Moreover, it appeared that Xin Yuan and Zheng Xiaojian were in perfect sync, seemingly enjoying each other's company immensely. Finally, the door creaked open, revealing a graceful woman, Vice Dean Tang Jini, who surveyed the assembled individuals with a smile, saying, "You two are the ones slated for reevaluation, correct? Well then, follow me." Aunt Tang, if it's all the same, I'd prefer to opt out. I'm merely a D-class ability user. There's no need for further testing, Zheng Xiaojian said, shamelessly inching closer. Tang Jini looked at him gently and replied with a smile, "That's not an option. Come along." Upon reaching a spacious area on the rooftop, Tang Jini explained, "We assess new abilities by simulating divine might. Starting from F class, we gradually increase the intensity. You simply need to maintain your mental stability and resist the allure of the divine might, allowing us to gauge your innate ability. Are you ready, children?" "Wait." Zheng Xiaojian quickly interjected. He then shifted to a reclining position on the ground, proclaiming, "All right, I find this position more comfortable. Xin Yuan, care to give it a try?" Ignoring Zheng Xiaojian's antics, Tang Jini glanced at Xin Yuan, confirming his readiness. Once she saw him nod, she pressed a button in her hand, causing the entire rooftop space to warp. Xin Yuan felt a slight dizziness wash over him, as though something was whispering in his mind, reminiscent of the sensation when he commanded the voices of all things. However, it was manageable. Zheng Xiaojian, still sprawled on the ground, suddenly asked, "Has it started, Aunt Tang?" "It has indeed begun." Upon hearing her response, Zheng Xiaojian immediately kicked his legs and began to roll his eyes, his tongue lolling out as he convulsed on the ground like a fish out of water, twisting and turning. This scene left Xin Yuan utterly dumbfounded, staring in astonishment at Zheng Xiaojian, bewildered by what was transpiring. Is the intensity truly this overwhelming? What on earth is happening? Yet, when he glanced at Junani and then at Tang Jini, it seemed they both regarded the scene with indifference, entirely unconcerned with Zheng Xiaojian's plight. Is this fellow truly so devoid of dignity? Seeing him in such a state, I can't help but speak up. "Vice Dean, should we not check on him? He appears to be in distress." Tang Jini shook her head with a smile and replied loudly, "No need to worry about him. Our testing is gradual, incrementally increasing in intensity. This will take a while." With her words, Xin Yuan fell silent, casting a sympathetic glance at Zheng Xiaojian. He hoped his companion would be all right. However, as time passed, Xin Yuan began to sense something amiss. 5 minutes elapsed, yet Zheng Xiaojian continued to convulse without any sign of stopping. 10 minutes passed, and still, Zheng Xiaojian writhed on the ground. 15 minutes in, the rooftop floor was nearly cleaned by his thrashing, yet not a single bead of sweat adorned his brow. The whispering allure in Xin Yuan's mind grew louder, but Zheng Xiaojian remained unchanged. Having begun to convulse under F-class pressure, and now continuing to do so even under B-class intensity. Moreover, he maintained a steady, rhythmic convulsion. Chapter 74, HM? Am I only S-class? This individual seems extraordinary. Vice Dean, what signifies the conclusion of the testing? Finally recognizing the strangeness of Zheng Xiaojian, Xin Yuan couldn't help but query the Vice Dean. This individual appeared undeniably exceptional, having been convulsing for so long. If nothing else, his stamina was top tier. Moreover, Xin Yuan had now grasped the essence of the situation. As soon as the divine might began to manifest, he had instantly heard that deep voice echoing in his mind. However, Zheng Xiaojian appeared utterly oblivious, needing to confirm with the vice dean that the test had indeed commenced, only to instantly commence convulsing. This display, it must be said, were the marks of excessive theatrics. Tang Jini observed the overwhelming B-level pressure surrounding her, glanced at the unfazed Xin Yuan, and then at Zheng Xiaojian, who was rolling on the ground, feeling a moment of helplessness. After a moment's contemplation, she conveyed through energy transmission, whispering in Xin Yuan's ear, in the past. Convulsions signified a loss of control over one's body, indicating one had reached their limits. However, we have since altered the intensity. The new threshold is the loss of consciousness, rendering one in a catatonic state, as if their very thoughts have been usurped. Upon hearing this explanation, Xin Yuan nodded in understanding. No wonder both Junani and Vice Dean Tang Jini seemed indifferent to his plight, as if entirely unconcerned for his well-being. So, this fellow was merely feigning? This implied he must possess considerable talent. Yet, why the charade? As he glanced curiously at Zheng Xiaojian, Xin Yuan suddenly noticed that he had ceased convulsing. Abruptly, he sprang to his feet, standing rigidly, his eyes rapidly becoming vacant and devoid of life. Coincidentally, he faced Tang Jini at that moment. Tang Jini, after a brief, resigned silence, uncertain of his true state, ultimately decided to ensure safety by pushing him out with her energy. She then remarked, "All right, you are now outside the danger zone." No sooner had she finished speaking than Zheng Xiaojian immediately returned to normal, his body trembling momentarily before his gaze regained clarity, akin to a sage awakening. Oh my goodness. That was terrifying. My heavens. I felt as if I were on the brink of departing this world, nearly teetering on the edge of a mental breakdown. Aunt Tang. I never wish to undergo such a test again. It's utterly horrifying. As he exaggeratedly lamented while brushing off the dirt from his clothes. He turned to glance at the still-standing Xin Yuan, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, brother, you are quite impressive, managing to endure for so long. Clearly, you are far stronger than I. The future of humanity relies on talents like you. I, on the other hand, am hopeless." Xin Yuan, he could now ascertain one thing. Zheng Xiaojian was undoubtedly extraordinary, though he could not fathom why he chose to conceal his abilities. Just as he was pondering this, Tang Jini suddenly interjected. "All right, based on this test, you are now classified as B-level, which means you no longer have a guaranteed minimum." "What?" Zheng Xiaojian exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before he began to wail. "No. You're taking my life. I don't want to live anymore. I'm truly only D-level. I have no B. I have no B." Observing his despondent demeanor, Xin Yuan displayed a puzzled expression, while Junani explained to him what this guaranteed minimum entailed. Within the Eastern Academy, the usage duration of the simulated training room was an exceedingly precious resource, wherein superhumans could establish a virtual environment most conducive to their training. This duration could only be acquired through the completion of various tasks or by performing well within the academy, as the simulated training rooms were quite scarce. To accommodate students of lesser talent, the academy provided a fixed number of hours each month for those below D-level, encouraging them to diligently train and meet set assessment goals. This was what constituted the guaranteed minimum. At that moment, Zheng Xiaojian was on the verge of clinging to Tang Jini's leg in tears. Yet, it was evident that Tang Jini was ignoring him, harboring a degree of frustration with Zheng Xiaojian for his apparent waste of talent. Having comprehended the concept of the guaranteed minimum, Xin Yuan finally understood why he had been feigning. He was momentarily at a loss for words, finding this individual rather peculiar. Returning to the matter at hand, after giving a gentle kick to the weeping Zheng Xiaojian, Tang Jini began to earnestly assess Xin Yuan's condition. Noticing the pressure had escalated to a level, Tang Jini softly inquired, "Child, how do you feel? Can you endure?" Xin Yuan sensed the voice within his mind. Realizing it was less intense than when he first utilized the voice of all things, and calmly shook his head, indicating he was fine. He replied, "It's nothing. I'm quite accustomed to this sensation." However, this statement was clearly misinterpreted by Tang Jini. She assumed Xin Yuan was referring to his prior battles in the gym against divine beings, thus having developed a psychological preparedness for such divine pressure. Upon this realization, she could not help but feel a pang of sympathy, offering words of comfort. "Child, you've truly endured much hardship recently, bearing responsibilities that were never yours to shoulder. Now that you are at the Eastern Academy, take it easy and grow at your own pace. You need not heed the ramblings of that old coot, Imo Chingu. Should you face any troubling matters, feel free to seek me out anytime." Xin Yuan? What is going on? Why is she suddenly saying these things? It feels a bit strange. Nevertheless, he detected the kindness behind her words, which warmed his heart, and he nodded in understanding. Zheng Xiaojian, on the side, curled his lip and remarked sarcastically, "Why has Aunt Tang never been this nice to me? It's so unfair." Ultimately, the pressure testing device had reached its maximum capacity. Yet it was apparent that Xin Yuan only exhibited a light sheen of sweat, maintaining an otherwise normal demeanor. Tang Genie nodded approvingly, signaling the conclusion of this test, and addressed Jun Ani beside her. "His talent is on par with yours. Both are of the highest caliber. It seems the Eastern Academy has discovered another gem this year." Saying this, she approached Xin Yuan, presenting him with a brand new superhuman card. Upon glancing down, Xin Yuan noted that his superhuman level had ascended to the 5th realm, while the talent ability section displayed a red S. That can't be right. My system assured me that when I replicated Jun Ani, I was SSS level, he mused. Staring at this level assessment, Xin Yuan momentarily blurted out, I'm only at S level? The revelation sparked surprise. Chapter 75. There are credits? Just wait. I'll be at the battlefield in no time. As soon as these words escaped his lips, both Tang Genie and Jun Ani were taken aback, while Zheng Xiaojian's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. What does it mean to merely have S level? Is this something a human would say? Brother, you're rather bold to consider yourself only S level. What does that make me, a D level? Zheng Xiaojian began to show off again, resembling a mascot. After a moment of surprise, Tang Genie burst into laughter, cheerfully exclaiming, "You certainly have confidence to claim only S-level talent. Do you have any idea how many people would willingly forfeit half their lifespan for an S-level talent? However, your confidence is indeed justified. You are not merely S-level in talent. This red S signifies your capabilities that surpass S-level, representing true human excellence. Although the father of superhumans once established talent tiers of SS and SSS, subsequent generations have found it impossible to accurately distinguish such levels. Thus, uniformly, all talents exceeding S level are denoted by the red S." Tang Genie explained with a smile. Then, as if jesting, turned to Xin Yuan and asked, "So, what say you? What do you believe your innate talent should be ranked? Are you confident that it is at the SS level? It is said that SS level abilities, when fully developed, possess the power to annihilate worlds." As Xin Yuan listened to the woman's jest, he offered a slight, evasive smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The system had clearly informed him that the Ice Age corresponds to the SS level. Annihilation. It appears that neither he nor Jun Ani has yet tapped into the full potential of this capability. As the testing concluded, apart from Zheng Xiaojian, who was lamenting like a child and whose face resembled that of a long-faced donkey, everyone else was in high spirits. When it was time to leave, Tang Genie, akin to a familial elder, seized Xin Yuan's arm and regaled him with various tidbits about life, inquiring about his daily affairs. Unbeknownst to him, she had gleaned much about him from Mo Qinggu, and thus this unexpected warmth and affection left him feeling quite unsettled. Gaming online. A little relaxation is fine, but do not become obsessed. And you often play with strangers? Let me tell you, the internet is rife with all sorts of individuals, many with ulterior motives. You must not open your heart to them. Remember, do not engage in online romance. The waters are deep, and you cannot navigate them safely. This was the earnest admonition Tang Genie offered Xin Yuan as he departed. Jun Ani, standing behind Tang Genie, clenched her fists tightly. Was this the sensation of being pierced by words? Ultimately, Xin Yuan left alongside Zheng Xiaojian, while Jun Ani remained to attend to some matters with the vice president. On their way home, Xin Yuan queried Zheng Xiaojian, "Your talent must be quite high, yet you put yourself in such a predicament just for a safety net?" Zheng Xiaojian's expression shifted dramatically, and he retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I only have a D rank. Do not slander me." Xin Yuan, "Well then, it seems you are beyond hope." Suddenly, Zheng Xiaojian wore a smile that seemed to transcend worldly concerns, saying, "Why toil endlessly? What duty do I have as a superhuman? If the sky falls, let those taller bear it. If they cannot, then we shall all perish together. Reputation, honor, status? Those who care for such trifles, in my eyes, have yet to evolve. When tangible benefits are laid before you and you refuse, someone else will take them. I am quite comfortable in the public relations department, indifferent to all that lofty righteousness." Having finished, Zheng Xiaojian yawned grandly, stretching toward the descending sun. "Well, no more safety net. What bad luck. But at least I recruited a good colleague. That is something. I'll head back to play. Call me if you need anything, my good brother." With that, he dashed away. Xin Yuan gazed at his retreating figure, frowning in silence. This individual evoked a peculiar sentiment, exuding a shamelessness so natural that it felt entirely unremarkable. In sum, he was a peculiar character. Upon arriving at the Eastern Academy, Xin Yuan resolved to explore this expansive institution that resembled a community. Taking out his phone, he instinctively intended to message his yogurt stick. However, unexpectedly, the application installed by Zheng Xiaojian emitted a sound and illuminated a red dot. A distress signal had been posted. appearing rather abrupt. From previous conversations with Zheng Xiaojian, Xin Yuan understood that acquiring practical credits was quite challenging. One needed to amass a total of 120, which was no small feat oftentimes. This required participation in perilous missions. Thus, upon seeing this message, coupled with Zheng Xiaojian's earlier warning that those who act swiftly are rewarded, while those who hesitate are left empty-handed, Xin Yuan quickly clicked on it to secure his claim. He then began to peruse the details. It appeared that the incident was occurring at the periphery of the Eastern Academy, where danger had erupted in some outer area. The specifics were unclear, merely stating that citizens had been incited into madness, making the situation difficult to manage. Urgent assistance was required, preferably from individuals at the fourth realm or above. After reading, Xin Yuan scratched his head, somewhat puzzled by the process. The fourth realm, he was already at the fifth realm, so he would be fine. However, wasn't this credit tied to the simulated training room duration? Nothing was specified regarding that. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively replied, "Are there credits and durations involved? How does this work?" On a sparsely populated street at the outskirts of the Eastern Academy, a young woman stood gravely before a group of people. She was from the patrol department, assigned to this area that day. The individuals before her were drooling, their eyes clouded with chaos, exuding immense strength, some even capable of launching energy blasts from their hands. The girl wielded 2 energy pistols, yet she was retreating step by step, her attire in disarray. These individuals were neither divine servants nor deities. They were mere mortals, succumbed to the influence of errant energy, having lost their consciousness. In an already challenging scenario, she could not afford to resort to lethal force, complicating matters further. Suddenly, she was elated to see that her distress signal had received a prompt response. Indeed, she felt fortunate. With excitement, she opened her phone and saw Xin Yuan's reply. In an instant, she choked on her breath, nearly coughing up blood. Who is this? What madness is this? This is not the time for jokes. Quickly find a teacher or someone from the combat department to send reinforcements. After sending her message, it was not long before another response came through. I understand, it's urgent. Don't worry, but are there credits involved? How is that calculated? This response infuriated her, as she thought, how could someone be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation? Without bothering to type, she shouted into her phone, yes, there are credits, durations, and rewards. Everything is in place. Hurry and send reinforcements. If you delay further, you will bear the responsibility. Upon receiving this message, Xin Yuan felt reassured. It was an excellent opportunity to test how the credits worked. He promptly replied, wait for me. I will reach the battlefield immediately. Chapter 76, the Public Relations Department. When did they acquire such combat prowess? With that, he took off, soaring towards the marked location. Notify some superhumans with control abilities, ones that won't harm lives. I suspect, while dealing with the relentless onslaught of the crowd. Fan Mei of the patrol department shouted into her phone. However, after much effort, Xin did not respond, leaving her uncertain about the situation on the other end. Damn it. I must hasten to summon reinforcements. It would be best to do so swiftly. After muttering to herself, Fan Mei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and raised her weapon, firing accurately at an individual's toe. Yet, this warning shot proved of little effect. Fan Mei's ability was precise shooting, highly lethal in remote combat or assassination. However, this was different. She faced ordinary civilians who were merely bewitched by divine power. Thus, she needed to thwart their actions without causing them harm. This restriction left her feeling shackled, retreating step after step. With a sharp crack, blood splattered. A misguided individual, entranced by fervor, abruptly embraced a nearby lamppost and sank his teeth into it with ferocious intensity. Subsequently, several of his teeth were violently dislodged. Yet, in his bewitched state, he felt neither pain nor rationality, clutching the lamppost and swinging it with such force that he managed to snap the 20-centimeter-wide pole in two. Amidst his frenzied screams, blood and saliva sprayed from his mouth as he hoisted the lamp's shaft aloft, preparing to strike at Fan Mei. A genuine steel pipe, 20 centimeters in diameter. Fan Mei swiftly leapt aside, narrowly evading the blow, yet the ground beneath her instantly bore the mark of a massive crater. Following this, the enchanted individual began to wield the steel pipe as if it were a giant windmill, wildly smashing it about. Other entranced citizens instinctively imitated his actions, uprooting lampposts from the pavement to use as weapons, indiscriminately hurling them toward Fan Mei. In the desolate street, a barrage of lampposts, each measuring several meters in length and 20 centimeters in width, rained down upon her, leaving her overwhelmed and struggling to evade them. At last, after a deft maneuver, a lamppost came crashing directly towards her, striking her forcefully in the chest. This impact could only be described as adding insult to injury to her already insufficiently endowed bosom. With a thunderous crash, Fan Mei was sent hurtling backward, embedding herself into the wall. Gasping, she expelled a copious amount of blood, disregarding the searing agony radiating from her insides as she noticed another lamppost descending upon her. With another deafening crash, the second lamppost collided with her, shattering the wall behind her and propelling her outward. Upon hitting the ground, she struggled to lift her head, her hands gripping her twin pistols tightly, repeatedly reminding herself, "Do not kill. These are ordinary citizens. They are innocent, unable to control their thoughts and actions due to the corruption of the divine. They are victims, and with treatment, they can return to normal. Do not kill. Do not kill." This unwavering belief anchored her grip on the weapons, for with her capabilities, executing each one with a single shot to the head would have been effortless. However, if she were to do so, the divine power might still manipulate their corpses to continue the fight, but the individuals themselves would be truly dead. Just then, a third lamppost came crashing down upon her. Gritting her teeth, she raised her arms defensively, eyes shut tight, bracing herself for the impact. But at that moment, a gust of wind swept past her, lifting her as if she were riding on clouds, and she landed safely on her feet. Opening her eyes, she saw the lamppost shatter just short of her, and beside her stood a tall, swaying young man. Xin Yuan had arrived with remarkable speed. "You're finally here," Fan Mei exclaimed with a mix of relief and surprise, glancing around and asking, "Where are the others? Did you come alone? Be careful." Just as she spoke, she noticed the massive lamppost once again looming behind Xin Yuan. Yet he appeared utterly unfazed. With a deft sidestep, he evaded the descending steel pipe, which crashed heavily beside his foot, looking almost like a stroke of luck. "Just me. What's wrong? You're all right? Are these divine servants really that difficult to handle?" he inquired. "These are not divine servants. They are ordinary citizens. We cannot harm them." Fan Mei interjected hastily, then asked, "Which department are you from?" "I'm from the Public Relations Department." The joy of survival visibly transformed Fan Mei's expression into one of anger as she seized Xin Yuan's arm, pulling him aside to escape the fray. "What is wrong with you? You, from Public Relations, dared to come alone? Are you seeking death?" she shouted angrily. "You need to leave quickly. These people have lost their rationality. Staying here is dangerous. This is no jest. Go back and get help. I can hold on for a while longer. But remember to bring those with control-type abilities." After pushing Xin Yuan back firmly, she readied her guns, preparing to confront the chaos ahead. Observing her determination, Xin Yuan rubbed his nose, realizing that the students at the academy did not seem to hold a favorable impression of the Public Relations Department. However, he thought it reasonable, given the nature of their head, Zheng Xiaojian. "You say we must control them, but ideally without harming them, correct?" Naturally, Xin Yuan could not leave, understanding the misunderstanding. He stepped forward once more, saying, "You really need to go. I can't protect you." Before he could finish, Fan Mei fell silent, suddenly aware that the scene before her had become entirely blanketed in frost. The madness that had once graced their faces had transformed them into a multitude of ice sculptures, the lampposts in their hands acquiring an unexpected artistic elegance. "I've done my best to regulate the temperature. They might suffer some frostbite, but it should not be fatal. This is all I can manage," Xin Yuan explained with a shrug. Yet, Fan Mei showed no reaction. After a long pause, she murmured, "The Public Relations Department has such combat prowess now. Am I dreaming?" At that moment, Xin Yuan was about to inquire about academic credits when his phone buzzed with multiple notifications. Many were distress signals from others, but one was from Yogurt Stick. "Did you hear? There has been an incident near the Eastern Academy. A large number of citizens are exhibiting signs of divine manipulation. It's suspected to be another organized effort, possibly orchestrated by divine servants. But this time, don't go out searching on your own. If needed, accompany the academy personnel. This situation clearly has ulterior motives." As Xin Yuan read the message, his brow furrowed slowly. To be honest, he had long harbored suspicions about the identity of Yogurt Stick. Chapter 77. He is the human satellite. "I've been meaning to ask, what exactly is your identity? You must also be a superhuman, and likely of a significant caliber. It seems you possess timely knowledge about many matters, perhaps even more than I do. Are you part of some exclusive superhuman department?" Xin Yuan typed swiftly, sending the message. Upon receiving the message, Jun and Yi, who was standing beneath the student dormitory, felt a jolt of anxiety. Had she been too conspicuous? Just moments ago, she had received news of significant disturbances surrounding the academy, and her years of heightened awareness as a superhuman made her sense that something was amiss. It wasn't just that the entire superhuman world had become tumultuous. It seemed as though some force was targeting the Eastern Academy. Thus, she feared that if Xin Yuan acted alone as he had during the human trafficking incident, trouble would ensue. She had come to check the student dormitory, only to find that Xin Yuan was not there, so she sent a message through Yogurt Stick. Yet, who would have thought that her concern would appear too obvious? making it hard not to arouse suspicion. Staring blankly at the message on her phone, Jun E was at a loss for how to respond. Just then, another message from Xin Yuan arrived. What's wrong? Is it inconvenient to speak? Are you facing some difficulties? As she read this, Jun E suddenly snapped back to reality and hastily replied, My identity is indeed extraordinary. I am a superhuman. I do not wish to conceal matters concerning my identity from you. However, it appears to be somewhat complicated. Might we discuss this at a later time? I shall explain the reasons then. Xin Yuan observed the explanation from Yogurt Stick and merely shrugged slightly, not dwelling on it further. To him, it seemed entirely plausible. There must undoubtedly be some clandestine departments in this world. Yet, in his mind, Yogurt Stick was supposed to be an eccentric and whimsical girl brimming with vitality and humor. He never anticipated that such a person could belong to a secretive organization. There lies a considerable disparity between one's exterior and inner self. Perhaps this matter can wait for another time. It seems there are pressing issues at hand. Are you truly a member of the Public Relations Department? Why not withdraw and join our inspection department instead? As he pondered, a female voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. Fan Mei had approached him, speaking earnestly. Xin Yuan, did you really mean that? Of course, Xin Yuan declined, reiterating that the agreed-upon credits must not diminish, and he swiftly made his way back to the academy. Watching him ascend into the sky, Fan Mei was momentarily stunned, her lips slightly parted, not due to lip color, but rather from the earlier incident of blood vomiting. Her expression one of incredulity. In the fifth realm, Xiaomei, are you alright? At this juncture, other members of the inspection department arrived at the scene, witnessing the ice sculpture strewn about, and Fan Mei slumped on the ground. Has anyone come to assist you? Was it that high-ranking senior? Or perhaps the Frost War god? With the support of her teammates, Fan Mei slowly rose, her eyes still dazed as if in a dream. No, it was none of those. The one who came to my aid was a member of the Public Relations Department. What? Upon hearing Fan Mei's response, her teammates were left dumbfounded. As minutes passed, twilight began to envelop the sky. In the courtyard of the Eastern Academy, a gathering of over a dozen individuals convened. Here stood the heads of the 6 special departments, the Vice President Tang Jini, Junani, along with several faculty members. Ordinarily, members of the Public Relations Department would not be present here. However, Xin Yuan had become an exception upon his recent induction into the department, becoming its face. All wore grave expressions, acutely aware that the wider the scope of the issue, the more complex it would be. Selecting the night for such matters was indeed troublesome. Should this situation be mishandled, the societal implications could be dire, especially with new students just having enrolled and numerous matters to attend to, only for this incident to arise. Quickly arrange for personnel from various departments to disperse. There have already been casualties within the inspection department. We must strive to avoid impacting the ordinary populace as much as possible. The various department heads spoke, their authority in this matter unquestionable. For those with extraordinary abilities, the teacher-student relationship differs significantly from that of the general populace. For instance, Junani, who, although not officially graduated, possessed strength surpassing most of the academy's faculty. The heads of these special departments also held greater sway over their respective responsibilities than the academy's teachers. Here, the true disciples need not be lesser than their masters, nor must the masters excel beyond their disciples. What are we waiting for? Let us act swiftly. There is little to deliberate, and we remain unaware of their locations. The more we delay, the more accidents may occur. The head of the Special Operations Department appeared particularly agitated, exclaiming in frustration. He then turned his gaze to Xin Yuan, who had been standing silently with his eyes closed, expressing his displeasure. A member of the Public Relations Department. I have never seen you before. Is it not the case that your department merely deals with damage control? Do you have something to say? Do not disturb him, Junani interjected, causing the head of the Special Operations Department to falter momentarily. The atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds, all eyes fixed on Xin Yuan, who remained with his eyes shut, furrowing his brow in concentration. Just as several other department heads were about to speak again, intending to instruct their own students, Xin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes wide and declared, "A map." His gaze shifted to Tang Jini. "I require an aerial map of the entire academy, along with a pen." Confused, Tang Jini quickly produced a map and handed it to Xin Yuan. As the map lay spread out on the ground, Xin Yuan began to draw circles upon it rapidly without uttering a word, soon rendering the entire map a cacophony of markings. These locations are where I sensed individuals under influence. Dispatch personnel to these sites immediately. As he sketched, Xin Yuan articulated his thoughts, drawing the attention of everyone present, who gathered around to peer closer. Astonished to find over 100 red circles marked, what had begun as a chaotic situation now gained clarity. They had not anticipated such an extensive list. It was as if he possessed the capabilities of a human satellite. "Brother, are you certain? Are you a psychic?" Xin Yuan did not respond, instead standing tall and inquiring. I wish to ask something. The Eastern Academy must have high-ranking psychics, correct? Indeed, Tang Genie replied tersely, noting his serious demeanor. Then here comes the intriguing question. If I am not mistaken, tonight, those individuals are all absent, correct? As he spoke, Xin Yuan locked eyes with Tang Genie, his gaze laden with implication. Chapter 78, A Traitor Among Us. Upon hearing this, Tang Genie momentarily found herself at a loss, having not previously contemplated the matter. The urgency of the situation had just unfolded, and she had hurriedly exited her quarters upon receiving the news. It was nighttime, and many students and teachers were already resting. The emergency notification had just been sent out, with many yet to awaken. Thus, she had not given it much thought, assuming that even in emergencies, personnel adjustments would require time. However, Xin Yuan's grave inquiry prompted her to mentally sift through several names, her expression growing increasingly tense. Su Yuanshan had left for the Human Alliance to submit recordings after his recent assessments and had yet to return. Yin Jian, who had been absent from the opening ceremony of the Eastern Academy, had departed on a plane just days before for special activities requiring psychic ability. Chen Xiong had suffered excessive mental strain during the last battle with the Divine Servants and was still recuperating in bed. Yi Yang, she noted, also seemed to be missing. Given the rarity of psychics, particularly high-ranking ones, recalling a few familiar names was not overly challenging. It soon dawned on Tang Genie that those capable of performing as Xin Yuan had described were indeed all absent. This, however, must merely be a coincidence or an unfortunate turn of events. I understand. I am fully aware this is merely a coincidence. Should this be an orchestrated situation, the implications would be terrifying. One might fear that the entire establishment is in jeopardy, Xin Yuan replied. Yet, during my earlier perception, I discerned many other things. If I were to speculate boldly, I must state a potentially unwelcome truth. There may very well be a mole within the Eastern Academy or among the superhumans, and their position may be quite significant. The surrounding department heads, who had begun to organize combat personnel and were en route to the locations Xin Yuan had indicated, abruptly halted. Their gazes drawn to him. His statement shifted the atmosphere, rendering it palpably tense. The issue of traitors within an organization always remains a particularly sensitive topic. Moreover, the stakes are notably high. How high, you may ask? The individuals present here, if one were to assess their standings, certainly do not occupy lowly positions. A profound silence enveloped the room as everyone fixated their gaze on Xin Yuan, while simultaneously casting furtive glances at one another. Ultimately, it was Tang Genie who promptly broke the silence, striving to stabilize the situation. In light of recent developments, it would be prudent to refrain from discussing unverified matters. I trust that everyone here is above reproach. Thank you all for your hard work this evening. Xin Yuan had long harbored suspicions regarding this situation, especially after receiving that red envelope, which had prompted a reminder from the voice of all things regarding the existence of a traitor. At the time, he believed it was a matter best left to those responsible for handling such issues, yet subsequent silence rendered his concerns as if they had vanished into thin air. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to lay the matter bare. If no one spoke up, it could lead to significant problems down the line. If Xin Yuan was the one to expose the wound, Tang Genie was swift to staunch the bleeding. Regardless of whether Xin Yuan was correct in his assertions, the truth would have to be investigated later. In such critical moments, it would be utterly unwise for the key members of the Academy to harbor suspicions against one another. Indeed, the group nodded in unison towards the Vice Dean, their expressions turning resolute as they prepared to head towards the site of the disturbance. This situation was undeniably troublesome and could have adverse consequences in the future. However, the level of danger remained relatively low, for the misled populace could hardly pose a threat to them. Wait, just as the group was about to set off, Xin Yuan called out to them once more. For reasons unknown, his words sent an involuntary shiver through their hearts. Despite not having committed any wrongdoing, they felt an inexplicable fear of what earth-shattering revelations Xin Yuan might utter next. Strangely, they had momentarily forgotten Xin Yuan's role within the public relations department, and instead found themselves somewhat apprehensive of him. The situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. There were indeed divine servants working behind the scenes. These locations, Xin Yuan said, as he drew additional circles on the already marked map, are places where I have heard the presence of divine servants. They are likely mingling among the ordinary, misled populace, biding their time while you are constrained from taking lethal actions against them. Therefore, please convey to everyone the utmost caution in any peculiar circumstances. Prioritize your own safety above all else. Furthermore, the locations I have not marked do not necessarily indicate a lack of threats. Exercise heightened vigilance. Upon hearing Xin Yuan's words, all the department heads furrowed their brows, their expressions grave as they stood in place. If this was indeed the case, the gravity of the situation had escalated significantly. and the associated risks were now considerably heightened. "Brother, what is your name?" asked the minister who had previously held biases against the public relations department, stepping forward to inquire. "Xin Yuan." "All right, I shall remember that. I am grateful for your presence today. Time is of the essence, so we must depart at once." He patted Xin Yuan on the shoulder, transforming into a streak of light as he sped off in a particular direction. It was evident that he was also a formidable candidate of the fifth realm or higher. The others nodded at Xin Yuan before soaring away. Tang Genie began issuing commands to the combat instructors, and personnel started moving in an orderly fashion towards the vicinity of the academy. As he observed everyone departing, Vice Dean Tang also began to organize the mobilization of personnel. Xin Yuan hesitated momentarily before turning to Junani, who stood beside him. "I believe I can trust you. When I initially gave you that envelope, did you pass it directly to the dean? Did he say anything?" Junani pondered for a moment before shaking his head gently. Xin Yuan pressed on. "Then now that the academy is facing such a crisis, where is he? Typically, unless faced with a major crisis necessitating the dean's intervention, most unexpected situations were managed by student organizations themselves. This was precisely why the members of the 6 core departments within the academy were already seasoned superpowered individuals. In most cases, only the vice dean would step in." Hearing this response, Xin Yuan could not help but frown. This situation seemed to transcend mere laxity. It bordered on irresponsibility. Chapter 79. What weighed them down were the responsibilities and boundaries they carried within. Xin Yuan furrowed his brow, unable to deduce a coherent rationale. The voice of all things had endowed him with an exceptional ability to perceive various messages, yet it had also amplified his sixth sense. When one receives an abundance of information, the mind may struggle to process it effectively, but the subconscious often steps in to assist. This is the origin of intuition. Just as Xin Yuan had felt a sense of danger when he decided to undertake that 3-hour mission, confident in his survival, he now sensed a foreboding unease. Despite the absence of particularly formidable adversaries, an inexplicable sense of oppression and crisis enveloped him. As he pondered these thoughts, Junani suddenly spoke up. "It seems you haven't mentioned anything about payment. Are you volunteering?" Xin Yuan, taken aback by the comment, took a few seconds to react, glancing at Junani's face, which bore a hint of amusement. He shrugged in response. "But there are credits involved, right?" Junani nodded, choosing not to prolong the conversation on that topic. Instead, he began to ascend slowly. "Never mind. Let's leave it at that. I'll check on things first. Feel free to reach out if anything arises." Xin Yuan retorted. "You still haven't added me to your contacts. How will you reach me?" A jolt coursed through Junani's mind as he scrambled to respond. "I meant, through the core departments group. I can use that channel." "Oh." Watching Junani take flight with great speed, Xin Yuan began to make his way towards the periphery. At this moment, the vast Eastern Academy was completely surrounded by a frenzied populace from all directions. Everywhere, there were hollow-eyed individuals, resembling walking corpses, clashing with the teachers and students of the academy. The injuries sustained on the academy side were markedly more severe. The mindless crowd attacked with abandon, while the academy personnel were compelled to ensure their safety, be they instructors or students alike. This combat scenario, even for seasoned superpowered individuals, was unprecedented. In previous encounters, they had faced divine-like apparitions, capable of obliterating cities with ease, and never once had they shown fear or retreated. Those who dared to draw their swords against divinity would never cower in the face of death. Yet this time, they found themselves in relentless retreat. What weighed them down was not the sharpness of blades or the destructive force of energy, but rather the responsibilities and ethical boundaries that resided within their hearts. This was an utterly unequal battle. Boom. Amidst the cacophony, several senior students from the Special Operations Department were sent hurtling backward. Their leader boasted strength commensurate with the fourth realm. Wait. Is the divine's manipulation truly this terrifying? They pondered gravely, tending to their own wounds. They attempted several times to subdue one another without inflicting harm, yet were utterly incapable of achieving this. In the process, they ended up injuring themselves. Suddenly, a meteor plummeted from the heavens, landing between them and the crowd with a resounding thud. Xin Yuan raised his hand, icy tendrils surging forth, and in a flash, he appeared before an individual, conjuring a long blade in his grasp. Covering the opponent's mouth, he struck without hesitation, swiftly severing their throat. Without a backward glance, he pivoted his wrist, thrusting the blade backward into another, piercing through their chest. The two had scarcely the opportunity to mount any effective resistance before they were dispatched in an instant. If Xin Yuan gleaned anything from the previous skirmishes, it was the understanding that combat is not a mere exchange of blows. It is ruthless and demands decisive, lethal action. It seemed as if he possessed an innate talent, for with each encounter, his proficiency in striking grew ever more refined. Now, were he to engage in a brawl, he might find himself at a loss for how to initiate an attack. Resolving the two swiftly and efficiently, the shocked voices of the remaining students finally broke the silence. Stop. But even as the words left their lips, the lifeless bodies lay before them, rendering them speechless. They had anticipated the arrival of a fifth-tier powerhouse to aid them, only to be met with a harbinger of death instead. How could that be acceptable? What are you doing? They are just ordinary citizens, misled and redeemable. Xin Yuan unleashed a wave of frost, encasing the remaining individuals in ice, and declared, "These two are not mere civilians. They are divine servants, concealed among the populace. If you continue to hesitate and refrain from acting, you will soon find yourselves ensnared by their treachery." "What?" exclaimed one astonished fourth-tier student. "How did you discern that?" "Don't be foolish. Who decreed that divine servants must don outlandish attire?" At that moment, another student approached an ice sculpture and inquired of Xin Yuan, "Are these frozen individuals all right? Ordinary people may not endure this." "I have regulated the temperature," Xin Yuan replied. "Injuries may be unavoidable, but their lives should remain unharmed. Compared to such trivial concerns, one's own life held greater significance. While your intent to protect the populace is commendable, there are divine servants among us, poised to strike at any moment. Thus, it would be prudent for you to exercise caution. When the time comes to act, I firmly believe that self-preservation must take precedence." Having uttered these words, Xin Yuan soared into the air, darting toward another direction. Since his involvement in the fray, the divine servants had suddenly found their situation considerably more dire. Previously, masquerading among the ordinary citizens allowed them to launch indiscriminate assaults on the superhumans of the Eastern Academy. Observing those who had once been their superiors, now hesitant to retaliate for fear of harming civilians, they relished in their unimpeded attacks. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a relentless reaper would frequently descend from the skies, striking with lethal intent without a moment's pause. The voice of all things distinctly informed Xin Yuan who the divine servants were, each strike precise and unwavering. With his solitary strength, he transformed the conflict into one of iron resolve and bloodshed. Moreover, the ministers who had received Xin Yuan's warning began to alter their battle strategies, cautioning their subordinates. "Act decisively when the time comes, without endangering lives. Your own safety must come first." As a result of such a shift, the divine servants commenced manipulating the ordinary populace, compelling them to congregate. Their facade of pretense began to wane, and they initiated their assault, utilizing the surrounding crowd. Meanwhile, Mo Qinggu, the principal of the Eastern Academy, had yet to reveal himself. He had already spent several hours within the space he had conjured, alongside Xin Yuan, indeed exhibiting a rather irresponsible demeanor.